Martial Peak, Chapter 4870, The Time Has Come. Once again, Yang Kai arrived at the center of the Black Prison where the Black Ink Clansman was imprisoned. There were a lot of Black Ink disciples scattered on the stars, and he had no idea which of those Black Ink disciples would come over to sacrifice themselves, so he decided to simply wait for their arrival here. With the help of the Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai was still able to clearly see the concealed danger in this place. The center of the super array was the most intimidating. Even though he was strong, he wouldn't dare to barge into its range. The strange strength that derived from the super array was extremely violent in this place. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had the world spring to protect his small universe, he wouldn't be able to last here for long. Before he even arrived at this place, the heritage of his small universe would have been completely drained. The reason the Black Ink disciples could arrive at this place safely was that they had the Black Ink strength's protection. There was one thing that puzzled Yang Kai. How did the Black Ink disciples avoid the spirit arrays that were widely present in Black territory? In this place, there was a super array that consisted of countless spirit arrays and/or stars which was used to imprison the Black Ink Clansmen. Everywhere in Black territory was potentially dangerous. The reason Yang Kai could come all the way here was that his Demon Eye of Annihilation was able to see through all illusions in the world. He might not be able to see through the abstrusity of those spirit arrays, but with the help of the Demon Eye of Annihilation, he could find the traces of their presence at least so he could avoid them. Those third order and fourth order Black Ink disciples were obviously incapable of doing that, so Yang Kai could only speculate that Luan Baifeng had mapped out a safe route for them to come to this place and sacrifice themselves for the Black Ink clan. The next day after Yang Kai arrived at this place, he intercepted a group of 5 Black Ink disciples. Just like what he had previously done, he put them inside his small universe and suppressed them. 2 to 3 days later, he intercepted another group of Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai initially wanted to find a regular pattern, but his attempt was futile. The frequency of their arrival and the number of people were irregular. Sometimes there would be a lot of people, but sometimes there would only be a small number. There were times when no one came over for 5 days in a row, but at other times, people would arrive every day. In just 1 month, Yang Kai had stuffed more than 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe. Other than the old man surnamed Yu, who was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the rest were in the 3rd Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. Perhaps to the Black Ink disciples, 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were indispensable for now, so they were not willing to sacrifice such people. Yang Kai had a feeling that what was going on in this place would be exposed soon. In fact, he was already surprised that he had managed to stay here for a whole month without alerting Luan Baifeng. And soon that time came. One day, when Yang Kai was resting in the void as he patiently waited for the Black Ink disciples' arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes. A chill gripped him, which prompted him to activate his world force to protect himself. There seemed to be a hidden gaze that took a glance at him from the depths of the void. The great consciousness he had felt during the sacrificial offering in the past appeared for a breath before vanishing again. The consciousness could no longer be felt, as though it was nothing more than an illusion. However, Yang Kai was fully aware that it wasn't an illusion. He had been intercepting the Black Ink disciples in this place, so the Black Ink Clansman, who was sound asleep, hadn't had any nourishment for an entire month. There was no doubt that the Black Ink Clansmen had been alerted, which was why they had awakened from their sleep for a brief moment. Yang Kai had no idea whether the other party had slumbered off again, but he was now certain that the Black Ink Clansman who had a hand in Langya Paradise was the same as the one who was trapped in the Black Prison. He had felt the same consciousness twice, so he reckoned that his speculation was right. This was actually good news, for there might only be one Black Ink Clansman present in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai was initially worried that there would be more members of the Black Ink clan in hiding. The bad news was that a battle was now imminent. There were probably thousands of Black Ink disciples in the Black Prison, while Yang Kai was on his own. The imprisoned Black Ink Clansmen had already noticed his presence, so there was no way the Black Ink disciples were still clueless now. Over the past month, Yang Kai wasn't just waiting around though. Instead, he had been planning out his next move, and now was the time for him to take action. He first fished out some space beacons and scattered them around the void. These small space beacons were inconspicuous, and no one could notice them unless they were looking for them. After he was done with placing the space beacons, Yang Kai charged towards the periphery of Black Territory at the speed of lightning. He made a round trip after just half a day, and as he took a deep breath, he stared fixedly in a particular direction and waited. The Black Ink disciples didn't let him wait for long. Barely 2 days later, several rays of light rapidly approached him from the distance. Behind the rays of light were countless figures that navigated through the void like locusts. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, for he had underestimated Luan Baifeng's speed at turning more people into Black Ink disciples. Some time ago, Luan Baifeng told him that there were about 1,000 Black Ink disciples in Black Territory, but the number had increased by several times now. As Yang Kai gazed at these Black Ink disciples, who were densely packed in this place, and reckoned that there were at least 5,000 of them. Although most of them were in the Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven realm, 5,000 cultivators were still a force to be reckoned with. The person leading the way was none other than Luan Baifeng, who was followed by Xan Peng and the new Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Fan Xiuqi. They stopped in a spot that was several dozen kilometers away from Yang Kai. Luan Baifeng stared at the man with a dark expression, fury and disbelief written all over her face. She had seen the Black Ink insect penetrate Yang Kai's body and transform him into a Black Ink disciple with her own eyes. Initially, she thought that Yang Kai was one of their companions, so she trusted him fully during this period of time. However, she had never expected that it was all just an act. If her master hadn't given the order in the brief moment he awakened, she would still have been in the dark about this. She was fully aware of how strong Yang Kai was, so she knew that she was no match for him on her own, which was why she immediately gathered all the Black Ink disciples together and came over to kill Yang Kai regardless of the cost. How did you do it? Luan Baifeng glowered at him. This question had been troubling her. Since Yang Kai was even able to resist the Black Ink insect's invasion, there were no other ways that could transform him into a companion. If she couldn't figure out the reason behind it, she wouldn't be able to trust any new Black Ink disciples. Without trust, the Black Ink disciples could no longer work together. Why don't you take a guess? Yang Kai grinned. It was expected that he wouldn't tell her the truth, as he was more than happy to stall for time. Luan Baifeng said, "A lot of profound Yin bamboo was found in the new Great Territory. Since your small universe has materialized, you're able to nurture profound Yin bamboo. As one of the 12 minor pillars, profound Yin bamboo is beneficial to the small universe. Not only can it fortify the small universe, but it could also fend off any external influence. Is that the reason behind it?" Yang Kai clapped his hands. "You're indeed clever." However, Luan Baifeng shook her head. Although the profound Yin bamboo is incredible, it's unable to resist a Black Ink insect's influence. In fact, none 12 minor pillars can do that unless you have one of the 4 great pillars. At this point, Luan Baifeng's expression changed. "I initially wanted to spare your life, but now it seems that I can't do that." With one of the 4 great pillars protecting his small universe, Yang Kai would never be turned into their companion. Although it was difficult to guard against the Black Ink's strength, the 4 great pillars were its biggest nemesis. Yang Kai shot a glance at the people behind her and sneered, "Do you think you can rely on these people to kill me, Luan Baifeng? Are you sure it's not all your wishful thinking? Even if they're not familiar with my strength, are you clueless about it as well?" Luan Baifeng snorted, "Let's see if they're able to kill you or not." Despite what she had just said, she didn't immediately order them to make a move. Instead, she asked, "You lied to me that those people were going to Void Land and High Heaven Palace to get more people to come over, didn't you? They must have gone to seek help, right?" "Correct." Yang Kai nodded in admission. "If nothing unexpected happens, the masters from the cave heavens and paradises will be here soon." "So what if they come?" Luan Baifeng wasn't flustered one bit. As long as Master breaks free from his shackles, those so-called cave heavens and paradises are nothing more than weaklings. Before black ink, all are ants. Yang Kai let out a sigh. Luan Baifeng, listen to the voice in your heart. You are not your true self now. You're just being influenced by the black ink strength. As a woman, you've managed to make it to the 6th order open heaven realm. You shouldn't be so weak-willed. Impudence. Luan Baifeng snapped. You have no right to criticize us. Yang Kai shook his head and fell silent. Luan Baifeng was his former subordinate, so he wanted to give persuading her a try. However, he knew that after she was invaded by the black ink strength, there was no way she would change her mind. I do have one question though. Luan Baifeng frowned. I hope you'll answer it. Go ahead, Yang Kai nodded. It now seems to me that you were well prepared before coming to Black Territory. Were you already aware of the situation here? You could say so. How did you find out? Luan Baifeng appeared puzzled. Yang Kai hung his head low for a moment before replying, I thought you and Exin Peng were dead. As he spoke, he summoned the loyalty list and turned to the pages where their names were supposed to be. Your names suddenly vanished. I was heartbroken, so I decided to come to Black Territory to look into the matter, but it turned out that you two are still alive and kicking. That's why I found it strange and began investigating. Luan Baifeng was astounded as she had never expected the fact that the situation in Black Territory being exposed had something to do with the loyalty list. That explained everything. Yang Kai came over to find out the truth behind their deaths, but he came across Exin Peng just outside Black Territory. That was why he hid his identity and followed Yuan Tongguang to enter Black Territory and look into the matter. It wasn't until Luan Baifeng used a black ink insect to deal with Yang Kai that all his speculations were verified. Fate is truly unpredictable. Our plan has been foiled. Luan Baifeng let out a sigh. If the situation in Black Territory hadn't been exposed so soon, she could have come up with a way to help her master break free from his prison. However, nothing was certain now. Even though she said she wasn't bothered by the masters from the cave heavens and paradises, she actually regarded them as arch-enemies. After all, the cave heavens and paradises had been in existence for eons, and they had accumulated an incalculable heritage. The weak black ink disciples in Black Territory were certainly no match for them. All this happened because of Yang Kai, so it was expected that Luan Baifeng was resentful of him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4871, One Man Blocks the Path. Upon finding out the truth, Luan Baifeng did not hesitate any more as she waved her hand and ordered, Kill him! The black ink disciples had been waiting for this moment. After receiving the order, they activated their divine abilities and secret techniques and launched them at Yang Kai. Lights of different colors streamed towards Yang Kai. The magnificence would dazzle anyone's eyes. However, the magnificent view brought with it endless murderous intent. Yang Kai was no ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Moreover, he was an expert in the Tao of space with incredible mobility. Therefore, Luan Baifeng wouldn't let those black ink disciples directly deal with him. In front of someone like Yang Kai, these 3rd Order, 4th Order and 5th Order black ink disciples were no different from ants. Having said that, enough ants could kill an elephant. The secret techniques and divine abilities activated by thousands of people formed into a colossal torrent. Even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have to avoid it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't seem to have the intention of dodging. With a solemn expression, he lowered his stance and activated his wood element power, after which a gigantic tree with dense leaves appeared behind him. The tree was so large that it seemed able to cover the entire sky. The umbrella-shaped tree crown turned into the most robust defense and protected Yang Kai within. A rich vitality exuded from the ancient tree. The divine manifestation, towering evergreen, had saved Yang Kai from countless dangerous situations before. The divine manifestation was activated through his wood element power, which was derived from the immortal tree's essence. Not only did it have incredible healing power, but it also had an unimaginably sturdy defense. This was the best defensive secret technique Yang Kai could use. Yang Kai had always had an inkling about the order of the immortal tree. Perhaps it was in the 9th Order, Or perhaps it even ranked above that. After all, this was the rarest and most precious treasure of the wood element, so it wouldn't be surprising if it ranked beyond the ninth order. Though, this was only hypothetical as there was no established rank above the ninth order. The divine abilities and secret techniques thrown by those third order, fourth order and fifth order open heaven realm masters struck the huge tree crown and a green light undulated, sending out a layer of ripples. Nevertheless, Yang Kai remained unharmed. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth and glowered at Yang Kai. Since she never ordered them to stop, these black ink disciples continued to blast their secret techniques and divine abilities at Yang Kai. They were going all out as they regarded the figure in front of them as their greatest nemesis and wanted nothing more than to destroy him. Even though Yang Kai was able to fend off rounds of dense and continuous attacks for now, how long could he persevere? Just a moment later, the gigantic tree started shrinking rapidly, and even the green glow grew dimmer. 1 hour later, the colossal tree was reduced to the size of a normal tree and the hanging branches could only protect a small area around Yang Kai. However, the black ink disciple didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. A mocking smile spread across Luan Baifeng's face. Yang Kai let out a sigh, knowing that he couldn't persevere any longer. Even though towering evergreen was powerful, it couldn't bear the incessant bombardment from thousands of black ink disciples. The fact that it had lasted this long time was a testament to how astonishing it was. The moment Luan Baifeng curled up her lips, Yang Kai abruptly disappeared from the spot. Her expression changed drastically and without hesitation, she took out several array plates. She knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, so she was well prepared for this. As an expert in Tao of Spirit arrays, she would dedicate time to creating a lot of array plates. A powerful spirit array was sealed within every array plate, and once these spirit arrays were activated, they could be used against her enemies at a moment's notice. In an instant, several array plates exploded. 1 sealing array and 1 killing array expanded in front of her while 3 bewildering arrays overlaid each other and engulfed her. Booming sounds were heard coming from in front of her. The moment the killing array was formed, it was forcefully destroyed by Yang Kai. The sealing array also only managed to stop him for a breath before it was shattered. However, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks all of a sudden. There was a fog in front of him where countless illusions loomed, but Luan Baifeng was nowhere to be seen. Naturally, she was hiding within the bewildering arrays she had activated. Her voice sounded elusive as she sneered, "You want to catch me first? Dream on. I dare you to come in and give it a try." In an instant, Yang Kai's left eye glowed with a golden light as the power of his demon eye of annihilation manifested. Nonetheless, he was unable to see through the bewildering arrays. The spirit arrays that Luan Baifeng set up were powerful, and he knew little about Tao of Spirit arrays, so he wouldn't dare to rashly intrude. There was no winner or loser after this brief exchange of moves. However, the black ink disciples were unaffected as they changed directions and continued throwing their secret techniques and divine abilities at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and snorted, "You'd better not show up, otherwise I'll kill you." As he spoke, he was drowned in countless secret techniques and divine abilities. Some of the black ink disciples appeared elated, but Luan Baifeng's high-pitched voice reverberated in the next instant. "Be careful. This bastard won't die so easily." As expected, Yang Kai abruptly appeared in another place on the battlefield. The illusory phantom of his small universe expanded and swallowed the black ink disciples, who were facing away from him, like an ominous beast. The illusory phantom and Yang Kai then disappeared. In the meantime, more than 100 black ink disciples had also vanished. This turn of events attracted the attention of many black ink disciples as they turned to look in that direction. However, Yang Kai had already moved to a different place. Just like what happened earlier, his small universe expanded and contracted in the blink of an eye. All the black ink disciples in that area were sucked into his small universe. These third order, fourth order and fifth order black ink disciples were powerless to resist. The entire battlefield was like a large biscuit that had been bitten by Yang Kai twice. It was then followed by a third, then a fourth bite. For every bite, at least 100 black ink disciples that had gathered together would disappear. Luan Baifeng was livid. She had brought several thousand black ink disciples to this place in order to kill Yang Kai and nip the crisis in the bud. Nevertheless, it now seemed that she was too naive. The average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be able to face off against so many black ink disciples. However, Yang Kai was no ordinary 6th Order Master. Even if he was no match for them, he could always manipulate space principles and flee. By observing his actions, Luan Baifeng finally realized his intentions. It was apparent that he didn't intend to flee, nor did he want to kill any of these black ink disciples. His plan was to suppress them inside his small universe. Luan Baifeng knew what he was wary of, so she soon came up with an idea. Her eyes went completely black, and as the leader of these black ink disciples, she sent an order to all of them. The next instant, thousands of black ink disciples charged towards the center of the black prison. They initially intended to kill Yang Kai, but they all ignored him now. Even when he brushed past them, they didn't even spare him a glance. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai roared and crashed into those black ink disciples as his small universe swelled. Wherever he went, a large number of black ink disciples would be sucked into his small universe. Luan Baifeng's laughter could be heard coming from within the arrays as she taunted, "Can you stop them all? We are all willing to sacrifice ourselves for Master." She no longer wanted to kill Yang Kai, for she and the black ink disciples were incapable of doing that. However, the black ink disciples could sacrifice themselves to nourish the sleeping Master. As long as their Master could regain his power, he would be able to awaken and free himself. By then, even the powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises would be doomed, let alone a mere Yang Kai. This was her original plan anyway. She initially wanted to take it slow and spend decades completing this task so that she wouldn't attract any unwanted attention. However, since the secret had been exposed, she had no choice but to carry it out sooner. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises were already on their way to this place. If their master couldn't break free from the prison in time, these thousands of black ink disciples wouldn't be able to defend themselves. Rather than letting these black ink disciples be killed by those from the cave heavens and paradises, Luan Baifeng reckoned that they should sacrifice themselves for the master. No one could stop a person who was determined to die, not to mention that thousands of open heaven realm masters were adamant to sacrifice themselves. Yang Kai shot through the crowd of black ink disciples, and wherever he went, a large area would be cleared out as several hundred black ink disciples would be kept inside his small universe. Standing in front of the center of the black prison, he was faced with black ink disciples who were charging forward in his direction. All of them appeared pious, as though they would soon be greeted with eternal life instead of death. "Your actions are futile." Luan Baifeng sneered in an attempt to shatter Yang Kai's confidence. Ignoring her, Yang Kai stood there silently with a calm expression. When the first batch of black ink disciples arrived at a critical point, Yang Kai suddenly performed some hand seals and surged his power, "Activate." A dot of black light suddenly exploded and expanded into a black hole that seemed like it could swallow everything in existence. The black hole was so huge that the surrounding space began sinking into it. The unsuspecting black ink disciples were instantly sucked into it and disappeared. Dozens of black ink disciples were gone just like that. Luan Baifeng, who was hiding in her arrays, had her expression changed when she saw that. The black ink disciples didn't stop trying to kill themselves, so Yang Kai kept forming different hand seals as he darted about. As he kept these black ink disciples inside his small universe and suppressed them, he activated the trick he had set up earlier. More and more black holes exploded as they sucked these black ink disciples into them. An incense stick later, there still wasn't a single black ink disciple who had managed to cross the invisible boundary point. All of them were warded off by Yang Kai, so not even a tiny bit of nourishment had been provided to the black ink clansmen. The black ink disciples finally stopped in their tracks and stood there silently as they stared coldly at Yang Kai. It was as though Luan Baifeng was gaping at Yang Kai through these black ink disciples. She finally realized what Yang Kai had done as she spotted a larger number of space beacons floating about in the void. "Where did you send them?" she asked. Yang Kai put on a grin. Since I can't kill them, I can only send them far away. He had already pondered on this issue when he was setting up the trick. The Black Ink disciples couldn't be allowed to die anywhere near this place, for their deaths would turn into nutrients for the Black Ink clansmen. Hence, Yang Kai couldn't kill and could only suppress or expel them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4872, Are you sure? Space beacons were a useful tool that could connect two distant places, and upon Yang Kai's activation, the space beacon's power was magnified. The Black Ink disciples sucked into the black holes were sent to a place that was billions of kilometers away. Although the Black Ink disciples could return, it would take them several days to do so. That was the only thing Yang Kai could do in this situation. The silent Black Ink disciples suddenly dispersed and blindly charged forward again. More space beacons exploded and turned into black holes as they drew those Black Ink disciples into them. However, the trick was no longer as effective. Yang Kai kept darting around as he forcefully transferred more Black Ink disciples inside his small universe and suppressed them. However, his stamina was not infinite. Although he had made prior arrangements and fully exerted himself in the moment, he still couldn't stop all these Black Ink disciples from killing themselves. Eventually, one Black Ink disciple broke through the blockade and crashed into the periphery of the Grand Array where the Black Ink clansman was imprisoned. The Grand Array's power erupted and turned the Black Ink disciple into dust. His small universe collapsed, and his world force dissipated. Although Yang Kai had previously seen batches of Black Ink disciples killing themselves, he hadn't originally understood their intentions. It wasn't until he heard Luan Baifeng's explanation that he found out the reason. As he observed the situation more carefully, he realized that the world force which leaked from the dead Black Ink disciple was drawn to the center of the Black Prison by a mysterious force. There was no doubt that the sleeping Black Ink clansman was absorbing that world force. A second Black Ink disciple soon crashed into the Grand Array. More and more Black Ink disciples broke through the blockade and sacrificed themselves to the Black Ink clansmen. All the space beacons were used up by now, and Yang Kai had become noticeably sluggish and was no longer as agile before. Luan Baifeng, who had been hiding in her spirit arrays, finally appeared. Gazing at Yang Kai, she guffawed, "How much longer can you persevere?" She could see the problem that Yang Kai was facing, so she was no longer afraid that he would harm her. There was no way he would kill her here, otherwise, it would be akin to providing nourishment to the Black Ink clansmen. On the other hand, he was unable to put her inside his small universe as she was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. He could only keep Open Heaven Realm Masters that were below the sixth order inside his small universe. Furthermore, his small universe must have reached its limit. So far, Yang Kai had sucked around 2,000 Black Ink disciples into this small universe, which was about half of the total number of Black Ink disciples here. There was a limit to his small universe's capacity, unfortunately, and for every Black Ink disciple he swallowed, the capacity would be reduced by a little. It was impossible for him to keep infinitely imprisoning these Black Ink disciples in his small universe. In fact, it was already inconceivable that he had managed to gobble up 2,000 Black Ink disciples. With such a large number of Black Ink disciples inside his small universe, it was expected that it would be hard for Yang Kai to mobilize his strength, not to mention that he had to divert a large part of his energy to suppress these Black Ink disciples so that they wouldn't be able to harm him from the inside. It was because of these hidden dangers that high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't keep other Open Heaven Realm Masters inside their small universes despite being able to do so. They wouldn't do this unless it was absolutely necessary. First of all, it would affect their abilities to use their powers by keeping other Open Heaven Realm Masters inside their small universes. Secondly, if some ill-intentioned people made a move inside their small universes, they would be faced with great danger. Now, Yang Kai had reached his limit. The fact that the Black Ink disciples were able to brush past him and his sluggishness were the best proof. A sense of hesitation flashed through Luan Baifeng's eyes as she pondered on whether she should seize this chance and kill Yang Kai. Now, he was unable to fully activate his power. Perhaps he could only use half of his strength, so this was a great opportunity. Nevertheless, she soon gave up on that tempting idea. Although killing Yang Kai was important, she had to help her master restore his power as soon as possible. As long as the master could awaken, Yang Kai would no longer pose any threat to them. As the leader of these Black Ink disciples, Luan Baifeng activated her divine sense and prompted all the others to madly charge forward. They were no longer bothered by Yang Kai's presence. Yang Kai let out a sigh and performed a hand seal with one hand. The next moment, the power of a divine spirit swirled around him. Luan Baifeng's chest tightened as she suddenly had a bad feeling. Dragon transformation. As soon as Yang Kai growled, a dragon roar was heard reverberating across the void. A huge golden dragon head appeared behind him and a rich dragon pressure materialized and engulfed the surrounding space. Without stopping, the dragon head plunged into his body and disappeared. The next instant, a series of cracking sounds were heard coming from Yang Kai's body, and soon a colossal creature came into the Black Ink disciple's sight. It was a golden grand dragon. The dragon was covered in thick scales, and there were 2 intimidating dragon horns on his forehead. His dragon claws could be seen flickering with cold light, and the beard under his chin could be seen flapping in the non-existent wind. His huge eyes were like 2 suns that dazzled everyone's eyes. Yang Kai's 20,000-meter figure hovered in the void, as though marking a boundary between life and death. Luan Baifeng narrowed her eyes. She knew that Yang Kai had a dragon clan bloodline, and a very pure one at that. Additionally, she had seen him using his dragon transformation before. However, that happened several hundred years ago, and after using his secret technique, he only transformed into a 3,000-meter half-dragon. Several hundred years had passed, and now a 20,000 meters grand dragon stood before her. A horrifying dragon pressure seemed to have materialized as all the Black Ink disciples were stunned in place. As the leader of all divine spirits, the Dragon Clan's presence was naturally intimidating to all other living creatures. This wouldn't change even though they had turned into Black Ink disciples. Nonetheless, Luan Baifeng soon came to her senses. Yang Kai's power had been affected because he had swallowed too many Black Ink disciples, so he had no choice but to transform into a grand dragon in an attempt to deal with so many Black Ink disciples head-on. It was actually good news for them. Ignore him. Our lives are all for the glory of our master. Luan Baifeng bellowed. The Black Ink disciples shot forward again. Even though a 20,000 meters creature was colossal, it was still tiny when compared to the expansive void. Like the rising tide coming into contact with a rock, these Black Ink disciples dispersed right in front of the Grand Dragon. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't let them succeed. As the distance between them shortened, he lifted his dragon head, and the next moment, a deafening dragon roar reverberated out. This dragon roar was actually a chant in the abstruse dragon language, one of the secret techniques unique to the Dragon Clan. All these Black Ink disciples seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall as they were forced to stop in their tracks. The weaker ones directly passed out upon impact, while the stronger ones saw blood streaming out of their ears and noses as they staggered in the void. In the blink of an eye, several hundred of the remaining Black Ink disciples had passed out. Luan Baifeng's expression instantly turned livid. The dragon roar still hadn't stopped yet, so the still conscious Black Ink disciples hurriedly activated their powers to resist its influence. A moment later, the dragon roar gradually died down, and the conscious Black Ink disciples once again charged forward without hesitation. This time, they scattered even further away from each other. A sense of helplessness flashed through the Grand Dragon's eyes. Yang Kai had already done his best, but he still couldn't stop these Black Ink disciples from sacrificing themselves. He could only continue trying to stop them and let the heavens decide their fate. As space principles undulated, he used near-distant horizon and caused the void to contort. After these Black Ink disciples were engulfed in near-distant horizon, they were unable to move forward at all, even though they were seemingly charging ahead. The Grand Dragon dashed forward as he swung his dragon tail and wielded his dragon claws. Even the dragon horns on his forehead had turned into weapons as he knocked these Black Ink disciples unconscious. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to kill them, as any dead Black Ink disciple would help to restore the Black Ink clansman's power. Even though a lot of black ink disciples had passed out, more of them had broken through his blockade and crashed into the Grand Array. After 1 or 2 days of intense battle, more than 1,000 black ink disciples had been knocked out by Yang Kai while several hundred people had brushed past him and gotten themselves killed. This made Yang Kai feel helpless. Now, he was faced with an even more difficult situation. The black ink disciples that were transferred away by his space beacons should be returning soon, which would mean at least 1,000 more enemies to deal with. The black ink disciples had become familiar with the way Yang Kai fought, so he was no longer able to stop so many of them on his own. Realizing this as well, Luan Baifeng flashed a victorious smile at him. Yang Kai had no idea what would happen if so many people managed to move past him. Perhaps the sleeping black ink clansman would get enough nourishment and awaken from his slumber. In front of the center of the black prison, a grand dragon was silently hovering in the void. His own body was the last barrier. In a place that wasn't far away from him, Luan Baifeng was humming a song as she was apparently in a good mood. Besides the two of them, the unconscious black ink disciples scattered around the void. Luan Baifeng attempted to persuade him by saying, "You're incredible enough to have achieved all this on your own, Yang Kai. Give up now. It's still not too late to submit to Master." The Grand Dragon shook his head. "I'll never side with you. What side do you think you are on? What are you looking for in life? Whatever it is you desire, Master can give it to you." "He can't." "He definitely can," Luan Baifeng spoke in a gentle voice as though she was coaxing a child. "I think you're sick of living." "Oh, you're right." Luan Baifeng covered her lips and giggled. "Even I'd like to perish now, but do you have the guts to kill me?" As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head to look in a particular direction from which a ray of light was seen rapidly approaching them. She put on a smile. "Look, my companions are back while you're on your last legs. How are you going to fend them off this time?" Yang Kai fell silent as he looked solemnly at the first ray of light that was coming from the distance. There seemed to be even more rays of light behind it. Luan Baifeng's smile became brighter. "The Black Ink clan will eventually rule over the entire universe. Stop being so obstinate, Yang Kai." Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned awkward as he questioned, "Are you sure about that?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4873, 6 with Divine Monarch, Lu Mu. Luan Baifeng's face changed abruptly as she turned to look behind her. A distant stream of light was rapidly approaching, far surpassing the capabilities of a third, fourth, or fifth-order open heaven realm cultivator. She actually felt the pressure of an eighth-order open heaven realm master coming from that direction. It wasn't one of her fellow comrades, it was naturally a master from one of the cave heavens or paradises. It had been 2 or 3 months since Luo Tinghe and the others had left. 2 or 3 months may not be enough time to reach the star boundary and inform the foreign envoys of the major cave heavens and paradises about the Black Ink clan. However, it was definitely enough time for Luo Tinghe to get support from the nearest paradise. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was approaching them extremely fast. He, who was just a point of light a moment before, was close enough that his figure was now visible. A loud and clear voice resounded throughout the void as he closed in on Luan Baifeng. "Golden Antelope Paradise's Lu Mu has come. Which brats are causing trouble here?" As soon as those words sounded, Luan Baifeng dove back into the bewildering array, which was just behind her, and disappeared. This bewildering array was set up by Luan Baifeng before in order to avoid Yang Kai's attack. Although she ended up coming out of it, the bewildering array was still present, undamaged. The 8th Order Master from Golden Antelope Paradise, who called himself Lu Mu, rushed in headlong, making both Luan Baifeng, who knew she was facing a very strong enemy, and Yang Kai, who was filled with anticipation, stunned. But before the two could react, the bewildering array suddenly swelled up as a violent energy fluctuation erupted from within. In less than a breath, the spirit array shattered and 6 with Divine Monarch reappeared. He turned his head to look at the place where the spirit array tried to trap him, and snickered while reaching out to flick the non-existent dust off of his clothes. "Heh, you dare try to show off your meager skills before an expert." Luan Baifeng finally regained her senses. Her body swayed while she tried to escape. However, Lu Mu, who had noticed her already, was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. How could he let her escape right under his nose? With a single grasp of his hand, a powerful force surged out, directly confining Luan Baifeng's body in place. Pitch-black black ink strength gushed out from Luan Baifeng's tender body, and at the same time, extremely unstable power fluctuations tumbled out from her body. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Senior, watch out, she's trying to self-destruct." An Open Heaven Realm Master could self-destruct quite easily, without practicing or using any sort of secret techniques. All they needed to do was shatter their own small universe and their world force would explode out. Lu Mu obviously noticed this as well. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Luan Baifeng and flicked her forehead with his finger. His flick, which seemed to contain no force whatsoever, caused Luan Baifeng's head to fiercely jerk backwards. The world force in her small universe was instantly disrupted, leaving no chance for her to kill herself. A golden rope artifact suddenly flew out from Lu Mu's hand, wrapping itself around Luan Baifeng, as though it was a snake and she was a dumpling. Only then did Lu Mu smile proudly. "There is no chance for you to kill yourself in front of this monarch." Lu Mu observed Luan Baifeng, especially paying close attention to the black ink strength that was emanating from her body, before nodding lightly. "She really is a black ink disciple." He turned his head to look at Yang Kai. The 20,000 meters long Grand Dragon made him slightly lost in thought. Although Lu Mu was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator, this was the first time that he had seen a Grand Dragon close-up. He then asked warmly, "You are that Yang Kai, right?" Yang Kai reverted back to his human form before cupping his fist. "Yang Kai greets Senior Lu Mu." Lu Mu had already announced his identity when he arrived, probably because he wanted Yang Kai to realize that reinforcements had arrived. Yang Kai naturally knew about Golden Antelope Paradise. In fact, although he had not been to this paradise and did not have any friends from it, Golden Antelope Paradise was actually the first paradise he had heard of. After the war between the Star Boundary and Demon Realm was settled, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi broke free from the shackles of the universe world and ventured out into the outer universe. Zhang Ruoshi gave him a lot of information about the outer universe back then, including information about Golden Antelope Paradise, which was quite famous and popular amongst cultivators. There was a sealed world in Golden Antelope Paradise which was filled with metal element materials, and this sealed world was open to the general public. If one paid a certain amount of open heaven pills as a fee, they could enter to search for materials. If one was lucky, they could find the metal element materials they needed, or even make a tidy profit. Zhang Ruoshi had said at the time that, if Yang Kai wanted to find a metal element material in the future, he could try the sealed world in Golden Antelope Paradise. Yang Kai, in fact, did want to do so before he advanced to the Open Heaven realm. He lacked a high-order metal element material at that time, but the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fulfilled his needs, so he longer had any reason to visit Golden Antelope Paradise. Golden Antelope Paradise was the closest to the Black Territory, so Luo Tinghe's first stop was Golden Antelope Paradise, which was why support from this paradise arrived the fastest. Young and talented indeed. Your reputation is well-deserved. Lu Mu praised before quickly coming to the point. Enough of the small talk, what's the situation? Luo Tinghe had gone to Golden Antelope Paradise to pass on information and ask for support, but she didn't know any details. Moreover, before she left, Black Territory remained calm, and the Black Ink disciples were all acting in the shadows, but it was apparent that today, Black Territory had suddenly changed. Yang Kai hurriedly explained, "As Senior can see, behind me is the heart of the Black Prison, which is where the Black Ink clansman is imprisoned. The Black Ink disciples know that their identities have been exposed, so they wanted to break through Junior's blockade and provide the Black Ink clansman with the power to restore himself by sacrificing themselves." Lu Mu raised his brow at Yang Kai's words. "And so? You just knocked them out and didn't dare to kill them?" "Yes, but there are still quite a lot of Black Ink disciples who are rushing over." Yang Kai replied honestly, There should be more than 1,000 black ink disciples heading this way. Lu Mu nodded. I ran into them on the way and killed many of them. As he spoke, he looked around and frowned. This place is truly odd. The power of the small universe in this monarch's body is constantly being drained. I'm afraid I cannot remain here for long. So, what do you need me to do? The strange force spawned by the super array that enveloped black territory was meant to prevent people from being able to reach the imprisoned black ink clansmen. Yang Kai relied on the world spring to remain safe, while the black ink disciples relied on the black ink strength for protection. Even though Lu Mu was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he couldn't resist the influence of the super array. However, he could last a little longer than most. I would like to request Senior take these black ink disciples away from here. Yang Kai gestured behind him. Lu Mu nodded. That is fine. Senior, could you also ask your subordinates to show mercy and not take their lives? Yang Kai cupped his fist and pleaded. Lu Mu frowned. Why? He originally planned to take these black ink disciples far enough before killing them. After all, black ink disciples were not easy to deal with. If they self-destructed, the black ink strength in their bodies would escape, and all it would lead to was a pile of trouble. It was better to just kill them. What's more was that there was no chance to restore a cultivator that was eroded by the black ink strength. Langya Paradise lost several Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even one of their Vice Sect Masters last time. They weren't converted to black ink disciples by choice, and are victims too. If possible, this junior would like to save their lives. Lu Mu's eyes lit up at his words. Do you have a way to dispel the black ink strength and restore their sanity? Yang Kai shook his head. Currently, I can't do anything about it, but I believe there are those who can. Lu Mu didn't ask any more questions and just nodded lightly. In that case, let's leave them alive for the time being. It would really not have been easy to take care of this many black ink disciples. Fortunately, this monarch has brought a lot of people over. The large streams of light that trailed behind Lu Mu were all masters from Golden Antelope Paradise. This time, the cultivators dispatched were all in the 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Those under the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm were not even allowed to come here, and yet the total number of people exceeded 300. This was an extremely large and terrifying lineup. Lu Mu was faster than the rest, so he was the first to arrive, and while the two were speaking, many masters from Golden Antelope Paradise were finally arriving. Every one of them was frowning though, pushing their power to resist the effects of the super array, but there was nothing they were able to do to stop the steady drain of their small universe. Ancestor! The crowd cupped their hands. Lu Mu ordered, Brats, do you see those unconscious black ink disciples? Take all of them away after sealing their bodies and small universes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator hesitated and asked, Not kill them. They also encountered quite a few black ink disciples on their way here, but they just killed them all, so they could not help but feel that their ancestors' orders sounded a little strange. Fighting and killing all day long, how highly improper for you to think like that. Lu Mu reprimanded relentlessly, If I tell you to take them away, why spout so much nonsense? Hurry up and move without making a fuss. You can complain later. It is not suitable for us to stay in this place for long. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was reprimanded, was also very old, but he didn't dare to have the slightest trace of grievance in front of Lu Mu. This ancestor of theirs was known for his temper, so it was best to not refute his orders. The masters of Golden Antelope Paradise quickly gathered the unconscious black ink disciples in one place before exerting their powers to seal their strength. Lu Mu said in a somewhat worried manner, Young boy, what about you? Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and replied, I still need to stand guard here, in case any black ink disciple comes seeking death again. Lu Mu frowned, It's going to be hard on you, so be careful. If anything goes wrong, leave this place immediately. Behind Yang Kai was the place where the black ink clansman was imprisoned. No one knew what condition this being was in right now, or whether they would manage to break out or not, so staying here was undoubtedly very dangerous. This junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Also, can seniors seal the exit of Black territory, so that no Black Ink disciples can escape? Lu Mu replied, in regards to that, you can rest assured. When this monarch came in, he ordered some people to stay at the territory gate and seal it off. Right now, no outsiders are allowed to enter this place, and no one will be able to leave. There are also still many Black Ink disciples that were moved elsewhere by me, and they should be rushing this way at this very moment. Not waiting for him to finish his words, Lu Mu added, you can rest assured about that too. My golden antelope paradise will make sure none of them can pass through. There are still people mining materials on many of the ore stars in Black territory right now. This junior requests senior to bring all those who are unaware about the current situation to one place and not let the Black Ink disciples have the opportunity to convert more people to their side. Good, leave everything to this monarch. Lu Mu nodded his head in agreement. Martial Peak, Chapter 4874, Liberation. Golden Antelope Paradise's many masters came just in time. If they had come a few days later, Yang Kai would not have been able to stop the Black Ink disciples who were rushing back. This lineup consisting of hundreds of 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was nothing short of luxurious, and it allowed Yang Kai to let out a sigh of relief. It was only now, after the situation was somewhat in control, that Yang Kai felt exhaustion catching up with him. In fact, the fight this time with the Black Ink disciples wasn't too intense, and was by no means the most dangerous fight he had ever gotten into, but it was definitely the one in which he had the most difficulty exerting his full strength. Due to the nearly 2,000 Black Ink disciples he had suppressed and sealed, Yang Kai's small universe was almost at its limit, which greatly affected the circulation of his world force, not to mention the need to divert focus and strength to keep the Black Ink disciples in his small universe under control. Due to all these restrictions, Yang Kai could not exert much of his strength. What's more was that Yang Kai didn't want to, nor dared to kill the Black Ink disciples willfully near the heart of the Black Prison, no matter how uncomfortable his helplessness made him feel. The arrival of Golden Antelope Paradise's masters was a timely rain of fortune, pulling him out of his vortex of hardships. Yang Kai used the time he gained to recuperate. Although 6 with Divine Monarch, Lu Mu, guaranteed that he would not let any of the Black Ink disciples pass through, it was never a mistake to be cautious. As time trickled by slowly, Yang Kai probed his small universe while recuperating. A vast area inside his small universe was filled with Black Ink disciples that had been suppressed and then sealed. All of them were like statues, motionless. Su Yi stood in the air with a rather pale face, with an expression of bewilderment. His honored master had ordered him to stand guard here, but he did not expect the situation to develop in this way. At first, Su Yi thought all he needed to guard was an unusually small old man and a powerful monster beast, but then, one by one, people who were obviously placed under a restriction suddenly appeared in front of him. 1 became 100, 100 became 1,000, and eventually, the numbers reached nearly 2,000. Su Yi could not tell how high these people's cultivation was, but he knew that each and every one of them was an existence that the masters on the Void Continent could not even dream to compete with. Emperor Realm masters would be as weak as ants in front of them. Fortunately, although these people seemed to be powerful, they were obviously unable to move. While Su Yi was extremely shocked, he also felt immensely proud of his honored master's strength. What kind of battlefield was the honored master currently on, for him to have to capture so many masters at once? Right when he was at a loss of what to do, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Su Yi shifted his gaze towards the figure, and shook violently before hurriedly saluting, "Honored Master." Yang Kai glanced at the Black Ink disciples below him to make sure there was nothing unusual about them before nodding lightly. Yang Kai manifested himself within his small universe world using his divine sense. The residents of the Void Continent couldn't detect the difference between it and a real body. "Honored Master, are they all enemies?" Su Yi could not hold back his doubts and asked. "Sort of," Yang Kai replied. "Then why capture them instead of just killing them?" Su Yi asked again. "Because they are not willingly opposing me, and instead are just under the compulsion of a mysterious force. I didn't kill them. Yang Kai frowned and added, sometimes, killing is not the only way to solve a problem. Su Yi nodded, disciple understands. Yang Kai was quite satisfied with all three of his disciples, but each of them had their own strengths and weaknesses. Zhao Yibai was simple and honest, but lacked aptitude. Zhao Ye had extraordinary aptitude, but her killing intent was too wild. In comparison to the eldest disciple and the second disciple, Su Yi, the third disciple, had the most malleable character. How is your cultivation going nowadays? Yang Kai asked in reply. Su Yi answered, not bad. Disciple has been suppressing his realm recently. This was all in accordance with Yang Kai's instructions. One must not have too high of a cultivation in order to reap the benefits of the star boundary world tree, and Zhao Ye had also worked hard to suppress her cultivation for a long time back then. Now, it was Su Yi's turn to do so. Yang Kai had originally planned to return to the star boundary after the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven incident and place Su Yi in High Heaven Pavilion to cultivate with his other two disciples, but he had not been able to do so far, due to the delay. Continue to suppress your cultivation. After I'm finished with my current task, I will take you to meet your eldest senior brother and second senior sister. Su Yi was a little apprehensive, but also felt a little excited. Yes. Su Yi was very curious about his eldest senior brother and his second senior sister, both of whom he had never met before. He was an orphan and had no family, so his honored master was basically his only relative right now. However, he had also suddenly gained an eldest senior brother and a second senior sister, a possibility which he greatly cherished in his heart. Continue to monitor the situation here, and notify me if there are any problems. After Yang Kai commanded so, his figure dissipated. Outside, in the center of the black prison, there were no signs of any black ink disciples approaching, which made Yang Kai guess that they had all been taken down by Golden Antelope Paradise. However, Yang Kai did not dare to leave easily, for right now he was the last line of defense here. Once he left, if a black ink disciple managed to reach here, they would be able to provide the imprisoned black ink clansman with nourishment to help him awaken and escape. Lu Mu occasionally stopped by to tell Yang Kai about the current situation in black territory. The black ink disciple were indeed taken down one by one, but during this process, many black ink disciple noticed that the situation was not right and simply killed themselves directly. Right now, there were a lot of black ink strength floating about in black territory's void, which were the only things that remained after the death of the black ink disciples. This black ink strength was extremely dangerous to any open heaven realm master. After all, once they got contaminated, the consequences would be unpredictable. So, Lu Mu had the residues marked down before using spirit arrays to suppress and seal the black ink strength. The numerous open heaven realm masters mining the ore stars were all recalled and placed in batches on a spirit province. None of them would be set free until it was determined whether they had been corrupted by the black ink strength and transformed into black ink disciples or not. Although this move caused many complaints, they could only endure it even if they were dissatisfied since it was Golden Antelope Paradise that was acting. Even right now, the miners did not know what had happened in Black Territory, nor did Golden Antelope Paradise dare to leak any information about the Black Ink Clan or the Black Ink Strength to the general public. To not leak information such as this to the public was a principle the Cave Heavens and Paradises had adhered to since long ago. Gradually, more masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises rushed to Black Territory, each group consisting of at least 100 masters led by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor. The Cave Heavens and Paradises had been tracking down the Black Ink clansman for hundreds of years now, but had found no traces of him. Thus, when they got this news that the Black Ink clan was actually hiding in Black Territory, the major Cave Heavens and Paradises were extremely shocked. Until now, they had been searching for the enemy in the Shattered Heaven, without any results whatsoever. Now that the Black Ink clansman's hiding place had been identified, the Cave Heavens and Paradises naturally wanted to get rid of him immediately to prevent something like the tragedy of Langya Paradise from happening again. In less than 3 months, about 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 100 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and as many as 1,000 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered in Black Territory. This was only the combined power of around 7 or 8 cave heavens and paradises, not even mentioning that these few cave heavens and paradises were also only the ones who rushed over immediately after being alerted by Luo Tinghe. There were still many more cave heavens and paradises yet to arrive. Luo Tinghe also returned. Worried about Yang Kai's safety, she rushed back to Black Territory after hurriedly alerting several nearby cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai was thus finally liberated from his duties. After Yang Kai met with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and fully explained the situation in Black Territory to them, many of these ancestors also realized the seriousness of the problem. This black prison was obviously a cage fashioned by an ancient great expert, but it had remained unknown until today. The major cave heavens and paradises ancient books would definitely have some records related to this matter if this was their handiwork. Therefore, the Black Ink clansman was definitely imprisoned here before the birth of the cave heavens and paradises. The super array had slightly decreased in power over the eons, but this did not hinder its ability to imprison the Black Ink clansman. With the super array in place, even 8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had no way to reach the center of the Black Prison, and Luan Baifeng could only let the subordinate or slaves mine the ore stars on the outer periphery. This action was essentially harmless. Even if they continued to do this for another 10,000 years, the super array would not have weakened in any noticeable manner. However, everything changed when Yang Kai set his sight on the materials produced in Black Territory and refined the void yin-yang mirrors, moving some 30+ or stars from the Black Territory's inner region out at once. The destruction of these or stars caused the flawless super array to loosen a bit, allowing the Black Ink clansmen to take advantage of the situation. Luan Baifeng, who oversaw this whole process, was converted into a Black Ink disciple and soon spread the word, attracting more people to come to mine materials while stealthily converting them into Black Ink disciples. Steadily, more ore stars were mined and destroyed, further weakening the power of the super array. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's sudden arrival, it would really have just been a matter of time before the Black Ink clansman was able to escape. The good news was that the situation was not yet beyond saving. The super array was still powerful enough, and the Black Ink clansman was still imprisoned and would not be able to escape for some time, but the question of how to deal with this matter caused a headache for many of the 8th Order ancestors. No one really knew how strong the Black Ink clansman here was, but just by looking at the methods the ancient great experts had to resort to, one could infer the terror of this Black Ink clansman at his peak. The Black Ink clansman was probably not something they could compete against. Both the old man surnamed Zhu and Luan Baifeng had said that before Black Ink, all were ants. They had demonstrated unwavering confidence in their master. The opinions of the close to 10 ancestors were thus divided. Some wanted to improve the super array, repair the damaged areas, and let it continue to suppress and seal the Black Ink clansman. Others felt that it would be better to cut weeds and pull out roots, arguing that leaving the Black Ink clansman here would be the same as raising a tiger that would cause a calamity one day. Each side had its own reasoning, and they argued noisily for a while. These ancestors, who were all so high and mighty in the eyes of their disciples, were now acting like hawkers in a food market, with no manners to speak of whatsoever as they shouted their own opinions left and right. Among them, Six with Divine Monarch was the loudest, roaring, "This old master will go over and kill that Black Ink clansman right now, no one will be able to stop me," and so on. After a long time of bickering with no conclusion, Lu Mu suddenly turned his head towards Yang Kai and asked, "Young boy, what do you think?" Many of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately looked over at him. Because Yang Kai was deeply involved in the Black Territory matter, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters also called him over to the meeting this time. Yang Kai thought that he only needed to answer some questions from the ancestors and resolve some of their doubts, so he never expected Lu Mu would throw such a tough issue to him. Yang Kai did not want to comment on this matter, but since things had come to this point, he had no choice but to express his views. "Junior has been thinking about an issue. The ancient great experts had the means to arrange a super array spanning an entire great territory to suppress and seal this black ink clansman, so their methods should be unparalleled. So, why did they only imprison the black ink clansman and not simply kill him? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4875, Try My Best. This question struck a chord within many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors who hadn't thought about it before. 6 Would Divine Monarch pondered about it for a while before suggesting, perhaps the ancient great experts thought it would be better to leave it imprisoned. Yang Kai shook his head and mentioned an additional matter. Seniors must have heard about what happened to this junior in the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. Yang Kai had once recounted the events that had happened to him in the ancestral land in front of all the foreign envoys of the major cave heavens and paradises, including Yu Xiang Dai. Yang Kai believed that these foreign envoys would definitely have reported this to their respective sects. After all, this was a matter that involved the Black Ink clan, the divine spirits, and even the giant spirit gods. Just as he expected, all the 8 Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors nodded lightly. Yang Kai continued, "This junior has a dragon vein, so I had the privilege of inheriting the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace in the ancestral land. With the power of the Crystal Palace, Junior was able to witness a great war in ancient times. In that war, the Black Ink giant spirit god was like an invincible warrior that had descended from the heavens, and even the divine spirits were not his opponents. In the end, even the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of the time had to use the sacred treasures of each of the various divine spirit clans, sacrifice half of the ancestral land, and even give their very lives just to shackle the giant spirit god, effectively suppressing and sealing it in place. I think the divine spirits would have preferred to kill the Black Ink giant spirit god if the circumstances had allowed them to do so, rather than incur such an immense price to simply seal him, but they couldn't. And in fact, the actions of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress as well as that of the divine spirits was correct. Even after countless eons, the seal had remained and the Black Ink giant spirit god was killed. Even the Black Ink strength in his body has been thoroughly eroded by the ancestral strength, eliminating any potential problems. What's your point? An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor asked. Yang Kai replied, Junior's point is that the situation in Black Territory should be similar to what happened in Ancestral Land. Perhaps the ancient great experts who imprisoned the Black Ink clansman here were not able to kill him, but that is inconceivable as well, considering that the ancient great experts were powerful enough to set up this super array as a cage. If they were capable of that, they should have been able to easily kill a lone Black Ink clansman. The reason they did this, I think, should coincide with that of the divine spirits. They were trying their best to prevent future troubles. A ruddy-looking 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor exclaimed, "You mean, if they had killed the Black Ink clansman trapped here, it would lead to some unpredictable consequences, something like the Black Ink strength left behind after their death?" Yang Kai nodded. This junior is merely speculating, but the Black Ink strength is sinister and dangerous. Even the Black Ink strength left behind after the death of a lowly Black Ink disciple is highly corrosive, not to mention the Black Ink strength that would be left behind after the death of someone from the real Black Ink clan, which may be what the ancient great experts were afraid of. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors glanced at each other and nodded lightly. So, you'd prefer to suppress and seal it again? Lumu looked at Yang Kai somewhat angrily. He was one of the main advocates of the killing faction, and the fact that Yang Kai disagreed with him made him a little bit unhappy. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Junior's words were merely frivolous remarks, and it is up to the seniors to decide about the Black Ink clan's matter. Luo Ting, he spoke out, let's wait until everyone has arrived and then discuss this matter together so we can reach a resolution. No matter how much we quarrel here right now, it won't help. Although she was just a newly promoted 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yinyang Cave Heaven, all the ancestors present knew that she had the potential to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future, so they did not dare to take her lightly. The matter of how to deal with the Black Ink clan was thus put on hold until all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors of the Cave Heavens and Paradises had arrived. However, the matter of what to do with the over 2,000 black ink disciples in black territory that were still alive was an urgent matter that needed to be dealt with immediately. Luan Baifeng had rapidly corrupted some 5,000 or so black ink disciples, out of which Yang Kai had suppressed and sealed nearly 2,000 inside his small universe, nearly 1,000 had died, and about 2,000 were captured by Golden Antelope Paradise's masters and imprisoned in an abandoned spirit province. This was also another matter that caused a headache for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors, so right now, they were all looking towards Yang Kai, since Lu Mu asked, "Yang boy, you had said before that you believed there was someone who could save them, yes? Who could possess such ability?" Black ink's strength was extremely persistent, and it was simply not possible to dispel. Lu Mu had personally tried his hand before, and even with his strength, he couldn't do anything about the remnant black ink strength floating in the void in the slightest. He obviously pondered about it, but he didn't know who Yang Kai was talking about. Although the people from the cave heavens and paradises acted a little domineeringly, they were not willing to kill innocent people easily, not to mention that there were nearly 2,000 black ink disciples imprisoned in the abandoned spirit province. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth, the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors collectively drew a sharp breath. No matter how hard they were to think, they would never have guessed that the ones Yang Kai was talking about were actually those two. Sixwood Divine Monarch blinked and said tentatively, "I heard that you followed a giant spirit god into the chaotic dead territory before?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. This matter was not a secret, so these top brass of the cave heavens and paradises should have gotten the news about it. Those two are avatars of destruction. They're basically ill omens. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor's face was grave, but if there's anyone in the world who can dispel the black ink strength, it's probably them. No one knew how strong the burning light and serene glimmer really were, but none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors sitting here dared to enter the depths of the chaotic dead territory, for they knew their lives would be at serious risk even if they just walked around its periphery. Not probably, but definitely. Yang Kai said solemnly, "Seniors must have obviously heard about the incident where this junior had taken the black ink strength left behind after the death of Langya Paradise's Shizheng into his own small universe to suppress it. This junior even used it to trick Langya Paradise's black ink disciples into thinking I was one of them." Lu Mu nodded and said, "I have heard of it. Kid, your luck is indeed astounding. You even managed to obtain such a precious treasure like the World Spring." Lu Mu had a look of envy. If only he had one of the 4 universe pillars, he would not have to be afraid of the black ink strength anymore. Yang Kai smiled at him and continued, "In the chaotic dead territory, Senior's burning light and serene glimmer discovered the black ink strength in this junior's small universe and took action to dispel it." The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors all raised their brows at those words. The ancestor who spoke earlier asked, "Are you sure you can convince those two to help again?" "I'll try my best." Yang Kai couldn't guarantee anything, but the lives of thousands of Open Heaven Realm masters were at stake, so he had to at least make an attempt. "Good." The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor nodded. "Then this matter will be left in your hands. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask." Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony. This junior needs a ship that can carry around 4,000 to 5,000 people. "Anything else?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Nothing else." Lu Mu took over. "A simple matter. I will immediately have someone transport a great ship over." Golden Antelope Paradise was the closest to their current location, and any ship that could carry 5,000 people would be an extremely large-scale artifact that had to be mobilized from within the sect. As such, the issue regarding the black ink disciples was settled for now. Yang Kai, Luo Tinghe and Lu Mu went to the abandoned spirit province where the black ink disciples were imprisoned. All of the black ink disciples had traces of being confined with various secret techniques locking their bodies. The secret techniques used had transformed into shackles that suppressed and sealed all the strength in the black ink disciples' bodies, making them unable to even kill themselves. Yang Kai noticed Luan Baifeng's angry glare which was directed at him, but ignored it. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who was guarding this place, hurriedly stepped forward to salute when he saw the two ancestors arrive. There was not only one high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master guarding this place of course, but several dozen of them, surrounding the entire abandoned spirit province. Lu Mu waved his hand, indicating that this man should return to his duties, before looking towards Yang Kai. "Are you both ready?" Yang Kai asked. Both Lu Mu and Luo Ting he nodded their heads together. "Then let's begin." As his words ended, the illusory phantom of Yang Kai's small universe expanded abruptly behind him, and the entire universe manifested with a loud bang. The small universe expanded to include both Lu Mu and Luo Ting he, and the trio appeared in the very place where the many black ink disciples were imprisoned. Lu Mu was immediately stunned. So many. Yang Kai had previously said that he had also suppressed and sealed some black ink disciples in his small universe, and wanted both him and Luo Ting he to help transfer them out, but Lu Mu had originally thought that there would be a few dozen or hundreds of them at most. But at a glance, he could make out that there were thousands of black ink disciples here. Only then did he understand why Yang Kai wanted a great ship that could carry around some 5,000 people. Luo Ting he was also amazed. You still had the energy to fight with others after sealing so many black ink disciples inside your small universe. Ignoring the fact that Yang Kai was just a trivial 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even for her or Lu Mu, who were in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, it would be difficult to move about freely after sealing 2,000 Open Heaven Realm cultivators inside their small universes, let alone fight. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was lively and vigorous, seemingly like he was unaffected. Yang Kai explained casually, Junior is carrying a world spring, due to which his small universe is extremely stable. Perhaps it has something to do with that. Lu Mu nodded his head in realization. That's true. The world spring is really amazing. Yang Kai beckoned to Su Yi, who had been guarding the black ink disciples here, and pointed at him before saying, This is my third disciple, Su Yi, greet these two seniors. Su Yi hurriedly saluted. Lu Mu glanced at Su Yi with some interest, but didn't spare him much time. What kind of geniuses hasn't an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him seen? Su Yi didn't deserve his attention. On the contrary, it was Luo Ting he who showed some interest. Since this is your third disciple, does that mean you also have a first disciple and a second disciple? Yang Kai replied with a smile, Those two are in the star boundary. Senior will naturally see them when she arrives there. Su Yi's heart was shaken. What kind of existences were these two, that even his honored master had to address them as senior? His expression became more and more respectful. Luo Ting he nodded. She was definitely going to go to the star boundary. She had not had time to consolidate her cultivation since she advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm with all the events going on around her. Now that there were people from the major cave heavens and paradises present in Black Territory though, it would make little difference even if she were to be absent, so she planned to leave for the star boundary in a few days. Both of you please. Yang Kai cupped his fist. It was not a problem for Yang Kai to suppress these 2,000 black ink disciples in his small universe, but if he wanted to transfer them out, he'd have to seal their powers first. It would be too slow for Yang Kai to handle this kind of task on his own, which was why he asked Lu Mu and Luo Ting he to help. Lu Mu and Luo Ting he nodded their heads and got to work. Martial Peak, Chapter 4876, Are they really tall and fierce? Hand seals quickly changed as a series of secret techniques flew out one after another. As the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters personally took action, the Black Ink Disciples, most of whom were just in 3rd or 4th Order, were completely powerless to resist. The secret techniques struck every one of the Black Ink Disciples, sealing the strength in their bodies. Even their small universes had been thoroughly sealed. In this condition, not to mention using the small universe's strength, even lifting a finger was a mere dream. This was the only way to ensure that the Black Ink Disciples would not try to self-destruct. While Lu Mu and Luo Ting were busying themselves, Yang Kai also had his hands full. He quickly shifted every one of the imprisoned black ink disciples, whose small universes were sealed, throwing them onto the abandoned spirit province outside. The trio tirelessly worked for half a day before they were done dealing with the 2,000 black ink disciples. Yang Kai let out a heavy sigh. He finally felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden was lifted off his shoulders. He then looked toward Luan Baifeng, hesitated for a moment, before deciding not to go over. Now that Luan Baifeng was corrupted by the black ink strength, she had lost her sanity and her heart was not the same as before. The black ink disciples regarded the black ink clan above all else. It was useless to try to talk to her. After a dozen days or so, more masters from the cave heavens and paradises arrived at Black Territory, arriving in a nearly endless stream. 2 months later, masters from almost all the various cave heavens and paradises had gathered. Each cave heaven and paradise team was led by at least one 8th order open heaven realm ancestor, followed by an endless stream of 7th and 6th order masters. Currently, an unimaginable force had gathered in Black Territory, with the number of 8 order masters alone having crossed the 100 mark. This was the accumulation of millennia of the cave heavens and paradises heritage. Generally, these top forces remained reserved, concealing their strength from the public eyes, but if something big were to happen, they would instantly display their fangs. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He could not help but wonder when Voidland and High Heaven Palace would be like this, when they would stand toe-to-toe with these top forces. The 8th Order ancestors guarded the central region of the Black Prison in shifts, constantly monitoring the movements of the imprisoned Black Ink clansmen. However, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was unable to remain there for too long due to the influence of the super array enveloping the Black Prison. A day or two was the longest they could linger before having to retreat. The thousands of Black Ink disciples imprisoned on the abandoned spirit province were also an object of their interest. The Black Ink strength scattered throughout Black Territory because of the last battle had also attracted many people's investigation. Matters related to the Black Ink clan were not a secret to the top masters of the cave heavens and paradises, but knowing and seeing were two different matters, so they were naturally curious. The Black Ink strength's peculiarity and the Black Ink disciples' stubbornness deeply shocked them. Yang Kai's brilliant performance in this incident had also piqued the interest of many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. As the Lord of Voidland and a great Emperor of the Star Boundary, Yang Kai wasn't an unknown figure, so most of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had at least heard of him. However, that didn't mean many of them had seen him before. This time, they finally got to meet him in person. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai got acquainted with many 7th and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai also took this opportunity to peddle his profound Yin Bamboo. As one of the 12 minor universe pillars, the value of the profound Yin Bamboo was naturally well known. Furthermore, with the appearance of the Black Ink clan, the profound Yin Bamboo became even more important. Although it couldn't make its owner immune to the Black Ink strength like the World Spring, it still offered quite a bit of resistance to Black Ink strength's corrosion, allowing the small universe to remain more stable. When Yang Kai had negotiated with many foreign envoys about the right to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace in the past, he had added the profound Yin Bamboo onto the negotiation table, owing to which the High Heaven Palace would provide each cave heaven and paradise with some profound Yin Bamboo. However, there were simply too few of them to go around. Compared to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the various cave heavens and paradises, the profound Yin Bamboo provided by High Heaven Palace was simply insufficient. Now that they had met Yang Kai though, the Lord of Voidland, in Black Territory, the high-rank Open Heaven Masters naturally wanted to target him. Be that as it may, how could Yang Kai give away the profound Yin Bamboo for free with his money-grubbing personality? In Lanya Paradise, he even forcefully sold his healing pills to those he beat up, let alone a real treasure like one of the 12 minor universe pillars. From the standpoint of a sect master, Yang Kai was just doing his best to accumulate resources. The amount of profound Yin Bamboo he had cultivated in his small universe was not small, but as he was about to advance to the seventh order, he did not focus his time and attention on cultivating them, as the growth of the profound Yin bamboo would be at the expense of his own foundation. After much probing and bargaining, Yang Kai and the many high-rank Open Heaven Masters finally reached a price satisfactory to all parties. Profound Yin bamboo were then sold one after another. Regardless, a single shoot of the profound Yin bamboo would not be of much use. The owner would first need to consume their own foundation to cultivate the profound Yin bamboo and then transform it into a large bamboo forest. The bigger the bamboo forest, the stronger the effects of the profound Yin bamboo. This definitely required time and effort, but as the high-rank Open Heaven Masters had extremely long lifespans, they really didn't care about this. Over the past few months, the miners in Black Territory had dug up quite a lot of materials from the various stars, so much so that Luan Baifeng even brought Yang Kai to check them out some time ago. After returning, Yang Kai also put all of them into his small universe. By the time Yang Kai had sold most of the profound Yin bamboos, the Golden Antelope Paradise ship had arrived. All the Black Ink disciples were loaded onto the ship, and 37th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from different cave heavens and paradises were stationed aboard it for security. After settling everything, Yang Kai led the ship out of Black Territory. These Black Ink disciples were of paramount importance. Furthermore, the cave heaven and paradises didn't want any mishaps along the way. If an accident occurred and these Black Ink disciples were able to escape somehow, the vast universe would instantly fall into chaos, so the ancestors had taken precautions. The lineup of 37th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was quite grand, enough to deal with any unexpected situation. The ship was extremely large, but its speed was also quite surprising for its size. Soon, it left Black Territory and sailed towards the chaotic Dead Territory. At some point, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly shouted, prompting the scattered high-rank Open Heaven Masters to immediately gather around. Yang Kai too instantly appeared at the source of the voice, asking, "What is it?" "Someone's chasing after us." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had issued the warning, raised his hand, pointing toward the rear. Yang Kai looked over and found that a streak of light was indeed rapidly approaching the ship from the rear. Judging by its speed, it was obviously not something an ordinary Open Heaven Realm Master would possess. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but turn solemn. No one knew who was chasing after them or what their purpose was. "Be on guard," Yang Kai exhorted in a low voice. On this trip to the chaotic Dead Territory, his cultivation might have been the lowest, but he was the one in charge. Thus, the 30 high-rank masters circulated their strength and prepared for battle. A moment later, Yang Kai gawked at the figure approaching them, speechless. The one chasing them was none other than 6th Divine Monarch, Li Mu, of Golden Antelope Paradise. Everyone wondered what he was doing here. Lu Mu directly landed on the stern of the ship. When he looked around and saw the 7th Order Masters staring at him vigilantly, he instantly became dissatisfied. "What the hell are you looking at, you brats?" The 7th Order Masters looked at each other, not knowing what to say, but all of them knew that this Golden Antelope Paradise ancestor had a fiery temper. His words might be harsh, he didn't have any malicious intent. Yang Kai quickly asked, "Senior, what brings you here? Do you have any instructions for us?" Lu Mu stiffly replied, "Nothing of the sort, I just wanted to come with you to blow off some steam." Yang Kai's face twitched as he asked, "Blow off some steam?" Lu Mu heaved a sigh. "It's because I can't win an argument with those old farts. It's too frustrating, so I'd rather not bother. I said I wanted to slaughter the Black Ink clansmen as soon as possible to avoid future troubles, but they just want to take their sweet time to deliberate on it. What's there to deliberate? By the time they come to a decision, it will already be too late." Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. He already had no say in the matters of the Black Ink clansmen. The matter rested at the hands of cave heavens and paradises. It was up for them to decide. Lu Mu could freely vent his anger, but he could not. Lu Mu, on the other hand, suddenly threw this matter to the back of his mind and excitedly asked, "Young boy, have you personally seen the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer?" Indeed. Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. What do they look like? Are they really tall and fierce? Lu Mu asked curiously. This time, even the 37th Order Masters became interested and perked up their ears. Everyone knew about the existence of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, and all had heard countless rumors about them, but none of them had been fortunate enough to witness their true appearances. Those who had seen them were all dead. Yang Kai thought about the image of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and felt that it had nothing to do with their height or strength. Both of them were much more like children who needed to be coaxed. Playing house with them in the chaotic dead territory was definitely the greatest shame in his life. I guess you can say that, looking at the look of reverence on Lu Mu's face though, Yang Kai felt that it was best not to break his fantasy. Lu Mu rushed over and sheepishly requested, "Young boy, can you introduce this monarch to them when we arrive at the chaotic dead territory? This monarch wants to admire their noble bearing." Yang Kai promptly stated without giving it another thought, "I'll try my best. Senior, you also know that people like them really don't have a good temper. Whether we can meet them, and whether they will help us, I'm also not sure." Lu Mu solemnly nodded his understanding. "I understand, just do your best. Even if you can't, it's just because my luck isn't that good, I won't hold it against you." Yang Kai curiously asked, "Why does Senior want to meet those two?" Lu Mu leisurely replied, "It's the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Who doesn't want to meet them? Don't you want to see them?" His last sentence was meant for the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everyone earnestly nodded again and again. Some of them even wore a flattering look as they looked at Yang Kai, probably requesting him to introduce them too. Lu Mu added, grinning, "When this monarch returns alive after meeting those, I can rub it in the faces of those old farts." He kept calling them old farts, but he forgot that in the eyes of others, he was probably one of them too. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Martial Peak, Chapter 4877, Returning to the Chaotic Dead Territory. The huge ship sailed for 3 months before finally arriving at the outskirts of the chaotic dead territory. An 8th Order ancestor, the one Yang Kai had met before, was still stationed outside the territory gate. Although the current chaotic dead territory was much less dangerous because of Yang Kai's previous visit, and it could even be said that there was no longer any danger at all, when it came to the almighty sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, none dared to lower their vigilance. The territory gate was guarded by many high-rank Open Heaven Masters at all times, just in case. "Senior De." Yang Kai jumped down from the ship and respectfully greeted the 8th Order ancestor. The last time he met this 8th Order Master, Yang Kai had no idea how to address him, so he didn't ask any questions. However, when he was in Yinyang Cave Heaven, Yuxiang Dai told him that this person was an 8th Order ancestor of Great Battle Cave Heaven, Clear Horizon Divine Monarch, De. Clear Horizon Divine Monarch slightly nodded before looking behind him with a puzzled expression and calling out, "Lu Mu?" They might have different backgrounds, but as 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they naturally knew each other. After all, each of the cave heavens and paradises had only so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After having lived for so many years, everyone was basically familiar with each other. 6th Divine Monarch stepped forward and respectfully cupped his fist. "Senior Brother De." De furrowed his brow. What happened? He had already sensed the auras of many living people on the ship with his powerful divine sense, but he could not understand why Yang Kai and Lu Mu had brought these people here. Furthermore, the presence of 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the ship also made him very concerned. For the mobilization of such a huge force, several cave heavens and paradises would have had to come together. He faintly felt that something big must have happened. "Senior Brother De, it's better if you see for yourself." Lu Mu stretched out, gesturing him an invitation. Clear Horizon Divine Monarch pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Upon boarding the ship, he was beside himself in shock when he saw thousands of imprisoned Black Ink disciples. Not to mention the fact that there were still some obvious traces left behind even if the Black Ink disciples had been sealed by a secret technique. For example, Fan Xiuqi, who had advanced from the 5th order to the 6th order. He might have broken his open heaven realm order limit, but it also left a great deal of hidden danger in his body. Not only had his body dramatically expanded, but many lumps and black cysts had also appeared on his body, making him look extremely gruesome. Lu Mu and Yang Kai accompanied De Yi as the latter studied the Black Ink Disciples' situation, briefly explaining what had happened in Black Territory. De Yi was surprised when he heard everything. The Black Ink clansman is actually hiding in Black Territory? Lu Mu corrected him, not hiding but imprisoned. Right now, those old ghosts are discussing how to deal with him. Then these Black Ink disciples. Lu Mu glanced at Yang Kai before explaining. Young boy said that the two inside had the ability to purge the Black Ink strength, striking at the root of the problem, so we brought these Black Ink disciples here. De Yi naturally knew who the two he was referring to. He had followed Yang Kai inside and had personally seen them after all. Are you confident? De Yi looked at Yang Kai. I'll try my best. Yang Kai didn't dare give a definite answer. Although he had gotten along quite well with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he had no idea what was going on in their minds. De Yi slightly nodded his acknowledgement. I'll accompany you. As an 8th Order ancestor guarding the territory gate, it was his duty to monitor every single movement related to the chaotic dead territory. After a simple arrangement, the others remained to guard the territory gate while they followed the ship into the chaotic dead territory. Lu Mu and the 30 high-rank masters immediately became a little nervous as the ship entered the chaotic dead territory. They had all heard of the chaotic dead territory and knew how dangerous it was, but when they personally laid their eyes on it, they were totally confused. Much to their surprise, the chaotic dead territory was completely calm and serene, without the slightest hint of danger. This was very different from the rumors. Each of their sects had an ancestor who was once stationed at this place. Even as the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors, they could only enter the periphery of the chaotic dead territory for a short time to investigate the situation and could not venture in too deep, otherwise their lives would be forfeit. Rumor had it that the chaotic dead territory was filled with the fallout of the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer clashes. Every time they fought, it would bring about unimaginable destruction. Seemingly noticing everyone's curiosity, De explained, the chaotic dead territory used to be extremely dangerous, but ever since Yang Kai came here, this place has calmed down significantly. Hearing this, Lu Mu asked in surprise, what did you do to turn their hostility into friendship? Yang Kai didn't know how he should explain. The only reply he could give was, you will know when you meet them. Lu Mu nodded before he took a deep breath and straightened his back, trying his best to put on a dignified air. Apart from a large spirit province that seemed to be pieced together, there was nothing else inside the chaotic dead territory. This spirit province was created by Yang Kai and De Yi together, using an abandoned universe world from the adjacent Great Territory. A glimmering ball of light that looked like a sun was hanging high above the spirit province, illuminating its surface. The light seemed extremely gentle, but when Lu Mu used his divine sense to examine it, he suddenly let out a muffled groan as he stumbled and started bleeding from his mouth and nose. Ancestor! Everyone was shocked. Lu Mu immediately waved off, I'm fine. Don't try to probe that thing. Just now, when his divine sense came into contact with the light, he instantly felt a destructive force envelop him. It was so overwhelming that even an 8th Order Open Heaven Master like him was unable to resist it and was instantly injured. If even someone as strong as him could get this injured, how could the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were also curious about this light, dare to rashly investigate? The few people who were about to probe it secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the injuries to Lu Mu's divine sense weren't too serious. Also, he knew that nothing in this chaotic dead territory could be underestimated, so when he was investigating the ball of light, he had done so cautiously. These little injuries weren't that big of a deal. Be that as it may, the fact that he had suffered a loss even before meeting the burning light and serene glimmer made him realize just how powerful these two beings were. The ship flew towards the spirit province and soon came to a stop in the void. Everyone looked down from the deck and was immediately stunned. The cause of their shock was the sight of countless small stone-like men charging at each other like a tide on the plains of the Spirit Province. These small stone men didn't seem to have high intelligence and were simply letting out strange cries as they rushed forward. However, their numbers were overwhelming. There were at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers on each side. Everyone looked on in amazement because even with their vast experience, they had never seen a race like this. They could not determine which race they belonged to. What was even more surprising was the fact that such a large group of living creatures were actually surviving in the chaotic dead territory where the burning light and serene glimmer existed. However, what happened next left everyone confused. The two armies formed by the small stone man, after colliding with each other, actually began to fight. Each of these small stone ants was holding weapons of varying shapes and sizes in their hands. They were trying their best to hack their enemies into pieces, for which they were willing to use even their hands and teeth if they had to. The two armies moved as swiftly as the wind. By the looks of it, they were well trained and were clearly directed by some brilliant commanders. While the two armies were engaged in a fierce battle, more squads emerged from the sides, flanking and intercepting their respective enemies. What's going on? Lu Mu was completely confused. These small stone men might be living creatures, but obviously they were not that strong. He could destroy them all by himself, but what he saw in front of him really confused him. They are the small stone race. They are very similar to ants in their behavior. They are a race I discovered in the New Great Territory, Yang Kai explained. New Great Territory. Lu Mu's brow rose as he recalled the New Great Territory that had appeared beside the star boundary. The New Great Territory was occupied by Yang Kai as soon as it appeared, so there was nothing the cave heavens and paradises could do about it. They knew nothing about the New Great Territory, but now he knew that Yang Kai had actually discovered a new race inside. Seniors shouldn't look down on the small stone race. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Their intelligence might not be high and they might not be able to cultivate, but if we keep them inside our small universes, they are highly beneficial. Lu Mu immediately became interested. What are the advantages? They reproduce extremely quickly as long as enough resources are provided, and each one of them provides 10 times the benefit of other living creatures to the small universe's foundation. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they all gasped in shock. Even Dai looked at Yang Kai in surprise, clearly seeking confirmation. Yang Kai affirmed, nodding, this junior's small universe has many small stone race members as well as many humans, so the comparison is quite obvious. The look in Six-Wood Divine Monarch's eyes suddenly became hot. Young boy, you see, when you were in danger in Black Territory, this monarch was the first to rush to help you. So about this small stone race. Yang Kai replied, if senior wishes, this junior can naturally send some to Golden Antelope Paradise. You don't want money? Lu Mu cautiously asked. Back in Black Territory, Yang Kai had sold his profound Een bamboo to the many high-rank Open Heaven Masters, and his profiteering look had left a deep impression on him. Yang Kai couldn't help but break into laughter, as long as senior can afford it. Dai coughed lightly and stated, my great battle cave heaven also wants a batch. No problem, whichever cave heaven paradise wants them, I'll have someone take care of it when we return to the star boundary, Yang Kai readily agreed. But let me make one thing clear to all of you. Although the small stone race's reproduction rate is extremely fast, it is very dependent on cultivating materials. The more material one invests, the faster their reproduction rate will be. Lu Mu nodded his acknowledgement. Naturally, there is nothing in life which is truly free. The battle on the plains was extremely intense. The two armies fought back and forth, but they were actually evenly matched. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters felt their hearts ache, looking at so many small stone race members dying every breath. They didn't take it seriously when they didn't know that the small stone race could bring them benefits, but now that they knew how amazing the small stone race was, every death seemed like a terrible loss to them. Lu Mu couldn't help but want to forcefully collect a batch of them and raise them in their small universe. Fortunately, he did not act impulsively. When the battle between the two armies reached its climax, two more teams joined the battle from the rear of both sides. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4878, delivered. These two teams were clearly different from ordinary small stone race members. Their bodies were several times larger and their appearances were even more ferocious. A small figure was also riding the leading small stone race member of both teams. "Ah, why are there two little children here?" Lu Mu exclaimed in surprise. One of the two children suddenly shot a look at him. This casual glance caused Lu Mu to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body went stiff as cold sweat dripped down his back. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were personally commanding their most elite teams on the battlefield to fight right now. Fortunately, these two were only supervising and had no intention of taking action. Otherwise, the fallout of their clash would be unimaginable. If these two were to battle, the Spirit Province would be reduced to nothing in an instant. One after another, the small stone race fell to the ground as pieces of rocks blanketed the battlefield. The battle quickly reached a conclusion. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the remaining troops of their respective armies slowly retreated. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, remained on the battlefield. Big Brother Huang calmly looked at Big Sister Lan and arrogantly asserted, "You lost." Big Sister Lan disdainfully stated, "You lost." Big Brother Huang sneered, "What's the point of haggling with me every time? Your small stone race has more casualties." Big Sister Lan countered, pursing her lips, "But your personal guard has already been defeated by me. If we kept fighting, you would have definitely lost." Big Brother Huang shook his head, "It's useless. No matter how you fight, you still won't be able to defeat me. Even if I don't have my elite guard, I can still defeat you." "Stop bragging." Big Sister Lan made a face at Big Brother Huang. "You lost all your guards. Who will you use to fight me?" Both of them glared at each other as if there was an irreconcilable blood feud between the two. Suddenly, both of them looked up toward the sky and asked in unison, "Who do you think won?" Yang Kai didn't even have time to hide. For a moment, Yang Kai had a huge headache. The last time he left, he had given these two the small stone race for the two to rear and use to compete with each other. The loser would have to satisfy the other party's desire to become the big brother or big sister. By the looks of it now, these two were having a great time playing this game and were still in high spirits even after so long, but there was no accurate standard to determine the winner. Yang Kai had a bad feeling when the two started arguing, and his premonition really came true. Summoning up his courage, Yang Kai flew down from the ship and greeted with a smile, "Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, we meet again." 6 Wood Divine Monarch and Clear Horizon Divine Monarch followed closely behind Yang Kai. With his past experience, how could Lu Mu not be able to guess the identities of these two children? After all, how could two children survive in the chaotic dead territory? He was filled with anxiety at first, but after hearing how Yang Kai addressed them, his eyes could not help but widen in shock. They had already experienced this shock once before, so his expression remained the same this time. Lu Mu stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Golden Antelope Paradise's Lu Mu greets two seniors. These two might look like little children, but they were actually seniors amongst seniors. Even an old ancestor from the cave heavens and paradises would lose out in terms of seniority to them. The two ignored him and simply stared at Yang Kai, as if they didn't hear Lu Mu at all, and all that mattered was Yang Kai's answer. Lu Mu suddenly felt somewhat awkward. No matter what, he was still an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, an ancestor-level figure in the cave heavens and paradises. He would be admired and respected by everyone no matter where he went. It had been millennia since he had last encountered this kind of situation, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. It was Yang Kai who helped him out, quietly nudging him and stating, "What's senior? Don't call them senior, call them big brother and big sister." Lu Mu's eyes widened even more, staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Obviously, he was asking with his eyes, "Is that okay?" Yang Kai might have called them Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, but he didn't dare act rashly in front of these two. Addressing like this violated the order of seniority, and if this offended them, the entire golden antelope paradise wouldn't even be able to fill the gaps between their gnashing teeth. Just as he was hesitating, Di had already accepted Yang Kai's suggestion and cupped his fist toward Big Brother Huang. Big Brother. He then turned to Big Sister Lan. Big Sister. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan both turned to look at him, nodding slightly. There was a kind look in their eyes, as if they were exchanging greetings. It's really okay? Lu Mu was stunned. He had never seen such a strange thing in his long life. Nonetheless, he called them Big Brother and Big Sister without any hesitation, his attitude genial and tone sincere. This finally made the two acknowledge his existence. Just as he was feeling comforted in his heart, Yang Kai suddenly betrayed him and Big Brother and Big Sister are quite worried about their battle, but Little Brother's vision is too poor to judge the winner here. It would be better to ask these two as they are much stronger than Little Brother and their vision is much more profound. Saying so, he swiftly took a step back. Clear Horizon Divine Monarch and 6 with Divine Monarch stood out at once, which made their facial muscles twitch. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, shifted their gazes and intensely stared at them, causing the two of them to feel uncomfortable as if swords were being poked into their backs. Speak, did I win? Big Brother Huang asked, looking at the two. Although his tone was calm, whether it was Lu Mu or Di, both of them could faintly sense the threat in his tone. They could tell that if they were to say no, they would not be alive to see the sun tomorrow. It's me who won, isn't it? You've been watching from above for so long, you must have noticed. Big Sister Lan's tone wasn't threatening, but the look in her eyes was obviously not. Cold sweat dripped down the backs of the two 8th Order ancestors. This was the first time they ever felt that life was so difficult. Lu Mu secretly cursed to himself, I should have stayed in black territory. Why did I follow Yang Boy here? He couldn't afford to offend either of these two. It was impossible for him to achieve a perfect answer no matter what, but he had no choice but to give one. Being stared at by those two, Lu Mu was under a great deal of pressure. He secretly glanced at Di through the corner of his eyes, but he noticed cold sweat dripping down his temple too, causing him to secretly laugh in his heart. It turns out I am not the only one suffering here. Lu Mu suddenly became much more relaxed, and after a moment of deliberation he finally spoke. When I was watching the battle, I thought that it was as if the heavens themselves were commanding those soldiers. The soldiers were moving and fighting in an orderly manner. Little Brother truly admires you. He then turned to Di and shot him a look. Di immediately understood and continued. However, the outcome of this battle has yet to be decided, so it is difficult to say who won and lost. There are many factors that determine the outcome of a battle, such as the timing, location, and soldiers, all of which are indispensable. Any slight change in circumstances can change the entire course of the battle, so it is difficult to determine the winner. Seeing the unhappy faces of the two, Lu Mu quickly interrupted. However, based on the number of casualties your subordinates have suffered, it should be a tie, so in my opinion, this battle is a draw, right? He didn't dare to answer too confidently. He kept observing their expressions, preparing to say something else if this did not satisfy them. Di immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, 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 a draw. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan fell into deep thought. Both of them were clearly unsatisfied with this answer, but it was still acceptable. As far as the two were concerned, it was a win as long as they did not lose. Big Brother Huang raised his head and suggested, then let's call it a draw. He suddenly turned to Big Sister Lan and assertively declared, next time, I'll definitely beat you until you call me Big Brother. Big Sister Lan was not to be outdone. If you think you have what it takes to defeat me, then you come at me anytime. But first, ask if my army of 30 million agrees. Brother Huang sneered, it's obviously just 18 million, yet you insist on saying it's 30 million, you really like boasting. The two broke into another argument, but Di and Lu Mu both let out long sighs of relief. They felt as if they had just escaped a disaster. Suddenly, the two stopped bickering and looked at Yang Kai together. Big Brother Huang then stated, You seem to have brought a lot of disgusting people with you this time. The last time Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan noticed the black ink strength inside Yang Kai, both of them showed faces of revulsion. The thousands of black ink disciples on the ship might have their energy suppressed and sealed, but how could the black ink strength escape Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's senses? In fact, they had already noticed everything as soon as the ship entered the chaotic dead territory. It was just that the two were more focused on the outcome of their battle, so they didn't bother to ask anything. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fist. Little brother is actually here for this reason. The people on the ship have been corrupted by the black ink strength and have been turned into black ink disciples. They have lost their sense of self. I would like to ask for Big Brother and Big Sister's help to save them. Big Brother Huang furrowed his brow. There are so many of them. Yang Kai added, in the vast universe, only Big Brother and Big Sister can expel the black ink strength. If you two don't do anything, they will definitely die. Big Brother Huang hesitated for a moment before suddenly glancing at Big Sister Lan, who happened to look at him too. Their eyes met, and both of them seemed to be thinking the same thing. The next moment, Yang Kai and the two divine monarchs saw the two little children squat down and leaned closer, whispering to each other. Big Brother Huang asked, have you noticed a problem recently? Big Sister Lan asked, you also noticed? Big Brother Huang nodded in acknowledgement. The number of small stone race under our command is increasing, so it's getting harder to command them. They're too stupid, sometimes they don't even understand what we want them to do. Little Brother Yang also said that their intelligence is not high, so they cannot understand complex orders. That's why we need some generals who will follow our orders and lead our armies into battle. I've thought about it before, but I couldn't find anyone. We couldn't find them before, but don't we have them now? And they've even delivered themselves to us. While speaking, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan both turned to look up at the ship, then at 6 with Divine Monarch and Clear Horizon Divine Monarch with deep and profound gazes. The two Divine Monarchs felt their faces immediately twitched. A strange look also appeared on Yang Kai's face as he kindly reminded the two, Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, we can hear everything you're saying. Martial Peak, Chapter 4879, Take care of it yourself. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to this and focused on their discussion. Big Brother Huang added, excluding those yucky ones, there are a total of 33 people. 37th Order Open Heaven Realm escorts, along with Lu Mu, Dai, and Yang Kai, were exactly 33. Big Sister Lan stated with a grin, half each. Big Brother Huang corrected her, worried, there's one more. Big Sister Lan explained, waving off, forget about Little Brother Yang, he doesn't look very smart, he's probably not much better than those from the small stone race. Let's leave those annoying flies to him, it will save us some trouble. You're right. Big Brother Huang nodded seriously. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat these two, he really wanted to ask, what do stupid people look like? Do they have some kind of horns on their heads? Originally, Lu Mu and Dai were depressed, but now that they heard these two speak, they couldn't help but snicker. On the other side, after Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan finished discussing, the two looked over. Lu Mu and Dai quickly restrained their smiles and wore solemn expressions on their faces. Big Brother Huang stated, Little Brother Yang, we just discussed, it's not like we can't help you, after all, you're also our little brother. Since you've come to beg us, we can't just sit back and watch. Big Sister Lan quickly followed up, but we also have conditions. Yang Kai knew their conditions but still pretended to be ignorant and asked curiously, how can I help? Big Brother Huang replied, it's like this, since you left us last time, our forces have been expanding rapidly, and now each of us has an army of tens of millions. It has become harder to control them. We urgently need some generals and officers who can obey our orders. I think the people you brought this time are quite suitable, so why not let them serve under us? In that case, we'll have time to help you. Before Yang Kai could respond, Lu Mu asked anxiously, Big Brother, Big Sister, can you change your conditions? He finally understood that what these two invincible existences did on the spirit province was simply to kill time. In any case, he was still an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, yet instead of eliminating great evils and protecting the innocent, he would have to play around with these two children. If word got out, he would completely lose face. This was something he absolutely could not agree to. Although they didn't say anything, his meaning was clear. Big Brother Huang decisively refused. This is the only condition. If you don't like it, you can leave. Yang Kai quickly looked towards them. The next moment, his eyes became filled with sorrow and his tone turned heavy and solemn. Seniors, please consider the bigger picture. The two of them immediately glared at him, wanting nothing more than to sew his mouth shut. Big Brother Huang's face slightly sank. It seems you don't like the idea of working under us. Big Sister Lan also looked a bit angry. If you don't want to, then leave. No one is forcing you to stay. Yang Kai tried his best to persuade them. Seniors, there are thousands of lives on that ship. This time there are thousands, but the next time there may be even more. The vast universe will never forget your sacrifice. Lu Mu and they now couldn't wait to chop Yang Kai into a million pieces. This brat was obviously just enjoying the show like it had nothing to do with him. After all, it did not cost him anything to throw them into the pit. Be that as it may, their current situation left them with no other choice but to agree to their terms. Just as Yang Kai had stated, this time there were thousands of lives. But what about next time? No one could guarantee that their sex disciples would not be corrupted by the black ink strength at some point. They did not want to experience the tragedy of Langya Paradise. If they could get the burning light and serene glimmers help and capture black ink disciples in the future, they would not have to kill them all. Lu Mu clenched his teeth and agreed. Good, since Big Brother and Big Sister think so highly of me, if this little brother still refuses, I would be someone who does not know how to appreciate kindness. This little brother is willing to obey your orders in the future. The East sighed in his heart, knowing he couldn't refuse either. So, he smiled and nodded. Little brother is of the same mind. The sullen Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan immediately smiled and stated, Great, awesome, quickly call your people over. 6 Would Divine Monarch's divine sense surged before 37th Order Open Heaven Realm flew down from the ship the next moment. Although they had seen most of the proceedings from up there, they didn't know what was going on in detail. They could only vaguely guess that the two little kids were the legendary sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Lu Mu pointed at Big Brother Huang and ordered everyone, come and greet Big Brother. The 37th Order Masters were all dumbfounded and couldn't understand why their ancestor was saying something like that. However, they didn't dare to ask too much. Since their ancestor had given such instructions, he must have his reasons. All of them cupped their fists and shouted, Big Brother. Lu Mu then pointed at Big Sister Lan, this is Big Sister. Everyone bowed once more. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan smiled even more happily. They even became humbler because of this. Big Brother Huang offered, you're younger, you choose first. Big Sister Lan smiled and offered in return, you're younger, you go first. Yang Kai knew that he could not allow this to go on. Otherwise, the peaceful atmosphere would immediately be destroyed. Thus, he quickly intervened, asking, if Big Brother and Big Sister don't mind, how about I help you? Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan looked at each other before nodding, good. Yang Kai immediately began distributing the manpower. In fact, it didn't take any effort to assign teams. 2 8th Order and 37th Order Masters were evenly distributed with a casual wave of his hand. Big Brother Huang's face was filled with eagerness. Great, now we have generals who can understand our commands. The next time we fight, it will definitely be more exciting. Big Sister Lan smiled and spoke in a provocative manner, then you must work hard, don't cry when you lose. You just wait and watch. Big Brother Huang coldly snorted before he called out to his 16 high-rank masters, you all come with me. Big Sister Lan pointed at the other 16, you come with me. Yang Kai quickly interrupted them, please wait a moment, what about the people on the ship? I hope the two of you can first expel the black ink strength from their bodies. I'll leave that to you. Big Brother Huang impatiently passed the matter to Yang Kai before stretching out his hand and pointing towards him. Yang Kai suddenly felt a scalding pain on the back of his left hand, as if it was being burned by flames, giving him a fright. Before he could react, Big Sister Lan extended her hand toward him again, and in the next moment, he felt a frigid sensation on the back of his right hand. One cold, one hot, it was extremely strange. Yang Kai looked down and saw nothing on the back of his hands, but he could feel that there was something there. Yang Kai found this scene quite familiar and recalled the last time he had left. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had pointed at him and left behind an extremely mysterious power in his body, greatly enhancing his dragon vein and increasing his dragon form to 20,000 meters. Moreover, he still had not completely refined that power, and it had thus been lying dormant inside his body. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how magnificent his dragon form would become after he completely refined that power. Seeing that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had already mounted their respective small stone race guards, Yang Kai quickly asked, "What should I do?" Everything in this world has its own counter. Although the black ink strength is strange, it is not invincible. Use the benefits you obtained here and your brain to purify it. Having said as much, Big Brother Huang turned around and started heading towards one end of the spirit province. Lu Mu walked over to Yang Kai and warned him with a gloomy expression on his face, "If any of this leaks out, you're dead." Having no other choice but to accompany two kids and play their games was already the limit of what Lu Mu could endure. If the word got out, he would be too ashamed to show his face in public. Yang Kai quickly nodded his acknowledgement. "Seniors, rest assured, no one else will find out about this." "That's for the best." Having said so, Lu Mu led the 15 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and chased after Big Brother Huang. On the other hand, De Yi led the other 15 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters away with Big Sister Lan. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai was left, along with the remains of the small stone race. Yang Kai looked at his hands as he sunk into his thoughts. Big Brother Huang spoke some cryptic words, leaving him all confused, but the meaning had been quite clear. He was now able to expel the black ink strength. What should I do? Big Brother Huang wouldn't lie about something like this. There must be some kind of profound mystery behind the finger pointed by Big Sister Lan and him. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before arriving on the flying ship and casually grabbing a black ink disciple. This black ink disciple's cultivation wasn't high, only in the third order. Yang Kai didn't know him, but his strength was sealed and he was unable to move at all. Even his small universe was completely suppressed. Be that as it may, his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai mobilized his small universe's strength to his two hands, but after trying for a long time, he found that it had no effect, let alone expel the black ink strength. He could not even feel the heat and chill he had felt before. Recalling what Big Brother Huang had said before he left, Yang Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Big Brother Huang mentioned the benefits I had obtained from this place. The greatest benefit he had reaped from the last time he was here was the endless amounts of yellow and blue crystals, derived from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's own strength. These were the purest yin and yang element materials. Yang Kai casually took out a palm-sized piece of yellow crystal from his small universe. The quality of this piece of yellow crystal wasn't high, only fourth order, so it was perfect for testing. With a flash of thought, Yang Kai immediately felt a burning sensation on the back of his left hand. When he looked down, he spotted a faint circular pattern where the burning came from. Holding the yellow crystal in his hand, the yang element power contained within it was clearly pulled by an inexplicable force, quickly flowing into the circular pattern on the back of his hand. The pattern soon became visible and dazzling. A moment later, the palm-sized yellow crystal disappeared into thin air. All its energy was pulled into Yang Kai's left hand. The circular pattern on the back of his hand lit up like a small sun. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He quickly took out a blue crystal from his small universe and tried again. As expected, with just a thought, a pattern appeared on the back of his right hand, but this one was a deep blue in color. As the blue crystal's energy poured into it, the glow became more profound. Martial Peak, Chapter 4880, Method to Expel the Black Ink Strength. Whether it was the yellow crystals or the blue crystals, both of them were the condensation of the burning light and serene glimmer strength. Although they had transformed into yin and yang element materials that could be refined and absorbed after being broken down in battle with each other, their essence hadn't changed much. Before leaving, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had shot some kind of energy from their fingers, leaving a kind of key on the back of Yang Kai's left and right hand to draw out that energy. With yellow in his left hand and blue in his right, yin and yang, Yang Kai pressed his palms together before the two energies started merging, blooming into a dazzling white light. Yang Kai had never seen such a pure white light before. It was totally without any impurity, giving the impression that it could cleanse everything in this world. The third-order black ink disciple had been glaring at Yang Kai with a look of anger and hatred after he had been picked up. He kept roaring at the top of his lungs meaninglessly like a vicious beast that wanted to swallow Yang Kai alive. However, when the flash of white light burst forth, the ferocity and anger in his eyes were instantly replaced by confusion. The next moment, his confusion turned into panic as he began to violently struggle. Be that as it may, he was unable to move no matter how he tried, as his strength was restricted by a secret technique. Yang Kai became more confident at the sight of this and believed he had found the right method. He had never thought that the yellow and blue crystals he had obtained in the chaotic dead territory would become the key to expelling the black ink strength. Yang Kai raised his hand, grabbing the small sun radiating with white light, and thrust it onto the black ink disciple's head. The white light poured down on the black ink disciple like moonlight, bathing him in it. To Yang Kai's surprise, a change occurred instantaneously. The black ink disciple seemed to be in unimaginable agony as his eyes bulged and his face contorted in pain. Immediately after, wisps of black aura began to emerge from his body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not only that, a sound similar to the melting of snow came from the black ink disciple's body. Yang Kai carefully felt the black aura escaping from the black ink disciple's body. It resembled black ink strength, but seemed to be lacking in stability, probably because it was being purified by the white light. Thus, it couldn't continue to exist like pure black ink strength, disappearing as soon as it was expelled. Black wisps gushed out from the black ink disciple's body at first, but as time passed, fewer and fewer appeared while the black ink disciple's originally pained expression grew calmer. In just a few breaths of time, no more black wisps escaped from the black ink disciple as his eyes finally regained clarity. Yet, the small sun-like white light in Yang Kai's hand had not been completely consumed, only about half of it had been used up. In other words, the remaining white light should be enough to disperse the black ink strength from another black ink disciple's body. Yang Kai didn't intend to waste this. After all, this was the energy derived from the yellow and blue crystals. He thus held it in his hand and examined the black ink disciple. Many thanks for Sect Master Yang's life-saving grace. The black ink disciple suddenly thanked, his expression perfectly normal and extremely sincere. Yang Kai raised his brows slightly. I'll remove your restriction, don't make any sudden movements. Understood. The black ink disciple replied. Only then did Yang Kai remove the restriction sealing his power. As expected, the black ink disciple did not act rashly. So Yang Kai simply demanded, "Open up your small universe, I must examine it." Only by examining the other party's small universe would Yang Kai be able to determine if there was any trace of black ink strength left in this third-order open heaven realm master. Normally, such a request would be considered extremely rude and no one would easily agree to it, but this third-order cultivator clearly understood how that eerie black mist that was controlling him would manifest. So, after a moment of hesitation, he quickly opened his small universe to prove his innocence. The foundation of a third-order open heaven realm master was not strong, so their small universe was still immaterial and illusory, not having a physical form. Yang Kai carefully examined it, and only after confirming that there was no more black ink strength left in his small universe did he finally relax. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan might not seem very reliable, but they were still trustworthy. Although they didn't personally expel the black ink strength, they had shown Yang Kai the way forward. Furthermore, Yang Kai looked at the white ball of light in his hand and faintly felt that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's actions were not simply because they found it troublesome, but because they intended to give him a method to expel the black ink strength himself. If he were to encounter black ink disciples again in the future, he wouldn't need to travel trillions upon trillions of kilometers to the chaotic dead territory to ask for their help. He could take care of them himself. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai looked up at the person in front of him and asked, "Does anything feel off to you?" The Third Order Open Heaven Realm Master silently checked his body for a moment before shaking his head in response. "There's nothing wrong, it feels like I've been reborn." "Do you remember what happened?" The Third Order Open Heaven Realm Master bitterly smiled. "I do. I remember everything clearly. When I was possessed by that evil power, my thoughts weren't affected much. They remained the same, but my true self seemed to have been sealed, replaced by another me that I didn't even recognize. This is the true malevolence of the black ink strength. Those who are corroded by it will only revere the black ink clan." The Third Order Open Heaven Realm nodded with lingering fear. Recalling the thoughts he used to have, he truly understood Yang Kai's meaning. This humble one will forever remember this debt. The Third Order Open Heaven Realm sincerely expressed his gratitude. Yang Kai stated, waving off, "It was a minor matter, you don't need to concern yourself with it. However, you can't leave for the time being. This is not an ordinary place, so you need to remain here and wait until everything is settled." "Yes." The man nodded before asking, "Does Sect Master Yang need any assistance?" Yang Kai turned his head, looking at the thousands of people on the ship as a sense of responsibility suddenly weighed on his heart. "If you want to help, bring them here one by one." The man readily agreed and rushed off, quickly bringing back a black ink disciple. Just like he did earlier, this black ink disciple glared at the two with hatred, even though his strength had been tightly sealed. Yang Kai sent the remaining white light into the black ink disciple's body as the earlier scene repeated. The black ink strength was dispersed as the angry black ink disciple's expression gradually became calm. One by one, the black ink disciples regained their rationality. Yang Kai had to carefully examine the condition of every black ink disciple's small universe that he dispelled the black ink strength from, to make sure he didn't miss anything. As the days passed by, more and more black ink disciples were purified. Furthermore, Yang Kai discovered the specifics of the usage of the yellow crystals and blue crystals over this period. They were definitely not just cultivation materials, but also the greatest treasures to resist the black ink strength. In addition, Yang Kai discovered he needed to consume more yellow and blue crystals the higher the order of the black ink disciple. Basically, the order of the yellow and blue crystal corresponded to the disciple's order. When he cleansed Luan Baifeng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai had to use 6th Order yellow and blue crystals. Yang Kai couldn't understand how this worked, so he could only guess that the higher the order of the black ink disciple, the more black ink strength he would need to expel, so the amount of energy he would need to consume would increase proportionally. Luan Baifeng and Exen Peng had both been purified at this point, and although the two of them understood that their previous betrayal was not of their own will and instead a result of the influence of the black ink strength, they still felt ashamed. The two of them expressed their intention to leave their names on the loyalty list once more. The last 2 pages of the loyalty list were still blank, so although the two of them had been saved, their names had not returned. No one was willing to tie their lives to another person's will, especially someone like Yang Kai who often took risks. No one knew when they would be dragged down with him. Luan Baifeng and Exen Peng only did this because they were worried that Yang Kai would hold some kind of grudge against them. Of course, Yang Kai did not agree to this request. Back then, he had no choice but to subdue Luan Baifeng by force. At that time, whether it was Void Land or High Heaven Palace, both were quite weak and unstable. If he wanted the materials from Black Territory, he could only make Luan Baifeng submit. Now, whether it was Void Land or High Heaven Palace though, both were famous and had established a strong foundation. It could be said that in all of the 3,000 worlds, Only a few forces could compare to the foundation of High Heaven Palace and Void Land besides the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Under Yang Kai's leadership, there was no shortage of cultivation resources, no real restrictions on their actions, and bright futures to look ahead to. Many people wanted to join this kind of force even if they had to sell themselves into slavery to do so. Even without the restrictions of the loyalty list, Luan Baifeng wouldn't have any thoughts about leaving. Yang Kai had already passed the point where he needed to control his subordinates with the loyalty list, as the current him already had a good reputation and status in the vast universe. The expulsion of the black ink strength continued as each black ink disciple was restored by Yang Kai. No one else could help in this situation. The ability granted by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan was exclusive to Yang Kai. At most, others could cart black ink disciples over to Yang Kai. Several dozen days later, a dazzling light enveloped a burly black ink disciple. This black ink disciple was a little different from ordinary black ink disciples, and Yang Kai naturally recognized him. It was none other than Fan Xiuqi, who had broken through his open heaven realm order limit to reach the 6th order. When this man broke through to the open heaven realm, he did so to the 3rd order, making the 5th order his limit. After being corroded by the black ink strength though, he was able to break through those shackles. Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng personally witnessed him break through to the 6th order. But at that time, Yang Kai noticed the hidden dangers of this breakthrough. Originally, Fan Xiuqi was short and lean, but after his breakthrough his body swelled up immensely, giving him a tall, bulky physique with some large welts and cysts that gave him a somewhat misshapen appearance. As for the other man named Shu Yuanxi, he wasn't so lucky. When he broke through, his strength became unstable and he was unable to rein it in. So, Luan Baifeng personally killed him. Yang Kai faintly felt that dispelling the black ink strength from Fan Xiuqi would not end well for him. Very soon, his hunch was confirmed. Under the white light, the black ink strength was turned into nothingness and disappeared as it was constantly expelled from Fan Xiuqi's body. During this process, the expressions of the other black ink disciple gradually became gentler, but it was different when it came to Fan Xiuqi. The expression on his face became more pained, his face turning so red it gave the impression he would almost start bleeding from his pores at any moment. Behind him, his small universe was also constantly flickering and his aura fluctuated wildly. A solemn expression appeared on the onlooking Luan Baifeng. At some moment, a frown suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's face. Space principles surged as he promptly grabbed Fan Xiuqi and instantly disappeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 4881, You're leaving too? In the void, Yang Kai quietly stared at Fan Xiuqi for a while before asking, "Do you have any last words?" Fan Xiuqi's face was filled with dread and panic. He shook his head vigorously, begging Yang Kai, "Sir, save me." He had regained his rationality after Yang Kai had completely expelled the black ink strength from his body, but his energy had become extremely unstable. The world strength in his small universe was uncontrollably leaking out, showing obvious signs of collapsing. This was the hidden danger of the black ink strength. When Fan Xiuqi had broken through to the open heaven realm, he had been a 3rd order, and his limit was the 5th order, but under the influence of the black ink strength, he had broken through to the 6th order, which was nothing short of a miracle. However, such a miracle came at a price. As a black ink disciple, Fan Xiuqi could still control his 6th order strength, but without the support of the black ink strength after it was expelled, his small universe could no longer handle his 6th order cultivation. It had exceeded the limit he could bear. This ultimately caused his small universe to become unstable and it was now on the verge of collapsing. In short, he could not control his 6th order strength. Yang Kai slowly shook his head in response, "Forgive me. There's nothing I can do." A look of despair appeared on Fan Xiuqi's face as the world force fluctuations around his body became even more unstable. He knew in his heart that there was no way he could escape this calamity today, so he couldn't help but look up and roar toward the heavens in grief and indignation. As his roar resounded across the void, his small universe collapsed and his world force dissipated, resulting in a severe backlash. The next moment, Fan Xiuqi's entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Yang Kai lightly sighed before returning to the ship. Luan Baifeng must have guessed everything as she gave Yang Kai a questioning look when she saw him return. Yang Kai shook his head in response. He died. Luan Baifeng was momentarily speechless. How many others? Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng knew what he was asking. She thought for a moment before replying, not many, about 20 in total. Find them all, Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng nodded before turning around and leaving to find the 20 or so subordinates who had broken through their open heaven realm limit under the influence of the black ink strength and set them aside. During the next few days, Yang Kai was completely focused, not relaxing for even a moment. He kept expelling the black ink strength from the black ink disciples, one by one. Furthermore, every time he purified a person, Yang Kai would carefully examine their small universe to make sure there were no problems. Finally, when only the 20 or so people who had been set aside were left, Yang Kai found himself in a dilemma. Having seen Fan Xiuqi's fate, Yang Kai didn't need to imagine what would happen to these people after their black ink strength was dispelled, but he had no choice but to do so. They had been contaminated by the black ink strength and had been reduced to black ink disciples. If he allowed them to do as they pleased, they would be lurking peril for this vast universe. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai decided to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's help. These two might have some way. Currently, each of them had 16 7th and 8th Order generals under their command and were launching fierce attacks against each other every day. Yang Kai was able to easily find Big Brother Huang, who was in charge of overseeing his rear forces on a certain battlefield. The battle in front of them was quite intense, but Big Brother Huang didn't seem to be worried at all, not in the slightest. In the past, they had to command the small stone race to do everything by themselves, but now, with the help of the masters from the cave heavens and paradises, things were much easier. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Big Brother Huang only gave him a sideways glance before carefully listening to the report of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm General. He then nodded his head and issued orders, displaying the dignity of a commander. When Big Brother Huang was done, just when Yang Kai was about to speak, he interrupted him. We can't save them, just kill them all, it'll save you time and trouble. Yang Kai had a lot of things he wished to say, but was unable to speak, which made him very uncomfortable. He then went to look for Big Sister Lan, but received the exact same answer. Yang Kai knew these two weren't just giving him a perfunctory answer. If there was really some kind of method they could try, they wouldn't hide it from him, as doing so would be beneath them. If even they couldn't do anything about it, then there really was nothing to be done. Nonetheless, Yang Kai still didn't give up. He returned to the ship and started dispersing the black ink strength in the bodies of the 20 or so people. But the result was extremely tragic. Just like what happened to Fan Xiuqi, after dispersing the black ink strength, all of these people died because of the collapse of their small universe. Not a single one escaped this tragic fate. Luan Baifeng and the others all felt a sense of sadness while also secretly rejoicing that when they were immersed in the black ink strength, they had not broken through their limits. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate. The thousands of black ink disciples had already regained their senses. As every one of them was personally rescued by Yang Kai, they were naturally extremely grateful to him. Yang Kai had consumed a lot of yellow and blue crystals in this time, but compared to the harvest he had obtained here, it was nothing. After all, the cultivation of these black ink disciples wasn't high. Purifying a 3rd Order black ink disciple only required a 3rd Order yellow crystal and a 3rd Order blue crystal. Yang Kai's consumption could be considered almost negligible as a result. Having spent several months in the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai started to become concerned about the situation in black territory. He still didn't know what to do with the black ink clansmen, so he immediately went to say his goodbyes to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. You're leaving just like that? Big Sister Lan looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. There are still some things I need to take care of outside, so I can't stay here for too long. I'll come visit you too when I have time in the future. Big Sister Lan nodded and stated, "Then go. It doesn't look like you'll have a short life, so just come back when you're free." Lu Mu, who was standing behind Big Brother Huang, shot Yang Kai a fierce glare at that moment. Yang Kai understood what that glare meant and gave him a calm gaze in return before stating, "Before leaving, this little brother has a presumptuous request." "What is it?" Big Brother Huang asked. Yang Kai cupped his fist and requested, "This little brother earnestly requests Big Brother and Big Sister to leave the mountain and destroy the imprisoned Black Ink clansmen in Black territory." This was also something Yang Kai had discussed with Lu Mu and Yi before. If he could ask the burning light and serene glimmer to come out of their seclusion, the Black Ink clansmen in Black territory would no longer be a problem. Because of this, Lu Mu and Yi did not nag about the Black Ink clan to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan over the past few months because they wanted to lay the groundwork for Yang Kai's request. Unfortunately, Big Brother Huang shook his head in refusal after hearing Yang Kai's request, directly stating, "We can't." Big Sister Lan also refused, "It's impossible." Yang Kai looked confused and couldn't help asking, "Why?" "If we can't do it, we can't do it. There's no need to ask why," Big Brother Huang impatiently stated. Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, was the one to explain, "The outside world cannot accommodate our existence. If we really leave this place, we will only bring destruction wherever we go. Are you sure you can bear this result?" Yang Kai was stunned. Suddenly, he recalled the first time he had come to the chaotic dead territory. At that time, he had witnessed the collision between the two behemoths of light. Their clash had caused the entire chaotic dead territory to tremble. Although Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in front of him looked like little children, these weren't their true forms. Their true forms were avatars of destruction. The chaotic dead territory had nothing inside of it, so they could stay here without worry. However, if their true bodies left the chaotic dead territory and traveled to the outside world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Kai immediately realized that he had been too naive. He had considered the possibility that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan would refuse, but he had never considered the possibility that their true bodies would be unable to leave the chaotic dead territory. "However," Big Sister Lan tapped her lips thoughtfully, "if you can lure that Black Ink clansman here, we can still help you kill him." Yang Kai looked at Lu Mu and Lu Mu shook his head in response, "That's too dangerous." The Black Ink clansman was imprisoned in the central part of Black territory, where countless stars and spirit arrays formed a super array to suppress it. If they really wanted to lure them to the chaotic dead territory, they would have to first breach the super array and then lure them here, crossing numerous great territories in the process. Such a situation would be very hard to control. The Black Ink strength was so treacherous and difficult to deal with, and wherever the Black Ink clansmen passed, the surrounding area would be filled with danger, and countless people would die. "Then there's nothing we can do about it," Big Sister Lan shrugged, wearing a helpless look on her face. "It's fine, the cave heavens and paradises have robust and long heritages. I don't believe they can't deal with a single Black Ink clansman." Lu Mu comforted Yang Kai. Big Brother Huang glanced at Yang Kai and stated, "With the power in your hands, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the Black Ink clan." Yang Kai immediately came to a realization and cupped his fist in gratitude. "Many thanks, Big Brother." Suddenly, he was struck with a thought and asked, "Can the two of you also leave a mark on Senior Lu Mu and Senior Di? This way, they can also use your strength to deal with the Black Ink clan." Lu Mu immediately winked at Yang Kai with an approving and even grateful look on his face. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai was talking about, it was definitely not a bad thing. Big Brother Huang, however, refused. "You are practically a divine spirit, so you have some connection with us, so you can use our strength, but they aren't, so they can't. Even if we leave a mark on them, they won't be able to use it." Yang Kai didn't know there was such a relationship between them, so he had no choice but to give up on this. Yang Kai thus made up his mind to take a trip to the ancestral land and bring Su Yen and the others with him so that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could leave their marks on them. While speaking, Big Brother Huang suddenly realized something and turned to look at Lu Mu. "You're leaving too?" Lu Mu took a step forward and cupped his fist. We have heavy responsibilities weighing on our shoulders, so we cannot stay here for long. Big Brother Huang was dumbfounded as he muttered, "Then what should we do?" Working with Lu Mu and the others during this period of time had saved him and Big Sister Lan a lot of trouble. If all of their subordinates were to leave, they would be back to square one. Big Sister Lan also bluntly commanded, "You can't leave. The dead can leave, but the living must stay." Lu Mu and they immediately broke out into a cold sweat. They quickly looked at Yang Kai for help. If they were really trapped here, they would be finished. Yang Kai also felt a headache coming on. These two were not to be trifled with, and although they had always been calm and approachable, if he really angered them, he had no idea what would happen. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes flickered with an intelligent gleam before he asked, "Please wait a moment." Saying so, his figure flickered and disappeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 4882, Gathering in Full Force. When Yang Kai returned, there were over 100 people behind him. All of them were Black Ink disciples who had been rescued by Yang Kai. Yang Kai simply explained the current situation to them and asked if any of them were willing to stay behind to serve the burning light and serene glimmer, resulting in hundreds of people stepping forward. The burning light and serene glimmer's fame was universal, and only a destined few could have a chance to meet them, not to mention being able to serve them at close range. As far as an ordinary open heaven realm master was concerned, it was an extremely attractive opportunity. Had it not been for the fact that Yang Kai had personally handpicked them, more people would have stepped forward. What Big Brother and Big Sister need are only generals who can understand your orders. It has nothing to do with their cultivation. These people are all extremely intelligent, so I don't think they will let you down. How about they stay here with you?" Yang Kai asked. This was equivalent to exchanging 100 people for the freedom of 32. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan glanced at each other but didn't refuse and nodded instead. Yang Kai immediately let out a sigh of relief. After everything was settled, Big Brother Huang waved his hand once more as streaks of yellow light flew toward Lu Mu and the others before he indifferently stated, "You have worked hard these past few days. This is the reward for your service." Lu Mu looked down and noticed that these yellow lights were actually yellow crystals, each emitting a rich yang element aura. These yellow crystals were at least 7th order materials. Lu Mu was even holding an 8th order yellow crystal. After blankly staring for a moment, Lu Mu smiled broadly and cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Big Brother." The remaining 15 also expressed their gratitude. Dai and the others couldn't help but feel envious. Fortunately, Big Sister Lan also had a reward, but what she bestowed were Yin element blue crystals. When the 100 or so open heaven realm masters who came with Yang Kai saw this, they were all extremely excited and secretly rejoiced at their decision. So long as they served the burning light and serene glimmer well, they too would receive some rewards. This was great news for them. Basically, all of them were poor, otherwise, they wouldn't have been drawn to black territory to mine for materials in the first place. They secretly made up their mind to win the favor of these two. Their bright future depended on whether they could grab this opportunity or not. After dealing with a few minor things, Yang Kai and the others bid farewell to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. For the time being, every single one of the thousands of Black Ink disciples had to be brought back to Black territory. All of them were from different sects and even came from different great territories of the 3,000 worlds, and since the matter of the Black Ink clan had not been settled, they couldn't be allowed to leave just yet, lest they spread rumors and cause trouble. Dai remained behind to guard the territory gate and watch the ship depart. It had taken them several months to arrive, but the journey back was still quite long. Fortunately, the matter with the Black Ink disciples had been resolved, so everyone's mood wasn't as heavy as it was before. Moreover, Yang Kai had obtained a method to purify the Black Ink strength, which might be of great help to deal with the situation in the Black Territory. The trip to Black Territory was smooth and uneventful. Even though the situation in Black Territory had caused the masters from the various cave heavens and paradises to gather, the ordinary forces were completely oblivious to it as all the news had been sealed off. As such, The other great territories had no idea that there was a master hidden in the Black Prison that could overturn the entire universe. Everyone returned to Black Territory in a few months. High-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises guarded the territory gate, preventing anyone from entering. Naturally, the Golden Antelope Paradise's ship was allowed to enter. The thousands of rescued Black Ink disciples were temporarily placed under supervision by the Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. However, chances were they would not be able to obtain freedom anytime soon. Shattered spirit provinces had become the temporary bases for the various Cave Heavens and Paradises. High Heaven Palace also had its own station. Chu Huashang had returned to the Star Boundary to deliver Yang Kai's message. As such, High Heaven Palace had also received the news. Head manager Hua Qingxi had personally ordered High Heaven Palace to assemble in full force. When Yang Kai arrived, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, Yu Ru Meng, Jiao, Chu Huashang, Tao Lingwan, Lin Yuner, Mo Shaoqi, Yang Shui, Yu He, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Hua Yong, Shu Mudan, Iron Blood, Beast Marshal, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Wondrous Pill, Heaven's Revelation, Fang Yu, Xiang Yin, Li Wu Yi, Bing Yun, and several others were waiting for him. It could be said that apart from Mo Mei, who was in charge of Void Star City, and Bustling World Great Emperor, who was in charge of High Heaven Star City, all of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters Yang Kai could mobilize had arrived. This time, Yang Kai was not fighting alone. Furthermore, High Heaven Palace also had its own Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master this time. The proprietress had broken through at last. Yang Kai had learned about this matter from Yuxiang Dai when he was in Yinyang Cave Heaven, but he had not had the time to go back and check on her. It was the proprietress who had come looking for him first. After she entered retreat in Void Land, the proprietress took some 200 years before she was able to sense a turning point and breakthrough. Furthermore, Senior Bai Shi stood guard for her during her breakthrough, so while her ascension was by no means assured, it was at least safe. Afterwards, she rushed to the Star Boundary, but at that time, Yang Kai was not there. So, she remained in the Star Boundary to consolidate her cultivation until the incident with the Black Ink clan occurred, whereupon she led the many High Heaven Palace Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters over to assist. Naturally, they started chatting when they met. Yang Kai first asked about the situation in Black Territory. Because High Heaven Palace only had a single Seventh Order Master, the proprietress, she was the only one who had the qualifications to participate in the meetings between the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Lan Yurua replied, "They still haven't come to a consensus on how to deal with the Black Ink clansmen." They still haven't reached an agreement? Yang Kai was rendered speechless. Half a year ago, when he had taken thousands of Black Ink disciples away from this place, the Cave Heavens and Paradise ancestors had already been arguing about this matter for some time, yet they still hadn't reached a decision even after he returned. Even though the Cave Heavens and Paradises have existed for a long time, they have never encountered a situation like this. Whether we rashly start a war with the Black Ink clan or continue to strengthen the seal in Black Territory, the ancestors are still hesitant. As of right now, they are divided into two factions, arguing all day long. Yang Kai nodded upon hearing this. He might feel that the Cave Heaven and Paradise ancestors had wasted too much time on this matter, but he also understood their concerns. No matter what decision they made, it came with great risk. If they chose to reinforce the Black Territory Spirit Array and keep the Black Ink clan sealed, for instance, they could not be certain of how successful they would be. The Super Array was the handiwork of ancient great experts, and each Or star was a part of the Super Array. Furthermore, as many of the Or stars had already been destroyed, no one was able to restore the Super Array to perfect condition. Even if the Super Array was somehow patched, its power would likely suffer. What's more, the Black Ink clansmen inside the prison had not died yet even after so many years. Who could say that they would not be able to break free from the imprisonment of the Super Array on their own in the future? Leaving them sealed would only leave a hidden danger for this vast universe. However, if they were to rashly start a war, the risks they would face would be tremendous. The first risk they had to face was the threat of the Super Array itself. The super array might have the power to imprison the Black Ink clansmen, but it also had a great impact on the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Lu Mu was unable to remain inside its range for long. So, the time a 7th Order or 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could last was naturally shorter. No one could say what kind of consequences would befall them if they were to fight against a powerful Black Ink clansman in these conditions. Perhaps they would be affected by the super array and harm their foundation before they killed the Black Ink clansman. At that time, they would simply be waiting for death. If they really wanted to kill the Black Ink clansman, the first thing they had to do was take care of the effects of the super array, otherwise, it would be impossible to fight. Recently, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises have all been urgently cultivating profound Yin bamboo. At the same time, many Spirit Array Grandmasters have been dispatched here to study the Super Array to see if they can find a better solution, Lan Yu Rua added, looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lightly nodded. The profound Yin bamboo is one of the 12 minor universe pillars. If a sufficient amount of it is cultivated, not only will one be able to resist the power of the Black Ink strength to a certain extent, but it will also be possible to resist the influence of the Super Array. Of course, this is not something that can be completed in a short time. Lan Yu Rua nodded. They naturally know this, but since things have reached this point, we have no other choice. Yang Kai sighed and added, High Heaven Palace is unable to intervene in this matter, so let's see what the Cave Heavens and Paradises decide. If they need our cooperation, we'll cooperate. He might have said as much, but Yang Kai had a faint suspicion that there was a high chance they would be called to join the battle with the Black Ink clansmen. Only the enemy's death would be able to completely eliminate this hidden danger. Yang Kai even had a trump card to deal with the Black Ink's strength from the chaotic dead territory now, and he believed that Lu Mu, who was a leader of the faction which sought to eradicate the Black Ink clansmen, would use this as leverage to try and persuade others. No matter what, the most important thing is to increase our strength. Only with enough strength will we be able to cope with all possible contingencies. Since our High Heaven Palace does not lack cultivation resources, everyone should focus on cultivating. The 3,000 worlds in the future may not be as peaceful as before. There was a hidden Black Ink clansman in Black Territory, so who knew if there were others hiding elsewhere in the vast 3,000 worlds? Yang Kai also had a faint premonition that this incident was just the beginning of matters related to the Black Ink clan. Everyone obeyed and dispersed. Yang Kai suddenly called out, Shui. Yang Shui stopped and Yang Kai caught up to her from behind and asked, walking side by side with her, How are father and mother doing? Yang Shui smiled, They are doing well. No one dares to speak of your trip to the chaotic dead territory in front of them, so you don't need to worry, big brother. When he crashed into the chaotic dead territory with the giant spirit god, everyone thought he was doomed to die. When the news reached High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi immediately ordered them to seal off the news, preventing it from reaching Yang Kai's parents. Although from the fact that Mao Zhe and the others were still alive, so it could be inferred that Yang Kai was still safe and sound, it was natural for parents to worry about their children. If the two elders were to learn of this news, they would definitely be unable to eat or sleep in peace. They're currently focused on teaching Xiao Bai and Xiao Ye, so they aren't as idle as before. Yang Shui smiled. Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye, these two disciples, were being raised by Yang Kai's parents. With them accompanying Dong Su Zhu and Yang Yingfeng, the two wouldn't be lonely. Right? Did you meet a senior named Luo Ting He who went to the Star Boundary? Yang Kai asked. Martial Peak, Chapter 4883, Lu Mu's Accident. Yang Shui shook her head. I've never heard of her. Yang Kai replied, Perhaps you missed each other. Had she not just advanced to the 8th Order and urgently needed to consolidate her cultivation, Luo Ting He would not have left Black Territory in such a hurry. After all, the Black Ink clansman problem had just popped up. As a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven ancestor, it was her bounden duty to take care of it. When she was leaving, Yang Kai asked her to take his third disciple, Su Yi, with her to the Star Boundary. Su-yi had cultivated in his small universe for many years and had a solid foundation. Now that he had achieved a certain level of competence in cultivation, it was time for him to go to the star boundary and enjoy the benefits of the world tree. If it was any later, it would be too late. Yang Kai was unable to take him to the star boundary personally, so he asked Luo Tinghe to take him with her. However, when Luo Tinghe left, High Heaven Palace's group happened to have already set out for Black Territory, so it was quite natural for them to have missed each other. During the hundreds of years he had been away from High Heaven Palace, a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters had appeared in the sect. Among them, Yang Shui, Mo Shaoqi, and Lin Yuner had advanced straight to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Also, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had advanced previously, such as the Great Emperors, spared nothing to cultivate, owing to which, their foundation had greatly strengthened. What's more, because of the good fortune divine furnace, Yang Kai had reached an agreement with the Cave Heavens and Paradises that High Heaven Palace would also have the chance to enter their small source worlds for training. Almost every High Heaven Palace and Void Land Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who entered the small source world had obtained great benefits. Coupled with the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Proprietress, Yang Kai's forces could be said to have greatly increased. At a large piece of land where those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises gathered, there was a huge hall where the various ancestors were discussing official matters. At this moment, almost every representative ancestor from the Cave Heavens and Paradises was present, sitting or standing. There were nearly 100 of them in total. Many ancestors happened to be expressing their opinions at the same time, which sounded very noisy. Nonetheless, each ancestor could clearly hear every word spoken in the hall. Some among them even began to simultaneously converse with several people. Among them, Lu Mu's voice was the loudest. He had come straight here after having just returned from the chaotic dead territory with Yang Kai. As a member of the battle faction, he was naturally doing everything he could to persuade the ancestors who disagreed with him. The burning light and serene glimmer have bestowed a technique to Yang Boy. It could be said that after obtaining that technique, it will be as easy as flipping his hand to purify the black ink strength. With such a method in our grasp, we'll be like tigers with wings. What are you old farts still so afraid of? Let's drag that black ink clansman out and fight them to the death. If we leave them alive, we will always have a hidden danger looming in the darkness. Many people were moved by his words, but some still insisted on their own opinions. Lu Mu had a violent temper and couldn't wait to beat all those who opposed him and force them into submission. However, their worries were just and reasonable. After all, Yang Kai had only purified some weak black ink disciples, and he himself was just a Sixth Order Master. If he really ran into the Black Ink clansmen here, it was hard to say if his new technique would have any effect. Lu Mu argued till his throat went dry, and the persistence and stubbornness of the others made him furious. After a few more words of disagreement, Lu Mu flicked his sleeve and left. This was not the first time this had happened. The last time they had quarreled, Lu Mu had followed Yang Kai to the chaotic dead territory, so none of the ancestors stopped him. A bunch of old farts. An indignant Lu Mu looked toward the deepest part of the black prison as a crazed light flashed across his eyes. Since these people are suspicious of Yang Boy's purification methods, they will be convinced once they see how effective it is. Lu Mu decided to take a huge risk, otherwise, he had no idea how long they would take to reach a decision if they continued arguing like this. He thus flew off, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he flew toward the depths of Black Territory. Half a day later, he easily arrived at the central part of Black Territory, where the Black Ink clansman was imprisoned. If he continued ahead, he would be inside the Super Array's killing zone. Although Lu Mu was strong, he was not proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, so he did not dare to rashly advance. Now that he was here, he could clearly feel his small universe's foundation being rapidly depleted under the effect of the Super Array. What a damned place! Lu Mu cursed silently. Even he wouldn't be able to last for more than a few days in this kind of place. By then, every bit of his small universe's foundation, which he had accumulated over thousands of years, would be sucked away. For a moment, he was filled with admiration for the ancient great experts who had arranged this super array in Black territory. In this era, even if the 108 cave heavens and paradises joined forces, they might not be able to set up such a super array. Staring straight ahead, Lu Mu manifested his small universe behind him without any hesitation and roared, "Don't you want to escape? Here's your chance. Come." His small universe was completely defenseless. Furthermore, his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm aura was extremely rich. Such an aura was like the smell of blood in the sea, which could draw sharks from thousands of kilometers away, let alone the Black Ink clansman that was so close. Lu Mu had prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, but he hadn't expected his opponent to act so quickly. Before he could even finish speaking, a black light shot out from the depths of the Black Prison and crashed into his small universe. It was as if the Black Ink clansman had been waiting for his arrival. The moment the black light fell into his small universe, Lu Mu noticed the true form of the black light. Black Ink insect. As an 8th Order ancestor of Golden Antelope Paradise, Lu Mu naturally knew what the Black Ink insect was. He might not have seen one before, but he understood everything once it entered his small universe. This was the most direct and effective way for the Black Ink clan to transform people into Black Ink disciples. Lu Mu quickly withdrew his small universe before turning around and fleeing, his figure moving as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, the Black Ink insect exploded inside his small universe and transformed into extremely pure Black Ink essence. As the Black Ink essence started contaminating his small universe, it looked as if a drop of ink had been sprinkled onto a sheet of white paper, and this drop of black ink was rapidly spreading out. Lu Mu's complexion changed slightly as he realized he had overestimated his ability to resist the Black Ink insect and had also underestimated the abilities of the Black Ink clansman. His original plan had to be changed slightly. Yang Kai was discussing some matters with the proprietress about her advancement to the 7th Order when Yu Ru Meng rushed over to inform him that something had happened to Lu Mu. Yu Ru Meng pushed open the door and entered with a solemn expression. "Husband, news just came from the cave heavens and paradises. Something has happened to Sixwood Divine Monarch and they want you to go take a look." Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. What happened to Senior Lu Mu? Yu Ru Meng shook her head. She had only received news from the cave heavens and paradises. No one had told her what had happened. Yang Kai quickly got up and left, meeting an 8th Order ancestor who was waiting outside High Heaven Palace's camp. Yang Kai didn't recognize this person, nor did he know which cave heaven or paradise the man belonged to, so he simply cupped his fist and greeted the opposite party. "Follow me," the 8th Order ancestor stated before turning around and shooting off into the void. Yang Kai followed closely behind as the two of them quickly disappeared into the distance. On the way over, the 8th Order ancestor reported, "Lu Mu has been corrupted by the Black Ink." Yang Kai's first reaction was that it was impossible. He had returned with Lu Mu from the chaotic dead territory just recently. If Lu Mu had been corrupted by the Black Ink, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan would surely have noticed it. Neither Big Brother Huang nor Big Sister Lan said anything, which means that when we left the chaotic dead territory, Lu Mu was still perfectly fine. We didn't encounter any Black Ink disciples or Black Ink strength on the way back. On top of that, Lu Mu is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how could he be so easily corrupted? The 8th Order ancestor explained, "There's no need to doubt it, you'll understand once you see for yourself." Yang Kai suppressed his doubts, but worries still weighed on his heart. Half an hour later, Yang Kai saw a universe world sprawled out across the void up ahead. Although this universe world was a physical entity, it was not a real universe world, but rather the completely manifested small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Even though he was still far away, Yang Kai could feel the aura of Lu Mu from the small universe. This should be Lu Mu's small universe. However, what entered his eyes next caused his pupils to contract. This small universe world was filled with the billowing energy of the Black Ink essence. Its evil aura was quite apparent. Furthermore, there were 8 huge pillars over the small universe, nailing its 8 corners in place, immobilizing it at that spot. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the small universe world. It was none other than Lu Mu. He happened to be forming mysterious hand seals while chanting something. Yang Kai was too far away to hear what he was saying, but the situation was clear. Lu Mu had really been corrupted by the black ink. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. How did this happen? Quite a few people were standing at the periphery of this small universe, staring at Lu Mu with solemn expressions. Each of these figures exuded the aura of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Everyone turned their head upon sensing someone's arrival, and when they saw it was Yang Kai, all of them lightly nodded at him. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed before stopping just outside Lu Mu's small universe. Furrowing his brow, he looked around for a moment before asking, "What happened? How did Senior Lu Mu get corrupted? Did the Black Ink Clansman make a move, or did some fish slip through the net?" The 8th Order Master who led Yang Kai here shook his head as he replied, "Neither. It was Lu Mu who took the initiative to let the Black Ink Clan turn him." He took the initiative himself? Yang Kai was stunned. Why would Senior Lu Mu do that? The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master fell silent for a moment before replying. "He probably wants to prove something to us." Yang Kai didn't know what Lu Mu was trying to prove, but the fact that he had taken the initiative to seek out the Black Ink Clansman was no small matter. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master being transformed into a Black Ink disciple was an extremely dangerous matter. If he were to secretly hide, who knew how many people would suffer? Fortunately, it seemed Lu Mu had no intention of hiding. Although Lu Mu's actions were somewhat rash, he should have a great deal of trust in you, which is why he did what he did. While he was still in control of himself, he used a secret technique to seal himself and manifest his small universe, explaining this scene. Martial Peak, Chapter 4884, will only know after giving it a try. The 8 giant pillars in the small universe of Lu Mu were the manifested form of a secret technique that had the effect of sealing and immobilizing. Furthermore, this secret technique was something Lu Mu had cast himself. Before the situation reached a point where it couldn't be cleaned up, he had sealed his strength first. Yang Kai vaguely understood the events that led to this situation. For some reason, Lu Mu had taken the initiative to seek out the Black Ink Clansmen and let them corrupt him. However, he was unable to hold his sanity on the way back, so he had no choice but to manifest his small universe so that others could find him. Can he be saved? The 8th Order Ancestor turned to look at Yang Kai and asked. "I'll do my best." Yang Kai replied in a low voice. Having said so, he disappeared, instantly teleporting into the small universe. Others didn't dare to enter rashly, but Yang Kai had the World Spring, one of the 4 universe pillars, so he had nothing to fear. Sensing that someone had arrived, Lu Mu, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze meeting Yang Kai's. Yang Kai found that black color had already filled his eyes, but there was still a trace of clarity. After taking just a glance, Lu Mu quickly lowered his head and started focusing on safeguarding his sanity. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent, and he couldn't afford to be stingy at this point. So, he quickly took out an 8th Order yellow crystal and blue crystal from his small universe and held them in place, activating the invisible marks Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had left on the back of his hands. The next moment his left hand turned hot while his right hand turned cold. Immediately after, the pattern on the back of his hand appeared and transformed into a bottomless pit, madly devouring the energy of the yellow crystal and blue crystal. The yellow crystal and blue crystal disappeared in just a few breaths of time and were replaced by a brilliant yellow and blue glow in Yang Kai's grip. Under the tense gazes of all the 8th Order ancestors, Yang Kai brought his palms together. "Open!" Yang Kai shouted as he pushed his palms apart from each other. Suddenly, a pure and flawless white light, without the slightest hint of impurity, rose up like the morning sun, instantly illuminating the world. The white light became brighter and soon turned as bright as the sun itself. Many 8th Order masters had to squint their eyes to see it clearly. The black ink essence surged like a tide and retreated from the surroundings as if it had encountered its nemesis. Wherever the white light passed, the black ink-like energy was quickly purified and reduced to nothingness. The struggling look on Lu Mu's face gradually turned calmer as he let out a long sigh, like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. By the time the white light dissipated, Lu Mu's small universe world had become clean again. The ink-like power that had filled it was nowhere to be seen. Many of the spectating ancestors looked moved. Although Lu Mu had told them about Yang Kai's method before, hearing about it was one thing and seeing it with their own eyes was another. The pure white light created from the power of yin and yang was indeed the nemesis of the black ink strength. The 8 giant pillars which were nailed into the small universe shattered as Lu Mu stood up. Yang Kai asked with concern, "Does Senior feel anything wrong?" Lu Mu replied with a grin, "No, I feel completely fine." He then patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately, "This king owes you one." "Senior is too serious," Yang Kai humbly stated. Be that as it may, his heart was aching. The 8th order yellow crystal and blue crystals he used up just now were worth at least a few billion open heaven realm pills. However, obtaining a favor from an 8th order open heaven realm master in exchange wasn't necessarily a loss either. Lu Mu turned to the others in high spirits and asked, "What do you think?" Immediately, the 8 order ancestors started conversing via their divine senses. From time to time, some 8th order ancestors would lightly nod. After a while, one of them looked toward Lu Mu and stated, "We'll go with your proposal." Lu Mu burst out into loud laughter. "You should have agreed long ago. You old farts have lived too long. I'm afraid you've forgotten the hot-blooded passion of your youth. However, we still need to consider this matter carefully," someone else added. Lu Mu immediately became unhappy. "Another long-term plan? Who knows when you will come to a decision? Are you planning to wait until the Black Ink clansman escapes on his own? If you have any plan about how to proceed, feel free to voice it. If it is possible, we naturally won't have any objections." The man snapped back. Lu Mu immediately scratched his head. Although he had taken a risk and had successfully persuaded everyone to fight a decisive battle with the Black Ink clansman, he still had no idea how to go about doing that. He couldn't just ask everyone to fight with the Black Ink clansman head-on, as even he didn't think that was a feasible method. Right now, the biggest hurdle impeding them was the effects of this Black Territory's super array. If they could not eliminate this issue, it would be difficult for them to last long in a fight no matter how many 8th order ancestors there were. A battle with the Black Ink clansman was definitely not something that could be decided in a moment of hastiness. If it was that simple, the ancient great experts wouldn't have spent so much effort to imprison him here. In this vast universe, the only one the super array could not affect was Yang Kai. Nonetheless, how could he be a match for the Black Ink clansman with his strength alone? While Lu Mu was silent, Yang Kai suddenly added, "Perhaps I can try." Lu Mu turned around and asked, "And what exactly are you going to try?" Yang Kai explained, "I once stood guard at the center of this cage for an extended period of time and found that there were many grand arrays there, preventing anyone from entering. It's very hard to enter the core of the Black Prison, and that should be the place where the Black Ink clansman is imprisoned. If I can enter the center of that cage, perhaps I can cause some damage to him." Lu Mu couldn't help worrying, "Can you do it?" After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the 6th order open heaven realm. Although the Black Ink clansmen had been imprisoned for countless years and their strength had definitely fallen, no one knew just how much strength they could still display. Yang Kai might not be afraid of the Black Ink strength with the world spring protecting his small universe, but the Black Ink clan's methods were definitely not limited to Black Ink strength. "We won't know until we give it a try," Yang Kai replied in a low voice. "If the Black Ink clansman isn't eliminated, a hidden danger will always be looming over our heads. Others might not have the ability to do so, but since I've received the power of purification from Senior's burning light and serene glimmer, I can't very well disappoint them." As soon as he said this, the expressions of many 8th order ancestors became gentle, and Lu Mu even gave him a thumbs up. Yang Kai hadn't given it much thought before coming here, but at this moment he had made up his mind. He cupped his fist toward the Eighth Order Masters and requested, "Junior has a direct responsibility for the matter of the Black Ink Clansmen here, so Junior implores all seniors present to let me give it a try. If it really doesn't work out, then we can think of another way." Although it was unintentional, they would not be in such a predicament if Yang Kai hadn't set his sights on the Black Territory's materials. He would not have destroyed the super array here, and the power of the super array would not have suffered. Perhaps the Black Ink Clansmen would have made a move tens of thousands of years from now, or perhaps even longer, but it would have definitely been a long time from now. Yang Kai's actions in the Black Prison had precipitated the Black Ink Clansmen's resurrection. "What do you want to do? What kind of help do you need?" an Eighth Order ancestor asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "If this junior wants to enter the heart of this cage, I must bypass many spirit arrays around it, so this junior needs several grandmasters proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays to help me find a way inside." The grand arrays that surrounded the center of the cage might have been perfect in the beginning, but with the passage of time and the destruction of many or stars, a gap should have appeared in their arrangement somewhere. The best evidence was that the Black Ink clan was able to send out Black Ink Insect. Since they could send out Black Ink Insect, Yang Kai would have a chance to rush in. As long as he could find the weak point of this array, he would be able to enter and exit. No problem. The Eighth Order ancestor nodded his agreement. The cave heavens and paradises were filled with talented people, so there was no shortage of array grandmasters. However, it may take some time to identify weaknesses in the super array, and it's hardly possible to just rely on one's strength in that kind of place. Yang Kai cupped his fist and stated, "This junior can spread his small universe and use it as a shield to protect all the grandmasters." With his small universe's protection, these array grandmasters wouldn't have to worry about being affected by the power of the super array. At that time, they could study the spirit array in peace. "Good." The Eighth Order ancestor nodded in approval. After everything was settled, the rest was out of Yang Kai's hands. The Eighth Order ancestor needed to find some grandmasters who were proficient in Tao of spirit arrays from the cave heavens and paradise, which would take at least a few days. After returning to his camp, Yang Kai did not conceal this matter from the others, which naturally made the masters of High Heaven Palace greatly concerned. After all, he was going to enter that cage and face the Black Ink Clansmen head-on. It could be considered a very dangerous trip, and when the proprietress learned about this, she became even more indignant and began openly cursing. She felt that the ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises were really too incompetent to actually entrust such an important task to a mere Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm junior. If it weren't for Yang Kai stopping her, she would have gone looking for those Eighth Order ancestors to give them a piece of her mind. However, since this matter had already been decided, nothing could be done to stop it. A few days later, masters of the Tao of spirit arrays from the cave heavens and paradises had finished their preparations and were just waiting for Yang Kai to set out for the central region of Black Territory. A total of 10 grandmasters who were proficient in Tao of spirit arrays were joining Yang Kai on this trip. Each of them had attainments at least comparable to Grandmaster Wuliang, who had arranged the 9 heavenly layers grand array in Voidland. Moreover, all of them were 6th and 7th Order masters. Luan Baifeng also tagged along. Her mastery of the Tao of spirit arrays wasn't low, not to mention the fact that she had reached such mastery over it on her own in Black Territory. This gave her a deep understanding of Black Territory's spirit arrays. With her around, it was likely that she could achieve twice the results with half the effort. In addition to Yang Kai and the other masters who were proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters had also joined the team. They were going to assist in dealing with any unexpected situations if they arose. Lu Mu was the first one to volunteer for this. The dozen-plus people flew towards the depths of Black Territory. The further they went, the stronger the influence of the super array became, and the faster their small universe's foundation leaked out. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters could still endure, but the 6th and 7th Order masters were already having a hard time. What's more, they had to rely on them to study the spirit arrays there and find flaws. So halfway through, the 5 8th Order ancestors took the initiative to open up their small universes and take in these grandmasters. Half a day later, the group finally arrived at the central region. Yang Kai stopped and immediately opened his small universe, spreading it out to isolate himself and the others from the outside world. The 5 8th Order masters suddenly felt their bodies become lighter, and their small universe's foundation, which had been constantly leaking, finally returned to normal. All of them secretly sighed at the wonders of the world's spring. They then released the Spirit Array Grandmasters, who began to study how to crack the super array here. Martial Peak, Chapter 4885, Inside the Cage. The entire Black Territory was crowded with spirit arrays. These spirit arrays and the countless or stars formed a super array that covered the entire Black Territory, forming a cage that had imprisoned the Black Ink clansmen since ancient times. Of course, the spirit arrays in the central region were extremely powerful and profound. Finding a crack in these spirit arrays to find a safe way in was a daunting task. Fortunately, the Black Ink clansmen had sent out a number of black ink insects over the centuries, allowing the array masters to find some clues. Furthermore, under Yang Kai's small universe's protection, they didn't need to worry about the draining of their foundations. This gave them plenty of time to study. Each of the dozen or so array grandmasters used their respective methods and busied themselves every day, sometimes lost in thought, sometimes using their secret techniques to peer into the mysteries of the spirit arrays, and sometimes gathering together to argue. Yang Kai was completely helpless in this matter, as were the 5 8th Order ancestors who had escorted them here. During his free time, Yang Kai began to study the method bestowed upon him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to purify the black ink strength. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan imparted this method, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. He simply thought that they found it troublesome and left him to take care of it. However, when he left the chaotic dead territory, Big Brother Huang's words made him realize that it wasn't just some means to save black ink disciples who had been corroded by the black ink strength. Against the Black Ink clan, this technique could be a lethal weapon. It would be quite troublesome to utilize this method in combat though, as he would have to first absorb the energy of yellow and blue crystals and fuse yin and yang energy before he could use it. The problem did not stem from the lack of yellow and blue crystals, as Yang Kai had literal mountains of them in his small universe. The issue was that even a small delay in a battle against a powerful enemy could result in death. My small universe is under my control, and the yellow and blue crystals are stored inside my small universe. I don't need to take them out of my small universe to absorb their energy. Absorbing them straight from my small universe would save me a lot of time and also catch my opponent by surprise. Reasoning so, Yang Kai immediately gave it a try. From then on, the 5 8th Order ancestors would occasionally see Yang Kai form a ball of yang or yin element energy in his left and right hand. Realizing that Yang Kai was studying something, they didn't disturb him. After a month, the dozen array grandmasters who had been searching for flaws finally found a path to avoid the Grand Array and enter the heart of the Black Territory. It's theoretically feasible to enter through this passage, but whether or not it will activate the Grand Array, we can't say for sure. We'll only know once someone probes it. Luan Baifeng explained to Yang Kai, there are subtle differences between ancient spirit arrays and modern arrays. From today's point of view, many methods used to set up ancient arrays are complete mysteries, so you must be careful and immediately retreat if you notice something wrong. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement, I'll be careful. Luan Baifeng glanced at the other spirit array grandmasters and continued, when you're ready, we'll open the passage for you. The rest will be up to you. I don't need to prepare anything, Yang Kai stated before turning to Lu Mu and the others and bowing. Seniors, this junior will be leaving now. Lu Mu stepped forward and suggested, hold on, there's no hurry. Saying so, he suddenly stretched his hand out, pointing towards Yang Kai as a drop of dark red blood seeped out from his fingertip. That drop of blood contained a great deal of energy. This was a drop of his blood essence. Immediately after, Lu Mu's finger gently danced as his drop of blood essence exploded, transforming into a mysterious symbol that entered Yang Kai's body. After doing all of this, Lu Mu's face had gone slightly pale. Obviously, he had consumed a great deal of strength. After him, the other 4 8th Order ancestors followed suit. Although their methods differed, all of them planted some kind of secret technique on Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't try to resist. After they were done, he felt as if 5 powerful barriers were protecting his body. He immediately understood and cupped his fist in gratitude. Many thanks. Lu Mu weakly waved him off. Don't mind it, we can't help you in any other way. These 5 secret techniques were created by the 5 of us. In times of crisis, they can block 5 8th Order open heaven realm attacks. It's more than enough. Saying so, Yang Kai turned to Luan Baifeng and nodded. Luan Baifeng understood what Yang Kai meant and promptly stepped forward, joining the other array grandmasters, displaying a series of techniques as array plates scattered around the void one after another. As everyone's hand seals changed, ripples appeared in the void ahead as a glowing tunnel appeared, seemingly leading to the center of the cage. The glowing tunnel was like a bridge of light, and it was extremely obvious against the black backdrop. Yang Kai took a long, deep breath before he stepped onto the bridge, pressing forward step by step. After just a few steps, when he turned around again, he failed to see anyone else. The others had already disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly found himself alone in the dark and lonely void. There seemed to be a fierce murderous intent hidden outside the bridge of light. This murderous intent was undoubtedly the power of this grand array, so Yang Kai didn't dare to even spread his divine sense, lest he trigger it by accident. Step by step, Yang Kai steadily kept pressing forward. After walking for who knows how long, Yang Kai still failed to see the end of the bridge. There was no change in his surroundings, so Yang Kai even had the illusion that he was walking in place. However, he knew that he wasn't just standing still and only felt that way because of the spirit array. While he kept pressing forward, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a bottomless abyss and his figure rapidly fell. Yang Kai's expression became serious in light of this sudden turn of events. He quickly stabilized himself. The light bridge seemed to be missing a part for some reason, and he had failed to notice it. When he looked up, the light bridge ahead was also getting dimmer and dimmer, as if it would disappear if he went any further. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent swept towards him from behind, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. When he turned his head, he saw nothing, but he could clearly feel something or someone rapidly approaching. The accident just now must have triggered the grand array. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai immediately decided to rush ahead. If he retreated, he would only find himself swallowed up by the spirit array, while if he forged on, he may just grasp a slim chance of survival. The murderous intent behind him grew stronger and stronger, while the light bridge became dimmer and dimmer, seemingly on the verge of breaking apart at any moment. Yang Kai felt that everything happened in an instant, but also seemed to drag on for 10 million years. When he rushed out of the area covered by the light bridge, he suddenly felt like he had fallen into endless darkness. Outside the center of the cage, the 5 8th Order ancestors took the array grandmasters into their respective small universes after Yang Kai left to prevent them from being drained by the super array. Although the 8th Order masters couldn't resist it completely, they could at least last longer. Under their watchful gaze, Yang Kai's figure gradually disappeared into the light bridge, but at some point, the light bridge collapsed. At the same time, the spirit array outside the cage also began to surge. The power of this spirit array caused even these 8th Order ancestors to turn pale. This change occurred quickly and ended quickly. Just as they were wondering whether they should retreat to avoid coming under the influence of the spirit array, everything became calm again. Everyone looked at each other in dismay while Lu Mu's face sank. This sudden change was definitely not a good sign. Yang Kai had obviously encountered some kind of accident, and judging from the power of the spirit array, if a mere 6th Order master like Yang Kai got caught up in it, he couldn't survive. Now, they couldn't even tell if Yang Kai was alive or dead. Everyone silently and intently stared ahead, trying to find some clues. Meanwhile, endless darkness enveloped Yang Kai as a sense of cold isolation welled up in his heart. Yang Kai became disoriented and even felt like he was about to melt into this darkness. Suddenly a majestic will slowly awakened like a sleeping dragon, filling the endless darkness, instantly alarming him. Yang Kai found this will quite familiar. It was the will of that master from the Black Ink clan. This place was definitely where this person was imprisoned. In other words, he had successfully reached his destination. Yang Kai immediately became vigilant. Although he had the world spring sealing his small universe, making him fearless against the Black Ink strength, if he were to face the Black Ink clan master directly, he didn't know if he could resist the corrosion of this strange power. As his perception slowly recovered, Yang Kai finally realized that the place he was standing at was filled with Black Ink strength. The Black Ink strength was extremely pure and strong, and was extremely corrosive. Fortunately, his small universe was robust and flawless, so no external strength could invade it. Otherwise, he would have instantly been corrupted. Under such circumstances, even an 8th-order divine monarch like Lu Mu wouldn't be able to last long here. Not only that, but Yang Kai also felt something crawling on him. Suddenly, a hot yellow and a cold blue light emerged from Yang Kai. He then brought the two palms together as yellow and blue light fused to form a pure white light. The endless waves of black light frantically retreated like frightened snakes. As the white light enveloped the area, crackling sounds rang out as a large portion of the Black Ink strength was instantly purified. However, the potent pure white light was only able to illuminate a radius of 100 meters around Yang Kai, while the pitch-black darkness was still present outside its range. As if stimulated by this pure white light, the awakening will suddenly became extremely furious. Yang Kai could clearly feel an intense destructive aura coming from this will, causing him to shiver. He secretly circulated his small universe's strength to protect himself. Be that as it may, it became apparent that Yang Kai was worrying too much. Although the master from the Black Ink clan was extremely angry, he seemed to have no intention of attacking him. At the edge of the pure white light, the dense black ink-like energy began to stir, but every time it came into contact with the light, it would be purified into nothingness. Yang Kai finally saw what was squirming and crawling on his body. Black ink insects. And there were quite a number of them. He had always heard from the Black Ink disciples that the Black Ink insects were extremely precious, even to the Black Ink clan, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Yang Kai could only make an educated guess that the Black Ink clansmen would need to expend a great deal of strength to deliver these insects out of this cage. In other words, the Black Ink insect in the Black Ink disciples' hands were indeed extremely rare and precious. Nonetheless, these Black Ink insects were definitely nothing special to the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink insects were also unable to resist the purification of this pure white light, so thick black wisps emerged from the insects-like entities as they rapidly shrank and soon disappeared into nothingness. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4886, You're Really Ugly. The information he had obtained before was a little misleading. To the true Black Ink clan, Black Ink insects weren't anything special. Perhaps the Black Ink clan had to pay a certain price in order to send out these Black Ink insects from this place. That could be the only reasonable explanation. As Yang Kai was thinking about the Black Ink insects, a voice suddenly rang in his ear, "Look who it is." What caught Yang Kai by surprise was that this voice actually belonged to a woman, and it was extremely clear and pleasant to the ear. Hearing this voice, the first thing that appeared in his mind was a beautiful young woman with a graceful figure. However, Yang Kai would never believe that the owner of this voice was just a beautiful young girl. The Black Ink clansmen had been imprisoned in the deepest depths of this prison for countless eons. In this place, besides him, there was only the Black Ink clan, so it was obvious who the owner of this voice was. Yang Kai didn't rashly answer. He knew nothing about the abilities of the Black Ink clan, so if he opened his mouth, he would only end up in a passive position. Yang Kai observed his surroundings with a cold gaze, but he couldn't spot anything. About 100 meters away from the area of the pure white light, the endless darkness was stirring, as if it would rush over at any moment and bury the light. "Boy, you dare appear before me? Aren't you afraid I'll eat you?" The voice of this person from the Black Ink clan continued to ring in his ear. Yang Kai had never heard such a pleasant voice before. He felt as if an invisible hand was gently caressing his heart, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort, making him even more vigilant. Back in Langya Paradise, Yang Kai had used a sacrificial offering in Yuandu's small universe, allowing both to sense each other's existence. For Yang Kai, he would never forget the majestic will that had suddenly descended upon him, and naturally, neither would its owner forget Yang Kai. He was the person behind the sabotage of her plan. "What's wrong? Are you too scared to even make a sound?" The woman giggled lightly, her voice crisp and clear. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and tried to follow the source of the sound to find her location, but it seemed to echo from all around in an unpredictable manner, sometimes far, sometimes close, making it impossible to determine where it originated from. While searching, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly looked towards a certain place in the darkness. He felt that there was something different there. The pure white light in his hand suddenly expanded and shot in that direction. The darkness quickly receded wherever the light passed, allowing Yang Kai to see everything. Under the illumination of the pure white light, Yang Kai spotted a chain that was as thick as a wash basin hanging in the void. One end of it was connected to a certain place while the other was connected to the center of the prison. This chain gave him a familiar feeling. It reminded him of the Black Ink giant spirit god sealed in the ancestral land. Inside the sealing Black Ink land, the Black Ink giant spirit god was shackled by a bunch of secret technique chains, which were formed from the ancestral strength of the ancestral land. Over the years, even a being as powerful as the Black Ink giant spirit god was drained of its strength and life force and was reduced to a corpse. He was no longer a threat to anyone. The chain in front of Yang Kai now was obviously similar. The pure white light moved along the chain and soon reached its end. The end of the chain was inserted into the void, making it very hard to discern its starting point. Yang Kai then began checking the other side. "Between you and me, it's best to maintain a bit of mystery," the master's voice rang in his ear once more. The voice was so warm and gentle that it gave the impression that she had known Yang Kai for a long time. The moment she was finished speaking, the pitch-black ink-like darkness surged toward the white light from all directions. Crackling sounds immediately rang out as the white light dimmed and then was quickly extinguished like a candle flame. The world was drowned in endless darkness once more. Inside it, it felt as if a dawn could never be seen here. Inside his small universe, the energy of the yellow and blue crystals was rapidly absorbed by Yang Kai. Immediately after, an even more dazzling white light bloomed from Yang Kai's hand, quickly transforming into a small sun. Yang Kai raised his hand as the small sun flew out from his hand, illuminating the entire cage in the blink of an eye. The black energy, which was like a living creature, surged towards the small sun. Within 3 breaths, the energy which was extracted from a large amount of yellow and blue crystals was extinguished. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was able to clearly see everything inside the cage during this brief flash of light. An incomparably huge spider-like creature, over 1,000 meters tall, was quietly lying in the center of the cage. It had the body of a spider but the head of a beautiful girl. When their eyes met, fury and coldness filled the beautiful face's eyes, as if she felt ashamed of her ugly appearance having been seen by others. As for her massive body, it was pierced through by a bunch of secret technique chains. These chains seemed to have an incredibly strong restrictive force, firmly locking her in place and preventing her from moving. Surely, these chains were the physical form of the power of Black Territory's super array. It was these chains that had imprisoned this Black Ink master for countless years. The world fell into darkness once more as the light faded away. Yang Kai suddenly sneered. "You're really ugly." Anyone who heard this Black Ink master's voice would probably think that the owner was a beautiful young girl, but only after seeing her for themselves would they know that it was just a disguise. A puny little ant dares act so presumptuously in front of this royal lord? The Black Ink master suddenly became enraged. Her originally pleasant voice was now filled with a hysterical rage as her majestic will filled the entire cage. The next moment, a fearsome pressure came bearing down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai promptly responded to the overbearing pressure with an even stronger and more dazzling white sun. Yang Kai had failed to find the location of the Black Ink Master until now, but since he now knew her position, he felt that there was no need to act politely. The burning light and serene glimmer had given him a weapon to deal with the Black Ink clan, so he naturally had to make good use of it. If he could kill the Black Ink Master right here and now, the Black Territories crisis would be resolved. The dazzling little sun broke through the Black Ink Master's defenses and smashed onto her massive body. A blood-curdling scream immediately rang out. The Black Ink Master seemed to be in unimaginable pain and had suffered some gruesome injuries. She let out a piercing scream as her massive body struggled to break free, but she was unable to do so. What kind of power is this? The Black Ink Master roared in anger. She had already been vigilant when Yang Kai first displayed the pure white light, as she felt that it was not something to be trifled with. Now that she tasted the might of the white light firsthand though, she understood just how terrifying it was. It was simply the Black Ink clan's nemesis. Even a royal lord like her found it difficult to resist. She had never encountered something like this before in her long life. When Yang Kai displayed another small sun, panic and anger became apparent on the Black Ink Master's beautiful face under its illumination. Her enormous body started struggling more violently. She struggled so hard that even the secret technique chains began to rattle. "You will pay for this, I swear. You will pay an unimaginable price for this," the Black Ink Master screamed. The small sun-like light slammed into her massive body once more, creating a huge hole in it. Immediately after, massive and endless amounts of black ink strength flowed out like blood, adding a sense of heaviness to the darkness of this cage. Yang Kai ignored it and continued to bombard the Black Ink Master with his attacks. Each of his attacks was backed by a massive amount of wealth. The wanton use of the yellow and blue crystals caused much heartache to Yang Kai, but he couldn't afford to care about such things right now. Although the yellow and blue crystals were precious, it was more important to kill this Black Ink Master. Worst case, he could just go to the chaotic dead territory and ask for more from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. The more intensely he attacked, the more fiercely the Black Ink Master struggled. After launching countless attacks for a full quarter of an hour, the Black Ink Master's body was riddled with hole-like wounds. Every time the light flashed, Yang Kai could clearly spot an extra hole in her massive body. Furthermore, the aura of the Black Ink Master was growing weaker with every attack. This greatly shocked him. Perhaps I can really kill her right here and now while she's being restrained. At a certain moment though, an abnormal sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of something breaking. Yang Kai was beside himself with shock for a moment before a violent force blasted towards him. Just as this blast was about to reach him, a total of 5 dazzling lights suddenly appeared around him, one after another. They were the defensive techniques placed on him by Lu Mu and the others at the expense of their blood essence before he entered this place. These 5 defensive secret techniques could withstand the full power of 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm attacks, which ordinarily would be more than enough to ensure Yang Kai's safety. But not this time. From their first encounter until now, the Black Ink Master had been the one being attacked one-sidedly. She was unable to fight back under the super array's suppression, so Yang Kai had not experienced what she was capable of. At this moment he finally understood. The 5 defensive layers around him were instantly shattered by this violent impact. The next moment, Yang Kai felt as if an entire universe had smashed into his body and his figure involuntarily flew out. The fearsome attack had struck him right in his chest and abdomen, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of golden blood. With the help of the small sun he had just sent out, Yang Kai clearly saw what struck him. It was a long claw-like foot. Having broken one of the chains, the Black Ink Master regained some of her freedom and immediately retaliated. The super array enveloping Black Territory had already suffered some damage over time, and coupled with the suicidal attacks of many of the Black Ink disciples, it had given the Black Ink Master some nourishment to restore her strength. Furthermore, Yang Kai's indiscriminate attacks have also stirred her up greatly. The Black Ink Master was obviously not willing to sit back and wait for her death, so, after a desperate struggle, she had actually managed to break free from one of the chains. This was a terrible situation. Ha ha ha. The Black Ink Master's crazed laughter reverberated as her weakened aura rapidly recovered. No one can trap me, no one can harm me. I am the Black Ink Clan's royal lord. How dare you ants act so presumptuously in front of me? Crash. A violent quake rang out as the giant body of the Black Ink Master struggled to break free from the other chains. Although the super array was powerful and had imprisoned the Black Ink Master for countless years, her foundation had not been destroyed. Now that a flaw had appeared, the situation would only become worse with time. Martial Peak, Chapter 4887, Seizing Life from the Jaws of Death. Lu Mu and the other 8th Order ancestors were paying close attention outside the Black Territory cage. Just after Yang Kai had entered the cage, the grand array before them suddenly activated. It was definitely because it was triggered by Yang Kai. This put them in a spot. They could neither determine whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, nor could they tell what was going on inside the cage. At a certain point, a thick ink-like energy gushed out of the barrier of the grand array and spread out. The black tide of energy was like a belligerent army, pressing forward with unstoppable momentum. Along with this black tide came a faintly discernible will. A solemn look immediately blanketed Lu Mu and the others' faces. Since the black ink strength was leaking out, it meant that the hole in the super array had only gotten bigger, so big that they could even faintly feel the existence of the Black Ink Master inside. All of this should have something to do with Yang Kai. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for such an accident. In other words, Yang Kai is probably still alive. Fortunately, the super array was still effective even if its power had weakened a little. The amount of black ink strength leaking out was not much, and it was greatly restricted. The Black Ink clansmen would not be able to escape in short order. However, if this continued, it would only be a matter of time before she regained her freedom. We have to make preparations. If we wait any longer, it will be too late, Lu Mu declared with a solemn look. The other 4 nodded lightly in agreement. Everyone glanced at each other but did not say anything, they just turned around and left. Meanwhile, the Black Ink Master was madly struggling inside the cage, trying to break free from the Grand Array's chains. The secret technique chains penetrating her body kept rattling as she used her long, sharp legs to cut into them. The leaking of the black ink strength was a manifestation of her struggle for freedom. Outside, all the 8th Order ancestors gathered once again to discuss the matter of the Black Ink clan. Lu Mu first briefly explained what had transpired before shaking his head. Young boy disappeared deep inside the cage. We don't know if he's still alive. As soon as he finished speaking, someone interrupted, "He's not dead." Everyone turned around and saw that the one who spoke was the only 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master present at the meeting, Lan Yurua, who had a loose relationship with Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Lu Mu stated, "Young boy is indeed outstanding and also has the means to deal with the Black Ink clansmen. This monarch also hopes that nothing happens to him, but now that he has ventured to the depths of that cage alone, it is difficult to say how he fares." Lan Yurua spoke once again, "Since I said that he is alive, naturally I have my reasons." Having said so, she lightly clapped as a person walked into the hall. The 8th Order Masters turned to look and discovered that the man who had entered was just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. They believed that he should be a member of High Heaven Palace. Lan Yurua added, "Maozhi had once entered his name in Yang Kai's loyalty list, and his life and death is tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai dies, he will not survive either. Since he is safe and sound, it means that Yang Kai's life is not in danger and he is still with us." Maozhi stood still and bowed to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Lu Mu raised his brow upon hearing this. "That's good then." He then asked Maozhi, "Since you and Yang Boy are connected through the loyalty list, can you tell us how he is doing?" Maozhi shook his head in response. "The loyalty list can only verify the life or death of the sect master. This junior has no idea what kind of state sect master is currently in." Although Lu Mu already had an inkling, he was still a little disappointed after hearing Mao Zhe confirm so. Lan Yuruo waved off as Mao Zhe bowed once more before retreating. He had only come here to prove that Yang Kai was still alive. An Eighth Order ancestor stated, in that case, Yang Kai must somehow be behind the signs of the Black Ink clan's breakout. Lu Mu nodded lightly in agreement. I'm thinking the same. Yang Boy has the means to kill that Black Ink Master, so perhaps his actions have provoked the Black Ink Master. And with Super Array having weakened, it led to this. Lan Yuruo furrowed her brow and asked, could Senior be blaming him? Lu Mu waved her off and corrected, of course not. If the Black Ink Master really broke out, it would not be Yang Boy's fault. Furthermore, he is putting his life on the line to eliminate the Black Ink Master. Also, as he is trapped inside the cage with the Black Ink Master, he might even delay the Black Ink Master's escape. It is a highly meritorious deed. Saying so, he turned to look at the other Eighth Order ancestors. What I mean to say is that we cannot delay the matter of the Black Ink clan any longer. We old farts may have supreme cultivation, but we're actually letting a boy face the Black Ink clan alone. Do we amount to only this? Many people nodded lightly in agreement. Someone suddenly stated, the Black Ink clan must be dealt with, but what can we do? The influence of the Super Array is extremely strong. Furthermore, the power of the array in the depths of that cage is so great that even we can't stay there for long, let alone fight with the Black Ink Master. That's right, we were bogged down with this problem before. If we can't eliminate the issue of the Super Array, we won't be able to deal with the Black Ink Master. Everyone's divine senses surged as they began to discuss amongst themselves. Lu Mu stood idly by. Someone noticed his calm demeanor and asked, Lu Mu, if you have any ideas, just speak up. There is no need for you to be so secretive with us. Lu Mu replied, it's not like I'm trying to hide anything, it's just that the method I came up with might be a bit dangerous and I can't make up my mind yet. Let's hear it. Lu Mu swept his gaze over everyone. After a long time, he finally replied in a solemn tone, let's break the array and seize life from the jaws of death. As soon as he said this, the Eighth Order ancestors immediately understood what Lu Mu's plan was. Some of them shook their heads and started snapping at him. Some people furrowed their brows and fell into deep thought. Lu Mu continued, in our current situation, the Black Ink Master will escape sooner or later even if we don't do anything. If that happens, we'll be forced into a passive position. By then, not only will we have to deal with the influence of the Super Array, but we'll also have to fight with the Black Ink Master. Tell me, how much strength do you think our old arms and legs could display in that environment? That's right, but if we act according to your wishes, we will only be releasing the Black Ink Master ahead of time. Lu Mu agreed with a nod, and that is what I am worried about. If we really do this, we'll be helping the Black Ink Master, but from a different perspective, if we don't do so, we will ultimately be in an even worse situation. Our cave heavens and paradises are filled with outstanding masters, so what can a single Black Ink Master do? What's more, the Black Ink Master has been imprisoned for countless eons. No matter how strong it is, it should not be anywhere near its peak. Furthermore, Yang Boy is still inside the cage, fighting it right now. He is just a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and does not belong to any of the cave heavens or paradises, yet he takes the safety and stability of the 3,000 worlds as his responsibility. I don't understand what we're hesitating about. Everyone remained silent, not because they were rendered speechless by Lu Mu, but rather because they were considering the feasibility of his plan. Countless of our fellow cultivators have given their lives fighting the Black Ink clan over the years. Of course, the no-return pass is the natural moat between peace and chaos. Once one crosses that divide, there is no turning back. The peace of our 3,000 worlds was obtained through the blood and sacrifice of many generations. We cannot allow the sacrifices of our ancestors to be besmirched at our hands. Lu Mu had qualms over the feasibility of this plan, but as he pitched the plan to the others, his expression became firmer and firmer. This was the only way to take care of the Black Ink Master. More importantly, It was not the style of the cave heavens and paradises to be overly cautious. Everyone, make your decision. Do you want to wait for the Black Ink Master to break out and fight to the death with him then? Or do you want to take the initiative to find an opportunity to kill him and end all future troubles? The peace of the 3,000 worlds rests upon our decision. The hall sunk into silence for a long time before someone finally broke it. Since things have reached this point, we have no choice but to go along with your plan. Then let's do this. Let's set the time limit to be 100 years. Good. After a discussion that lasted a few days, the cave heavens and paradises finally reached a consensus. Lu Mu let out a sigh of relief, but he also couldn't help but be a bit worried. 100 years. Even if Yang Boy is still alive now, can he survive 100 years in there? Can this cage imprison the Black Ink Master for another 100 years? Nonetheless, we can't shorten the time any more than this either. Lan Yu suddenly stood up and slammed her palm on the table, asserting in a heavy voice, "My High Heaven Palace has no objections to everyone's plans and we will fully cooperate with you, but all the materials of Black Territory must belong to High Heaven Palace." Over 100 pairs of eyes instantly turned and focused on her, each of them belonged to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. An ordinary cultivator would fall into panic under such gazes, but Lan Yu simply craned her long, white neck and argued, "Each of you comes from a superpower, yet you still have the nerve to compete with High Heaven Palace for the materials here? Think about how Yang Kai is still holding back the Black Ink Master in that cage right now. If you really carry out this plan, he will have made the greatest contribution to it. So, the materials mined from Black Territory will be his reward." Everyone immediately looked away. Lu Mu looked around and chuckled, "Little girl, what are you thinking? Since Black Territory belongs to High Heaven Palace, the materials mined here will naturally be handed over to you. The cave heavens and paradises will not eye them, you may rest assured." "That's for the best." Lan Yu sat down again, but she was under no illusions about the reality she faced. If she hadn't spoken up and stopped these ancestors right now, the materials of Black Territory would have been divided up by them. Black Territory was quite rich in materials, rich enough to be tempting even for the cave heavens and paradises. If she let the cave heavens and paradises hog all the materials here, she wouldn't be able to explain herself when Yang Kai returned. Since the meeting had finally reached a decision, the news was relayed to everyone. The cave heavens and paradises wanted to destroy the ore stars and the spirit arrays spread across Black Territory in order to break the super array. Only by doing so would the power of the super array not affect the combat power of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was also what Lu Mu meant by seizing life from the jaws of death. However, there was indeed a drawback to this method, and it was that it would only help the Black Ink clansmen escape even more quickly. Every time the super array weakened, the Black Ink Master's chances of escaping would increase. But if they didn't do so, the masters from the cave heavens and paradises would not be able to display their full strength no matter how many of them were gathered. This would put them at a disadvantage when they really fought with the Black Ink clansmen. Only by doing this could the cave heavens and paradises finally have the chance to confront the Black Ink Master. When Lu Mu made this suggestion, the 8th Order ancestors immediately understood his intentions. Lan Yu was a bit slower to understand, but she quickly caught on to the plan. Martial Peak, Chapter 4888, I'd Rather Die. The super array was composed of countless ore stars and spirit arrays spanning the Black Territory. The most effective way to break this super array was to destroy the ore stars, just as Luan Baifeng had done before. The ore stars were a rich source of cultivation materials, and they belonged to High Heaven Palace. They could not just give away all these resources without protest. Lan Yurua's argument allowed High Heaven Palace to maintain ownership of these materials and also spared the Black Prison's materials from being divided up by the cave heavens and paradises. This was good news for High Heaven Palace and even Voidland, but the century-long plan might not be good news for Yang Kai. Be that as it may, they could not shorten this time further. It would take time for them to break the super array, and the cave heavens and paradises also needed time to prepare for the battle to follow. At the very least, they would need to cultivate enough profound yin bamboo in their small universes to best resist the corrosion of the black ink strength. Lan Yurua understood this point, which was why she did not try to argue with it, because she knew that it would be useless in this situation. Right now, she could only pray that Yang Kai could hold on until then. Soon, large batches of Open Heaven Realm Masters arrived at the Black Prison. They were all dispatched by the various cave heavens and paradises. Every batch numbered in the hundreds or even thousands, and every cultivator was either in the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm or above. The entire Black Territory was divided into sectors, with each cave heaven or paradise being responsible for one. They were to mine the ore stars in that sector and crack the various spirit arrays hidden in it. One by one, the ore stars were destroyed as a tremendous amount of black stone was mined. The High Heaven Palace disciples also began to busy themselves, collecting the mined black stones and sending them to the star boundary, where they were handled by head manager Hua Qingxi. Meanwhile, Yang Kai confronted the Black Ink Master inside the cage. The weakening of the super array allowed the Black Ink Master, who had been imprisoned for countless millennia, to gradually regain some of her freedom. This little bit of freedom might not seem like much, but it was extremely dangerous for Yang Kai. Every extra bit of freedom was tantamount to the Black Ink Master being able to exert a bit more of her true strength. Yang Kai found it difficult to imagine just how powerful this Black Ink Master was at her peak. Even though she had been imprisoned since ancient times and her strength had obviously suffered as a result, the power she could display was still far beyond what he could contend with. If it weren't for the fact that he possessed the means to suppress the Black Ink strength, he would have been powerless to resist in front of this Black Ink Master. It was by relying on the pure white light that Yang Kai was able to survive. Almost at the same time, an ear-piercing grinding sound reverberated at the center of the cage. This was the sound of the Black Ink Master using her sharp, long legs to cut away at the secret technique chains. She was probably trying to free herself from her shackles, but as the source of these chains was the Grand Array, it was very hard to break them unless the Grand Array itself was weakened. Everything she did was destined to be futile. Thick and dense black ink strength filled the cage. The only place that was free from it was the 10-meter region around Yang Kai. Yang Kai maintained the white light in his hand at all times. The illumination of the white light formed a sturdy, invisible barrier, blocking the black ink strength from reaching him. Yang Kai did not need to worry about the threat posed by the black ink strength owing to the protection of this pure white light, but there was more than just black ink strength in this cage. He had to constantly remain on guard. The ear-piercing grating sounds kept ringing out to no end, disrupting Yang Kai's thoughts. Everything seemed as usual, but suddenly, a silent yet devastating attack came from the endless darkness. The pitch-black darkness was the best cover, and only when the attack was right upon him did Yang Kai manage to react. Sturdy dragon scales promptly appeared on his skin, forming a solid defense. At the same time, a flash of white light glimmered from Yang Kai's hand, illuminating the surroundings. Yang Kai immediately spotted a sharp, long leg cutting towards him. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated. Although his reaction was quick, he was still injured. Even the dragon scales covering his body couldn't withstand this fearsome blow. Yang Kai was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. This attack left a forearm length wound on his chest and abdomen through which his internal organs could be seen. If he was even a single step slower with his retreat, he would have been sliced in half. While he was sent flying, though, a brilliant ball of white light flew from Yang Kai's hand, slamming straight into the massive body of the Black Ink Master like a sun crashing down on her. The Black Ink Master immediately let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. She kept cursing non-stop, swearing to rip Yang Kai into a million pieces one day before devouring his soul so he would never reincarnate. Yang Kai naturally turned a deaf ear to her ravings. When he faced such a sneak attack for the first time, he cursed and bickered with the Black Ink Master, but after having gone through this very situation over and over again, he had grown accustomed to it already. Inside this cage, the man and the Black Ink Master seemed to have been forgotten by the whole world. They might be each other's companions, but they were also mortal enemies. Sneak attacks and counter-sneak attacks were carried out almost every day, and each time, both sides suffered heavy injuries. In the beginning, Yang Kai found it difficult to resist the Black Ink Master's sneak attacks, but with time, he gradually became familiar with her habits and was able to counter them. Even if the Black Ink Master didn't launch a sneak attack, he would find an opportunity to do so. The White Light's power of purification was a very potent method to deal with the Black Ink Master. Every purifying attack would wear down some of her strength. If Yang Kai wanted to live, he couldn't give her any chance to recover. Yang Kai's constant offense and defense had already consumed an enormous amount of yellow and blue crystals, but he couldn't be bothered to care about that right now. In the darkness, the two silently recuperated after a recent confrontation. Even the Black Ink Master, who had been clamoring to tear Yang Kai into pieces, had slowly calmed down. The only thing that could be heard in the pitch-black darkness was the Black Ink Master's attempt to cut the chains. Suddenly, an inexplicable gentle voice rang in Yang Kai's ears once more. It was hard to imagine that a Black Ink Master like her would be able to sing such a beautiful song. She wasn't singing any words, only humming a tune. Her song also did not carry any strange power or anything. However, when this song entered one's ears, it gave off an indescribable tranquility, as if one had returned to their mother's womb, returned to the source of life. Do you know how to sing? The Black Ink Master suddenly stopped singing and asked, If you do, sing a song. I won't, Yang Kai refused, and I don't know how to sing. The Black Ink Master immediately broke into crisp laughter. Since we have nothing to do, we should find something to do to pass the time, right? Then keep singing, I'll listen. Wouldn't I be at a loss? I'm a royal lord, and I don't have the habit of singing to slaves or animals. That's how you flatter us. Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. During the time he had spent with this Black Ink Master, she had brought up the topic of being a royal lord, as well as the subject of slaves and animals more than once, making him a little curious. The Black Ink clan is divided into different levels? Yang Kai asked. The Black Ink Master lightly giggled in the darkness before replying, her voice sounding like a lover's whispers. Of course, the Black Ink clan's hierarchy is strict, unlike you animals who follow no order. Some clansmen have always been born high and mighty, while some clansmen are born at the bottom of the ladder. I have been a royal lord since I was born. The royal lord role should be very noble, right? What about those below the royal lord? Below the royal lord, the Black Ink Master dragged out her voice, trying to keep Yang Kai in suspense as she laughed. I'll tell you if you sing a song. Yang Kai decisively refused. I don't know how to sing. Just sing whatever you want. If you want to learn about my Black Ink clan, I can tell you, but this information isn't free, it comes at a price. Don't be embarrassed. A long time ago, only the most beautiful girl had the qualifications to sing in front of me. Then I am honored. The Black Ink Master didn't continue, but the grating sound of her feet striking the chains did. Yang Kai bit the bullet and began humming a tune that Chu Huashang had once hummed in front of him. However, the Black Ink Master interrupted him shortly enough. Enough! Your singing is terrible. Even the sound of me cutting these chains is more pleasant than your voice. In the darkness, Yang Kai's face turned slightly red in embarrassment, but he simply shrugged and stated, I told you. Women are always curious. The Black Ink Master's words were filled with playfulness, as if she was acting coquettishly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had goosebumps all over his body, mainly because her voice brought her image to his mind, disgusting him outright. In order to make himself feel better, Yang Kai's figure suddenly flickered as he appeared behind the Black Ink Master. The next moment, a pure white light suddenly flashed in his hand, shooting straight towards her. The darkness instantly retreated wherever this beam of light passed as it struck hard on the Black Ink Master's back, leaving an enormous hole in her massive body. Black ink strength flowed out this hole like blood as the Black Ink Master madly screamed in pain. She instantly retaliated as her lone free leg slashed towards Yang Kai's head like a deadly scythe. But Yang Kai had already retreated by then. The Black Ink Master's screams and curses continued for a while. She kept shouting the same things over and over again. It was nothing new. Yang Kai's ears almost started aching from it. His sneak attack had infuriated the Black Ink Master, and she was so angry that she ignored Yang Kai for several days. It wasn't until a few days later that she finally smiled happily when she successfully launched a counterattack and severely wounded Yang Kai. Furthermore, she still remembered their previous talk and honored her promise. In the Black Ink clan, royal lords are supreme. Below them are the territory lords, followed by the feudal lords. Below the feudal lords are the ordinary clansmen. Every class has absolute authority over the ones below, the Black Ink Master slowly explained, and Yang Kai listened carefully. Does that mean your status is very noble? I stand above all others. The Black Ink Master's voice was filled with indescribable pride. Yet you have been imprisoned here for countless years. Yang Kai's words were like sharp knives that drove straight into the Black Ink Master's heart. As such, she angrily snapped back. Isn't that all because of you rebellious livestock? You pretend to be docile, but actually harbor wicked intentions. Sooner or later, the Black Ink clan will transform these 3,000 worlds into our farmland. Yang Kai continued, tell me about this livestock business. The Black Ink Master giggled, I can't be the one always talking. Shall I sing you another song? Yang Kai suggested. I'd rather die. The Black Ink Master promptly refused. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4889, Hanging by a Thread. If you want information, I can exchange it for information, no one will be at a loss. After listening to Yang Kai's singing, she decided not to give him another chance to do so. What do you want to know? Asked Yang Kai. Anything would do. I've been imprisoned for countless years and know nothing about the outside world. Didn't you transform many people into Black Ink disciples? Did they not provide you with any information? Although Black Ink's strength is powerful, it cannot bring me the information I want. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before replying, the 3,000 worlds are vast and boundless. There are countless forces of varying size and strength, but the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises reign at the top and are revered by all. They are the strongest of the forces and have countless masters. This couldn't be considered a secret, it was the most basic information. So, Yang Kai wasn't worried about exposing anything. The Black Ink Master rebuked with a snort, a bunch of clowns dare act so arrogantly? Laughable. Yang Kai ignored her and continued, they are the rulers and protectors of this vast universe. They are responsible for the peace and stability of the 3,000 worlds. It is admirable. The Black Ink Master sneered, just a dove occupying a magpie's nest. Your turn. The Black Ink Master snorted. Although she knew that Yang Kai was trying to trick her, she didn't mind revealing a bit of information. This vast space originally belonged to the Black Ink clan. You people are nothing more than livestock raised by the Black Ink clan. You pretentious bastards pretend to be docile, but have always harbored rebellious hearts. You stole everything from the Black Ink clan and drove my Black Ink clan to the edge of this universe. Sooner or later, the Black Ink clan will return and take everything back. Yang Kai frowned. In this world, are there any other Black Ink Masters besides you? Black Ink Eternal. The Black Ink Master declared proudly. This was not the first time Yang Kai had heard such words. He had heard them from the Black Ink disciples many times. By the looks of it, this obviously came from the Black Ink clan's own beliefs. The royal lord before him firmly believed that Black Ink was eternal. But the other information she revealed worried Yang Kai even more. Where did the Black Ink clan go? You don't know. The Black Ink Master asked back. Yang Kai shook his head. Most people have never heard of your existence, only the masters of the cave heaven and paradises know. I only learned of your existence in the last few hundred years. The Black Ink Master suddenly laughed. You all fear the Black Ink clan, that's why you've sealed anything related to us. You also know that you're not the Black Ink clan's opponent. Just wait, that day will soon arrive. The Black Ink clan will once again rule this vast universe. Her words were filled with confidence, but Yang Kai remained indifferent. We drove you away in ancient times, so we will wipe you from existence soon enough. Shameless boasting. The Black Ink Master sneered. Yang Kai didn't try to justify it with an answer and silently healed his injuries. He might have obtained some information from the Black Ink Master, but she had been imprisoned here for countless millennia and had no idea about the outside world's current situation. All she knew was some information from ancient times. If what she said was true, then this vast world once belonged to the Black Ink clan. Humans were nothing more than ants under the Black Ink clan's rule, reared by the Black Ink clan like cattle, surviving at the whims of the Black Ink clan. But how could so many people bear to live in servitude like this? They finally gained freedom after countless years of accumulation and resistance. Perhaps the ancient people fought countless wars and sacrificed countless people before they finally managed to defeat the Black Ink clan and expel them into the unknown. As a result, the 3,000 worlds finally welcomed a period of peace. The relationship between Yang Kai and the Black Ink Master was extremely strange. Both of them wanted to kill each other, but neither of them could accomplish this. At times, they would calmly chat with each other, and at other times, they would be at each other's throats. Yang Kai's injuries kept piling up, and the Black Ink Master was also having difficulty gathering her strength. Every time the light of purification was shot by Yang Kai, it would bring the Black Ink Master unimaginable torment and pain. Yang Kai felt like he had really been forgotten by the outside world. He silently calculated the time in his mind. It had been almost a decade since he volunteered to enter this cage, but the cave heavens and paradises showed no intention of rescuing him. He knew what the cave heavens and paradises were wary of, so he had no complaints. It was just that after having been confronting the Black Ink Master for so long, he failed to see any hope. All he could do was keep weakening the Black Ink Master. However, the gap between the two of them was too big, so he was simply unable to kill her. Some day after the first decade, Yang Kai, who was healing his injuries, suddenly heard a strange sound. He found it a little familiar, as if he had heard it once before. However, before he could figure out what was going on, the Black Ink Master's attack was already upon him. The aura of death instantly enveloped him, prompting Yang Kai to quickly dodge. But before Yang Kai could stabilize himself, another wave of murderous intent engulfed him. Yang Kai's eyes went wide in surprise. He promptly used space principles and used near-distant horizon. Space twisted and stretched, but under the fearsome attack, near-distant horizon was swiftly shattered. Fortunately, this small delay gave Yang Kai some breathing room. Taking advantage of this, he promptly took out his Azure Dragon Spear and swung it to the side. The next moment, a savage force struck him. It was so strong that Yang Kai was unable to resist it. He exerted all his strength and was barely able to hold on. Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shaken, but he didn't dare relax for even a moment before this danger. He intelligently used the rebound force to retreat to the edge of the cage. Count yourself lucky. The Black Ink Master's tone was filled with resentment and unwillingness. She might have chatted with Yang Kai like they were old friends at times, and she might have hummed a song for him at others, but the Black Ink Master had never given up on killing him. She would launch a surprise attack as long as she found an opportunity. This most recent attack had been quite a good chance, but unfortunately, Yang Kai's reaction was too quick and he had quite a few powerful tricks up his sleeves, allowing him to ultimately avoid disaster. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but a flash of purifying light once again expanded into a small sun and shot straight towards the Black Ink Master. But the next moment, 2 gleams of cold light flashed as the small sun was cut apart before it could even reach the Black Ink Master. The ball of purification light exploded, illuminating every inch of the cage. Although the purifying light could purify and disperse the endless darkness, even evaporate a great deal of the Black Ink Master's black ink strength, it still did not cause her much harm in this dispersed form. Yang Kai's pupils slightly contracted at what he saw. With the help of the short burst of light, he noticed that the Black Ink Master actually had 2 free legs now. He finally understood what the strange sound he had just heard was. It was the sound of the secret technique chains breaking. He had heard it once not long after entering this cage. Although the Black Ink Master had been continuously attacking the secret technique chains over the past decade, she had not made any progress. Yang Kai had not expected that another one of the chains would suddenly snap, allowing her to regain a bit more freedom. Is it because of her constant attacks? Yang Kai quickly denied this conjecture. The source of these chains is the super array that spans black territory. The secret technique chains would never break until this super array breaks. The reason she could break one of the chains before was that the super array had weakened, but now she broke another one, and the super array couldn't have weakened unless it was damaged intentionally. Thinking so, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what was happening outside. This immediately lifted Yang Kai's spirits. I haven't been abandoned, and the masters from the cave heavens and paradises are trying to find a solution. The weakening of the super array is the best proof. However, this would only make things more difficult for him in the meantime. The super array would grow weaker and weaker with time, meaning the Black Ink Master could display more and more of her strength. Would he be able to resist once that happened? Perhaps he would have already lost his life at the hands of the Black Ink Master before he could escape this cage. A strong sense of crisis immediately gripped Yang Kai's heart. Black territory had countless stars, and each one was extremely rich in cultivation materials. It was so rich in materials that even if a force mined for tens of millennia, or even longer, they would still not be able to mine out everything. However, every cave heaven and paradise was participating in this operation, and each of them had dispatched hundreds of disciples. Naturally, their mining speed was extraordinary. In order to break the super array, the simplest and fastest method was to destroy all the ore stars. Nonetheless, the cave heavens and paradises were mining the ore stars step by step in order to complete this 100-year plan. Massive amounts of black stones were constantly sent to High Heaven Palace, allowing it to gather an unimaginable amount of wealth in this short span of 10 years. Fortunately, they had made an agreement beforehand, and the cave heavens and paradises did not do anything greedy with a great enemy like the Black Ink clansmen knocking at their door. All of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, regardless of whether they were 7th Order or 8th Order, had entered seclusion and were sparing no expense to cultivate profound Yin bamboo in their small universes. Everyone knew that once the Black Ink clansman was set free, a great battle would break out, and the profound Yin bamboo was the best treasure to resist the Black Ink's strength. At the critical moment, it might be able to save their lives. It was precisely because cultivating the profound Yin bamboo needed time that the cave heavens and paradises came up with this 100-year plan. As years went by, the ore stars in black territory continued to wane and the spirit arrays were broken one after another, while the might of the super array was constantly weakened. As the 100-year deadline was approaching, everyone was able to feel the tension in the air. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises might be oblivious to how much the super array had weakened, but Yang Kai, who was in the center of the cage, could clearly feel it. Inside the cage, Yang Kai could no longer remain in his human form and had already switched to his dragon form. He was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his cultivation was insufficient to face off against a Black Ink Royal Lord, even if she had been imprisoned for so many years. As the power of the super array weakened, the Black Ink Master could display more and more of her strength. So, Yang Kai had no choice but to resort to his dragon form to protect himself. A 20,000-meter-long Grand Dragon was as strong as a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which allowed him to preserve his life. However, he was hanging on by the thread. It took everything he had to resist each of the Black Ink Master's attacks, and each blow would leave him injured. Had it not been for the strong resilience of his dragon body and the restorative power of the Immortal Tree, he would have not been able to hold on for this long. Martial Peak, Chapter 4890, broke free. The purification light played a vital role as the power of the super array weakened over the years and the Black Ink Master gained more freedom and strength. Every blast of purifying light Yang Kai fired dealt a certain amount of damage and suppression to her, preventing her from recovering fully. Her hatred towards Yang Kai had already reached the apex. Had it not been for the fact that she had yet to completely regain her freedom, Yang Kai wouldn't have had the chance to even breathe in this small cage. Yang Kai's 20,000-meter-long dragon form was riddled with wounds of all sizes. Many of his dragon scales had fallen off, making him look quite miserable. Even if his strength was comparable to a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master now, he still couldn't hold a candle to this royal lord. Yang Kai silently endured and calculated. In the beginning, a total of 12 chains happened to be piercing the Black Ink Master's body under the super array's suppression, firmly locking her in place and making it next to impossible for her to even move. But as the super array weakened over the years, she had already broken free from 10 of those chains. Now, only the last 2 were binding the Black Ink Master. The day these 2 chains broke would be the day the Black Ink Master escaped. A few days later, another chain broke as the super array's power weakened to the limit. The Black Ink Master suddenly fell silent. She was finally going to regain her freedom after countless millennia of imprisonment, but her reaction was quite strange. She no longer tried to sneak attack Yang Kai and essentially ignored his entire existence. She had gone completely silent, which was completely opposite to her past self where she kept chattering nonstop. She's accumulating her strength. Yang Kai cursed, fully aware of what was happening. She also knew that once the super array was destroyed, she would be up against the masters of the cave heavens and paradises. Thus, she took this last moment to build up her strength. Yang Kai welcomed a rare period of safety. At this time, he should be trying to weaken the Black Ink Master as much as possible. Only by doing so would she not have too much power when she eventually broke free. But he soon gave up on this idea. Yang Kai also needed to gather his strength. Otherwise, he would most likely be doomed the moment she broke free. He had to save himself first. In the current situation, he would be able to escape this calamity only by quickly advancing to the 7th Order. Although Yang Kai had been fighting with the Black Ink Master all these years and hadn't had the time to cultivate, the countless living beings in his small universe had been constantly helping him strengthen his foundation. His small universe's foundation was sufficient, so all he lacked now was the opportunity. He vigilantly returned to his human form, all while paying close attention to the Black Ink Master's movements. He was ready to transform into his dragon form at any moment to resist her assault. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. The Black Ink Master had really quieted down and did not make any moves against him. Be that as it may, Yang Kai didn't relax his vigilance. At the same time, he was silently searching for the opportunity to break through. The proprietress had gone into a retreat in Void Land for several hundred years before she was able to break through from the 6th Order to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Her aptitude was quite extraordinary actually, but even then, it was very hard for her to break through to the 7th Order. The gap between the 6th and 7th Orders was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. While a 6th Order Master was quite strong and could be considered a powerhouse in the Open Heaven Realm, their small universe was still immaterial, while a 7th Order Master was entirely different. Their small universes had already become material, which was a qualitative leap. Since ancient times, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters had been stuck at this juncture, unable to advance even a single step forward. The fact that one had initially broken through to the 5th Order did not mean that they would be able to advance to the 7th Order someday. Ascending to the 5th Order only gave one the possibility to reach the 7th Order. More importantly, it was extremely dangerous to break through from the 6th Order to the 7th Order. If one's foundation was insufficient and one's comprehension was lacking, a forceful attempt would only result in death. Yang Kai felt that his accumulation should be enough. In fact, he had wanted to enter retreat and break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm a few centuries ago. It was just that he had been delayed by various matters. But now, in the face of the Black Ink Master's threat, he was left with no choice but to try his best to accomplish something he had failed to finish in the past. Yang Kai could only sigh with regret at the hand dealt to him by fate, and the results left him disappointed. He was unable to sense the opportunity to advance. The Black Ink Master was eyeing him like prey, ready to give a fatal blow at any moment, so how could Yang Kai focus on breaking through? It was very hard to feel the passage of time in this pitch-black and monotonous darkness, but when Yang Kai heard a familiar sound, he instantly realized that several years had passed already. The super array had been completely broken, and the Black Ink Master had gained her freedom at last. The most dangerous moment had arrived, and Yang Kai could clearly feel the great power that the Black Ink Master desperately needed reviving. Her slumbering majestic will instantly recovered, causing the entire cage to tremble. At this point, a single moment of hesitation would be the difference between life and death. Suddenly, the cry of a golden crow rang out as a great sun slowly rose, illuminating the world. Right behind it rose a bright round moon, radiating a chilling moonlight. The sun and moon shone together as time principles began to churn. At the same time, space principles also flared, merging with the time principles, transforming into a new and profound power. The sun and moon intertwined, spinning like a top as they headed straight towards the Black Ink Master. The sun and moon divine wheel was the most powerful secret technique Yang Kai had ever comprehended. With just a 6th-order heaven-open realm cultivation, Yang Kai had overwhelmed 3 6th-order masters from the shadowless cave heaven's profound Yang Mountain with this secret technique. With this secret technique, he was able to injure the 7th-order open heaven realm Zuoquan Hui, who was far stronger than him. Space-time strength was an extremely profound power, and Yang Kai had just scratched its surface. The Black Ink Master's crisp laughter rang out, filled with pride and ruthlessness. She was finally going to be free after countless years of imprisonment. This was indeed joyous news for her. The next moment, her sharp foot promptly slashed towards the sun and moon divine wheel. This secret technique, which was strong enough to even severely wound a 7th-order open heaven realm master, failed to even put a scratch on her. Just a swipe of her foot had caused the sun to dim and the full moon to collapse, dispersing the space-time strength. But surprisingly, another dazzling sun suddenly appeared right behind the sun and moon divine wheel. Naturally, it was a ball of purifying light. Since Yang Kai was well aware of the gap between them, how could he place all his hopes on the secret technique he had created? The sun and moon divine wheel was just a cover, while his real trump card was this purifying light hidden behind it. This was the only method Yang Kai had that could restrain the Black Ink Master. The Royal Lord obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so shrewd, so in her moment of carelessness, the small sun-like ball of purifying light broke through her defenses and smashed into her massive body. The light immediately dispelled the darkness in the vicinity and left a giant hole on her body, from where thick ink-like liquid flowed. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream rang out before the Black Ink Master roared in fury, "I want you dead." She slammed her long leg that destroyed the sun and moon divine will straight down on Yang Kai's head, sealing off all routes of retreat. Yang Kai was already prepared for this counterattack though, and the moment he cast the sun and moon divine wheel, his body had already transformed into his 20,000-meter-long dragon form, bolstering his defense to its highest. Even so, her long legs scraped through the dragon scales as his blood splashed out. The Black Ink Master's leg left a several hundred-meter-long gaping wound on Yang Kai's dragon body, almost cutting him in two. Although he had escaped death, it was clear that the Black Ink Master had no intention of letting Yang Kai off so easily. Her multiple long legs slashed at him from different angles, causing his face to turn ashen. Even if he had assumed his dragon form, he would not be able to resist this attack. Furthermore, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't do so inside this cage. Yang Kai promptly manipulated space principles, placing all his hopes on the masters in the cave heavens and paradises. Fortunately, the masters from the cave heavens and paradises did not disappoint him. The cage that was once flawless was riddled with cracks now. Since the super array had been broken, the cage that imprisoned the Black Ink Master was naturally no longer flawless. Over the past 100 years, Yang Kai had continuously been using space principles in an attempt to find a gap in the cage, but he had found none until now. Yang Kai quickly swung his dragon tail, smashing it into the invisible barrier of the cage. The next moment, the cage completely broke, giving the impression that an entirely new world had been created. Immediately after, one powerful aura after another immediately entered Yang Kai's perception as countless figures came rushing towards his side, defending him. These figures all exuded the powerful aura of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Hong Hong Hong. Star. Deafening explosions immediately rang out as the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master blocked the oncoming legs for Yang Kai one by one. Some people let out muffled groans while some sneered. After this fierce exchange, the entire world fell silent. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises were already preparing outside to break this final barrier, so Yang Kai's last attack had saved them a lot of time and effort, while also saving his own life in return. Otherwise, if the masters from the cave heavens and paradises attempted to break this cage themselves, it would have taken them at least a few breaths, which was far slower than Yang Kai using space principles from the inside. At this moment, Yang Kai was disoriented and stars were circling before his eyes, but before he could recover from his near-death experience, he suddenly felt someone standing over him. "Brat, you're still alive?" Lu Mu asked from above. Yang Kai replied, shaking his head, "Fortunately." Lu Mu meaningfully chuckled. "One who survives a great disaster is destined to have good fortune. Leave the rest to us old fogies and take a rest." Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before warning, "Seniors, please be careful. She calls herself a royal lord, but I don't know what it means." Lu Mu clicked his tongue. "Although we had already guessed as much, it is still disheartening to hear you say it." He took a pregnant pause before explaining, "This so-called royal lord is equivalent to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai's heart trembled upon hearing this. Although the Black Ink Master was not at her peak after having been imprisoned for countless years, and Yang Kai had been constantly weakening her using the purification light over the past 100 years, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Who knew how much strength she could still display? Thinking about how he had spent 100 years in the same cage with a Black Ink Royal Lord that was equivalent to a 9th Order Master, Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver in fright a little. Martial Peak, Chapter 4891, Siege. "Do we have a 9th Order Master on our side?" Yang Kai asked. "How can we have a 9th Order Master here?" Lu Mu curled his lips. Yang Kai was beside himself in shock. This was a bit different from what he had imagined. Originally, he had thought that each of the 100 or so cave heavens and paradises would have at least one 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master assuming command after countless years of accumulation. But that didn't seem to be the case. The Black Ink Master in Black Territory was extremely dangerous, so if there really was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in any of the cave heavens and paradises, he or she would have definitely not sat back and done nothing. No matter which sect he or she belonged to, they would have definitely come here to handle this situation. This was the only way to ensure the smooth eradication of the Black Ink Master. But even now, there was no sign of a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master appearing, and Lu Mu had confirmed this fact. In other words, the cave heavens and paradises really didn't have any 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. But how is that possible? How could so many cave heavens and paradises be unable to give rise to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after countless years of accumulation? Sure, only a few geniuses were capable of making the initial breakthrough to the 7th Order, but still, a few could. Could it be that none of them had successfully advanced to the 9th Order even after all this time? Yang Kai was having a hard time understanding this, but this wasn't the time to investigate. Staring out in the direction of the Black Ink Master, Yang Kai asked, "Can you beat her?" "It's not a matter of can or can't, we must." Lu Mu stated in a heavy voice. "Black Territory has been completely sealed off. No one can leave this place until the battle ends." The cave heavens and paradises had obviously decided to go all out. They would either succeed or die trying. As Black Territory had been completely sealed off, the Black Ink Master would be forever trapped in Black Territory even if they lost this battle, unable to leave this place. Yang Kai's heart sank. the cave heavens and paradises had already prepared for the worst, which was indirect proof in itself of the Black Ink clan's strength. 1 to 3. On the other side, the Black Ink master started lightly counting, her voice quite pleasant to the ear. Suddenly, a smile bloomed on her face. Forget it, there are too many snacks to eat. I'll just kill all of them, then there won't be any left. There were indeed a lot of people here, and all of them were either 7th Order or 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The cultivators below the 7th Order were not qualified to participate in this battlefield. The number of 7th Order and 8th Order in the cave heavens and paradises numbered over 1,000. It had to be known that each of these 7th Order and 8th Order Masters was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who had lived for countless years and seen and experienced all kinds of things. Every single one of them would be respected by most people in the 3,000 worlds. Over 1,000 people were split up into 100 or so teams under the leadership of their 8th Order Masters and spread around, surrounding the Black Ink Master. Everyone had a solemn look on their faces as they stared at the giant spider-like Black Ink Master. Although these people had long known about the existence of the Black Ink clan, this was the first time any of them had actually laid eyes on one. Her image caught them a little by surprise. Many people thought that such an evil existence should be more imposing, but now it seemed that it was actually just ugly and disgusting. Go heal yourself. You may be of help later. Lu Mu gently walked above Yang Kai's head, his figure flickered as he arrived near the Golden Antelope Paradise Masters, standing at their forefront. Yang Kai withdrew his dragon form and quickly retreated. The proprietress approached from behind to help Yang Kai. When they met, Lan Yurua's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's waist. There was a huge gaping wound there, with black energy lingering around the wound, preventing it from healing as his blood kept flowing out. Lan Yurua reached out to support him and led him back, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'll live," Yang Kai replied before asking worriedly, "Where are our people?" "Everyone else has withdrawn from Black territory. There are only the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters left here now." Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. Those below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm were not qualified to participate in this great battle. If they were allowed to remain, they would only be taken advantage of by the Black Ink Master. Once they were corrupted by the Black Ink strength, they would become Black Ink disciples, which would only divert the attention of the Masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Making them withdraw from the front lines was the best option. The two retreated to a relatively safe location, an abandoned spirit province left after one of the Ore stars was destroyed. Yang Kai quickly found a place and sat down cross-legged. The next moment, a yellow light glowed in his left hand and a blue light in his right. Yin and Yang merged together as the purifying light enveloped his wound. As the world spring had sealed off his small universe, the Black Ink strength would not be able to harm him in the slightest no matter how strong it was. However, this thick layer of Black Ink strength was lingering around his wound, so it needed to first be purified before he could heal himself. Yang Kai had been locked in a cage with the Black Ink Master for over 100 years and had been injured countless times by her, so he was already familiar with how to treat such injuries. Under the effects of the purifying light, wisps of black smoke emerged from his wounds and were reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye. After a while, the Black Ink strength was completely expelled, whereupon Yang Kai used his wood element power to heal his injuries. The Black Ink Master's attack just before Yang Kai escaped had been quite devastating, almost cutting him in half despite him having taken his dragon form. It was only by luck that he had been able to survive. It would be quite a hefty task for him to recover from this kind of grievous injury. Furthermore, he had been locked inside the cage with the Black Ink Master for over 100 years, where he had to constantly be on guard. His body and mind were both exhausted, so he really needed some rest. Suddenly, powerful energy fluctuations came from afar, followed by non-stop flashes of dazzling light. "It's begun," Yang Kai muttered as he looked towards the battlefield. He was quite far away, as such he was unable to see much. All he knew was that over 1,000 high-rank Open Heaven realms simultaneously made their moves. Their secret techniques and divine abilities left colorful dazzling trails as they shot towards the Black Ink Master. By the time Yang Kai looked up, the Black Ink Master was already drowned by this dazzling light. Even from such a great distance, Yang Kai could feel the fearsome power contained in each of these secret techniques and divine abilities. In this world, perhaps only the Black Ink Royal Lord was worthy of being taken so seriously by the masters of the cave heavens and paradises. After all, this was an existence comparable to a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. No one could survive such an attack, not even the Black Ink Royal Lord. Yang Kai almost thought that the battle would be decided right that instant, but to his astonishment, the cave heavens and paradises kept attacking, without showing any intention of stopping. Yang Kai was able to witness the marvelous divine abilities of every cave heaven and paradise, all of which was extremely profound and dazzling. But the next moment, Yang Kai's confidence began falling little by little, because there was a giant black cloud where the lights had flooded, and the dazzling brilliance of the divine abilities was unable to disperse this thick black cloud no matter how they tried. Right then, the Black Ink Master's voice reverberated throughout the void, her voice filled with pain and ridicule. "You filthy livestock have only become weaker over the generations. Your ancestors were far better than you." Just as she was finished speaking, a change suddenly occurred. It was unknown what happened, but the tight encirclement around the Black Ink Master fell into shambles, causing countless openings to appear in their formation. The next moment, Yang Kai's pupils shrank. He saw the head of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly fly high into the air as a fountain of blood gushed out from his neck, raining down on his nearby companion's head and face. When his companion looked over, he was totally confused, seemingly unable to react to what had just happened. Although Yang Kai couldn't see the expression on the man's face because he was too far away, he could feel his shock and confusion. There were some who were suddenly torn apart as their remains flew everywhere. Some even exploded into blood mist, leaving nothing behind. In an instant, more than 10 people had lost their lives. Each and every one of them was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who had taken millennia to reach their current realm, but today, their lives were harvested like wheat from a field. Yang Kai's heart was gripped with fear. Without the influence and constraints of the Super Array, the Black Ink Master's strength had far exceeded his imagination. If the Black Ink Master was this strong during the 100 years he had been fighting her, he would have died long ago. After the death of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, his or her small universe would be left behind, transforming into Universe Paradise. Logically speaking, these Universe Paradise's portals were hidden in the void, so unless someone knew where they were or for some reason the portal was opened, it was difficult to find them. But at this moment, these small universes' portals suddenly exploded under a mysterious force. The world force contained in these small universes immediately transformed into massive waves of energy visible to the naked eye, rushing towards the Black Ink Master before being devoured by her. Yang Kai's heart sank. He thought back on the many Black Ink disciples who had been trying to sacrifice themselves. Those Black Ink disciples' cultivation wasn't high, only at the 3rd or 4th order, but under the summoning of the Black Ink strength, they swarmed over and crashed straight into the spirit array, dying without hesitation. They had killed themselves to provide the Black Ink Master with the energy she needed to restore her strength. After their death, the world force released by their small universes dispersed, supplementing the Black Ink Master to recover her strength. According to Luan Baifeng's original plan, she would have gathered Open Heaven Realm Masters from all over the 3,000 worlds over the course of many years. These Black Ink disciples would on one side destroy the super arrays or stars, while at the same time sacrifice themselves to provide the energy for the Black Ink Master to recover. Unfortunately, this plan had been foiled by Yang Kai before it could be implemented for any significant length of time. Now though, the instant death of a dozen or so high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had undoubtedly greatly helped the Black Ink Master. After a brief moment of chaos, the formation of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master fell into complete disorder. Almost everyone was fighting by themselves and Yang Kai couldn't tell what was happening, but he got the feeling that these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were fighting an invisible enemy, plunging into an abyss of misery. A short while later, several more high-rank masters fell. Immediately after, a large number of spirit provinces appeared out of thin air with thick black ink strength lingering about them. The thick ink-like power was constantly squirming and was extremely eye-catching. The spirit provinces were very soon dyed completely in black. Some high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had swiftly cut off a portion of their small universe's territory. Had they had no other choice, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would have never acted in such a manner. Once a part of their small universe was severed, it would not only permanently damage their foundation, causing their strength to decline, but it would also permanently halt the progress of their martial Dao. Long story short, it meant that they had no other choice but to do this. Martial Peak, Chapter 4892, Heavy Casualties. In other words, these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had been corroded by the black ink strength, and they had no choice but to cut off parts of their small universes to protect themselves. For the past 100 years, all of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises who had been assigned to Black Territory had been cultivating profound Yin bamboo in seclusion and had gained extraordinary benefits. The profound Yin bamboo was one of the 12 minor universe pillars and was extremely beneficial to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, especially when it came to resisting black ink strength. However, even with the profound Yin bamboo protecting their small universes, these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were still unable to resist the invasion of the black ink strength. It was proof in itself of the black ink Royal Lord strength. Fortunately, the situation still had not fully deteriorated. Many 8th Order ancestors were still safe and sound. Surrounding themselves with world force and coupled with the protection of the profound Yin bamboo, there was no need to worry about being corrupted by the black ink strength in short order. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes, focusing on recovering as soon as possible. The battle that was supposed to end quickly was progressing in an unexpected direction. Who knows how many masters would be dead after this battle ended? Time slowly passed. Yang Kai's emotions slowly calmed down. He was well aware that it was useless for him to be anxious in this situation. The most important thing right now was to quickly regain his strength. 2 days later, Yang Kai finally opened his eyes. Lan Yurua had been waiting for him all this while, and when Yang Kai opened his eyes, she turned around and asked, "Are you done?" Yang Kai stood up, nodding, "Don't stray too far from me." Lan Yurua curled her lips up, "I should be the one saying that." She was a 7th Order Master while Yang Kai was just a 6th Order Master. She should be the one protecting Yang Kai on the battlefield. The two of them smiled at each other before rushing towards the battlefield. After 2 days of fighting, the battlefield had become even more chaotic. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had greatly decreased. A quick estimate put the losses at around 200. Such casualties were really shocking. On top of that, he also saw many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters attacking their fellow disciples. Obviously, these people had been corrupted by the black ink strength. In the face of the attacks by these black ink disciples, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who still retained their rationality had their hands and feet tied. That's why the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos even when the number of corrupted high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was not too high. Yang Kai's timing was impeccable. Lu Mu had sensed Yang Kai's approaching even when he was far away. He was finally able to vent all the frustration he had accumulated over these 2 days and angrily launched a palm strike at a nearby corrupted disciple. The black ink disciple didn't even try to dodge his ancestor's attack and instead launched a suicide attack intent on perishing together with him. Lu Mu cursed loudly, "Brat, you've got guts, I'll give you that. You even dare to fight this old master." Having finished speaking, he slammed his palm onto the other party's chest, releasing a burst of world force, causing the black ink disciple to freeze for a moment as if he had been struck by lightning. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Mu formed a series of hand seals and slapped him several times, thoroughly imprisoning him. Afterwards, he grabbed the corrupted disciple and flew towards Yang Kai. The two came face to face shortly after. Lu Mu didn't say a word, he just threw the black ink disciple to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also prepared for this as a beam of purifying light shot towards the black ink disciple the next moment. A look of pain appeared on the black ink disciple's face, but it gradually eased up as the black ink strength was expelled. Just a moment later, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who had been corrupted by the black ink strength had regained his clarity of mind. He had not forgotten what he had just done, so shame filled his face. Right then, Lu Mu returned with another black ink disciple in hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to participate in this great battle, so he rushed over in a hurry. After all, the purifying light he had mastered was the nemesis of the black ink strength. Perhaps his participation would provide an edge to the cave heavens and paradises, but by the looks of it, Lu Mu was treating him like a logistics doctor. Yang Kai couldn't even complain about it though, as right now he was the only one who was capable of dispelling the black ink strength. Lu Mu tossed the black ink disciple to Yang Kai, removing the black ink disciple's restriction before shouting at the man, "Scram back and be careful. If you get corroded by the black ink strength, hurry up and seek out Yang Boy." Yes. The black ink disciple, who was the first to be rescued, accepted the order and rushed back to the battlefield. "I'll leave him to you." Lu Mu nodded to Yang Kai before returning to the battlefield. One black ink disciple after another was sent to Yang Kai to be purified. Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters corrupted by the black ink strength, who still retained a certain amount of sanity, also rushed over and sought Yang Kai's assistance on their own. The light of purification kept shining as the black ink strength was constantly being dispelled. For a moment, Yang Kai had his hands full. During the purification process, Yang Kai didn't relax his vigilance. Whether or not these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had been corroded by the black ink strength and had been turned into black ink disciples through and through, it was impossible to tell from their appearances alone. The more black ink disciples there were, the more there were chances of a few of them hiding themselves to launch sneak attacks. Therefore, when Yang Kai was purifying a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of the black ink strength, and a black ink disciple suddenly struck out and attacked him, he wasn't surprised at all. He had no idea which cave heaven or paradise this Seventh Order Master belonged to, but his strength was quite extraordinary. He unleashed a powerful divine ability as soon as he made a move. Yang Kai instantly summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and thrust it forward. A blast of world force swept out as Yang Kai's spear stabbed into his opponent's shoulder, but this black ink disciple didn't care at all, as if all that mattered to him was killing Yang Kai. Lan Yurua had been standing guard by Yang Kai's side, protecting him against every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who had come on their own for help. At the same time Yang Kai was attacked, she also attacked, her slender jade palm containing a massive amount of energy ruthlessly striking the black ink disciple's body. The black ink disciple was sent flying by their combined attack and Yang Kai promptly retreated. At the same time, a streak of light came zooming towards them from nearby. It was none other than Six-Wood Divine Monarch. Lu Mu's brow twitched hard at the sight of this and he furiously roared, "Brat, you dare!" The black ink disciple, who had just sneak attacked Yang Kai, probably knew that he lost his chance and could not do anything further. As such, he self-destructed without a moment of hesitation. Furthermore, his small universe burst open after his death under his plan, filling the entire void with pitch-black energy. Lu Mu quickly stopped and stared at the small universe that was filled with black ink strength. Although he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and had the profound Yin Bamboo protecting his small universe, he did not want to be corrupted by this strange energy either. The thing that put him at ease a little was that Yang Kai and Lan Yurua made their way out of the small universe shortly after. They were surrounded by the purifying light, which prevented them from being corroded by the black ink strength. Hong hong hong. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions sounded. Lu Mu promptly turned his head as a solemn look filled his face. Originally, a dozen or so black ink disciples were still left on the battlefield, but at this moment, These black ink disciples simultaneously self-destructed, shattering their small universes and turning the entire battlefield chaotic and filling it with countless shattered spirit provinces. More importantly, each of these spirit provinces had a thick layer of black ink strength surrounding them. At the same time, their small universe's world force was swallowed by the black ink master after their deaths. Lu Mu handed over the last black ink disciple he had captured to Yang Kai. He seemed to have aged several hundred years in an instant after seeing the death of so many masters. Since this battle started, the cave heavens and paradises had lost somewhere between 200 to 300 cultivators, all of whom were 7th-order masters. All of the cave heavens and paradises had suffered heavy casualties. Although they had also caused quite a bit of damage to the Black Ink Master, they would have to pay a great price if they wanted to kill her. However, this was the cave heavens and paradises' responsibility since ancient times. When the vast universe faced a crisis, everyone could choose to escape from it, but they had to face it head-on. Their great and indomitable status means that they shouldered an equally heavy responsibility to the ordinary people. When the entire Black Territory was completely sealed off, the 8th-order ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises had already decided that they would eliminate the Black Ink Master even if it cost all of their lives. "It's your turn." Lu Mu turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, purifying the black ink strength from the last black ink disciple's body. "I shall fulfill my duty." The cruel battlefield caused Yang Kai's heart to tremble. Only now did he truly understand how strong the Black Ink Royal Lord was. The reason he managed to come out alive after being trapped in that cage for 100 years with her was completely due to the super array restricting her strength. She might not be at her peak due to having been imprisoned for countless years, yet she was able to slaughter so many people even after having been surrounded by over 1,000 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai couldn't even imagine what would have happened if she was able to regain her full power. While remaining vigilant, Yang Kai also yearned greatly for the legendary 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm was comparable to the Black Ink Royal Lord. "Follow me closely," Lu Mu shouted and took the lead to rush towards the battlefield. Yang Kai and Lan Yurua followed close behind. Yang Kai was unable to see the entire battlefield clearly from this distance, so only when he stepped onto it did he understand the murderous intent lingering in the air. An enormous spider web had appeared in the vast void at some point, covering a radius of 10,000 kilometers. At the center of this spiderweb was the territory of the Black Ink Master. Every thread of this spiderweb was created from a thick black ink strength. When the masters from the cave heavens and paradises entered this net, all of them were like insects trapped in the web, at the risk of being eaten by the spider at any moment. This was the home field for the Black Ink Master, and she had everyone's life and death in her hand within this web. The strands of webbing formed from the black ink strength were like living creatures, occasionally bouncing and cutting, injuring those who got too close. Yang Kai finally understood what had happened in the last 2 days. Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had no experience fighting against the Black Ink clan, so they were completely caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this spiderweb. When the spiderweb cut towards them, more than a dozen high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their lives on the spot. As for those who were injured by the spiderweb, their wounds were corroded with the black ink strength. So, even if all of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had the profound Een Bamboo protecting their small universes, they still couldn't avoid the fate of being turned into black ink disciples. The profound Een Bamboo could help them resist the power of the black ink strength better, but it was unable to completely repel it like the World Spring. At most, it could delay the inevitable of being corrupted by the black ink strength. Far fewer dazzling divine abilities or secret techniques were being used as all the masters were trying to get in close to the Black Ink Master to bypass her outer defenses, but every time they did, they were blocked by the threads. Only a small number of people were able to reach the Black Ink Master and confront her directly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4893, Impervious to All. The Black Ink Master's giant body was riddled with wounds. Over 1,000 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises had been fighting her for days now, and although they had suffered heavy casualties, it wasn't for naught. A thick ink-like liquid was flowing out from the royal lord's wounds, which seemed to be her blood. A vicious look had taken over the beautiful face of the Black Ink Master, and the pain and anger made her look even uglier. The moment Yang Kai stepped into the battlefield, the Black Ink Master immediately focused her attention on him. His purifying light had caused her to suffer quite a bit over the past 100 years. Hatred filled her eyes at the sight of Yang Kai, like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Lu Mu promptly took the lead and charged ahead. With a crisp clang, the spider thread bounced up and down as it became pointed, dancing in the void and turning the road ahead into a thorny dead zone. Divine abilities and secret techniques flew out from Lu Mu's hands as world force surged and swept away all obstacles blocking their path. The Black Ink Master quickly realized Lu Mu's aim. Obviously, he was trying to create an opportunity for Yang Kai to act. In response, she sneered and snarled, "In your dreams." She raised her head slightly as she swung her legs, aiming at Lu Mu from afar. The next moment, black light shot out from the claw-like barbs on her long legs like lightning. Lu Mu had not expected the Black Ink Master to have such a secret technique up her sleeve, as she had not used this move once during the previous battle. In a moment of carelessness, he did not have the time to defend himself. Left with no other option, he quickly leaned to the side. The black light brushed past his shoulder, but Lu Mu jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on as he promptly used his fingers to cut off the flesh on his shoulder. The severed part of his shoulder was instantly burned to ashes by a flame-like power. He was bleeding profusely from his shoulder and was in a lot of pain. Be that as it may, Lu Mu ignored it like it was nothing and turned his head, looking at Yang Kai. When he saw that Yang Kai was still following closely behind him without the slightest injury, Lu Mu finally relaxed. "Watch out!" Yang Kai warned. Lu Mu's expression changed as more black beams of light came shooting at him, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Lu Mu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He let out a furious roar as a towering figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was a golden armored man, majestic and awe-inspiring. The armored man was over a dozen meters tall, and its body was completely covered in thick, shining armor, making it impossible to see its face. It held a long saber in its hand that gave off a sheen which made it seem capable of slaying all evil. This was Lu Mu's divine manifestation. As an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, 6th Divine Monarch naturally had his own divine manifestation, but he wouldn't use it easily because it was the most powerful move in his arsenal and also a method of last resort. Be that as it may, he was left with no choice but to use this move under the fearsome attacks of the Black Ink Master. Lu Mu's figure became one with the golden armored giant as he swung his saber down, blocking the oncoming black beams of light. Every time the saber cut a black beam, the golden armored giant would tremble and retreat. The golden armored giant had retreated several hundred meters in just a few breaths of time, but there was no end to the black beams of light in sight. The golden armored giant couldn't defend itself any longer, but just as a black beam of light was about to shatter it, two figures suddenly appeared from either side. Both of them were 8th Order ancestors from different cave heavens and paradises. The next moment, profound divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed, finally halting the barrage of black beams with the combined strength of many people. Lu Mu looked over and nodded to the reinforcements before taking the lead and pushing ahead like a great general. Over a dozen 8th Order Masters formed two wings on either side of Yang Kai as they pressed forward. The Black Ink Master's fearsome might was deeply rooted in everyone's heart. Every master from the cave heavens and paradises had experienced the dreadful strength of the Royal Lord firsthand. She had fought against over 1,000 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters all by herself, yet she was still as fearsome as ever. The black beams of light kept shooting at them, but they were all neutralized by the 8th Order ancestors. Even as they drew closer to one another, the ghastly spider threads couldn't stop their advance. Lan Yurua had already fallen back. She had guessed the 8th Order ancestors' plan and didn't want to drag them down. Instead, she took a relatively safe position and fired a series of divine abilities and secret techniques at the enormous body of the Black Ink Master. She was not alone. There were many masters from the cave heavens and paradises around her. Furthermore, the dozen or so Eighth Order ancestors who were protecting Yang Kai were drawing most of the Black Ink Master's attention, which actually ensured the others' safety for the most part. A trace of panic appeared on the Black Ink Master's face, obviously recalling the power of the purifying light. Particularly when Yang Kai began to absorb the energy of the yellow and blue crystals in his small universe. As each of his hands began to glow in different colors, her panic became even more apparent. Lu Mu treated this trace of panic as a sign that she was at the end of her rope and pressed the attack. Suddenly, the corners of the Black Ink Master's lips rose into a cruel sneer as a vertical crack appeared on her forehead. This crack in her forehead was like a third eye and was giving off a malevolent aura. A black beam of light that was even denser than the previous black ink beams shot out from this third eye and arrived before the charging group of ancestors in a flash. Lu Mu and the others' expressions drastically changed. The Black Ink Master possessing such a divine ability was totally out of their expectations. They didn't feel any threat from the previous black beams of light when they were grouped up, but they instinctively had a bad feeling now. The black beam of light was not targeting anyone though, and when it reached the lead group, it suddenly exploded, transforming into a giant black net. The net instantly blocked the entire region, enveloping all of them inside. No one could avoid it. The next moment, blasts of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm World Force surged as divine manifestations emerged one after another. The Eighth Order Masters could no longer act conservatively and immediately used their most powerful secret techniques to repel the black net. The black net was incomparably tough and impervious to all techniques though. Everyone was caught in the net in a flash. All the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fell into despair and one even cursed in alarm, "We're screwed." The giant black net also had the characteristics of the black ink strength. Not only was it sharp, but it was also extremely corrosive. When the Eighth Order Masters were caught in it, they felt as if their bodies were being sliced into by the net and black ink strength was beginning to seep into their bodies. The next moment, the Black Ink Master pulled the net, reeling in her catch. When the nearby high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the net saw this, they immediately tried to rescue them, but it was to no avail. The trapped Eighth Order Masters found it even more difficult to save themselves. Each of them was too close to the other, so even if they wanted to go all out, there was a risk of accidentally injuring their nearby companions. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do. The Black Ink Master's shrill cackling reverberated through the void. As the giant net pulled closer and closer to the Black Ink Master, a giant crack appeared on her bulging abdomen. Jagged fangs were on either side of the crack, making it look like a second mouth that could swallow everything. It was at that moment that a powerful purifying light bloomed, rising like a sun and instantly enveloping all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The giant net, which could not be destroyed even by the Eighth Order Masters' divine manifestations, rapidly melted like snow under a blazing sun. Even the surrounding black ink strength was swiftly vaporized. The Black Ink Master's smile instantly turned stiff. It wasn't that she forgot about the restraining effects of the purifying light. Rather, she felt that she had more or less figured out the power of the purifying light after spending 100 years together with Yang Kai. The purifying light Yang Kai had displayed before was indeed powerful, but not to this extent. What she didn't know was that during those 100 years, Yang Kai was confronting her in the cage. He had only used the yellow and blue crystals at or below the Sixth Order to display the purifying light. After all, Yang Kai had to conserve his resources in order to fight a protracted battle. Although he had countless yellow and blue crystals, he didn't dare to squander them freely. But as he was facing the freed Black Ink Master just now, Yang Kai had gone all out and absorbed a massive amount of Eighth Order yellow and blue crystals. As a result, the purifying light he was able to display was naturally much stronger. The Eighth Order yellow and blue crystals were the highest order materials he possessed. Having been freed, the dozen or so Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters promptly used their divine manifestation to attack the Black Ink Master. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Once before, they had tried to break through the Black Ink Master's blockade and engage in a melee with her, but none had been able to reach her. Everyone who tried to approach her was blocked by the defensive web she had spun. But this time, she was the one who took the initiative to drag them into close quarters. Blasts of world force surged as secret techniques and divine abilities bombarded the Black Ink Master's enormous body. Her beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in pain again and again. Seemingly falling into a rage, she began wildly swinging her long legs in an attempt to counterattack. Panic quickly replaced her rage, though, as the dazzling white sun that had broken her secret technique was forcefully shoved into the crack in her abdomen. Although Yang Kai was sent flying by one of her long legs the next instant, the Black Ink Master's abdomen had gone through an earth-shattering change. Everyone could clearly feel that the Black Ink Master's aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye and was overjoyed, immediately increasing the intensity of their attacks. A series of violent explosions rang out as the dozen or so Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attacked to their heart's content. It had been many years since they had a chance to unleash their strength like this. Having reached their current strength and position meant that there weren't many targets worthy of them to personally take action against, so this was a rare chance to let loose. When they first fought with the Black Ink Master, they had clearly been a little out of practice, but as time wore on, their attacks became more and more intense. They were acting as if they had suddenly become thousands of years younger, returning to their hot-blooded youth. The purifying light kept bursting from Yang Kai's hands, and each time his attack would cause varying degrees of injuries to the Black Ink Master. The Black Ink Master's enraged counterattack did not cease. From time to time, the aura of a small universe's collapse could be felt from behind, indicating that a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had fallen. But even more Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters broke through the Black Ink Master's web blockade and joined the battle. It was quite a chaotic battle. Nonetheless, everyone knew what they had to do, especially Yang Kai, who was constantly guarded by 4 or 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everyone knew that Yang Kai's purifying light was the sharpest weapon they had against the Black Ink Master. Although he was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the damage he could cause to her with each blow was something that none of these Eighth Order Masters were capable of. The Black Ink Master's aura continued to weaken, and after an initial struggle, it looked like she no longer had the strength to fight back. This situation greatly motivated the many high-rank masters. Martial Peak, Chapter 4894, Royal Lord's Secret Technique. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises kept unleashing their secret techniques and divine abilities. This was the first time in countless years that the masters of the cave heavens and paradises had come together in the 3,000 worlds to battle an enemy, and besides Yang Kai, everyone participating in the battle was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. After 100 years, everyone had managed to cultivate enough profound Yin bamboo in their respective small universe to provide a sturdy defense against the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. Some people got corroded by the Black Ink strength from time to time and promptly cut off parts of their small universes. They would rather have their strength permanently decline than bother Yang Kai at this moment. After all, the purifying light in his hands was the best weapon against the Black Ink Master. Things were looking increasingly grim for the Royal Lord. Everyone could see that she was at the end of her rope. Yang Kai, however, was puzzled, because the Black Ink Master showed no intention of escaping from beginning to end. It was true that she was a Royal Lord, and at her peak, she possessed strength comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but after having been imprisoned for countless millennia, she was just a shadow of her former self. She might have killed many masters from the cave heavens and paradises here, but she was still just a cornered beast. So why didn't she flee? Not only was she not fleeing, in fact, she's not even moving around. The super array had already been destroyed, so nothing was restraining her freedom anymore. If she wanted to escape, no one here could have stopped her, no matter how many masters there were from the cave heavens and paradises. What's more, even though Black territory had been sealed, she knew about that. More importantly, it probably wouldn't be difficult for her to break through any kind of seal with her strength. But for some reason, she wasn't fleeing or even changing her position. This was definitely not due to arrogance. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the weakened Black Ink Master suddenly took a deep breath. The next moment, a long whistle came from the forefront, echoing throughout the void. It was a signal sent by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had caught sight of her actions. But the next moment, a cruel and savage look blanketed the Black Ink Master's face as she opened her mouth and let out a deafening scream, drowning out that whistle. At the same time, a sound wave visible to the eye spread out from her position. Everyone was like a ship sailing on a stormy sea. They instantly lost their footing and were pushed back by the sound wave. Not only that, but everyone also jolted as their small universe's strength suddenly became unstable. This roar seemed to be a type of secret technique which targeted small universes directly. The masters were still affected even with the protection of the profound Yin bamboo. Only Yang Kai's small universe remained completely stable. Be that as it may, the fact that he was just in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master put him at a disadvantage. Though his world force could still flow steadily, the sheer magnitude of the scream sent him tumbling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Fortunately, an 8th Order guard near him grabbed him at the critical moment and pulled him over. "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai quickly thanked him. But the next moment he realized that he was in grave danger. It might have looked as if the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had grabbed him out of goodwill, but after holding him, a burst of fearsome force came from that master's giant hand as he gripped him tighter. Yang Kai looked up at the master and noticed an expression of struggle on his face as an eerie black soon replaced his healthy complexion. Black ink corruption. Yang Kai was beside himself with shock, unable to understand how this 8th Order Master had been turned into a Black Ink disciple. Yang Kai might not know the name of this 8th Order ancestor, but he still recognized him. He was an ancestor of Luo Sheng Cave Heaven and had an unfathomable cultivation. Just a little while ago, this man along with a dozen other 8th Order Masters had jumped in and protected him with Lu Mu as they pressed towards the Black Ink Master. When they were caught inside the black net released by the Black Ink Master, this man was trapped inside as well. Furthermore, he had always been protecting Yang Kai, even when that put him in a dangerous predicament. Yang Kai hadn't sensed any Black Ink strength from this ancestor, nor did the man show any signs of being seriously injured, which was why Yang Kai had not expected this 8th Order Master beside him to turn into a Black Ink disciple all of a sudden. A dark gleam flashed across his eyes. The 8th Order ancestor seemed to have transformed into a completely different person, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Yang Kai instinctually raised his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear, pouring in all of his strength as he thrust it out. But the gap between the two was simply too big. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple swept aside the Azure Dragon Spear with a casual wave of his hand. Yang Kai almost had his arm torn off as a result, his all-out attack seemingly posing no threat to the enemy. A giant hand was lightly swinging towards Yang Kai's head in the next instant, but this seemingly gentle palm strike contained a terrifying power and momentum. In this life-or-death crisis, Yang Kai's hand suddenly ballooned and transformed into a dragon claw which he pushed out with all his might. Cracking sounds echoed as Yang Kai's wrist bones shattered from the violent clash. Nonetheless, he managed to escape from the other party's grasp. Still, the palm strike was not entirely deflected and lightly landed on Yang Kai's now much enlarged shoulder. Light as that attack may have looked, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale as his shoulder caved in. Seeing that his attack had failed, no obvious change in expression on the Luo Sheng Cave Heaven 8th Order ancestor's face was noticed. He just pointed his finger towards Yang Kai's head at lightning speed. "I can't dodge it." With his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, it was already Yang Kai's limit to parry the first strike, leaving him no strength to avoid this follow-up attack. Be that as it may, Yang Kai's momentary struggle had given the other ancestors the time needed to react. One of them pulled Yang Kai behind him and raised his hand to meet the oncoming blow, while the others unleashed their divine abilities. Luo Sheng Heaven's Eighth Order Master hurriedly exchanged a few blows before his figure jolted as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai turned around, hearing the sounds of fighting around him. A solemn look took over his face. It wasn't just Luo Sheng Heaven's Eighth Order ancestor who had been corrupted. For other ancestors were currently fighting with the others. No one knew how they had been turned, as not a single Eighth Order ancestor had been corrupted from the beginning of the siege of the Black Ink Master until now. Only Seventh Order Masters had degenerated into Black Ink disciples. Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely powerful and possessed a certain level of resistance against the Black Ink strength. Coupled with the profound In Bamboo, there was basically no risk of them being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. It was precisely because they were so confident that so many Eighth Order ancestors could confront the Black Ink Master head-on. But by the looks of it, they had been too careless. It wasn't that the Black Ink Master was unable to corrupt the Eighth Order Masters, but that she had been hiding this ability all along. She had only used it at the last moment, corrupting 5 Eighth Order Masters at once. Royal Lord's secret technique. The Eighth Order ancestor, who had pulled Yang Kai behind him just now, didn't participate in the battle and coldly muttered instead, a profound look of sadness filling his face. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Obviously, the Eighth Order ancestors had a certain understanding of the Black Ink Master's abilities. When he had asked Six Wood Divine Monarch about the Black Ink Clan Royal Lords, he had said that they were comparable to Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Now, when Yang Kai heard this ancestors mutter the words, Royal Lord's secret technique, it was apparent that the Black Ink Royal Lord could not use this secret technique easily, otherwise, she wouldn't have waited until now to cast it. Everything is within our expectations, don't panic, assured the Eighth Order ancestor without even turning his head, though Yang Kai knew he was talking to him. Yang Kai nodded silently, but he did not let his guard down. Yang Kai had no idea whether the Eighth Order ancestor protecting him was also corroded by the Black Ink strength or not. As such, he secretly circulated the power of his small universe to guard against any unexpected situations. This sudden change threw the entire battlefield into chaos, and it became difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Everyone, whether it was those who were fighting with Black Ink disciples, or those who were watching, all became vigilant. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's vigilance towards him, the Eighth Order ancestor explained, although we old fogies have never fought with the Black Ink clan before, we're not completely lacking information about them. The masters of the cave heavens and paradises have been resisting the Black Ink clan's invasion for many millennia in another place. It is thanks to their protection that the 3,000 worlds has been able to flourish until now. This revelation shook Yang Kai to the core, but he didn't ask any questions. He felt that he was slowly coming into contact with the core secrets of this world. Aren't you curious why the cave heavens and paradises have no Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters even after so many years of accumulation? Why we aren't as powerful as you think we should be? Yang Kai didn't refute the senior's questions, as he did have such doubts. Not to mention the existence of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even the cave heavens and paradises heritage was not as strong as he had imagined it to be. Logically speaking, each cave heaven and paradise was a top force that no one in the 3,000 worlds dared to challenge. Year after year, millennia and millennia, they had cultivated countless elite disciples. Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely long lifespans, so after countless eons of accumulation, each cave heaven and paradise should have at least 10,000 or perhaps even more high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, Yang Kai had been to Langya Paradise and Inyang Cave Heaven and seen their heritage up close. He might not know everything about these two forces, but he knew that they certainly did not possess so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Now, he finally understood why. Pondering for a moment, he asked, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises are all on that battlefield, and most of the elite disciples you have gained have been dispatched there over the years. The Eighth Order ancestor smiled. You're a smart one. I didn't need to explain too much for you to understand. That's right, the Ninth Order old ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises are all stationed on that battlefield. Furthermore, the cave heavens and paradises must send reinforcements there every few years to replenish the ranks. Yang Kai was filled with respect. So, this is the reason why the cave heavens and paradises have all remained allies since ancient times. A long time ago, he had found the close relationship between the cave heavens and paradises strange. As the saying went, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Even ordinary tigers fought with each other, let alone behemoths like the cave heavens and paradises. But even after so many years, these top forces had always lived in harmony and never had any intense conflicts. At most, there were some harmless disagreements. Now, Yang Kai understood that it was the existence of an even greater danger that kept the cave heavens and paradises so united. If it weren't for this external threat, the greed of humanity would have run amok. At that time, the 3,000 worlds would likely have descended into a state of constant war. It was already difficult to fight a single Black Ink Royal Lord even with so many high-rank masters on their side, so Yang Kai was having a very hard time imagining what kind of battlefield it would be for the various cave heavens and paradises to have to constantly send the vast majority of their elites just to maintain the line. Once you step through the no-return pass, you can never return. That is the boundary between chaos and peace, the final line of defense of the 3,000 worlds. Once you cross over, only one of two fates awaits you. He seemed to be answering his own question: die at the hands of the Black Ink clan, or die at the hands of your fellow comrades. Martial Peak, Chapter 4895, A cornered beast will always fight back. There was no other fate apart from these two. The only thing waiting after crossing the no-return pass was death. Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. I get it that we can die at the hands of the Black Ink clan in that unknown battlefield, but dying at the hands of my fellow comrades. However, when he saw the situation on the battlefield, he instantly came to an understanding. In that place, it would be a common occurrence to be turned into a Black Ink disciple. Their fellow disciples would surely not show any mercy against Black Ink disciples. Nonetheless, Yang Kai still failed to understand. No one can survive? Really? On that battlefield, death is only a matter of time. The statement, once you cross the no-return pass, is not mere rhetoric. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since the establishment of the no-return pass, but in all these years, there has never been a precedent for anyone coming back after stepping through. This is why the cave heavens and paradises need to cultivate a large number of talents in order to constantly invest manpower into that battlefield. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before asking in a low voice, Inyang Cave Heavens Su Ling Gong went to that battlefield. The Eighth Order ancestor replied, shaking his head, this old master has been in seclusion for many years and doesn't know any Su Ling Gong. However, a group of Inyang Cave Heaven disciples did cross the no-return pass several hundred years ago. He finally had an answer to his doubts. Yang Kai always found it very strange when he failed to spot Su Ling Gong in Inyang Cave Heaven. After all, when Chu Huashang's 100-year confinement ended, there was no reason for Su Ling Gong to not appear. The answer Inyang Cave Heaven had given was that Su Ling Gong was carrying out a mission for the sect, but by the looks of it, he had left the 3,000 worlds with other Inyang Cave Heaven disciples when they parted ways at the star boundary. Qin Kuei and Su Ing Shui must have gone with their honored master. Although no one has ever returned from the no-return pass, sometimes information can still be relayed when the passage is opened. The cave heavens and paradises information on the Black Ink clan comes from that side. The Black Ink Royal Lords might be as strong as Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but if that was all it was, we wouldn't have to worry so much about this situation. Her strength has greatly diminished after being imprisoned for so many years, so it wouldn't have been difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to deal with her with our remaining heritage. It is just that we would need to pay a price to do so. There is only one thing that we were concerned about. The Black Ink Royal Lords have a secret technique that even 8th Order Masters like us can't resist. Once we are hit by it, we will instantly transform into Black Ink disciples and become loyal slaves to her. These pieces of information were sent back through the no-return pass and came at a price of countless years of sacrifice. This was the situation Yang Kai saw. The Royal Lord used her Royal Lord secret technique, instantly converting 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into Black Ink disciples, throwing the rest into a panic. Furthermore, no one knew if there were any other Black Ink disciples hiding apart from these 5. Be that as it may, everyone had already anticipated this situation, which was why others had immediately come to Yang Kai's rescue when the Luo Sheng Heaven 8th Order ancestor attacked him. The current situation was something they had to bear during the course of this battle until now. She has reached the end of her rope. The 8th Order ancestor standing next to Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted off his heart and he could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. According to the information they had obtained, a royal lord would never use this secret technique unless they were absolutely forced to. Because although this secret technique was incomparably profound, it consumed a great deal of the royal lord's strength. It was the kind of secret technique that was used in a do-or-die kind of situation. Now that she had to resort to it, it meant she was on her last leg. Yang Kai looked up at the Black Ink Royal Lord and could tell that her aura was extremely weak. Her vast will that had been filling the void previously was almost gone. Yang Kai was filled with profound respect. The Cave Heavens and Paradise's 8th Order ancestors had already anticipated this situation before participating in the battle. All of them were mentally prepared to be transformed into Black Ink disciples. They knew that in order to have any hope of winning, they would have to force the Royal Lord to use her secret technique. No one knew if they would be the ones to be turned into Black Ink disciples, but everyone was prepared to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the 3,000 world survival. Secret techniques and divine abilities flashed one after another as the wanton blasts of world force crushed and warped space. While Yang Kai and the 8th Order ancestor were talking, the 5 corrupted 8th Order masters had been completely surrounded. Their close allies had turned into their enemies, pointing their weapons at them and ruthlessly attacking without mercy. They couldn't show any hesitation. Unlike the corrupted 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who the 8th Order ancestors could subdue and deliver to Yang Kai, allowing him to use the purifying light to free them, the 8th Order ancestors had profound cultivations, so trying to capture them alive was too dangerous. The only way to deal with them was to kill them. All of them had been mentally prepared for this very scenario. The 5 corrupted masters gathered around and attacked left and right, displaying their respective divine manifestations and confronting the rest of the masters. Suddenly, a fountain of blood flew into the void. Someone was finally injured. One of the 5 old men staggered as one of his arms flew into the air. But before he could regain his footing, another 2 powerful secret techniques struck him. It was unknown which cave heaven or paradise this old man belonged to, but his cultivation was quite profound. He did not fall even after suffering such a serious injury, though he did cut a sorry figure, covered in blood. It appeared as if he couldn't feel any pain. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became stiff. His figure flickered as he promptly retreated. An extremely dangerous aura was radiating from the injured old man. This was a sign of self-destruction. Everyone quickly dispersed at the sight of this. The self-destruction of a small universe might not be able to deter the 8th Order ancestors, but Black Ink Disciple's self-destruction could not be ignored. Once he self-destructed, the Black Ink strength in his small universe would disseminate, and that posed quite a threat to them. The next moment, a shockwave shook the void as the old man's small universe collapsed. Spirit provinces enveloped with a thick ink-like energy manifested, chasing after the fleeing crowd like a tsunami, trying to envelop them. Fortunately, no one was affected by the Black Ink strength. But by the time they turned to look back, the other 4 8th Order Black Ink disciples had all rushed to the side of the Black Ink Royal Lord. The fierce battle had left them covered in wounds, but their expressions were firm and their eyes filled with determination. It was as if they were the most devoted of believers, protecting their God. Even if the world were to collapse, they would never allow outsiders to harm the Royal Lord. The 8th Order Masters who still had their clarity were filled with grief. Although they were mentally prepared when they were forced to kill their own comrades, even their calm and tranquil state of mind was affected. The Black Ink Royal Lord's weakness was quite obvious. It was as if she didn't even have the strength to stand up straight. Her giant spider-like body lay motionless, staring at everyone with incomparable hatred. Shwa shwa shwa. One after another, figures rushed over from the periphery. Hundreds of 8th Order and 7th Order masters rushed in, forming a giant encirclement around the Black Ink Master. This time, it was impossible for her to survive. Yang Kai turned around and noticed Lan Yuruo in the crowd. Her face was slightly pale and her clothes were stained in blood, but she looked like she was otherwise all right. This put his mind at ease. Even when she was in such a dangerous situation, the Black Ink Royal Lord gently smiled, her voice still as pleasant as ever. "Do you think you've won?" No one answered her. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at her coldly, each one was filled with burning hatred. Although the battle with her had not lasted too long, every cave heaven in paradise had suffered heavy casualties. Even 8th Order ancestors had fallen in this battle, something that had not happened in countless years. Be that as it may, it was a small price to pay to kill a Black Ink Royal Lord. After all, she was someone as strong as a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If it weren't for the fact that she had been imprisoned for countless years, causing her strength to drastically fall, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to her no matter how many people they had gathered. "If you want to kill me, then get on with it." The Black Ink Master suddenly screamed, "Let's see if you can still laugh after I die." Although she said so, she obviously didn't intend to sit back and let herself be killed. An 8th Order Black Ink disciple, who was guarding her, suddenly moved towards her and raised his arm, standing in front of her. The Black Ink Master opened her mouth and bit off the 8th Order ancestor's arm as her cherry lips transformed into a giant, hideous mouth. Blood dripped from her mouth as she chewed a few times before swallowing. The next moment, her weakened aura quickly started to recover. She opened her mouth again and bit off half of the 8th Order ancestor chest. "Martial uncle!" The eyes of some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the crowd cracked wide open and turned bloodshot. The 8th Order who was being eaten alive by the Black Ink Master was an ancestor of his sect. "Kill!" An angry shout rang out from the crowd. No one knew which ancestor had given the order. The consumption of the Royal Lord's secret technique was enormous, and they had paid such a heavy price to force her to use it. They could not give her any chance to recover. The Black Ink Master was extremely fast. She had eaten the entire 8th Order Master in just a few bites, allowing her to recover a bit. Secret techniques and divine abilities flew at the Black Ink Master in the next instant, leaving long dazzling trails in the void, drowning her instantly. The remaining 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples used their divine manifestations, protecting the Royal Lord, but they were swiftly overwhelmed by the endless barrage. Before the first wave of attacks even subsided, a second wave was launched. A moment later, 3 consecutive fluctuations of small universes collapsing spread out. The 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples had fallen. They had no intention of escaping, and only death awaited them in the face of such overwhelming attacks. Everyone's attacks became more ruthless, as if they wanted to vent all their anger and frustrations. A miserable scream came from the Black Ink Master. Although she had eaten the flesh and blood of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to regain some of her strength, it was far from enough for her to use her Royal Lord's secret technique again. The only fate that awaited her was death. The dazzling flashes gradually ceased as the shockwaves from the previous attacks spread out. Everyone looked at the Black Ink Master and saw that her entire body was covered in wounds. Her pretty face was mangled and a few of her long spider legs were blasted away. However, she was still alive. Her massive body was lying in place as she glared at everyone around her with eyes filled with hatred. Martial Peak, Chapter 4896, I have a guess. It took almost everything for the Black Ink Royal Lord to support her massive body with her last 3 legs. She raised her head and puffed out her chest, stubbornly maintaining her dignity and pride. Disdain filled her arrogant eyes as she stared at everyone, Go ahead, what are you waiting for? All eyes turned to Yang Kai. The Black Ink Royal Lord was like a centipede that refused to fall even after death. The fact that so many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters failed to take her life was a testament to her tenacity to live. In order to completely destroy her, the purifying light was the best option. Yang Kai stepped forward without a moment of hesitation. His left and right hands glowed with different colors, and when he brought his palms together, the two colored lights merged and gave birth to pure white light. Yang Kai stepped closer to the Black Ink Master, asking the question that had been bugging him this whole time: why didn't you escape? Even though she was in such a dangerous predicament, she had not moved from her spot, as if she had been locked in a place by a great force. The corners of the Black Ink Royal Lord's mouth rose into a smile, but she remained silent. The contempt in her eyes only grew stronger. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. He felt that something was not right. Nonetheless, he did not have the luxury to think too deeply about it. The Black Ink Royal Lord was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. Furthermore, if he didn't kill her now, there would be no end to the future trouble. The next moment, the dazzling white light grew stronger before it transformed into a halo that enveloped the Black Ink Master completely. The Black Ink Master grimaced in pain, but she clenched her teeth and didn't scream. Cracking sounds rang out as thick black wisps emerged from her wounds before disappearing into nothingness, causing her already weak aura to become even weaker. Nevertheless, the Royal Lord seemed as if she had been extricated from a huge burden. She raised her head slightly as her eyes turned blurry. The halo of light continued to wash over the giant spider's body, constantly purifying the black ink strength. The Black Ink Master's body quickly became translucent as the black ink strength was purified. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, only a hazy, illusory phantom remained of the Black Ink Royal Lord's body. Suddenly, she smiled at Yang Kai and proclaimed, "Black Ink Eternal." The moment she finished speaking, her body burst like a bubble and completely disappeared. As the light faded away, Yang Kai stared at the spot where her corpse vanished, furrowing his brow. Even if she was on her last leg, the Black Ink Royal Lord should still have had plenty of strength to fight back, but when he was purifying her just now, she didn't resist at all. Yang Kai found this very strange. This question had been plaguing Yang Kai's mind all the while, but it remained unanswered. Silence filled the void. Everyone stared at the place where the Black Ink Master had disappeared, neither cheering nor celebrating. The cave heavens and paradises might have won, but the price they had paid was simply too great. They had lost some 300 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as well as 5 8th Order Masters. Each of their corpses was beyond recognition. Not only that, many surviving high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had discarded a part of their small universe in order to avoid being corrupted by the black ink strength. This had damaged their foundation and they would never be able to advance their cultivation again. Such heavy casualties were unprecedented. Everyone quietly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting the remains of their fellow disciples. There were many shattered spirit provinces surrounded by the black ink strength scattered in the void. Some were voluntarily cut off, some were left after the explosion of the small universe before the death of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. Lan Yurua flew to Yang Kai's side and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" She could tell that Yang Kai was somewhat distracted. Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't understand." Lan Yurua could guess what was going on in Yang Kai's mind. After all, Yang Kai had asked the Black Ink Master his doubts out loud. She knew that he was mulling over why the Black Ink Master had not tried to escape, not even once. Nodding, she added, "I'm also a bit curious, but she's already dead. Even if she was scheming something, she can do nothing now." "I hope not," Yang Kai lightly mumbled. Lu Mu walked over and stated, nodding slightly to Yang Kai, "You'll have to continue working hard for a while. There is still a lot of black ink strength lingering here. We need to dispel it as soon as possible." Yang Kai replied, "Senior, don't worry, this junior will take seat." Before he could finish his sentence though, a furrow suddenly appeared on his brow as he turned his head, looking in a certain direction. It was the direction where the Black Ink Master had fallen. Lu Mu and Lan Yurua, who were standing next to him, also turned their heads, but they failed to spot anything. However, Yang Kai noticed something. His figure flickered, and he arrived at the spot where the Black Ink Master had died. He then closed his eyes and quietly sensed the surroundings. The Eighth Order ancestors noticed his movements and their expressions became solemn as they slowly approached. Someone asked Lu Mu, "What's wrong?" Lu Mu turned to Lan Yurua and asked, "Do you know?" Lan Yurua shook her head, indicating that she had no idea. No one had any clue what was going on, but Yang Kai's actions had struck everyone's taut nerves. After all, they had just fought a huge battle with the Black Ink Royal Lord, and although they had won at a huge price, no one knew if she left some kind of machination behind or not. A series of orders were sent out. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were cleaning up the battlefield quickly gathered around. Hundreds of people formed a huge circle around Yang Kai, staring at him as if there was another royal lord standing there. After a while, Yang Kai finally opened his eyes and a solemn look filled his face. Lu Mu lowered his voice, speaking like a thief, "Young boy, what did you find?" Yang Kai turned around and replied in a heavy voice, "There seems to be a void corridor here." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Lu Mu even rushed forward to Yang Kai's side and focused his senses. A moment later, he nodded, "There is indeed something here." Although his cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, he wasn't proficient in the Tao of space. Even if Yang Kai was able to sense something he might not be able to, however, being directed by Yang Kai, he meticulously probed the surrounding space and finally found something was wrong. Other Eighth Order ancestors also investigated. Some noticed something while others failed to. However, they all knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and since he had said so, he must have noticed something. "Where does it lead to?" an Eighth Order ancestor asked. Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't know. Moreover, this void corridor shows signs of being sealed. Judging by the method used to seal it, it should be quite old, but the seal has become loose for some reason. As for where it leads, I have a guess." Lu Mu's face went pale and snapped, "Don't make wild conclusions." He vaguely understood what Yang Kai was thinking. If his guess was true, then the 3,000 worlds would definitely face a great catastrophe. Yang Kai remained silent, but someone answered in his place, "The Black Ink Battlefield." Everyone's hearts sank. The Black Ink Battlefield was the place where countless Cave Heaven and Paradise Masters fought against the Black Ink Clan, a place only accessible through the No-Return Pass. It was precisely because there was only one entrance to the Black Ink Battlefield that the 3,000 worlds could remain safe until now. However, if there was a void corridor that led directly to the Black Ink Battlefield, the No-Return Pass would become meaningless, and the sacrifices that the Cave Heavens and Paradises had made over the years would be for nothing. A heavy sigh escaped someone's lips as he stated, "It seems we've all made a mistake. The super array in the Black Prison was not meant to imprison that Black Ink Royal Lord, but rather to seal this void corridor." Perhaps the Royal Lord was even a part of the Black Prison's super array. The Black Ink Master's snide remark before her death rang in everyone's ears. "Do you think you've won? If you want to kill me, then get on with it. Let's see if you can still laugh after I die." Everyone thought she was just venting before her death, so none of them understood the hidden meaning behind her words. She would not reveal this secret to everyone either, because her death meant that the super array in Black Territory had been completely broken and the sealed void corridor would soon be revealed, connecting the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink Battlefield. In other words, the Black Ink Clan could come through this void corridor at any moment. A silent and heavy aura enveloped the crowd, causing everyone's expressions to turn extremely solemn. They had thought that after experiencing so much hardship, they had finally obtained victory, but who would have thought that this was just the beginning of a disaster? Enough nonsense. How do we know if this void corridor is connected to the Black Ink Battlefield? Lu Mu scolded. "What if it does?" someone asked. Lu Mu was speechless. They could not take the chance, nor could ignore the situation. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, it concerned the lives of everyone in the 3,000 worlds. Lu Mu turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Can you determine where it leads to?" Yang Kai shook his head. "This void corridor has been sealed once. That black ink royal lord might have been a part of the seal, but this seal will not be breaking anytime soon just because she is dead. I need a few more days until the seal loosens before I can confirm the situation on the other side." "Then we'll wait." An 8th Order ancestor quickly added, "Yang Kai, we need you to guard this place and observe this void corridor at all times. As soon as you get a chance, investigate the situation on the other side." "Of course." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Finished speaking, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the spot to recover and monitor the changes in the void corridor. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters held a discussion before stationing some guards here while the rest dealt with the other problems of the battlefield. Lan Yurua stood beside Yang Kai, quietly staring into the void. Even now, she could not sense any traces of the void corridor. She had just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so her cultivation was not as profound as those 8th Order ancestors. She was not proficient in the Tao of Space either, so naturally, she could not detect anything. After a long silence, she suddenly asked, "Is this void corridor really connected to the black ink battlefield?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I can't say for sure, but that's the most likely scenario." This was the first time he had heard of the black ink battlefield, but he understood what kind of place it was. After a heavy pause, he continued, "I have no idea what exactly happened in the ancient era, but by the looks of it, it's very likely that what happened back then was like this. The Black Ink Royal Lord might have been fighting in the Black Ink battlefield, but through some kind of coincidence, she either found or created this void corridor and found her way to the 3,000 worlds." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4897, Void Corridor. However, she was discovered by the ancient great experts the moment she stepped in black territory. It must have resulted in a heaven-shaking battle. The ancient great experts won in the end, but the appearance of the void corridor threw a wrench in their victory. Ultimately, the ancient great experts set up the super array in black territory, creating a cage and imprisoning the Black Ink Royal Lord while using her as a core component to seal the void corridor. Until today. This was only Yang Kai's guess. It was impossible to trace what had happened back then, so no one could say for sure. There were many unreasonable points in his analysis, but there were some that made sense too. Yang Kai had always suspected that if the ancient great experts had the ability to imprison the Black Ink Master for countless years, why didn't they just kill her and get it over with? He thought that they didn't kill her because it was difficult to deal with the Black Ink strength left behind by the Black Ink Masters after their death, but apparently that wasn't the case. Perhaps the void corridor had been created by the Black Ink Royal Lord, so using her to seal it was a better choice. In the last battle, she had not moved away from the spot, no matter what kind of danger she fell into. It wasn't that she didn't want to move, nor was it that she didn't want to escape, but rather that her entire existence had already become one with the seal of the void corridor. She couldn't escape, nor could she move. She could only remain in one spot and endure the attacks of the masters from the cave heavens and paradises until her death. Had she been able to freely move or escape at any moment, perhaps this battle would have ended differently. But she was dead now, and the seal had become loose. The void corridor was slowly emerging, which made it possible for Yang Kai to notice it. Lan Yurua fell into deep thought when she heard this. If Yang Kai's guess was right, once the seal was completely lifted, the 3,000 worlds that had enjoyed peace for countless years would be connected to the Black Ink battlefield. Countless Black Ink Masters would descend into black territory through this void corridor, plunging the vast universe into chaos. She could already see corpses littered everywhere, while mournful wails echoed throughout the universe. The thought of this instantly caused her to shudder. The Black Ink Royal Lord had been drastically weakened after being imprisoned for countless years, but she still made the cave heavens and paradises suffer unimaginable losses. They would definitely not be able to defend themselves if a peak Royal Lord were to appear. All the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the cave heavens and paradises were stationed on the Black Ink battlefield, so the remaining forces here would not be able to resist a royal lord. She secretly prayed that the void corridor was not connected to the black ink battlefield. The seals slowly loosened day by day, not deteriorating any faster or slower as time passed, allowing the void corridor's existence to become more and more apparent. At first, only Yang Kai could sense its existence, and even an 8th Order ancestor like Lu Mu could only barely notice that something was wrong. But after half a month, any 8th or 7th Order master could sense the faint space principle fluctuations coming from the void. This was a clear sign of the continuous loosening of the seal, and once it was completely undone, the void corridor would connect the two sides together. Be that as it may, where the void corridor led to was still shrouded in a veil of mystery. Yang Kai stayed close to the place where the Black Ink Royal Lord had fallen, constantly monitoring its changes. After working hard for a few days, Lu Mu and the others had finally managed to clean up the battlefield, though the residual black ink strength remained a problem. Without Yang Kai's help, they could only use their arrays to seal up the remaining black ink strength and wait to deal with it later. Flying over to Yang Kai's side, Lu Mu focused his senses for a moment before a furrow appeared on his brow. It seems to have become more obvious. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. Are you still unable to investigate the situation on the other side? Yang Kai shook his head and stated, the seal still exists, so without the ability to bypass it entirely, there's nothing I can do. This seal was a relic of the ancient era. Yang Kai tried to study it, but to no avail. It belonged to a long-forgotten past, and most of the methods of that time were very different from the current ones. What's more, the ancient great experts who had set up this seal must have had an unfathomable cultivation, so a mere 6th Order master like Yang Kai was unable to grasp the profundities of this seal. Lu Mu furrowed her brow. Since they couldn't probe the situation of the other side, they couldn't determine where the void corridor led to. All they could do now was guard against any possible dangers. If one day, Lu Mu asked in a solemn voice, I mean if this seal is completely broken, will you be able to seal it again? Yang Kai nodded his affirmation, I will. His straightforward answer caught Lu Mu by surprise, are you sure? Yang Kai proudly smiled. This junior might be inferior to the ancient great experts in terms of cultivation, but when it comes to the Tao of space, this junior is confident he is not inferior to anyone. It won't be difficult to seal this void corridor. Lu Mu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Very good, then we'll see what you can do. Yang Kai assured with a nod, Senior need not worry about this. However, we have another problem. Lu Mu immediately understood, the void corridor will become exposed after the seal is broken. If anyone on the other side notices it, they will surely investigate. Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. The conversation between the two was naturally heard by other 8th Order ancestors who were guarding the void corridor, so all of them furrowed their brow after hearing this. If they could not take care of this problem, sealing the void corridor again would be completely meaningless. Nonetheless, no one had a solution. Everyone could only wait and see. After half a month, a needle-sized black hole could be seen in the void. Yang Kai noticed it right away and he immediately focused his attention on it, finally confirming it to be the void corridor. Naturally, the void corridor couldn't be so narrow. It had not been visible before because of the existence of the ancient seal. In the past, only he could sense its existence, but the void corridor had appeared with the weakening of the seal's power. Although it was only the size of a needle, it would definitely become larger with time. This was indeed the case. The needle-sized void corridor had grown to the size of a fist after less than a month, pulsing with the aura of nihility and chaos. As everyone attempted to probe it, they could clearly sense the existence of an invisible wall-like force inside the void corridor that was blocking their divine sense. Obviously, this invisible wall was the seal's power. It filled the void corridor and sealed the connection between its two ends. This wall had become weaker with the loosening of the seal though, and one day, it would completely collapse, connecting black territory to whatever was on the other side. Another month later, the fist-sized black hole had grown to more than twice that size. The joy of defeating the royal lord had long since faded from the faces of everyone, replaced by a solemn look as they kept staring at the changes in the void corridor. These days, Lan Yurua felt that there was something wrong with Yang Kai's condition. Hesitation filled his face ever since the void corridor entrance had grown to the size of a fist, as if he was struggling to make a decision. Although she had asked him about it, Yang Kai assured her that he was fine, so she questioned him further. But today, she suddenly noticed that Yang Kai's expression had become firm, as if the problem that had been plaguing him these days had finally been solved. Just as she was about to ask, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and asked, "Proprietress, can I trouble you with something?" Lan Yuru asked, frowning, "What is it?" "I would like to ask you to return to the star boundary and invite head manager over, as well as Chen Tianfei and Yun Xinghua." Lan Yurua's expression slightly changed. "Why do you want me to bring them here?" She faintly felt that something was off. Yang Kai obviously had something on his mind for him to suddenly want to see these three people for no apparent reason. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't answer. He just stared at her stubbornly. "I'm not going. If you want to see them, you can go back and see them yourself." Lan Yurua looked away. "Proprietress," Yang Kai gently called her out. "Shut up." Lan Yurua was completely infuriated and disappeared without a trace the next moment, apparently unwilling to speak with him further. When the surrounding Eighth Order ancestors saw this, they all gave him a kind smile. But soon, Lan Yurua returned and stated, glaring at Yang Kai, "Smelly brat, no matter what you're planning to do it after I get back." She also knew that even if she didn't agree to Yang Kai's request, the rest of High Heaven Palace's members would still comply. After all, she wasn't the only one in Black Territory right now. "I understand," Yang Kai nodded. Lan Yurua glared at him again before zooming away, leaving a long streak of light behind her. Although she was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it would take her at least a few months to travel to the star boundary, and then back to Black Territory. She didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, but it was obviously something dangerous, so she wanted to return as soon as possible. "Did you discover anything?" an Eighth Order ancestor asked. The fact Yang Kai suddenly asked Lan Yurua to return to the star boundary and bring some people here was obviously because he wanted to entrust them with something. In light of everything that had happened here, everyone could easily guess some things. "Seniors, please gather everyone. This junior has something to say." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Good." The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master raised his hand and pointed toward the void. The next moment, a streak of light flew out from his fingertip, transforming into a dazzling light that shone for quite some time. A short while later, the Eighth Order ancestors scattered throughout Black Territory, investigating various things, left everything they were doing and flew over. The people who arrived later were oblivious to everything, but after asking around, they understood what was going on. All of them turned to Yang Kai one by one, looking at him curiously. Once everyone was present, Lu Mu addressed the crowd. "Everyone is here. Young boy, now can you tell us what you want to say?" Yang Kai stood up before he started speaking. "This junior has been observing this place for a long time and I have made some discoveries I want to share with seniors." Everyone perked up their ears. They might be his seniors in terms of age and cultivation, but their attainment in Tao of space was still inferior to Yang Kai's. They too had been constantly investigating the void corridor these past few days, but they hadn't made much progress. Although this junior has yet to figure out where this void corridor is connected to, the only thing we can confirm now is that the Black Ink Royal Lord is indeed a part of the original seal. In any case, the ancient masters spent a great deal of effort to suppress the Black Ink Royal Lord here in order to seal this void corridor. Since they were so meticulous and serious about it, we can only assume the worst. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4898, Solution. The worst-case scenario was that the other end of the void corridor was connected to the Black Ink battlefield. This guess wasn't completely baseless. The fact that an ancient great expert had sealed the Black Ink Royal Lord here and turned it into a part of the seal meant that the other end of the void corridor had some connection to the Black Ink clan. The most likely place with a connection to a royal lord was the Black Ink battlefield. Now that the royal lord is dead, the seal is becoming loose and the void corridor is gradually revealing itself. If our expectations are correct, we must begin preparing for the worst. This junior has also made some attempts recently, and with my current achievements in the Tao of Space, while it may be difficult to seal this void corridor again, it is not impossible. The 8th Order ancestors lightly nodded their acknowledgement when they heard this. Yang Kai had mentioned this to Lu Mu before and many of them had heard it. They were all very glad that there was someone like Yang Kai who was proficient in the Tao of Space in the current generation. Otherwise, there really wouldn't have been any alternative for the cave heavens and paradises in the face of the current situation. Although they could have also found a way to seal the void corridor, it would definitely not have been better than the ancient great experts' methods, much less Yang Kai's. Special tasks should be handled by appropriate professionals only. What are you worried about, then? An 8th Order ancestor asked. Although Yang Kai's tone was filled with great confidence when he spoke of sealing the void corridor again, the worry on his face was obvious. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Junior is only worried about one thing right now. When the seal set up by the ancient ancestors is completely lifted, the void corridor will be fully open. At that time, even if Junior is able to seal it again, the void corridor will still be at a risk of being discovered. In that case, resealing it would become meaningless. It wouldn't matter if the other side wasn't the Black Ink battlefield, but if it was and the Black Ink clan discovered the existence of this void corridor, they would definitely try to investigate what was on the other side. At that time, the 3,000 worlds would not be able to block them. It was quite a big ordeal, and everyone sunk into silence upon hearing this. An 8th Order ancestor with white hair asked, "Can you seal it again while the seal has not been completely lifted? Apply another seal while using the original seal as the foundation." Yes and no. Yang Kai's ambiguous answer left everyone confused. If you can do it, just say yes. If you can't, say no. What's the meaning of this yes and no? Lu Mu wryly smiled. Young boy, if you have something to say, just say it. You're confusing us old fogies. Yang Kai cupped his fist in apology. He pondered for a moment before suddenly taking out a bamboo pole with a flip of his hand. This bamboo was about as thick as a human arm with some green bamboo leaves also growing on it. Everyone was familiar with this bamboo and recognized it as a stalk of profound Yin bamboo. Over the past 100 years, they had all spent quite a deal of effort and resources to cultivate profound Yin bamboo in their small universe in order to guard themselves against the Black Ink Master. Now, each and every one of them had a small bamboo forest inside their small universe. Yang Kai's small universe also had profound Yin bamboo, a lot of which he had transplanted there when he last visited the new Great Territory to investigate the situation. The next moment, the profound Yin bamboo turned hollow and its branches and leaves withered with a slight shake of his hand, transforming into a long, cylindrical pole. Everyone looked at Yang Kai in confusion, unable to understand why he did something like this. They were just talking about the void corridor's matter, so why did he suddenly take out a profound Yin bamboo all of a sudden? Nonetheless, everyone knew that Yang Kai must have something in mind and didn't interrupt him. Let me put it this way, let's assume that this bamboo tube is the void corridor. Yang Kai, holding the profound Yin bamboo in one hand, pointed at its ends. It connects two distant places through the void. This end is connected to Black Territory, and the other is connected to somewhere unknown. For the moment, we'll assume it is connected to the Black Ink battlefield. Everyone nodded, indicating for him to continue. Yang Kai pushed his strength into the profound Yin bamboo, filling the profound Yin bamboo with yellow light in the blink of an eye. Impressively, it was Yang element power. Yang Kai continued, the ancient masters used some powerful divine ability to seal this void corridor, cutting off the connection between the two places. The seal makes it absolutely impossible to discover this void corridor, but now the seal has become loose, and the energy used for sealing the void corridor is slowly dispersing. As he spoke, the yellow energy filling the bamboo tube started to slowly recede towards the other end. More than half of it had disappeared after a breath, almost reconnecting the two ends once more. Yang Kai's explanation was quite novel and also easy to understand. Soon, someone noticed a problem. A stalwart 8th Order ancestor furrowed his brow as he asked, "You mean to say that the energy sealing the void corridor began to dissipate from Black Territory's end and is gradually receding towards the other side?" The fact that he spotted this wasn't surprising, as Yang Kai's explanation made it quite obvious. Furthermore, when they had been investigating the void corridor recently, their probes also reached a similar conclusion. When his divine sense probed the void corridor, Yang Kai could clearly feel an invisible wall blocking him, which was obviously the energy sealing the void corridor. But after some time had passed, he noticed that the energy was indeed retreating. Indeed. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. It saved him a lot of explaining time. When this junior said that it could be sealed, this junior meant it. It wasn't that he was boasting, he was just speaking the truth. Saying so, he mobilized the blue crystal's energy, sealing the mouth of the bamboo tube representing Black Territory. The yellow and blue energy were extremely obvious. But then Yang Kai shook his head, adding, "But doing so would be meaningless. We are fooling ourselves if we think that it will be over by just sealing up the passage to Black Territory. So, this kind of sealing does not cut it." While he was speaking, the yellow energy representing the ancient seal continued to dissipate, meaning that once the seal's energy had completely disappeared, the void corridor on the other side would be revealed. At that time, the Black Ink clan on the other side would be able to follow along the void corridor, break the seal Yang Kai had left behind, and enter Black Territory. Everyone fell silent. Yang Kai's explanation couldn't be any clearer. All of them were 8th Order ancestors of their respective sects, so whether it was their aptitude or talent, they were all the best of the best. They would be fools if they couldn't understand things at this point. An old white-haired ancestor thus asked, "Sealing Black Territory is indeed just a treatment for the symptoms, but since you've brought this up, I assume you have a solution?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." Everyone was shocked. "Everyone, please take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he withdrew the yellow and blue energy and began another demonstration. This time, he didn't give any explanation. He just showed them. The yellow energy once again filled the bamboo tube. After the explanation just now, everyone knew that it represented the energy left behind by the ancient masters. In Yang Kai's demonstration, the yellow energy continued to dissipate and recede from the side representing Black Territory and soon disappeared. In other words, it meant that the void corridor was completely open. But the moment yellow energy disappeared, blue energy emerged from the other end and began filling the bamboo tube back up again. However, the supplement of blue energy and the erosion of yellow energy were in opposite directions. Everyone understood that this sealing procedure of the void corridor had to wait until the energy in the ancient seal had completely disappeared. Yang Kai would enter the void corridor when the two places were completely connected and seal it from the other end to Black Territory, completely sealing it. There was no other alternative either. The void corridor was filled with energy right now, and Yang Kai could not reach the other side unless it had completely dissipated. It shouldn't take long. This junior will be able to completely conceal the traces of the void corridor from the other side within half a day at most. As long as no one discovers it during this half a day, the existence of the void corridor will remain a secret and there will be no risk of anyone breaking the seal and reaching here. It's too risky. Among the crowd, an 8th Order ancestor immediately shook his head. Forget about half a day, even an incense stick's worth of time would not cut it, as no one knew where the other end of the void corridor was. Everything would be fine if it wasn't the Black Ink battlefield, but if it really was and the Black Ink clan discovered it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Yang Kai had said before, all they could do now was prepare for the worst. This sealing method was too risky and depended too much on luck. Although the others didn't say anything, it was obvious they felt the same. Then there's only one way left. Yang Kai once again filled the bamboo tube with the yellow energy representing the ancient sealing energy, and this time, as the yellow energy receded, the blue energy representing his own sealing technique followed right behind it. When the yellow energy completely disappeared, The bamboo tube was instantly filled up with blue energy. The void corridor's seal remained intact, but the ancient sealing power had been replaced by Yang Kai's. Lu Mu's expression changed slightly as he saw through Yang Kai's intentions. You want to enter the void corridor? Either way, Yang Kai had to enter the void corridor, but the first method entailed starting from the other side and retreating back here. Once the seal was complete, Yang Kai would find himself in black territory. However, the latter method was completely different. This meant that he had to chase after the place where the ancient seal had disappeared and infuse his own energy behind him. Once the seal was complete, he would exit at the other end of the tunnel. This is the only way to ensure the void corridor is not discovered, Yang Kai solemnly stated. If you do this, you won't be able to return. Lu Mu furrowed his brow. He felt the need to warn Yang Kai, we still can't determine what kind of place is on the other side, if it really is the Black Ink battlefield. If it really was the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai, being only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, would definitely be doomed to die. Even if it really is the Black Ink battlefield, this junior will not refuse. Yang Kai put away the bamboo tube, dispersed the yellow and blue energy, and looked at the crowd. Of course, if seniors have a better candidate or method to achieve this junior will be more than happy to cooperate. Martial Peak, Chapter 4899, does everything possible. Although the cave heavens and paradises were full of talents, there were not many people who were proficient in the Tao of space. Even if they were not as proficient as Yang Kai. Otherwise, they would not have asked Yang Kai to study the secrets of the universe temples to repair the universe arrays. Yang Kai could claim he was the only one capable of repairing the universe array of a universe temple that had fallen into disrepair. At the very least, no one else could do it at this point in time. Do you know what the consequences are if you do this? Someone asked. Yang Kai laughed with humility. Of course this junior knows. He was the one who came up with the plan, so how could he not know the consequences he would face if he really carried it out? On the one hand, he might be safe, but on the other hand, after he sealed the void corridor, he might be drawn into the Black Ink battlefield all on his own. That place was full of death and danger, where he could be killed at any moment. Unfortunately, I'm afraid no one but this junior is capable of doing this. Yang Kai sighed softly and said, even if the other end of the void corridor really is connected to the Black Ink battlefield, this junior still has some ability to protect himself. This self-preservation power naturally did not refer to cultivation. In the Black Ink battlefield, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters being killed was a common occurrence. He was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, far from being able to compare with those in the 8th Order. However, he did have advantages that others did not. The world's spring fortified one's small universe, allowing it to be impervious to external influences. If there was an attempted invasion, the world spring in Yang Kai's small universe would help protect him from foreign elements. Thus, he did not have to worry about being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. During critical moments, he could even disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple to mask his identity. This was the ability that the other Open Heaven Realm Masters did not have. The crowd fell silent. Yang Kai continued, I'm not going to lie. This junior also hesitated for some time before making up my mind. Ultimately though, I decided I had to try. If the void corridor is not handled properly, no one in the 3,000 worlds will be able to avoid the consequences. Once the Black Ink clan invades, the war will definitely spread everywhere. Lan Yurua had sensed that Yang Kai was worried about something, but when she asked him about it, he did not explain in detail. After all, this was not a trivial matter, and it was difficult for anyone to make such a decision. Lu Mu sighed softly and said, it is a blessing for the 3,000 worlds that you are so understanding. Yang Kai shook his head and said, all of you seniors have defended the stability of the 3,000 worlds with your very lives. This junior may not be the smartest, nor the strongest, so he won't try to take advantage of seniors' generosity. The fight between the 8th Order ancestors of the Cave Heavens and Paradises and the Black Ink Royal Lord had greatly affected him. No one knew if they would be hit by the Royal Lord's secret technique and transformed into Black Ink disciples. However, in the battle, not one of them retreated nor hesitated. All fought with the conviction to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. To be able to cultivate to the 8th order open heaven realm, many of these ancestors were many thousands of years old. However, they maintained steadfast principles and acted in a manner that would make one question if they did not cherish their lives. As for those in the 7th order, almost 1,000 had joined the battle. Which one of these masters was not a favored son of the heavens, who did not have family and friends, a wife, husband, or children? In the battle against the royal lord, their losses had reached almost 30%. What's more, the ordinary people of the 3,000 worlds would never hear of this great battle. There were also the elites from the cave heavens and paradises who had been fighting the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless millennia, all of them contributing their blood and lives in silence. Except for the cave heavens and paradises, none knew that the 3,000 worlds was facing total annihilation at all times. The seemingly stable universe was guarded by these few who remained in the shadows. Since ancient times, the world had been dominated by the cave heavens and paradises. However, no one ever learned of their dedication and sacrifice. Even Yang Kai had many misunderstandings in his early years about the cave heavens and paradises. If he did not have the ability to seal the void corridor, it would be natural for him to gather everything he had and quickly return to the star boundary to protect his own life. However, he did have this ability. If he did not do it and the Black Ink clan ended up invading through this void corridor, then he would certainly regret it for the rest of his life. Thus, after many days of hesitation, he finally made up his mind. Did you ask Lan Yu Ruo to go back to the star boundary in order to bring your people over for this reason? Lu Mu asked gloomily. Yang Kai smiled and said, since I'm leaving, I don't know if I'll be able to return, so there are some things that I needed to arrange. He could return safely if the other side was not the Black Ink battlefield. However, if it was, he might never be able to return even if he survived. Since ancient times, no one had returned after crossing the no-return pass. Yang Kai would not be traversing the no-return pass and did not even know what the no-return pass looked like. However, his destination was likely the same as those forefathers of the cave heavens and paradises, which was the Black Ink battlefield. The crowd fell silent. To make such a decision required not only great courage, but also an unwavering sense of righteousness. Yang Kai's ability to make this decision had earned him the 8th Order Master's respect. Lu Mu bowed, all of the cave heavens and paradises owe you a favor, and the 3,000 worlds are indebted to you. The 8th Order Masters bowed respectfully in unison. Yang Kai quickly bowed in return. Suddenly, someone said, I heard that you had some trouble with the little ones from my sect. I will teach them a lesson on your behalf. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise at that comment. Although he recognized the ancestor who was speaking to him, they only exchanged greetings in the past, so Yang Kai did not know his name, let alone where he came from. Lu Mu explained to him, this is Brother Fei Yun of Thousand Cranes Paradise. Yang Kai suddenly understood, bowed, and said, Junior was young and ignorant at the time and repeatedly offended your noble sect in the past. Please pardon me. Thousand Cranes Paradise's Zuoquan Hui and his lineage were basically wiped out by Yang Kai. Although Thousand Cranes Paradise did not openly confront him about the matter, Yang Kai knew that their grudge was not so easily resolved. The only reason why Thousand Cranes Paradise was holding back was because of the Star Boundaries World Tree. Yang Kai had always been concerned that Thousand Cranes Paradise would seek to settle accounts with him one day, but now all the problems were solved with what Fei Yun had said. Compared to the stability of the entire 3,000 worlds, personal grudges were but trivial matters. That was why Fei Yun was willing to compromise and exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk. Fei Yun smiled, nodded, and said no more. Considering his status, it was already gracious enough to say so much to Yang Kai. There was no need for him to elaborate further. Lu Mu spoke. Rest assured that after you leave, we old fogies will look after your void land and high heaven palace. They will not suffer any grievances. This old master will stake all the cave heavens and paradise's reputation on this. Although he was only one ancestor from Golden Antelope Paradise, no one present objected to his commitment. Yang Kai said in response, "Then I shall have to trouble seniors with this matter." Those were the private concerns that he wanted to express. Void Land and High Heaven Palace were now sizable in their own right. However, they still could not be compared to the Cave Heavens and Paradises. It was easy to sort things out with him present as he was more familiar with the major Cave Heavens and Paradises' 7th Orders and 8th Orders, but once he left, no one could guarantee what would happen. However, with Lu Mu's assurance, Yang Kai no longer had to worry. He previously proposed 2 options to seal the Void Corridor, but the former was too risky, thus, he took the initiative to choose the latter. He also wanted to send a message to the ancestors that he could personally make sacrifices for the 3,000 worlds and that they could depend on him to see this through. Lu Mu understood this. "Is there anything else you need? Go ahead and ask if you can think of anything. The old farts here might be a little less flexible, but we still have some tricks up our sleeves," said Lu Mu. Yang Kai shook his head. There was nothing else he needed from them. Since he had made this choice, then he should begin to make his own arrangements. This was potentially a one-way trip. The ancient sealing power can still persist for some time, so this void corridor won't be exposed anytime soon. I would like to request seniors take turns monitoring it and notify me if there are any significant changes. I will return as soon as I can. For now, I would like to use what time I have to deal with some personal matters. Lu Mu immediately nodded, "Go ahead." Yang Kai cupped his fist respectfully. He then left a space beacon in place for emergencies before flying off. At High Heaven Palace's station, Yu He and the others had all returned. During the war against the Black Ink Royal Lord, the entire Black Territory had been cleared out. All those below the 7th Order had evacuated ahead of time. The people waited anxiously outside Black Territory, and fortunately, the good news that the Cave Heavens and Paradises had won and the Royal Lord was dead had come. Those who had left, returned again. Yu He and the others naturally also came back. Yu He wanted to check on Yang Kai immediately, but was stopped by the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, so she had to wait patiently. When Yang Kai appeared in High Heaven Palace, many 6th Order masters had gathered around to greet him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let's go in first." The crowd entered the temporary palace and sat down in groups. Yang Kai saw that everyone was jovial and in a celebratory mood, so he asked curiously, "Is there something I'm missing?" Yu He pursed his lips and said, "Young master, we're rich." "We're rich?" Yang Kai was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Of course, they were rich. High Heaven Palace and Void Land had a lot of profitable industries right now, including 2-star cities and the new Great Territory. They could not be described as poor by any stretch of the imagination. Void Land and High Heaven Palace's disciples had ample resources to cultivate with, to the point that even the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not be able to spend as freely as them. With this in mind, Yang Kai could not imagine the huge number of resources that would have to come by in order to celebrate being rich. Yu He asked, "Didn't you see anything different when you came back?" Yang Kai was trapped in a cage for 100 years, during which time he knew nothing about the outside world. After the super array was broken, he was thrown into the battle against the Black Ink Royal Lord, after which he was busy monitoring the status of the Void Corridor. How could he have known what was different in the outside world? Martial Peak, Chapter 4900, Enraged Yu Ru Meng. Seeing Yang Kai's bewildered look, Yu He went straight to the point with a smile. "All the ore stars in Black Territory have been mined out, and all the materials belong to us." Yang Kai was stunned by what he said and then responded, "In order to crack the super array." Yu He nodded, "Exactly." Yang Kai asked curiously, "And all the Cave Heavens and Paradises were fine with that?" The number of ore stars in Black Territory was quite large, and each one was rich in materials. Even the Cave Heavens and Paradises would be envious of such wealth. Unexpectedly, when these ore stars were being destroyed, all the materials ended up in Void Land and High Heaven Palace's pockets. Although only a few words were exchanged, Yang Kai could already imagine what had happened during the past 100 years he was trapped in the cage. The cave heavens and paradises must have deployed a large number of people to mine out all the ore stars in black territory, which broke the super array. Thus, those from the cave heavens and paradises were able to avoid being restricted by the power of the super array when they fought the Black Ink Royal Lord. It was Big Sister who argued with them, saying that young master had risked his life for the sake of the 3,000 worlds. Black territory originally belonged to Voidland and High Heaven Palace, so everything mined here naturally belongs to us. With such reasons on our side, even they couldn't do anything too outrageous. Yang Kai nodded lightly. That's good. With the huge supply of materials from Black Territory, High Heaven Palace and Voidland's disciples would have more abundant resources to cultivate with. He had a huge amount of yin and yang element materials in his hands, and he was worried that he might not have enough 5 elements materials in the future. Now, Yang Kai did not have to worry about anything. This was a fortunate turn of events, which was why everyone in the Grand Hall looked happy. Young master, you can't be so reckless anymore, Yuhi said. High Heaven Palace and Voidland have many people counting on you. What will we do if anything untoward happens? Everyone in the hall nodded their heads. High Heaven Palace and Voidland's rise had just begun, and Yang Kai was the one who held them all together. If something happened to him, the sect would definitely fall apart. Yang Shui also said sternly, "That's right, big brother, you are not on your own now. Think more about your wives who have been living in fear and worry all these years." Yang Kai's smile suddenly appeared forced. Yang Shui looked at him and suddenly had a bad feeling. She frowned and asked, "Big brother, are you going to do something dangerous again?" Although they had not spent much time with each other, and Yang Kai was not with Yang Shui during her formative years, blood was thicker than water, and there was a special bond between siblings that enabled her to sense something was off right away. Yang Kai heaved a long sigh, which immediately caused everyone in the Grand Hall to turn solemn. Yu Ru Meng and her sisters also looked doubtfully at him. There is gateway in this world called the No-Return Pass. Yang Kai suddenly said something that seemed completely unrelated. Even the common disciples of the cave heavens and paradises do not know of its existence. Those who are qualified to know of it are all elite disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, as well as the elders. I only recently learned about it as well. Once a person crosses the no-return pass, they will never be able to return. Beyond this great pass is a battlefield of never-ending war. The crowd was amazed, and Mao Zhe asked, "Battlefield? What kind of battlefield?" "The Black Ink battlefield," Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Everyone gasped with their mouths and eyes wide open. Although this was the first time they heard of the Black Ink battlefield, just by hearing the name alone, they knew that it was definitely not a pleasant place. Yes, as you can imagine, the armies of the Black Ink clan fill this Black Ink battlefield, and they have been trying to invade the 3,000 worlds since ancient times. They want to turn all living beings in this world into their slaves and livestock. The cave heavens and paradises shoulder the responsibility of guarding the 3,000 worlds, and all of their strongest masters are stationed there to resist the Black Ink clans. The great emperor's faces turned grim, while Mao Zhuhui and the others were dumbfounded. It was understandable that the great emperors had not heard of the Black Ink battlefield, for they had not been out of the star boundary for many years. Additionally, they had only advanced to the open heaven realm a few hundred years ago. However, Mao Zhuhui and the others were already veteran open heaven realm masters. Even so, they had never heard of the existence of the Black Ink battlefield and no-return pass, which was rather unbelievable. Everyone turned their heads toward Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan, who were held the highest statuses of all those present. They were the core and elite disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, so surely they would understand more of such secrets than the others. Chu Huashang nodded lightly. Honored Master took senior brother and senior sister to cross the no-return pass and join the Black Ink battlefield more than 300 years ago. As far as I know, every few years, every cave heaven and paradise has to send a group of people into the Black Ink battlefield to replenish the attrition losses of the Great War. The crowd could not imagine how cruel and fierce the battles were in the black ink battlefield that the cave heavens and paradises had to constantly send reinforcements to hold the line. The cave heavens and paradises have intentionally suppressed all information about the Black Ink clan, so it's naturally that you haven't heard about it. Yang Kai explained lightly. Mao Zhe and the others were relieved to hear this. If it was not for the Black Territory incident, they really would not have heard of the existence of the Black Ink clan. If they did not know about the Black Ink clan, then it would be strange to know about the Black Ink battlefield and the no-return pass. But what does this have to do with us? Shui Yu asked as her face turned pale. It did not make sense for Yang Kai to bring this up for no reason, especially after the great battle with the powerful Black Ink Master had just ended. Thus, it was obvious something else was brewing behind the scenes. Originally, it didn't matter much. Throughout the ages, the masters of the cave heavens and paradises fought against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield in order to safeguard the peace of the 3,000 worlds. Although the losses have been enormous, nothing has gone wrong in countless ages. If nothing changed, this pattern would continue on for a long time. However, the battle in Black Territory has changed everything. The crowd listened intently. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Do you know how many masters from the cave heavens and paradises lost their lives in this battle?" All of them shook their heads. Only Chu Huashang's expression turned grave as she reported, "In this battle, the cave heavens and paradises deployed more than 1,000 high-rank open heaven realm masters. Even so, 268 in the 7th Order and 5 in the 8th Order were killed." Although officially she had married out of the sect, she was still a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven and had some means to find out such information. When they fought against the Black Ink Royal Lord, Yin Yang Cave Heaven also deployed a team of masters led by an 8th Order ancestor. It was from this ancestor that Chu Huashang found out the details. Hearing this number, the crowd was shocked. They knew that in this battle, many high-rank masters from the cave heavens and paradises fell, but they did not expect that so many had died. 268 7th Orders and 5 8th Orders were killed. Those 8th Orders Open Heaven Realm Masters were considered to be among the strongest in the entire 3,000 worlds. The Black Ink clan is so fierce? Martial Beast Great Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. The Black Ink Master who was trapped in Black Territory was especially extraordinary. A Black Ink Royal Lord at their peak is comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai explained, "If it weren't for the years of confinement that caused her strength to plummet, we might not have been able to kill her at all." The crowd felt slightly relieved, but were still astonished about the Black Ink Royal Lord being on par with a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After her death, though, a void corridor appeared where she fell. The crowd stared in disbelief. Zhan Wu Hen frowned and then asked, "Where does that void corridor connect to?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know for certain, but we can only assume the worst." "The Black Ink battlefield," someone murmured softly. "If that was the case, then things might turn serious." "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "We can only assume that the Void Corridor is connected to Black Ink battlefield. Right now, the Void Corridor is still sealed by an ancient power, but that seal is gradually dissipating and will disappear completely in short order. Once that happens, the Black Ink clan will discover the Void Corridor and invade the 3,000 worlds. The consequences will be catastrophic." Yang Kai paused to let the crowd digest the news, and then quickly said, "I must enter the Void Corridor to reseal it. This is the only way to avert the disaster." Yu Ru Meng gritted her teeth and asked, "Why must you go? Aren't there many masters in the cave heavens and paradises? Why aren't they doing anything about it? Why does it have to be you? What is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai laughed bitterly and said, "They didn't ask me to go. I was the one who volunteered." Yu Ru Meng smashed the armrest of her chair and screamed, "I think you want us sisters to become widows." "Ru Meng." Yang Shui saw Yu Ru Meng's furious anger and quickly interjected, "Big brother is now considered the head of the family. Your outburst is disrespectful, especially when there are so many people here in the Grand Hall. Even if you wish to discuss personal matters with Big Brother, You should do so in private. I'm in the wrong to question this? Yu Rumeng was furious and pointed her finger at Yang Kai. How many life and death risks has your big brother taken over the years? Without even mentioning things from the far past, didn't he recently follow a giant spirit god into the chaotic dead territory? Is that a place for ordinary people to go? If Mao Zedong hadn't been alive and well all this time, how would we have known he was even alive? When he ran into that cage to live together with that black ink master for 100, we also had to turn to Mao Zedong just to figure out if he was still breathing. Mao Zedong looked helplessly with his eyes lowered as he rubbed his nose. It took so much effort and difficulty for him to come back alive from the chaotic dead territory, and then survive the confinement with that black ink royal lord. Now you want to enter that damned void corridor to seal it? Do you have a death wish? Yang Kai replied feebly, Rumeng, please don't be angry, sealing the void corridor is not necessarily risky. Martial Peak, Chapter 4901, What is the situation? Yu Rumeng looked at him and snapped, It may not be risky? Then let me ask you, can you still come back after sealing the void corridor? Yang Kai was at a loss for words. Yu Rumeng said through gritted teeth, Look, if I'm not mistaken, after you seal the void corridor, won't you end up in the black ink battlefield? Yang Kai replied softly, That side may not be the black ink battlefield either, it's just a guess. What if it is? Yang Kai was silent. There's a good chance it is, right? Yu Rumeng stared at him. Now Yang Kai nodded his head. The void corridor that was left behind after the death of the Black Ink Royal Lord was indeed very likely to have some connection with the Black Ink battlefield. There was little doubt about that. Yu Rumeng scoffed, All of us weak and delicate women have been with you for so many years, and yet you haven't even given any of us proper status. You always take risks and put us in a state of extreme anxiety, and now you did not even consult us before deciding to go to that Black Ink battlefield? What do you take us for? Yang Kai felt ashamed and was speechless as he knew that this was indeed his fault. For countless years, these women had followed him without any complaints. However, they truly did not have any status as his women. Although they had never asked for it, which woman did not look forward to celebrating that auspicious day? Yu Rumeng stood up and declared, Ning Chang, Shuiyu, Jiyao, Chuer, Xiaowan, come with me to pack up our things. We're leaving. Yang Kai was confused as he asked, Where are you going? Yu Rumeng coldly snorted, Since we're going to be widows anyway, you don't have to care about where we are going. The world is big and there are plenty of men around. I will take my sisters to find someone who will cherish us and live our lives in peace. Xia Ningchang was at her wit's end and said, Big sister Rumeng, husband must have had no choice but to do what he plans to do. Tao Lingwan also nodded vigorously. The two of them were the most docile among all the women, so Yu Rumeng's words undoubtedly made them suffer a great shock. Have no choice? Yu Rumeng exclaimed, No one forced him to do anything, he decided to do it all by himself. What do you mean by he had no choice? She then looked at Xia Ningchang and the others, Are you leaving with me? Xia Ningchang had no choice but to get up, nod apologetically to Yang Kai, and walk over to Yu Rumeng's side. She did not want to see Yang Kai go to the Black Ink battlefield either, and although Yu Rumeng's actions were a bit extreme, she would be happy to do it if it could make Yang Kai change his mind. Shuiyu got up, but kept her head down. She just kept looking at the ground. Jiyao also stood up in a similar manner. Tao Lingwan looked at Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang pondered for a moment before she stood up too. Regardless of what happened next, she would have to spend the rest of her life with Yu Rumeng and the others. Thus, it was better to side with her on this issue. Yu Rumeng snorted scornfully at Yang Kai, then turned around and led the girls away. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall instantly became very awkward. The great emperors and other Sixth Order masters looked at each other but did not know what to say. After all, this was a family matter, and it was inappropriate for them to comment. Although what Yu Rumeng said was rather harsh, everyone knew that she just did not want Yang Kai to risk his life again. They too felt the same and did not want Yang Kai to go. Even if the stability of the 3,000 worlds was at stake, there was no reason to put the entire burden on a single sixth-order open heaven realm master. This burden was too heavy even for High Heaven Palace and Void Land to bear, not to mention Yang Kai alone. I'll go and check on my sisters-in-law. Yang Shui stood up and chased after them, but when she reached the entrance of the Grand Hall, she stood still and with her back towards Yang Kai, she said, "Big brother, I will support you whatever you decide to do, but I don't agree with you in this case." She dashed away after saying that. Yang Kai sighed. He was already mentally prepared for this when he made his decision, as this was not the same as previous situations he had been through. In the past, even if the situation was critical, as long as he overcame the danger, he could return safely. However, this time was different. If he really was sucked into the black ink battlefield, it would be the same as abandoning everything in the 3,000 worlds. It was impossible for him to return. Throughout history, so many elites from the cave heavens and paradises had stepped through the no-return pass and none had ever returned. Thus, there would be no exception for him. Yu Ru Meng was keenly aware of this, which was why her reaction was so intense. "Do you all also want to persuade me to not go?" Yang Kai asked as he looked around at the crowd. Although Yu Ru Meng was furious and his backyard was essentially on fire, he would not apologize for his decision. They were all family, so he felt he had nothing to be embarrassed about. Zhan Wuhen said, "Since you have already decided, then any attempt at persuasion would be meaningless. If the Void Corridor is not sealed and is really connected to the black ink battlefield, then who can avoid responsibility in the 3,000 worlds? Don't worry too much about it. If anyone dares to get close to your wives while you're away, I'll smash his head in." This was of course a joke. Even if Yang Kai really left, Yu Ru Meng and others would not really go off seeking another husband. Everything she said was just to force Yang Kai to change his mind. "When will you leave?" asked Serene Soul Great Emperor, Yao Jun. Yang Kai said, "Not so soon. The ancient sealing power is still holding the Void Corridor closed and will continue to do so for a while. I will not leave until I sort out the matters at hand." Yao Jun nodded lightly. "That's good. You should only go when you have no other concerns." The crowd talked for a while more before dispersing. Yang Kai walked out of the Grand Hall looking rather depressed. Although he had a lot of wives, he wasn't actually very good at dealing with women. Now that Yu Ru Meng had led them to rebel against him, he did not know how to pacify them. Of course, he could tell them that he had changed his mind and Yu Ru Meng and the rest would immediately be relieved. However, since he had already made the decision, how could he change it just like that? Yang Kai was not doing this for the sake of the wider world, nor was it due to a sense of righteousness. He was not noble to that extent. If the cave heavens and paradises were capable of solving the problem at hand without him, he certainly would not have insisted. However, the problem was that even taking into consideration the whole of the 3,000 worlds, there was no one else who could do it except for him. He had to step forward in the face of this predicament. If the Black Ink clan really came through the Void Corridor and invaded the 3,000 worlds, then, not to mention his wives, everyone in High Heaven Palace, Void Land, and the Star Boundary would be in peril. He could not even say goodbye to Su Yen, Shanqing Luo, and Zhu Qin before departing. The three of them had been taken to the ancestral land to cultivate their divine spirit heritage, and had not yet returned. Standing at the edge of a certain spirit province and looking into the depths of the void, Yang Kai's thoughts fluctuated. He thought about how much he owed his wives. For so many years, it seemed that he had not spent much time with them. He always seemed to have one thing or another to keep him occupied. This time was even worse. How could he still go when he knew that it was a one-way trip? Once he left, he might never be able to see them again. He did not even consider their feelings when he made that decision. Yang Kai felt that if the situation was reversed, he also would not accept it so easily. Yu Ru Meng kicking up that fuss without any regard for him was a perfectly normal reaction. In fact, it would be a problem if she had accepted his decision without any hesitation. "I'm truly scum." Yang Kai chastised himself and made up his mind that this time he would kneel in front of them and beg for their understanding and forgiveness. He turned around suddenly, a firm and unwavering look on his face. Just as he took a step forward though, Yang Shui quickly descended from above and landed in front of him, calling out anxiously, "Big brother, I've finally found you." Yang Kai's face stiffened and asked, "What happened?" "Something terrible," Yang Shui blurted out. "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. "It's hard for me to explain. Come with me to take a look and you'll soon understand." Yang Shui said, grabbed his arm, and dragged him away. Yang Kai's heart sank. He did not know what had happened to cause his little sister to become so anxious. She had gone to find Yu Ru Meng and the others, so her anxiety might be due to them. Yang Shui shook her head and refused to answer regardless of how many questions he asked, which made Yang Kai feel increasingly uneasy. Soon they arrived at a spirit province, one which served as the temporary base for one of the cave heavens or paradises. All the ore stars in Black Territory had been mined clean, so there were broken spirit provinces of all sizes everywhere. The cave heavens and paradises naturally occupied a few of the larger ones. There was a palace on this spirit province. Yang Shui took Yang Kai and rushed inside. As soon as they entered, there were several beautiful women smiling at them on either side, but Yang Kai did not know any of them. The critical point though was that these women all had profound seventh-order auras radiating from them. They were obviously high-rank open heaven realm masters. Yang Kai's heart tensed up and he became instinctively cautious as he did not know what was happening. Yang Shui, however, pushed Yang Kai to the front with a smile. The women grabbed him from the left and right and dragged him inside. "What's going on?" Yang Kai was completely confused. Didn't Shui say something happened? What is the meaning of this joyful mood now? "Big brother, don't be afraid, I lied to you earlier. Nothing happened, just go along with it." Yang Shui followed along and reassured him as they walked. No, what the hell is going on?" Yang Kai did not know how he should react. He was still anxious to appease his wives and now, he was being dragged along here. He felt uncomfortable with the few high-rank open heaven realm flowers holding onto him to his left and right, teasing his nose with their alluring fragrance. "You'll know soon enough," Yang Shui said with a playful smile, refusing to tell him anything more. Yang Kai flicked her forehead with his finger, but could not bear to do anything more. He only had one little sister and he hardly took care of her as she was growing up. However, they were bound by blood and Yang Kai could not bear to chastise her. From the looks of this situation, nothing should happen. Even if something did happen, it should be a good thing. Once they entered an inner room, which was obviously a bedroom, they were greeted with a distinct fragrance. Yang Kai did not know whose room this was, but it was clear it belonged to a woman. Yang Kai was dragged directly to a chair, and then the ladies to his left and right pressed his shoulder hard. "Sit down." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4902, Groom's Party. Yang Kai could not do anything other than to sit down. The next moment, he was shocked and frantically grabbed onto his clothes. "What are you doing, seniors?" Just as he sat down, several women came straight at him and began to strip him of his clothes. "Why are you acting all shy and innocent?" A high-rank open heaven realm master smiled coquettishly. Her voice was as smooth as silk and there were obvious traces that she was born in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. "Why you calling us seniors? How could you make us sound so old?" Another high-rank open heaven realm woman poked her finger on Yang Kai's forehead, causing him to tilt back slightly. Yang Kai chuckled nervously and said, "All of you are young and beautiful, but through dedicated cultivation have reached the high-rank open heaven realm. All of you must be thousands of years old. Calling you senior was out of respect for you. Surely, I can't address you as big sisters, can I? That would be highly improper." During this time, a few of them had skillfully removed Yang Kai's outer clothing. They were extremely skilled and it was not long before an exquisite red robe appeared from somewhere. One of them dragged Yang Kai to his feet and then two others stretched out his arms to pull the robe onto him. A few others were shuffling around, straightening the robe and tying up its belt. Soon, Yang Kai was properly dressed. Yang Kai was in a daze and completely ignorant of what was happening. When he was made to sit down again, a high-rank open heaven realm woman came around behind him, spread his long hair and skillfully rearranged it neatly. Yang Kai looked into the mirror in front of him and stared at himself with a dumbstruck look. He was dressed in a red robe and looked very festive. A woman beside him was busy, applying rouge and powder to his face. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand to resist. Being dressed in such festive clothes was one thing, but now they were applying cosmetics to his face. This was unacceptable to him and he protested. "Seniors, is this necessary? Don't move." The high-rank open heaven realm woman from Inyang Cave Heaven slapped Yang Kai's hand away and pressed down his raised arm. She scolded him, "Of course you have to dress up appropriately for your auspicious day." "Auspicious day?" Yang Kai's jaw dropped. "What's this all about?" She smiled sweetly as asked back, "What do you think?" Yang Kai quickly looked curiously towards his little sister, but Yang Shui just said with a wide smile, "Big brother, don't worry about anything, just go along with it and everything will be fine." Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry, but considering who he was up against, he decided that he had to play along without further resistance. And so, he just sat there calmly and allowed those women to dress him up. At some point, his heart began beating a bit faster. They labored for less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense before the women around Yang Kai looked at him in detail and then nodded, "That's about right." The Inyang Cave Heaven high-rank open heaven realm woman brought a bright red flower and tied it to Yang Kai's chest to complete the look and then clapped her hands and declared, "Finished. Let's go, let's go. To the wedding." Yang Shui cheered as the women pushed and shoved Yang Kai out to the palace. There was a group of people waiting outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the people from High Heaven Palace, the great emperors, Mao Zhihui, and all the other Sixth Order masters from Void Land were lined up on both sides. When they saw Yang Kai dressed in his red robes, they cupped their fists and said, "Congratulations, Sect Master, on your wedding day." Yang Kai returned the greetings with a grin, "Congratulations to one and all." He suddenly realized that he was congratulating himself, and how lame he must have appeared. He was initially confused by the sudden flurry of activity around him. He was just thinking about how he should apologize to Yu Mengru and his other wives, but now he somehow found himself at his wedding. Furthermore, it seemed that everyone was in on it, except him. He didn't even know whose idea all this was. "Sect Master, please." Mao Zhi reached out and gestured with his hand. There was a luxuriously decorated ship waiting in front of him, which was also decorated in red. There were many people waiting on board, so it was obvious that a lot had gone into the preparations for this. Yang Kai took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement and nervousness in his heart, then waved his hand and said confidently, "Let's go." This was the first time he had experienced a marriage ceremony with him as the groom. It was undeniable that he was nervous. He had not been so apprehensive even when he was locked in that cage with the Black Ink Royal Lord for 100 years. A group of people from High Heaven Palace and Void Land boarded the ship along with Yang Kai, but when he glanced around he saw that most of the people were from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. They were all in the Open Heaven realm, and several were even in the Seventh Order. Everyone was holding musical instruments they had gotten from who knows where. The celebratory air was practically overflowing. When Iron Blood Great Emperor gave the order, the ship immediately erupted with music and drums which made the atmosphere extremely lively. The ship sailed ahead slowly towards a certain spirit province, the sounds of joy and music accompanying them along the way. The band on the ship was grand, consisting of some 20 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters, including some in the Seventh Order. Yang Kai was the only person who could make so many Open Heaven Realm Masters from so many Cave Heavens and Paradises come out and perform for his wedding. A short while later, they arrived at the Spirit Province. The sounds of music continued and the groom's party disembarked from the ship, heading straight for a grand palace up ahead. A group of people blocked the way to the palace though, and the leader of that group was none other than Six with Divine Monarch of Golden Antelope Paradise, Lu Mu. Lu Mu smiled widely as he was surrounded by 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There was a group of at least 100 people here, guarding the entrance to the palace. Divine Monarch! Yang Kai stepped forward and offered his greetings, remaining on alert. Yang Kai noticed that Lu Mu looked at him with some kind of malicious intent, which made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. Although he had cooperated with this wedding, Yang Kai had not yet fully understood the details. Furthermore, he could not understand why he had to come to Golden Antelope Paradise for his wedding. He had never been here before, but since Lu Mu was here, this was obviously Golden Antelope Paradise's temporary base in Black Territory. No one had told Yang Kai anything about the arrangements before they set out. "Brat, looks like you're in good spirits and you're even dressed for the occasion," Lu Mu teased as he looked Yang Kai over from head to toe. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed. "Divine Monarch, this junior is here to receive the bride. I'd truly appreciate it if Divine Monarch could be accommodating." "Good." Lu Mu waved his hand grandly before he shouted, "Someone wants to marry my Golden Antelope Paradise's disciple. Brats, tell him what kind of person is worthy of that?" Yang Kai was stunned by what he just heard and asked in a dumbfounded voice, "How can I be marrying a disciple of Golden Antelope Paradise? My wives have nothing to do with Golden Antelope Paradise." Lu Mu smiled and explained, "Xueyu has worshipped this monarch and is now my legacy disciple." Yang Kai raised his brow and wondered, "There is such a thing? When did this happen? How come I didn't know anything about it?" However, this was undoubtedly a good thing. The cave heavens and paradises had always been strict in accepting disciples, almost never accepting outsiders who did not cultivate their specific secret arts. Not to mention that it was Lu Mu, an ancestor, who had personally accepted Xueyu as his disciple. It was a great honor for anyone to worship an 8th Order ancestor as their honored master, and it was similarly not a trivial affair for an ancestor to accept a disciple. Lu Mu's statement meant that Xueyu was really Golden Antelope Paradise's disciple. With her as the disciple of Lu Mu, an 8th Order ancestor, it meant that Xueyu was incomparable in terms of both seniority and status among the disciples of Golden Antelope Paradise. Even when the sect master of Golden Antelope Paradise met Xueyu in the future, he would have to address her as junior sister. The other Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Cave Heavens and Paradises did not have this authority, but Lu Mu, as an ancestor, could accept anyone he wanted to as a disciple. All it took was him declaring it so, and no one would be able to challenge him. Yang Kai was touched and immediately bowed once more. "Many thanks, senior." Lu Mu grinned and replied, "Don't be so quick to thank me. Marrying this monarch's disciple will not be an easy task." Yang Kai suddenly understood where the unease he had been feeling before was coming from. Without giving him a chance to react, Lu Mu shouted, "Come, come, tell this brat who is worthy to marry my Golden Antelope Paradise's disciple." Immediately, Open Heaven Realm Masters came out from the left and right, each holding a huge wine jug, and lined them up in front of him like a wall. Yang Kai shuddered at the sight, as each of these wine jugs was as big as a small water barrel. It was extraordinary to take out 20 such jugs all at once. It looked like they were planning to drown him with wine. Just as anticipated, Lu Mu loudly declared, "Finish these and you can take her away. Leave alone if you can't." Yang Shui suddenly protested, "Senior Lu Mu, this is not what we agreed upon." Lu Mu laughed heartily, "Little girl, this monarch is trying to teach you that the world is dangerous and you should not trust people so easily." Yang Shui pouted angrily. "Good." Yang Kai waved his hand, reached out, took a wine jug in front of him, tore open the seal with his hand, and began pouring it down his throat. Lu Mu smiled as he warned, "Brat, you should take it slow. My Golden Antelope Paradise's special brew is not so easy to drink. Be careful not to drink so much that it affects your ability to perform tonight." Before Lu Mu's warning, Yang Kai had already tasted the strong wine. The wine flowed like a molten lead down his throat and into the abdomen. Instantly, his abdomen began to churn from, and a huge amount of energy erupted from his gut, overwhelming his body. Yang Kai could not help but stifle a grunt. This wine was obviously not ordinary. It must have been brewed using a lot of precious spirit fruits and herbs. Not only was the wine full of strength, but it could also enhance his cultivation. This wine was definitely extremely valuable, and yet Golden Antelope Paradise had taken out 20 jugs of it for him. Under Yang Shue's watchful eyes, Yang Kai drank up a jug in just a dozen gulps. There was a roar of approval from all around. Yang Kai wiped his mouth, reached for another jar, and began again. After downing 5 jugs in a row, Yang Kai began to stagger slightly. However, his whole body was bursting with energy and he gritted his teeth as he gasped, "So strong." Yang Kai didn't drink much alcohol in general, but he was still able to hold his liquor. The wine of Golden Antelope Paradise was extremely strong though, so it wasn't easy for him to drink so much. However, he could not show any weakness. Yang Kai continued to tilt his head back and pour more into his mouth. 10 jugs, 15 jugs, 19 jugs. Yang Shui was beginning to look worried. Ultimately though, Yang Kai managed to drink all the wine. Throwing down the last wine jug, Yang Kai said proudly, "Senior, how's this?" Lu Mu looked at him with a smile and waved his hand, "Clear the way." The crowd of Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately opened up a pathway and Yang Kai led Luan Baifeng, Yu He, Zhou Ye, Mo Mei and several other women into the Grand Hall. Martial Peak, Chapter 4903, Fight. Outside, Yang Shui, Zhan Wuhen, and the others took out pre-prepared space rings to distribute to the Golden Antelope Paradise disciples who blocked the way. Each ring contained 100,000 Open Heaven pills. It was not much, but it was a celebratory token. They could certainly have provided more, but this was just the beginning of the celebrations. Golden Antelope Paradise alone had hundreds of members, so they had just spent 10 million Open Heaven pills. They did not know how many more of such situations would require them to hand out space rings again. Furthermore, these disciples didn't really need such a paltry sum of pills. Those who received the celebratory tokens were naturally happy though and continued to offer their congratulations. A few moments later, Yang Kai emerged from the palace while accompanying Shui Yu, who was wearing her red phoenix coronet. Yang Shui and the others led Yang Kai to the boat. Zhan Wuhen, who was in charge of the directions and route, waved his hand and ordered, "Set sail. To the next family." Shui Yu was placed in a compartment on the boat and sat upright there with a red veil covering her face. She had been dragged away by his little sister before Yang Kai could even say a word to her. Where are we going now?" Yang Kai slurred drunkenly. Shui Yu had been accepted by Lu Mu as his legacy disciple and was considered to be a disciple of Golden Antelope Paradise. So, where were the others? Yang Kai did not know how they arranged it, but he knew that it was the good intentions of all the cave heavens and paradises, along with High Heaven Palace and Voidland, who had prepared this entire event. He just needed to go along with it. The wedding came out of nowhere, and he was unprepared for it, but he was willing to go through with it. "We'll know when we get there." Yang Shui stood beside him, pursed her lips, and smiled. She was naturally happy to see her big brother getting married. Her only regret was that some of her sisters-in-law were not around, and her parents were not able to attend. There was nothing she could do about it though, as Su Yan and her other sisters-in-law were in the ancestral land while her parents were in the star boundary. Thus, she could not invite them over on such short notice. Soon, the boat arrived at another spirit province. It was the second stop for Yang Kai to pick up his brides. Yang Kai scanned below the ship and saw high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters lined up in 2 rows. They were led by a stately 8th Order ancestor and all of them were blocking the palace behind them. Although there were only a few of them, they stood straight in tidy ranks, like they were a 1,000-man army. It was immediately clear that this was Great Battle Heaven. Only the disciples from Great Battle Heaven gave off such a presence. Yang Kai had previously seen the 8th Order ancestor who stood at the front. He was extremely fierce in the fight against the Black Ink Royal Lord. Yang Shui whispered to him, "Great Battle Heaven's Thunderbolt Divine Monarch, Pai Li, has taken Ji Yao as his disciple." Although Yang Kai had a vague suspicion after what happened in Golden Antelope Paradise, he was still a little surprised to hear his little sister say this. The cave heavens and paradises had really gone all out. Shui Yu had become the disciple of Golden Antelope Paradise's 6 with Divine Monarch, and now, Ji Yao had become the disciple of Great Battle Cave Heaven's Thunderbolt Divine Monarch, Pai Li. The cave heavens and paradises were obviously raising the status of these women. They were doing this to assure Yang Kai that he could seal the void corridor without leaving behind any worries. It would be for the best if he could come back after determining it was safe, but if he could not return, then High Heaven Palace and Void Land would have an extra layer of protection with the cave heavens and paradises by doing this. Thus, he did not have anything to worry about. This was a great assurance. Yang Kai led the groom's party swiftly down the boat towards Thunderbolt Divine Monarch, where he hastily bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Divine Monarch." Pai Li looked Yang Kai over from head to toe. He nodded slightly but did not smile as he asked, "You want to marry my Great Battle Heaven's disciple? It is not an easy task, you brat. Are you prepared?" After what happened at Golden Antelope Paradise, Yang Kai was already mentally prepared that he would have some challenge each time he picked up one of his brides. Ultimately, they would not go overboard to interfere though, as this was more of a ceremonial tradition rather than a real obstruction. Yang Kai puffed his chest with his head held high and said arrogantly, "I am prepared, Divine Monarch." Pai Li chuckled and said while waving his hand, "You have guts." 7 Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately landed behind him and immediately assumed a formation. Each looked very serious with murderous intent and shouted, "Kill!" Open Heaven Realm auras permeated the air, indicating that all 7 of them were in the 6th order. The 6th order was just right. A lower cultivation was unable to hinder Yang Kai, while a higher cultivation might be too difficult for the groom's party. In any case, the stronger Open Heaven Realm Masters from High Heaven Palace and Void Land were also in this realm. Meanwhile, their only 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had been requested by Yang Kai to go back to the Star Boundary on a mission. Yang Kai immediately rolled up his sleeves and grinned, "All I need to do is to beat them, right?" He looked at the 7 like an ominous beast fixated on his prey. The 7 came from Great Battle Cave Heaven and had cultivated a fearless mentality since they were young, but somehow, they still felt rather intimidated by Yang Kai. They had heard of many of his deeds over the years. In particular, they knew he had spent 100 years inside the black prison cage with the Black Ink Royal Lord, yet still survived. Who else could possibly accomplish such a feat? Yang Shui did not know whether to laugh or cry though as she went forward to tug Yang Kai's sleeve and protest, "Big brother, what are you thinking? Today is your wedding day. Why do you want to take them on yourself?" She was thinking that her big brother must have been a little drunk due to all the wine he had at Golden Antelope Paradise, so now that he had been taunted, he could not resist taking up the challenge. This was totally different from what Lu Mu had agreed on before, but she could not help it if he had decided to change things at the last moment. Zhan Wuhen then said, "These tasks should be left to the groom's party." Pai Li finally smiled, "I don't care how many people you use, but you must defeat them in order to take the bride away." Yang Kai looked around and grinned meaningfully, "You underestimate my Void Land and High Heaven Palace." Zhan Wuhen and the others snorted coldly. They then stepped forward one by one and soon all of them gathered around Yang Kai. The 6th Order Masters of Void Land and High Heaven Palace were basically all present, numbering nearly 20 people or 3 times as many as those from Great Battle Heaven. Looking at each other across the void, the 7 members of Great Battle Cave Heaven appeared calm and collected. They did not look intimidated by the numerically superior enemy, which showed their mental fortitude. Yang Kai waved his hand and declared, "Fight!" The next moment, 20 Void Land's 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters rushed forward and clashed with the 7 from Great Battle Heaven. Immediately, fists and feet began to fly. There was no need for any modesty or standing on ceremony. Since the fight was inevitable, all of them should get it over and done with as fast as possible. It was just a competition similar in nature to a sparring match, so neither side used any divine abilities or secret techniques, not to mention artifacts. They all simply fought with their bodies and world force. The huge advantage in numbers did not enable Voidland to sweep aside their foes, though, and the battle soon turned into a stalemate. The 7 men of Great Battle Heaven were arranged in an amazing formation that allowed them to join their powers together, as if they became one entity. Yang Kai was amazed by this display. The 7 people were obviously familiar with fighting together and had a tacit understanding of each other's strengths and tactics due to many years of practice. At times, they gathered together only to spread out in the next instant, causing High Heaven Palace's 6th Order masters to lose ground. However, High Heaven Palace fighters were no pushovers. After all, they had the numbers advantage, and after they broke through to the 6th Order, each of them had at least hundreds of years of experience consolidating their cultivation. Additionally, every one of them had the experience of entering one of the small source worlds of the cave heavens and paradises at least once. In their current state, their small universe heritage was no longer the same as when they initially broke through to the open heaven realm. A fierce battle ensued for the next incense stick worth of time. In the end, it was Iron Blood Great Emperor Jianghu Hen who found the opportunity to break the formation of the 7 men with a heavy punch. Immediately, the rest swarmed over them and split up the Great Battle Heaven disciples, denying them the chance to re-establish their formation. Jianghu Hen came back with a huge black eye, cupped his fist, and said, "Fortunately, we have not failed our mission." The black eye was from a punch from one of the Great Battle Heaven's 6th Order disciples. Yang Kai's face twitched as he tried to control his laughter before he nodded lightly, "Many thanks for all your hard work." Yang Kai turned to Pili. The Divine Monarch nodded and declared, "You've passed the test." He then stepped to the side and invited them in. "Many thanks, Divine Monarch." Yang Kai thanked him, rushed into the palace, and escorted Jiao out. Thereafter, the ship continued on its way. The third stop, to Yang Kai's surprise, was the temporary base of Myriad Demons Heaven. The one who became a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven was naturally Yu Ru Meng. Yang Kai had a grudge with Thousand Cranes Paradise, but he also had one with Myriad Demons Heaven, because when he was determined to advance directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, it was Myriad Demons Heaven that headed the effort to suppress him. A 7th Order Open Heaven realm master named Tijing personally went to Shattered Heaven and finally forced Yang Kai to only advance to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Tijing died afterward for some unknown reason, which did alleviate Yang Kai's grievance with them. Afterwards, Myriad Demons Heaven's core disciple, Pei Wenxian, involved himself with Zuoquan Hui and was also killed. Of all the cave heavens and paradises, if there was one that Yang Kai hated the most, it was definitely Myriad Demons Heaven. So he could never have imagined that Myriad Demons Heaven would accept Yu Ru Meng. However, when all things were considered, Yu Ru Meng was part of the demon race, and if the matter was looked into in detail, all the demon race from the demon realm were the disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven. This was a result of Emo Xing being from Myriad Demons Heaven and having ended up in a universe world which he contaminated with his demon chi, transforming it into the demon realm when his physical body failed him. It was the best choice for Yu Ru Meng to become a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven. It was also an 8th Order ancestor, called Mo Sha Divine Monarch, who personally took her as a disciple. At that moment, Mo Sha led a group of Myriad Demons Heaven disciples to intercept the groom's party outside the palace. Each Myriad Demons Heaven disciple was covered with demon chi, and several of them were smiling deviously at Yang Kai, looking very menacing. Yang Kai led the groom's party forward to greet the group. Mo Sha carefully looked at him from head to toe several times before pointing behind him and declaring, "She's waiting inside, enter by yourself." Yang Kai was stunned. They were as good as sworn enemies, and he thought that Myriad Demons Heaven would be prepared to make things hard for him, so Yang Kai had rolled up his sleeves preparing for a huge fight. He never thought that it would be so easy. This was a good thing though, so he quickly thanked Mo Sha and hastily entered the palace. Martial Peak, Chapter 4904, Illusionary Ru Meng. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong as soon as he stepped into the palace. The entire place was decorated as a chamber and there were a dozen couches inside. Atop each cough sat a graceful figure with an opaque phoenix coronet and red robes covering them. Suddenly, the doors of the palace slammed shut. What is this? Yang Kai was puzzled, but he finally understood that this was how Myriad Demon's Heaven was going to make things difficult for him. The challenge had simply been inside this time, instead of outside. Emosha's voice suddenly rang out from nowhere. 3 chances for you to find the right bride. Take her away if you can find her. If not, Nothing was said after the chuckle. That meant that if he could not find the right bride, then he also could not take her away. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. I don't need 3 chances, 1 is enough. He knew Yu Rumeng so well after being with her for so many years and was confident that he could find her here with his eyes closed. Emosha snickered, don't be so cocky just yet. Yang Kai frowned and immediately took a closer look at those dressed up as brides and was stunned. Outwardly, there was almost no difference between the dozen brides. In terms of height or size, they were all identical. He was surprised that Myriad Demon's Heaven could find so many women of the same physical appearance to pull this off. Yang Kai quickly composed himself when he realized that, since Myriad Demon's Heaven had gone through all the trouble to set this up, it meant that this test was not going to be easy to overcome. Yang Kai next tried to use his divine sense to probe the situation. Unexpectedly, though, all those brides were protected by some kind of strange power that prevented Yang Kai from detecting their cultivation. They've certainly prepared well enough. Yang Kai thought that even if Myriad Demon's Heaven could find a dozen women of similar height and features as Yu Rumeng, there would always be some differences in their auras. Yu Rumeng was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and could be distinguished easily by comparing the depth of these women's cultivation. Yu Rumeng's aura should be able to stand out from the crowd. Now that he had tried though, he realized that Myriad Demon's Heaven had taken precautions against this method. He clenched his fist, lightly coughed, cupped his fist and greeted them, Rumeng. A dozen voices instantly replied, husband. Yang Kai gasped with his mouth wide open, dumbfounded. Although the bride's replies were staggered, they all sounded exactly like Yu Rumeng. It was as if they were all her clones. Moreover, his original intention to greet the brides was to enable the real Yu Rumeng to give him a hint, but he did not get anything from her. When he thought about it, he remembered that Yu Rumeng was so angry that she was ready to leave him to find someone else to marry, so now, even if he was ready to marry her, it was only natural that she was still upset with him and would not obediently cooperate. Maybe this test right now was even devised personally by Yu Rumeng. Yang Kai realized that based on his understanding of her character, she might really be capable of doing such a thing. He suddenly felt a headache setting in. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai slowly walked to the nearest couch, lowered his body to take a closer look, and tried to use his nose to sniff. The bride in front of him giggled softly, husband, they are all fake. You'd better not choose the wrong one. If you choose the wrong one, I will never forgive you. Yang Kai nodded confidently, rest assured, I will not choose wrongly. As he spoke, he came to the second couch and continued to observe and sniff. It took a half cup of tea's time to finish checking everyone. Then he appeared confident and smiled as he declared, I think I know where you are. A soft laughter was heard, and Yu Rumeng's voice called out, since you know, then take me away. Yang Kai nodded, I'll take you away now. After he said that, he walked swiftly to the couch in the center, grabbed the bride in front of him by the arm and said, you're the one. The bride who was grabbed stumbled, and fell directly into Yang Kai's arms, giggling happily. Yang Kai suddenly realized something was amiss. He lifted the red veil only to see a bright-eyed young girl smiling in his arms, but she was not Yu Rumeng. He totally did not know who she was. Yang Kai's jaw dropped and quickly tried to let go. The young girl laughed and said, Martial Aunt Rumeng was right. You really tried to find her by her scent, so Martial Aunt left some of her perfume on me. The cultivation of the young girl was 6th order open heaven realm. Although she was equal to Yu Ru Meng in terms of cultivation, since Yu Ru Meng was now Imosha's disciple, her status in Myriad Demons Heaven was significantly higher. Thus, the young girl had to address her as Martial Aunt. The young girl stuck to Yang Kai and would not back off. She looked up at him with doe eyes as she asked, "Martial Uncle, don't you want to marry me? I would be so glad." How highly improper. Yang Kai pushed her aside gently before he began to stroke his chin and continued to look at the dozen or so Yu Ru Mengs in front of him, beginning to feel flustered. After a while, he pleaded, "Ru Meng, stop this tantrum, be a good girl, and come away with me." No one responded to him. Yang Kai continued to reminisce openly about the time he spent with her in the demon realm, making them sound like the best days of his life when they were foolish and in love. He was trying to use this emotional card to force a reaction from her. Suddenly, one bride's body moved slightly. Yang Kai immediately scurried over, grinned, and asked, "Is that you, Ru Meng?" The person in front of him did not reply, but the voice of Imosha sounded again, "Brat, you only have one last chance, you better make good use of it." Yang Kai's face froze. Was the woman in front of him not her? He lifted the red veil and sure enough, the bride was not Yu Ru Meng. It was another unknown woman who looked at him cheekily with a smile. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why did you move just now?" The woman replied with a giggle, "What's wrong with me moving a little after sitting for such a long time?" Yang Kai wanted to ask if she did that on purpose, but it was pointless. 2 of the 3 chances had been wasted. Now he only had one last chance. Imosha had already spoken, so if Yang Kai could not find the real Yu Ru Meng with this 3rd selection, he wouldn't get any more. This caused him to feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders. However, it was really difficult to find Ru Meng here. Although there were only a dozen brides in the hall, and Yang Kai had eliminated 2 of them, the rest still looked exactly the same as Yu Ru Meng in form and posture. He also could not detect her from the differences from their auras because they were protected by that inexplicable power. Yang Kai frowned and began thinking hard. There are indeed many people with similar features in the world, but it was impossible to have so many that look exactly the same, especially when they all came from Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai was originally surprised that Myriad Demons Heaven could find so many people with such a similar body shape and height to Yu Ru Meng, but now it seemed that there was something else going on here. These brides should have used some secret technique to achieve this level of similarity. In other words, as long as he found some flaw in this secret technique, he could identify which was the real Yu Ru Meng. Yang Kai suddenly understood the purpose of Myriad Demons Heaven's test. However, at this point, he had no intention to hide anything. Since he would be going deep into the void corridor to reseal it, it didn't matter if this little secret of his was exposed. With a slightly wry smile, Yang Kai immediately activated the golden demon eye of annihilation, which could see through all illusions. Immediately, he could see the dozen or so people in front of him had indeed changed. The original dozen women with identical features had now, under the gaze of his demon eye of annihilation, changed in varying degrees. Some become taller, others shorter. Only one person among them had not changed at all. Yang Kai stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and called out warmly, "Ru Meng." The person in front of him rose up and placed her hand in his, and Yang Kai picked her up by the waist with swift movement. The next moment, the soft flesh at his waist was fiercely pinched, and Yu Ru Meng's voice sounded affectionately in his ears, "Consider yourself lucky." Yang Kai endured the pain with a happy smile. When he walked out of the palace, Missouri Shah appeared to have something on his mind, but did not say anything else. After thanking him, the ship set sail again and rushed to the next spirit province. The 4th stop was the site of Divine Medicine Cave Heaven. Among the 36 cave heavens, there was a Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven and a Divine Medicine Cave Heaven, one for artifact refining and one for alchemy. The original open heaven pill recipe was rumored to have been devised by the forefathers of Divine Medicine Cave Heaven over the course of many years. Most of the high-end spirit pills in the 3,000 worlds also originated from divine medicine cave heaven. Now that Yu Ru Meng had been accepted by myriad demons heaven, Yang Kai thought, perhaps little senior sister has now become a disciple of divine medicine heaven. Little senior sister was born with the sacred spirit medicine body and had a unique advantage in the alchemic Tao, so her joining divine medicine cave heaven was perfect for her. Yang Shui nodded from the side and said, exactly, divine medicine heaven's purple jade divine monarch, Ziyu, has accepted Ning Chang as his disciple. Yang Kai had gone through a lot of hardships to become a son-in-law of Yin Yang cave heaven, even spending a year in the Tao Theory Assembly facing down vicious criminals, but now, with these marriages, he had become related to many cave heavens and paradises. Each of the previous cave heavens and paradises had tests of varying difficulty, and divine medicine cave heavens seemed to be no exception. Outside the premises, 2 huge alchemy furnaces had been set up. It was obvious that this was a competition of alchemy techniques. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. For him to compete in alchemy with a divine medicine cave heaven's disciple was more or less like a novice trying to show off meager skills before an expert. Although he was also versed in the alchemic Tao, the most recent time Yang Kai performed any real alchemy was already hundreds of years ago when he was first refining the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Since he entered the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai had really not put much effort into his alchemy studies. It could be said that his mastery over the alchemic Tao was only a little bit higher than when he left the star boundary. According to his own classification system, his alchemic Tao had stagnated at the 4th level, traversing a familiar path. How could he compare to an opponent who specialized in alchemy? A divine medicine cave heaven's open heaven realm master, who had been immersed in the alchemic Tao for centuries, if not millennia, would absolutely have higher attainments than him. There was no comparison. At the critical moment, it was Wondrous Pill Great Emperor who took up this task. Wondrous Pill Great Emperor was a man whose grand Tao was the alchemic Tao, and after advancing to the open heaven realm, his mastery over alchemy had improved greatly. Yang Kai did not know how good Wondrous Pill had become, but if he looked at the entire Void Land and High Heaven Palace party, he was the only one who could compete with divine medicine cave heaven in this field. Furthermore, Xia Ningchang was Wondrous Pill's disciple in all but name as well, so it made sense for him to take responsibility here. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4905-2. Back when he lived in the Star Boundary, Yang Kai originally wanted Xia Ningchang to become the disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. However, the latter had already accepted his final disciple and publicly proclaimed he would not accept another. As such, the matter had to be dropped. However, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor personally taught Xia Ningchang the alchemic Tao, and Xia Ningchang lived in Medicine Pill Valley for a long time. She even studied under all of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's other disciples. In a sense, she was Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's disciple in all but name. Therefore, although formally, they did not have a master and disciple relationship, they were in reality master and disciple. Now, Xia Ningchang had the honor to worship divine medicine cave heaven's purple jade divine monarch, Ziyu, and became his disciple. Naturally, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor was extremely happy for her. Divine medicine heaven originally did not want to make things too difficult for Yang Kai, but since the others had all put up tests, they naturally could not be an exception. This was just a formality, so regardless of Yang Kai's mastery of alchemy, he could still take Xia Ningchang away. However, when the other side brought forward a true alchemist, Divine Medicine Cave Heaven's open heaven realm representative had no choice but to take the situation more seriously. This disciple realized that his opponent from Void Land had some extraordinary skills in the alchemic Tao, and if he was sloppy or careless, he might end up losing the competition. The alchemy contest was truly magnificent, with both sides showing off all their skills. The spirit pills they chose to refine were fortunately not complicated and each only took less than half an hour to complete. The Divine Medicine Heaven disciple cupped his fist to Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, while the latter returned the courtesy. Those who were uninitiated in the alchemic Tao had an idea who had won when the dust settled. Ziyu personally came forward to review the spirit pills refined by both sides, but did not do any open comparisons. If there was a formal judging, there would be a winner and a loser, which would reflect poorly on this auspicious day. However, those with discerning eyes could see that though wondrous pill Great Emperor was skillful in alchemy, he had only advanced to the open heaven realm a few hundred years ago, so how could he be better than the sixth order open heaven realm master from Divine Medicine Cave Heaven? The Divine Medicine Heaven disciple had reached the open heaven realm thousands of years ago, so in terms of the alchemic Tao, even wondrous pill Great Emperor could not compare to him. Yang Kai happily rushed into the palace and under the guidance of the Divine Medicine Cave Heaven disciples, entered a boudoir and carried out the festively dressed little senior sister. The last stop was Yin Yang Cave Heaven. There were no difficulties or tests here, nor was there need for any. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had already entered and passed the Samsara Pavilion's test, crossing 9 reincarnations together to emerge on the other side. In Yin Yang Cave Heaven's history, they were the only couple to ever accomplish this. Thus, there was no need to test anything. The divine monarch from Yin Yang Cave Heaven's side was named Qin Yu, and Yang Kai came forward to salute him respectfully. Yu Xiang Dai, who was standing beside him, smiled and said, "Come with me, she's waiting inside." After saying these words, she turned around and walked forward while Yang Kai followed closely behind. When Yang Kai looked up, he saw 2 women in red dresses sitting on the bed with red veils covering their faces. When they heard the door open, the one on the left tensed up slightly, and the ones acting as bridesmaids today wrung their hands while looking nervous. Yang Kai looked stunned. Why are there 2 brides? He wondered to himself if this was some kind of test from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, he soon dismissed this thought as he realized who was front of him. One of them was Chu Huashang, while the other was Tao Lingwan. Although both of their faces were covered with red veils, he could easily distinguish them from their auras. Yang Kai turned his head towards Yu Xiang Dai and looked at her with a questioning look. He clearly meant to ask what Yin Yang Cave Heaven meant by this. Yu Xiang Dai smiled but did not say anything. During this moment of hesitation, Tao Lingwan, who was sitting motionless on the bed, was obviously feeling nervous and uneasy. Chu Huashang, who was sitting next to her, took the initiative to reach out and hold her delicate hand. Yang Kai did not hesitate for long though, stepping forward to stand in front of the pair before holding out his left and right hands as he said softly, "My ladies, please rise." 2 small hands reached out and Yang Kai pulled the 2 women up before turning around, embraced on both the right and left, and walked majestically out with them by his sides. Tao Lingwan slowly relaxed her tensed body. Yu Xiang Dai, who was following behind Yang Kai, also felt relieved. The arrangement here was made without any prior notice to Yang Kai, so as to surprise him. She saw Yang Kai's attitude toward Tao Lingwan when she was in Yin Yang Cave Heaven and knew that if he was given a choice, he might not be willing to marry Tao Lingwan. It was not that he did not like her, but rather that he was not familiar with her. Since he had very few interactions with her, he was not as emotionally attached to her. Tao Lingwan was set up by her honored master in a conspiracy to resolve the awkward situation Yin Yang Cave Heaven found itself in some time ago. Chen Xiu had used his own disciple's cultivation dissonance to trick Yang Kai into helping Tao Lingwan. Once that happened, Yang Kai's aura had permanently been engraved into Tao Lingwan's small universe due to the secret art she cultivated. Now, Tao Lingwan needed Yang Kai's power in order to advance to 7th order, and even to simply survive. This was the path the Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciple treaded when they cultivated the heartfelt Tao. Thereafter, Tao Lingwan even took the initiative to enter the Samsara Pavilion and set up a heart barrier for herself. Fortunately, Yang Kai recognized her at the last moment and managed to retrieve her sealed memories, returning them to her so she could successfully leave the Samsara Pavilion. In that life, Tao Lingwan was deeply moved by Yang Kai, could not forget him, and realized that she had found her true love. Thus, when Yang Kai left Yin Yang Cave Heaven, she followed him. Today, since he was getting married, how could Yin Yang Cave Heaven not have her here? Soon, Yang Kai would enter the void corridor to seal it, and perhaps never return. Without Yang Kai, she would not ever be able to reach the seventh order. Thus, no matter what, before Yang Kai left, Yin Yang Cave Heaven had to pave the way forward for her. On this auspicious day, Yang Kai naturally could not embarrass Tao Lingwan. With the two women sitting there together, if Yang Kai was to take one away and leave the other behind, that would be a humiliation so great to Tao Lingwan that killing her would have been kinder. If she were a more extroverted woman, she might be able to overcome such humiliation given enough time. However, Tao Lingwan was someone who was extremely introverted and innocent. To this day, she still blushed when she spoke to Yang Kai. Although he had no special feelings for Tao Lingwan, Yang Kai knew that she felt close to him because of the secret art and the reincarnation they experienced together in the Samsara Pavilion. In that life, she had sealed her memories and had no idea who he was, or even who she was. Nonetheless, she still sacrificed her life to block a fatal sword strike for him. The experiences in the Samsara Pavilion were all about one's true heart, and the decisions made in that life would reflect what one would do in reality. Yang Kai could not bear to hurt a woman who was literally willing to die for him. Thus, when he saw the two of them sitting in that room, it was easy for him to make a decision. A short while later, Yang Kai walked out of the palace, arm in arm with his two brides. Chen Xiu was waiting for them inside the palace with his head raised to the heavens. His expression appeared calm, but his heart was full of unease. He was terrified he would see a scene he did not want to see. When Yang Kai took longer than usual inside the palace, Chen Xiu felt as though hundreds of thousands of years were ticking by. Every moment was filled with torment. When he saw that Yang Kai had led the two women out though, the huge boulder weighing down on his heart was lifted and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Chen Xiu still felt very guilty about what he did back then and was also sorry for his disciple who he had put in such an embarrassing situation. However, from his standpoint, what he did at that time was for the sake of Yin Yang Cave Heaven as a whole. He wanted to save Yin Yang Cave Heaven from embarrassment and protect its reputation. He did not act for selfish reasons. In addition, he had only agreed to this plan because he felt that Yang Kai's status was good enough for his disciple and that she would not be dishonored by following this man. Originally, he did not expect Tao Lingwan to participate in this wedding event. He also knew that his disciple did not hold much weight in Yang Kai's heart. At least it was not to the extent of being considered for marriage. It was Yu Xiangdai who made the suggestion and finally Azure Feather Divine Monarch, Qing Yu, who agreed. Qing Yu did not object to Tao Lingwan being in the room where Yang Kai was to receive the bride, which Chen Xiu was very grateful for. With Yin Yang Cave Heaven's people feeling relieved, the procession that came to welcome the bride broke out in cheers. Although there were already 4 brides aboard the boat, they were each brought aboard one at a time from the different families. Now, at Yin Yang Cave Heaven's residence, Yang Kai actually brought 2 brides back at once. One of them was naturally Chu Huashang, and the other, without much thought, should be Tao Lingwan. They were Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples, and both of them were 6th Order Masters. In the past, they could only marry within Yin Yang Cave Heaven, or have others marry into Yin Yang Heaven. The status of the person who joined the family could not be too low and his aptitude must also meet the grade. It could be said that the requirements were very high, but today, Yang Kai actually took 2 brides back from Yin Yang Cave Heaven at once. This was surely a new precedent which would never again be seen in the future. The sound of the instruments became more and more festive, and the open heaven realm masters on the boat all put in the greatest effort to add to the celebratory atmosphere of the auspicious day. With all the brides aboard, the groom's party said farewell to Yin Yang Cave Heaven and steered the ship back towards Voidland's temporary base. A crowd had been waiting for a long time back at Voidland's palace. A long red carpet was laid on the ground, and the ship soon moored in front of it. One by one, 7 people were led down from the ship. Yang Kai led the way, with 6 women in 3 columns of 2 following behind him. 7 people connected by fate, each holding a large red flower to add to the festive atmosphere. This was what Voidland and High Heaven Palace had been planning for. On the way, there were people who had arranged to perform secret techniques to add color and cheer to the celebration. The crowd entered a grand hall amidst loud music and cheers. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the grand hall was decorated in red and ready for the ceremony. 6 with Divine Monarch, Lu Mu, was already waiting in front with a big smile on his face. They did not know when he had come over from Golden Antelope Paradise. As expected, he was the master of ceremonies today. Lu Mu looked at Yang Kai with a smile and raised his hand to silence the rowdy crowd around them. He then declared, on such an auspicious day, the groom and his brides should perform the ritual of 3 bows to become husband and wives, as is tradition for both mortals and cultivators alike. Martial Peak, Chapter 4906, Not Feeling Well. The Grand Hall was filled with open heaven realm masters from all the cave heavens and paradises to participate in the celebrations. On hearing what Lu Mu said, they could not help but mutter in their hearts that the 3 bows ritual had really remained unchanged for ages. As expected, Lu Mu looked at Yang Kai and said, "But one of your wives said that you have a few partners who could not be here due to some personal affairs. It would not be fair to them if you were to perform such rituals today." As soon as this was said, many people were startled and looked towards Yang Kai. These open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises may not all be that familiar with Yang Kai, so they did not know how many partners he had in total. However, he already had 6 beautiful brides standing beside him, so how many more were there who could not make it over for the wedding? This brat was too much. It was rare for one to have so many partners and have all of them be so considerate to each other. How could this brat have such great charm? What's more, your parents are not here either. Lu Mu then continued, so we will not be performing the 3 bows ritual today. Today is only a formality to gather your brides to you. You can do your own wedding properly later. No wedding ceremony? Yang Kai was taken aback by what was just said. He did not know what was in store for today's events, and up until now he just went along with it, but it was true his parents were not in the hall. Likewise, Su Yen and the others were also not present. It was indeed inappropriate if he were to make his marriage vows here today. As for the wife who Lu Mu mentioned, Yang Kai was sure that it was Yu Ru Meng who spoke up after reaching an agreement with the others. What do you think? Lu Mu asked as he looked at Yang Kai. I will abide by this. Yang Kai replied respectfully. Lu Mu nodded. Good. Deliver them to the bridal chambers. This was something unexpected for even the open heaven realm masters, who had lived for countless years. After the 6 women left and were settled in one by one, Yang Kai, who was dressed in festive red, was dragged out to the hall again. A great banquet was set up here where all the people in Black Territory could participate regardless of their status or origin. There were literally hundreds of banquet tables arranged with dishes and drinks. As soon as Yang Kai showed up, he was led by Yang Shui to make a toast. It could not be helped that there were a lot of high-rank open heaven realm masters from the various cave heavens and paradises here. Most of them were seniors, and now some were even his elders from the sects who took in Yu Ru Meng and the others as disciples. Even the divine monarchs, their honored masters, were personally present. Thus, Yang Kai, as a junior, needed to personally toast these distinguished guests. Yang Kai could not cheat when he was under the watchful eyes of so many open heaven realm masters, so each cup of the toasts had to be drunk to the last drop. As a result, even Yang Kai, who had a high alcohol tolerance, started to become dizzy. In the end, several great emperors had no choice but to help him with some of the drinks. After a significant part of the evening had passed, Lu Mu walked over and patted Yang Kai's shoulder as he said, Good, you're done here. You may retire to accompany your wives. It's your wedding night, so you should not be negligent. Still, you're going to have a busy night, he said cheekily as he grinned at Yang Kai. His innuendos were so obvious that even Yang Shui, who was standing beside Yang Kai, blushed intensely. Hickton, divine monarch. Sit. Yang Kai responded drunkenly before waving his hands in all directions as he bellowed, You people carry on with the celebrations. This junior is going to subdue the tigress with his dragon. This led to laughter all around. Yang Shui hastily grabbed Yang Kai's arm and dragged him away. She could see that her big brother was really drunk. He must be very happy, otherwise he would not have indulged himself like this. However, they really could not stay here any longer, as she did not know what inappropriate words her big brother would say if they remained here. Yang Shui led Yang Kai into the inner sanctum of Voidland and High Heaven Palace's temporary camp. Then she paused and asked, "Big brother, where to first?" This was a question that Yang Kai had to decide since he took back 6 brides at once. Yang Kai wiped his mouth and said with great pride, "To Ru Meng's chamber." To think that this woman wanted to leave him and remarry. Today, I will show her how vigorous I am. Yang Shui responded and led Yang Kai towards Yu Ru Meng's bridal chamber. Yang Shui had been with the 6 women when they were taken to their respective bridal chambers. Thus, she knew where Yu Ru Meng was. All of them were brought to 6 adjacent courtyards that were festively decorated. The first courtyard was Yu Ru Meng's, and as they walked inside, they saw someone outside the chamber. As a newlywed bride, there were many aspects that were inconvenient to handle personally. Thus, someone was required to take care of and assist her. The person standing outside Yu Ru Meng's room was none other than Yu He. Yang Kai hiccuped, stared, and asked, "Why are you here?" Yu He elegantly bowed, smiled, and replied respectfully, "Young master, today I am Madame Meng's maid of honor." Yang Kai clicked his tongue, but he could understand such an arrangement considering that there were not enough people here from Voidland and High Heaven Palace. "Thanks for your hard work," Yang Kai said, and then directly stepped towards the entrance. However, Yu He did not let him pass and instead stopped him at the door. "What's the meaning of this?" Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her. Yu He bowed again as if she was really a maidservant. She then replied slowly and deliberately, "Young master, Madame Meng said that she is not feeling well today. If young master was to come, she requested for young master to go somewhere else." Yang Kai could not help but glare at her and ask, how could she not be feeling well on such a happy day? Is this some kind of joke? Yu He lowered her eyes and replied, "That is what Madame Meng said." Yang Kai looked around with his hands behind his back and saw that there was no one else but Yang Shui standing behind him and Yu He in front of him. He smiled and replied, "Oh, want me to go somewhere else? Where to?" Yu He pursed her lips and said, "As Madame Meng said, young master can go anywhere he wants as long as you don't loiter here in front of her chambers. She said that any sight of you will anger her." Ru Meng is usually such a sensible woman. How could she say such unreasonable things? Yang Kai appeared as if he did not believe it and strode inside. Yu He could not stop him, and he managed to push her aside. A short while later, a loud bang was heard coming from the room, followed by a muffled grunt. It was impossible to tell what happened inside. Yu He and Yang Shui, who were standing outside, looked at each other and then they craned their necks hoping to peek inside. With a creak, the door opened and Yang Kai came out with his hands still behind his back. He then instructed Yu He, "Ru Meng is not feeling well, so you must take good care of her tonight." Yu He stared at the new black eye on Yang Kai's face and struggled to maintain a straight expression, somehow managing to reply solemnly, "Rest assured, young master, I will take good care of Madame Meng." "Very good." Yang Kai nodded and took a few steps forward before turning back and said sternly, "Don't let anyone know what happened here." To think that he was barred from his own bride's chamber on their wedding night, and then beaten by her after he tried to force his way inside. How could he face others if word of this travesty ever leaked out? It looked like Yu Ru Meng was still upset with him. "Yes," Yu He answered dutifully. After leaving this courtyard, Yang Kai turned right and went into the next courtyard. This was the courtyard that Xia Ningchang was in, and the person guarding the door was Shu Mudan, Huayong's wife. "Sect Master," Shu Mudan greeted respectfully with a bow as soon as she saw Yang Kai approach. "Many thanks for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded at her. These Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters under his command were not raised by him, they all had joined him midway. Hua Yong and his wife Shu Mudan were the most loyal to Voidland though because their newly born child was raised in the star boundary and received a great deal of nourishment from the world tree. As a result, Their child's aptitude was extraordinary and he could easily make an initial breakthrough to the 6th order or maybe even the 7th order in the future. As such, the pair were extremely grateful and devoted to Yang Kai. They were thankful that they followed Yang Kai out of the shadowless cave heaven back then. Otherwise, their child would not have had such a great opportunity. However, at this moment, Shu Mudan looked a bit uneasy as she stopped Yang Kai from entering the chamber and reported, "Sect Master, please kindly stay where you are. Madam is not feeling well today, so she probably can't accompany you tonight. Madam said that you should go somewhere else first." This excuse seems familiar. Yang Kai's face twitched as he asked, "Not feeling well?" It was understandable that Yu Ru Meng was upset and not in the mood for the night. After all, she had been angry enough to declare she would leave Yang Kai to find someone else to marry, but Xia Ningchang was a 6th order open heaven realm master who he had seen just a few hours ago. She was still fine at that point, so how could she not be feeling well all of a sudden? Little senior sister has always been the most obedient. In all these years, she always agreed to whatever I asked. So, how could it be that she refuses to see me tonight? Yang Kai felt really upset. Was little senior sister convinced by Yu Ru Meng to go against me? The nerve! Yang Kai thought of barging in directly, but then he decided against it. He did not want to make things difficult for little senior sister. "Sect Master, what happened to your eye?" Shu Mudan suddenly asked curiously. How could she even ask this question? It was only when Yang Shui quickly shot a glance at Shu Mudan that the latter realized that she was out of line and quickly stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Yang Kai ignored her and called out, "Little senior sister, rest well, I will see you later." Xia Ningchang's voice sounded softly from inside. Yang Kai looked at Shu Mudan again and instructed, "Take good care of her." "Yes." He turned around, left, and headed for the 3rd courtyard. The 3rd courtyard was occupied by Ji Yao, and the lady outside the door was Zhouya. When she saw Yang Kai arrive, Zhouya hastily greeted and then looked at him awkwardly. Yang Kai chuckled flatly, clearly having anticipated the situation, and asked, "Is the madam not feeling well?" Zhouya froze for a moment and then nodded her head. "Sect Master's insight is as masterful as ever. Madam is indeed not feeling well." Then, Yang Kai remarked with a heavy heart. Without saying much more, he nodded and said, "In that case, make sure the madam rests well. I will come back to see her later." "Sect Master, take care," Zhouya said. She could not believe that he was already leaving. When she heard Ji Yao's order earlier, she felt very worried. How could she drive away the groom on his wedding night? Furthermore, Yang Kai was not just her sect master, but also her master, as Zhouya had left her name on the loyalty list. As such, she did not dare to drive him away for Ji Yao. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would leave on his own without her having to deny him entry to the chamber? Zhouya heaved a sigh of relief. Martial Peak, Chapter 4907, Treating the Symptoms but Not the Root Cause. Yang Kai turned around and left. Yang Shui had seen all of this and felt so awkward and embarrassed by what had happened. She did not expect her sisters-in-law to behave in such a manner today of all days. It was totally out of character for them. Her sisters-in-law were usually demure and accommodating. Their behavior was truly out of the ordinary today, and it appeared that they had discussed this and decided to all act in solidarity. It was highly likely that the rest would be doing the same to Yang Kai. Thereafter, Yang Kai went to Shuiyu but was once again denied entry into the chamber. Then he went to Chu Huashang, and the same thing happened. To think that even Chu Huashang is in cahoots with Ru Meng. At this point, how could Yang Kai not know what his wives were up to? Yang Shui, who had been following behind Yang Kai, was now very worried. Today, they received 6 brides but 5 of them had refused Yang Kai entering their bridal chamber. Now, there was only one chamber remaining, which was occupied by Tao Lingwan. If he was rejected at the last chamber, then her big brother would really lose all face. Although today was merely a formality and they did not conduct the proper wedding rituals, it was still her big brother's auspicious day. It would be a huge scandal if this final step could not be completed. If he could not enter a single bride's chamber tonight, on his wedding day, Yang Kai would become the butt of everyone's jokes tomorrow. Yang Kai represented the face of Voidland and High Heaven Palace now, so that must not be allowed to happen. You can leave now, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and said as he stood in front of the last courtyard. Yang Shui was stunned for a moment, but then tried to speak up. Big brother, Yang Kai smiled. Don't worry, there won't be any problems here. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked into the courtyard. Yang Shui looked on with bated breath and waited anxiously. The guard here was Luan Baifeng, and when she saw Yang Kai appear, she immediately bowed and greeted respectfully, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded and walked straight ahead. Luan Baifeng did not say anything at all and simply parted the curtains and invited him inside. When Yang Shui saw this, she heaved a huge sigh of relief. Luan Baifeng did not stay inside, and soon came out. She closed the door, winked at Yang Shui, and the two women left side by side. Although the chamber was only temporarily decorated, it was done with careful considerations. Tao Lingwan was wearing a phoenix coronet and bridal robes as she sat still on the bed. She became nervous when she heard Yang Kai's steps approaching from outside. As his footfalls got closer, she could not help but tense up. She did not expect Yang Kai to come here at all. Today, there were 6 new brides, and apart from Chu Huashang and herself, the other 4 had been with Yang Kai for much, much longer. The length of time that they spent together definitely resulted in an accumulation of emotions deep in their hearts that tied them far more closely than the 2 newcomers who had only just started to be with him. She also knew that she was far less important in Yang Kai's heart compared to the others, so she did not harbor any expectations of tonight at all. However, he really came. Tao Lingwan was not prepared for this and was so nervous that she even forgot to breathe. Yang Kai was also a bit overwhelmed. He did not have much contact with Tao Lingwan at all. The reason why he brought her out from Yinyang Cave Heaven's temporary palace today was because he really could not refuse. He thought that he could solve the issues between them later, but reality caught up with him and one thing happened after another, leading to the situation they were facing right now. The wedding was so sudden that no one informed him beforehand, and Yinyang Cave Heaven even placed Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan in the same room, so he did not even have a choice. With this situation right now, Yang Kai also had a hard time deciding what to do. When he saw Tao Lingwan's nervousness though, Yang Kai felt a little amused. With a bit more thought though, he realized that this woman was simply too shy and innocent. She was inevitably apprehensive when she encountered this kind of situation today. However, some things had to be done, and it was his job as a man to take the lead here. Yang Kai poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip before sitting down and saying, "Don't be afraid, I just came to take a rest." As soon as he spoke, Tao Lingwan, who was sitting on the bed, was startled and began to shiver. Although it was subtle, it was obvious that she was very nervous. Yang Kai smiled to himself as he explained, "The others refused to let me in. They all pushed me to come to you." Tao Lingwan was wearing a red veil in silence so he could not see her expression. She also finally understood why Yang Kai appeared here instead of elsewhere. The others did not give him access to their chambers, which was why he ended up with her. However, Tao Lingwan knew that today was their auspicious day, and if Yang Kai could not enter any of the bridal chambers, malicious gossip would undoubtedly spread. Today was just a formality, not a proper wedding. So, Wana, it is still not too late to back out of this. It is important for you to obtain a life that suits you the most. Life is a long journey, and you need to find the right companion, otherwise it will be nothing but sadness. Furthermore, I will be leaving to seal the Void Corridor soon. I can't guarantee that I will survive. Ru Meng and the others had been with me for many years. Thus, they have no choice but to stay with me. However, you still have a choice. Tonight, I will just rest here and I will leave first thing tomorrow. There's no need for you to be nervous. Tao Lingwan only became more nervous after hearing what he said though, her body trembling more and more. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Rest assured, I will not do anything to you. I will just sit here. Why don't you take off the veil and let's have a casual chat? Tao Lingwan did not move, but she began to shake even more. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned stern as he got up, walked towards Tao Lingwan's side, and touched his fingers to her wrist. The next moment, Yang Kai exclaimed, "You're experiencing cultivation dissonance again." He had encountered this situation once before. At that time, in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Tao Lingwan had suffered cultivation dissonance and Yang Kai had naturally tried to help her. Although with his assistance, Tao Lingwan was able to turn danger into safety, it also resulted in Yang Kai's aura being left in her small universe. It was because of that inadvertent act that the two of them forged a connection together. However, this time, the situation was obviously much more serious than before. Yang Kai quickly asked, "How many times has this happened over the past century alone?" The reason for bringing Tao Lingwan out of Yin Yang Cave Heaven was that her master, Chen Xiu, said that without truly connecting with Yang Kai, Tao Lingwan would always be at risk of cultivation dissonance. Once this happened, only Yang Kai could help her. F5 times. Tao Lingwan said weakly. Yang Kai immediately felt terrible. When he volunteered to enter the cage to probe the situation, he never expected to be trapped inside for 100 years. During these 100 years, it was impossible for Tao Lingwan to live in peace and had even suffered 5 cultivation dissonance episodes. Fortunately, Qing Yu, an ancestor of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, had been present and had also cultivated the heartfelt Tao, so he could personally take action to help Tao Lingwan resolve her cultivation dissonance. However, although the Qing Yu was the 8th order open heaven realm, with profound cultivation that stemmed from the same roots as Tao Lingwan, he only could treat her symptoms, not the root cause of her condition. This was also the reason why he agreed to let Yang Kai marry 2 Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples at the same time. Tao Lingwan had to commit herself to Yang Kai in order to cure her current situation completely. There was no other choice. Tao Lingwan's cultivation dissonance was getting progressively worse. One day, even an 8th order ancestor like Qing Yu would be powerless to help her. In Yin Yang Cave Heaven, such cultivation dissonance was regularly suffered by those who cultivated the heartfelt Tao's core secret art. It was, strictly speaking, a side effect of the secret art and not a true cultivation dissonance. Disciples who had a more profound cultivation and cultivated the heartfelt Tao without achieving harmony between Yin and Yang would suffer a cultivation dissonance to varying degrees. The 6th order open heaven realm was the limit of cultivation of this secret art. If they wanted to achieve a breakthrough and overcome this issue once and for all, it was necessary to harmonize Yin and Yang. If a disciple cultivating the heartfelt Tao encountered something like this before meeting their destined partner, they could rely on their own persistence and will to resolve it, just as Tao Lingwan had done for many years before she met Yang Kai. At that time, when she experienced cultivation dissonance, she would have managed just fine even if Yang Kai did not help her. After all, she had experienced such situations many times before and overcome them all. However, how could Yang Kai have known about such intricacies in Yin Yang Cave Heaven's secret arts? When he saw Tao Lingwan showing signs of cultivation dissonance, he did what was natural and tried to help, falling right into Chen Xiu's scheme. It was due to his good intentions that Yang Kai ended up being entangled in this matter. Now, Tao Lingwan's situation was much more serious than during Yang Kai's first encounter with her. He could clearly feel the agitation of Tao Lingwan's small universe, and if this issue was not resolved, it was very likely to cause her small universe to collapse one day. Having experienced this situation once before, Yang Kai naturally knew what he should do. He pushed the power of his small universe and poured it into Tao Lingwan's body. It was easily accepted as if their powers were of the same origin, just as it was the first time. With Yang Kai's assistance, Tao Lingwan's condition gradually improved. Within the time taken to burn a stick of incense, Tao Lingwan's shivering had calmed down, and the agitation within her small universe subsided. Yang Kai only stopped once he was sure the current crisis had been solved. After a few moments of silence, he asked, "Senior Sister Chu told me about the heartfelt Tao's secret art. How have you resolved this issue so far?" Tao Ling Wan softly explained that it was ancestor Qin Yu who helped her. Yang Kai nodded lightly and felt even more guilty after realizing how much trouble he had caused by his carelessness. Ancestors said that he could help me suppress it at most 2 more times. After that, there would be nothing more he could do, Tao Ling Wan said again. The next time Tao Ling Wan encountered this problem, even if Yang Kai was not around, at least the Azure Feather Divine Monarch might be able to help. However, Inyang Cave Heaven's disciples never encountered such dire situations as they would have resolved the issue with their chosen partner long before it reached such a point. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4908, Did we do something wrong? Yang Kai sat in silence in the room. The problem Tao Ling Wan faced seemed to leave him with no choice. Since it was her life at stake here, Yang Kai might have to keep her with him at all times, otherwise there was no way to solve it. However, it was obviously not realistic for him to bring her along. It would be fine if the other side of the Void Corridor was not the Black Ink battlefield. The 2 of them could still find their way back slowly if that was the case. However, if the other side was the Black Ink battlefield, then Tao Ling Wan would die if she followed him in. That was the same as leaving her here. After a long silence, Yang Kai stood up, went to the table, poured 2 glasses of wine, and brought them over. He sat next to Tao Ling Wan and gave her one of the glasses. We have the rest of our lives ahead of us, so if we have the chance, we should get to know each other better. Tao Ling Wan was wondering why Yang Kai had suddenly gotten her a glass of wine. However, upon hearing what he said, she realized what was going on and immediately nodded joyfully. The 2 of them intertwined their arms and drank the entire glass of wine. Yang Kai took the glasses and placed them down. He then gently lifted the red veil and revealed a shy Tao Ling Wan who had her head slightly bowed and her cheeks flushed red. Yang Kai curled his fingers and extinguished the candles with a flick, plunging the room into darkness. Tao Ling Wan began to breathe heavily. Even though she had lived in Inyang Cave Heaven for many years and had hardly socialized, she still understood what was waiting for her at this moment. It's late, we should rest, Yang Kai said. Tao Ling Wan nodded lightly. Madam, young master has entered the innermost courtyard, and the lights have gone out. Inside the chamber, Yu He reported the situation to Yu Ru Meng. Yu Ru Meng nodded, lifted the red veil on her head, and cursed, "That smelly man. Always saying one thing then doing another. Never allowing one to not worry about him." Yu He was dumbfounded and replied, "You all planned this together, and now you're complaining about young master? Who just threw young master out with a black eye? If you had accepted him here, he wouldn't have gone anywhere either." Yu Ru Meng knew very well that this would be the result when she planned to reject him today. However, she could not admit that openly. Yu Ru Meng sighed and said, "At least Xiao Wan's matter is resolved. That's a relief." Looking up at Yu He, she asked somewhat helplessly, "Did we do something wrong?" Yu He shook her head and said, "Madam understands young master's nature. When he was trapped for 100 years with the Black Ink Royal Lord, you constantly worried about him. Now that he has been released, he still intends to go and seal the Void Corridor. He should depart without any unresolved issues so his heart is not burdened. Madam did the right thing." Yu Ru Meng nodded, and if Yang Kai had gone into the Void Corridor while carrying worry and guilt, he would have no peace, and neither would they. That was why they made those arrangements to facilitate Tao Ling Wan's recovery. They wanted Yang Kai to be free of any burdens so that he could concentrate on the difficult task he was about to face. What they did was also to help Tao Ling Wan secure her position in the household. "Do the others know about it?" Yu Ru Meng asked again. "I believe so," Yu He replied. "Shu Mu Dan sent a message to the others as soon as the candle was extinguished." Yu Ru Meng nodded, then suddenly cursed through gritted teeth, "That smelly man must be enjoying himself now." Yu He was struck speechless. Yang Kai naturally did not dare to be partial to any of the 6 brides he took in. Thus, he made sure that he took turns to accompany a different madam every day. For half a month, Yang Kai shuffled among the 6 courtyards. Outsiders envied him, but only he knew how much work it took to placate and satisfy these new brides of his. When Myriad Demons Heaven's Mo Sha heard the report from one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Masters under his command, the corner of his brow twitched visibly as he muttered, "That brat has been at it for half a month straight." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master smiled and nodded. "Yes, he seems to be quite addicted to it." Mo Sha fell silent before snorting, "In the world of mortals, shouldn't a married woman return to her bridal family to pay her respects?" The 7th Order Open Heaven Master was stunned and did not quite understand why the ancestor mentioned this suddenly. However, he immediately nodded and said, "There is indeed such a custom. Does Divine Monarch intend to?" Mo Sha waved his hand and said dismissively, "It was just a random comment. Think nothing of it." In Xia Ningchang's courtyard, Yang Kai was relaxing on a chair. Now that everything was settled, the ancient seal of the Void Corridor could still be maintained for some time, so there was no rush for him to act. With beauties by his side, Yang Kai's life was extremely comfortable and enjoyable. How he wished that these days could last forever. However, he knew that this was impossible and he should enjoy every moment that he could. Xia Ningchang was sitting next to him. She took a grape-like spirit fruit from somewhere and began to peel the skin and remove the seeds. She then gently fed it to him. Yang Kai took a bite and playfully bit Xia Ningchang's fingers. Little senior sister tried to pull her fingers back, but could not bear to be too forceful. She then glared at him coyly and said, "Don't let the others see this." She blushed slightly. "So what if they see?" Yang Kai said playfully. "It's not fair to them." "What's not fair about it?" Yang Kai smiled playfully. Xia Ningchang could not stop him, so she let him do whatever he wanted. He tickled her fingers with his tongue. Suddenly, the door of the courtyard was pushed open and Yu-He walked in. Xia Ningchang was so shocked that she quickly pulled her hand back. Yu-He obviously saw everything, pursed her lips, and snickered. She stood in front of Yang Kai, half bowing and greeted, "Young master." "Yes?" Yang Kai asked as he continued to eat the fruit. "Madame Meng asked me to inform you that it is time for her to return to her family." "Back to where?" Yang Kai was stunned. Yu-He said, "For newlyweds, it is customary for the husband to take his wife back to her bridal family to pay his respects." Yang Kai blinked. He naturally knew about this custom, but it was really more of a mortal custom. Thus, he did not think too much about it and had no intention of doing so. Furthermore, the cave heavens and paradises were not exactly their bridal families. The divine monarchs who took them as disciples did so mainly because they appreciated Yang Kai's initiative to seal the Void Corridor and wanted to give him a sense of reassurance that his family would be taken care of after he left. Yang Kai's forthcoming trip was a gamble with his own life. If he succeeded, it would be a great victory. For such a sacrifice, even the guardians of the 3,000 worlds had to show their appreciation. According to Madame, whether the cave heavens and paradises were sincere in accepting disciples or not, now that names have been given and statuses set, it cannot be annulled. Young Master should take each of the Madams back as this will serve as a means to confirm their status. To the Madams, High Heaven Palace, and Void Land, this will be beneficial for the future. The Madams can regard the cave heavens and paradises as their homes and refuge and can visit as frequently as they wish. If protocol is not followed, their goodwill towards the Madams may fade after you leave. Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he pondered for a while before nodding. "That's right, I've neglected this. Let's make the necessary arrangements." Yu-He nodded and replied, "Which family is young master planning to visit first?" Yang Kai asked, "What does Ru Meng suggest?" Madame Meng said that since Yin Yang Cave Heaven offered 2 disciples, and both of them are newcomers, you should go there first. The order of the rest doesn't matter. You may go to Myriad Demons Heaven next, Yu-He explained. Yang Kai naturally did not have any objections and immediately agreed, "Then let's do as she suggested." The next day, Yang Kai led Chu Huashang and Tao Ling Wan to Yin Yang Cave Heaven's temporary residence, as a customary visit to their relatives. Yin Yang Cave Heaven was completely unprepared and obviously did not expect Yang Kai to perform such a visit. Nonetheless, the three were still warmly received. Chen Xiu was particularly appreciative of the visit. After asking Yu Xiangdai to inquire Tao Lingwan about something, he looked at Yang Kai with immense gratitude. Chen Xiu was really happy. After his scheme had failed and dragged his disciple into a predicament, he had been constantly blaming himself. Now, he was finally free of this burden. Now the only worry was whether Yang Kai could come back alive after entering the void corridor. If he met with any accident inside, then his disciple would be widowed. At the end of the drinking session, Chen Xiu no longer had the air of a seventh-order open heaven realm master. He threw his arm over Yang Kai's shoulders and expressed his friendship for him. All the other disciples looked on with awe and were dumbfounded by how close they were. If not for Chen Xiu's second disciple, Feng Chengxi, stopping him, Chen Xiu might very well have become sworn brothers with Yang Kai, which would have made the family hierarchy quite awkward. When Yang Kai was about to leave, Chen Xiu was in tears and revealed his true feelings. He took Yang Kai's hand and told him that he would take care of Xiao Wan in the future. Naturally, Yang Kai accepted with enthusiasm. The next day, Yang Kai led Jiao back to the Great Battle Heaven. Naturally, he received warm hospitality. On the third day, Yang Kai led Shuiyu back to Golden Antelope Paradise. Lu Mu led a group of men to drink Yang Kai under the table, causing the latter to flee at the earliest opportunity. On the fourth day, he and Xia Ningchang returned to Divine Medicine Cave Heaven. On the fifth day, Yang Kai finally returned to Myriad Demons Heaven with Yu Rumeng. In fact, even now, Yang Kai was not sure about Yu Rumeng's discipleship under Myriad Demons Heaven. It was true that Yu Rumeng belonged to the demon race and had some faint connections to Myriad Demons Heaven, but it was still a great surprise to Yang Kai that the Divine Monarch would really accept her as a disciple. As soon as the boat arrived at Myriad Demons Heaven, they were warmly greeted. It was two seventh-order open heaven who received them, no less. Greetings, senior brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fist and saluted them respectfully. He realized that his seniority had been raised after his wives were accepted as disciples of the ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises. Previously, when he saw these seventh orders open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai had to address them as senior, martial uncle, or aunt. Now when he met them, he could greet them as senior brother or sister. After all, Yu Rumeng was Emo Sha's legacy disciple. With her seniority, no one could fault Yang Kai for addressing them like this. Martial Peak, Chapter 4909, Two Great Eye Techniques. At Myriad Demons Heaven's temporary base, Yang Kai was naturally treated with great hospitality again, and after a feast, he was already quite drunk. However, Emo Sha did not show up from beginning to the end. It was only when Yu Rumeng proposed to pay her respects to her honored master at the time of departure that they were brought to him. The two entered hand in hand into an empty hall. The door to the hall slammed shut behind them. A figure covered by demon chi sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. The turbulent demon chi, thick enough to seem like a viscous liquid, surrounded Emo Sha Divine Monarch. Honored Master. Yu Rumeng bowed and greeted respectfully. Yang Kai followed suit. Emo Sha opened his eyes and raised his hand. With a gentle flick, the two of them rose. Emo Sha kept his hand up and pointed a finger towards Yang Kai. Both Yu Rumeng and Yang Kai did not expect Emo Sha to suddenly make such a move, so they were caught off guard when the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master took action. Yang Kai was hit by the flick of a finger and stumbled backward several steps with a muffled grunt. Honored Master. Yu Rumeng was shocked and quickly ran over to Yang Kai. She knew that there was a grudge between Yang Kai and Myriad Demons Heaven, and was worried Emo Sha was going to harm Yang Kai. Yang Kai placed his hand on Yu Rumeng's shoulder and pulled her behind him before he firmly shook his head to signal that he was all right. After that finger flick, his eyes burned as if they were on fire, and in the next instant his left eye suddenly turned golden, with a vertical slit, while his right eye became pitch black. At first glance, it looked as if the right eye had been stained by the black ink strength, but this was different. It was a secret technique. Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye. Emo Sha nodded lightly and stood up. With his hands behind his back, he stepped in front of Yang Kai and carefully examined his two eyes to make sure they were correct, then narrowed his eyes and asked, "Was Tijing killed by you?" After asking this though, Emosha shook his head and said, "No." Although Tijing's cultivation was decent, he had not cultivated these two-eye techniques. My myriad demons heaven's two core techniques cannot be cultivated by just anyone. Yang Kai endured the discomfort in both eyes and said hastily, "So, Divine Monarch had already noticed." Of all the cave heavens and paradises, the reason why Yang Kai was most wary of myriad demons heaven was not because he initially had some grudges with them, but because of these two-eye techniques. At that time, when he was outside of the shattered heaven, Tijing noticed that he had these two-eye techniques and was very concerned about them. He even offered to buy his two eyes. Of course, Yang Kai did not agree. Before that day, Yang Kai had never shown these two-eye techniques to Tijing. Yet Tijing was aware of them. It could be that the people of myriad demons heaven were sensitive to those who had these two-eye techniques. Tijing was only a 7th order open heaven realm master. Thus, Emosha, who was in the 8th order, was much stronger than him. During the days spent in Black Territory, Yang Kai had intentionally avoided all the high-rank masters from myriad demons heaven just to avoid causing any trouble. The last time, when he came to welcome the bride, Emosha did not say anything, so Yang Kai thought he had gotten away with it. However, now it seemed that, although he did not say anything, that did not mean that Emosha did not notice. Yang Kai did not know what Emosha had done to cause the two-eye techniques to involuntarily reveal themselves, but at the moment he had no way of hiding them. Emosha's eyes twitched slightly and his left eye instantly turned golden, with a vertical slit, while his right eye turned pitch black like a black hole. At that moment, Yang Kai felt an excruciating pain. In a flash though, Emosha's eyes returned to normal again. Then it dawned upon Yang Kai that this person in front of him also cultivated these two-eye techniques, and it seemed that he was much more skilled at using them. As such, it was not surprising that he could detect others who cultivated them. These two-eye techniques are core secrets of myriad demons heaven. Even ordinary disciples are unable to obtain them. Where did you get them from? Emosha asked curiously. He thought that Yang Kai had killed Tijing and took them from him. However, Tijing had not cultivated these two-eye techniques, so that was impossible. Since they were in this situation, it was meaningless for Yang Kai to hide things from Emosha. Moreover, he would be going to seal the void corridor soon, so Emosha would not harm him. Yang Kai figured he might as well come clean. He thus went ahead and told the story of how he managed to obtain his two eyes. Emosha listened with amazement, not having expected the whole process to be so full of twists and turns. Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation was obtained very early on in life, back in Tongxian realm, while the Black Purgatory eye came much later. These two seemingly unrelated eye techniques were actually from the same source. Emosha frowned and muttered to himself. He had never heard of this name, but according to Yang Kai's story, it could be deduced that this person should be from a long time ago. Emosha wondered what happened to this ancient disciple. To arrive in a remote universe world, experience a massive drop in cultivation and become confined to that universe world, then contaminate the world into becoming the demon realm. If not for a series of coincidences, Emosha could have contacted Myriad Demons Heaven and asked for help to take him back to the sect long ago. This was how it happened, and the two-eye techniques were obtained by chance. It was not something Junior did on purpose. Emosha looked at him and said, whether it was an opportunity or an intentional act, these are still core secrets of Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai asked, then what does the Divine Monarch want? Yuru Meng could not help but become nervous. She was the one who said that they should return to their families after the wedding. If Yang Kai was in danger now because of this, she would inevitably feel guilty. Now she understood why a senior sister of Myriad Demons Heaven suddenly came looking for her one day. She then got her thinking about going back to the sect after the wedding. It was now obvious that Emosha, this cheap honored master of hers, wanted to meet her husband to confirm certain matters. Returning to her bridal family after the wedding was just an excuse. Shah slowly said, since this is a core secret of myriad demons' heaven, naturally it cannot be passed on. I can either destroy your eyes, or you can become a myriad demons' heaven's disciple, so that you have the right to retain them. Yu Meng forced a smile and said, Honored Master, even if my husband is not a disciple of myriad demons' heaven, he is already myriad demons' heaven's son-in-law. He can now be considered as one of myriad demons' heaven's people. Shah shook his head and said, That's not the same. Yu Meng was about to speak when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and stared at Shah. He then said, It is impossible for me to become a myriad demons' heaven disciple, and I don't want to lose my eyes either. After all, I do not know if I will become blind after they are destroyed. Divine Monarch, is there any other choice? What choice do you want? Shah looked at him with a smile. How about Divine Monarch pretends not to know about this? Yang Kai raised a brow. Shah almost laughed and said, Do you think that's possible? Yang Kai spread his hands and said openly, If that's the case, then Divine Monarch will have to kill me. Shah's face twitched and roared, You think I won't kill you? Yang Kai snorted, If Divine Monarch kills me, your new disciple will be widowed. Yu Meng nodded vigorously from the side and begged, Please be merciful, honored master. Shah said, We have been fighting with the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, and countless others have died. We already have tens of thousands of widows. This topic was getting a bit heavy. Yang Kai thought for a while, then turned his head to look at a worried Yu Meng, and said, Do not be afraid, Divine Monarch is just intimidating me. I still have to go to seal the Void Corridor. He will not do anything to me. Yu Meng was very worried, but was reassured when she heard what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai volunteered to seal the Void Corridor, and there was no one else in the 3,000 worlds capable of doing it in his place, so how could Shah kill him? If he did, there would be no way for him to explain himself to the other cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai turned his head to Shah and said, Divine Monarch, just state exactly what you want. There's no need to drag this matter out further. Shah grunted in frustration. Yang Kai's smug look was truly annoying. He was really tempted to give this cheeky brat a slap and snuff him out once and for all. However, just as Yang Kai had said, that was not an option. Moreover, when he asked Yang Kai to come here today, his original intention was not to make things difficult for him. After a moment of contemplation, Shah suddenly flicked his wrist and a jade slip flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand to catch the slip and then poured his divine sense into it. He frowned a moment later and asked, Divine Monarch, what is this? The Black Ink battlefield is extremely dangerous. Your 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation is far too low. It's also too late to start raising your cultivation. The cave heavens and paradises owe you a favor. Myriad demons heaven has nothing of value to give you, but since you are lucky to have obtained these 2-eye techniques, then you should cultivate them properly, Shah said. Myriad demons heaven's 2 great eye techniques have untold secrets and infinite power. You must be diligent when cultivating them. Many thanks, Divine Monarch. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Leave. Shah waved his hand impatiently. To him, today's incident was making a mountain out of a molehill. This situation was special and he did not want to pursue it any further. Yang Kai and Yu Meng bowed and bade farewell to Shah. On the way back from Myriad Demons Heaven, Yu Meng took the time to inquire what Shah had given to Yang Kai. The cultivation method for the 2-eye techniques, Yang Kai explained. Since he received the 2-eye techniques, although their power had increased alongside his own cultivation, Yang Kai had never really practiced them properly, let alone understood how to use them. Now that Shah took the initiative to give him the knowledge to cultivate them, this was an excellent development for Yang Kai. It was a great gift. Both the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye were core secrets of Myriad Demons Heaven. In Myriad Demons Heaven, ordinary disciples were not worthy to cultivate them at all. Only elite disciples were fortunate enough to practice one of them, with very few being able to cultivate both. Under normal circumstances, if an outsider like Yang Kai had these two secret techniques, Myriad Demons Heaven would definitely fight him to the death and would ruthlessly kill him to prevent their secrets from leaking out. However, the situation was different now. Yang Kai would soon go to seal the Void Corridor and his fate was uncertain. Mo Sha would not be insistent under such circumstances. Martial Peak, Chapter 49:10, It's time. No one could say for certain what was at the other end of the Void Corridor. However, there was a high possibility that it led to the Black Ink battlefield. Although Yang Kai seemed to have 9 lives, his chances of surviving were slim if that was the case. Even if he survived, he would not have the chance to return to the 3,000 worlds. That was why Mo Sha was so generous to pass on the 2-eye techniques and their cultivation method. Otherwise, Myriad Demons Heaven would never have allowed their core secrets to be leaked. When he returned to Voidland's temporary base, Yang Kai immediately announced he would enter retreat. As Mo Sha said, he did not have much time left, and it was too late to consider raising his cultivation. Thus, Yang Kai decided to cultivate these 2-eye techniques. Perhaps they would help him out of some critical situations. Although his women did not know what was the purpose of his retreat, they were understanding in their response. After all, they were all satisfied with the time Yang Kai spent with them over these past few days. The Jade Slip contained the cultivation method for the 2-eye techniques, and also explained their uses when cultivated to their peak. The Demon Eye of Annihilation and Purgatory Black Pupils were respectively a support and attack method. If one could really cultivate them to the peak, the Demon Eye of Annihilation was capable of breaking all illusions. Previously, in order to break the super array that enveloped Black Territory, the Cave Heavens and Paradises used countless people to mine out the ore stars in order to weaken it. However, at the same time, there was another group who were responsible for cracking the countless spirit arrays that filled Black Territory. These spirit arrays, like the ore stars, were part of the super array. This group of people was mainly led by those from Myriad Demons Heaven, with the help of many array masters. In Myriad Demons Heaven, those who cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation were all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and under their perceptive eyes, many of the spirit array's flaws became obvious. This greatly improved the efficiency of breaking the arrays and saved a lot of time. Yang Kai had used his Demon Eye of Annihilation to observe the core spirit arrays just outside the central cage of the super array. However, although he knew that the spirit arrays were dangerous, he could not avoid them all even after a channel was opened to send him into the cage. During the 100 years that Yang Kai was trapped in the cage, it was Mo Sha who personally sought out the weaknesses of the spirit arrays outside the cage and succeeded in cracking all these spirit arrays. Mo Sha had not cultivated the Tao of spirit arrays, so he relied entirely on the Demon Eye of Annihilation to see through these arrays instead. However, even with the powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Mo Sha had still not cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation to its highest level. It was written in the Jade Slip that if one could really cultivate the Demon Eye of Annihilation to the highest point, one could even see through the fabric of reality, space, and time to view the future. In the history of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven, no one had ever cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation to this extent, and it was not possible to say whether this level truly existed. Naturally, Yang Kai did not expect to achieve mastery comparable to those from Myriad Demons Heaven. After all, such great prowess could only be achieved by cultivating for countless years. He would be satisfied if he could simply improve the power of his eye techniques. The Demon Eye of Annihilation was not a killing method. It was mainly a deterrent and auxiliary skill. In contrast, the Black Purgatory Eye was a very powerful killing method. Yang Kai had also used this secret technique, so he knew this fact very well. Under the Black Purgatory Eye, everything was silenced and the world was plunged into darkness. Enemies targeted by this secret technique were often caught by surprise and left incredibly vulnerable. If the enemy was deprived of all their senses, they were bound to fall into immense danger. The days passed. High Heaven Palace fell quiet as no one dared to disturb Yang Kai's retreat. One day, a ray of light flew over. Noticing the commotion, members of Voidland and High Heaven Palace went to investigate, and soon Shuiyu stepped forward and bowed, "Honored master." The person who came was Lu Mu. He looked serious and solemn, so it was obvious that something had happened. This caused the hearts of the members of Voidland and High Heaven Palace to sink. After all these days of peace and quiet, the time had finally come. "Call him out," Lu Mu said to Shuiyu. Shuiyu pursed her lips, nodded, and turned to leave. Yu Ru Meng stepped forward and asked, "Senior, is it time?" Lu Mu shook his head and replied, "It's impossible to say exactly, but he has to head over just in case something goes wrong." It had been almost 5 months since Yang Kai returned from the Void Corridor to the rear lines. During this period, the ancient sealing power had been dissipating continuously. Once the ancient sealing power had completely dispersed, the Void Corridor would be completely formed and the two ends would be connected. In recent days, the rate of the dissipation of the ancient seal had obviously accelerated. The divine monarchs present there did not dare to take the situation lightly, thus, Lu Mu came to ask Yang Kai to exit retreat. Yu Ru Meng nodded to show that she understood what he meant. A short while later, Yang Kai appeared and met Lu Mu. He inquired about the situation and nodded lightly, "I'll go investigate the situation. Senior, make yourself at home." After saying that, he turned his head to Yu Ru Meng and the others, nodded, then manipulated space principles to instantly disappear. Soon enough, Yang Kai reappeared beside the Void Corridor. Previously, he left space beacons behind when he went back to his wives, so they now came in handy to quickly cross the distance. At this moment, more than a dozen Eighth-Order ancestors were guarding the Void Corridor. All of them were relieved to see Yang Kai. Qingyu spoke first. "Boy, these past few days, the Void Corridor has been behaving oddly. We need you to check the situation." "Yes." Yang Kai answered and dashed over to the Void Corridor. Space principles surged as he closed his eyes to investigate. Moments later, Yang Kai dove straight in. This scene made the Eighth-Order ancestors, who were guarding this place, raise their brows. A Void Corridor was not a place one could come and go as they pleased. In its current state, the corridor was filled with unimaginable void turbulence, like a raging maelstrom. Even if one's cultivation was strong, they may lose their way if they were pulled into this chaotic storm. If one could not find a way out, then they would be trapped in the void forever. Thus, although the Eighth-Order ancestors had been guarding this place for several days, no one dared to enter to investigate. Yang Kai, however, bravely entered like it was nothing, which made them sigh emotionally. However, this was his speciality. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was a lot lower than theirs, his proficiency in the Tao of space allowed him to enter the Void Corridor safely. After waiting for about 3 or 4 hours, Yang Kai rushed out from the Void Corridor. "What's the situation?" Qingyu quickly asked. "It can hold on for another half a month to a month," Yang Kai replied. He had to calculate how fast the ancient sealing power was dissipating and how long it would take for him to reseal it. Half a month to a month was the limit, any longer and it would be too late. The ancestors looked at each other for a moment before nodding slightly and started sending out messages. A day later, a large number of rays of light came over. All of them were the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. The time limit for sealing the Void Corridor had been set, so they had to begin preparing. In case of a failure, the Void Corridor would be completely connected and the Cave Heavens and Paradises would face unknown dangers. Teams formed by masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises appeared as they guarded the Void Corridor tightly. The Voidland and High Heaven Palace members also arrived. Although they were the smallest in number and the lowest in cultivation, they had still turned out in full force. The women looked at Yang Kai with reluctance and worry, but they could not do anything to change the situation. They could only pray that the other side of the Void Corridor was not connected to the Black Ink battlefield. "Waiting for someone?" Emo Sha asked when he saw Yang Kai hesitate. Yang Kai responded, "There's one more thing I need to take care of." Emo Sha nodded and said nothing more. He believed that Yang Kai would not be careless in this kind of matters. Since he intended to wait, then he must be certain there was time. It was useless to rush. Lu Mu said, "Just as well, let me tell you about the situation on the black ink battlefield." This was also information Yang Kai intended to find out, so he immediately cupped his fist and said respectfully, "Junior listens with respect." Lu Mu said, "In truth, none of us know what the full situation is on the black ink battlefield. As you know, no one has ever returned after they crossed the no-return pass. What we do know is gathered from information sent back from time to time. None of us has seen the real situation with our own eyes, so what we tell you can only be taken as a reference." Junior understands. Lu Mu pondered a moment before continuing, "The black ink battlefield is vast. No one knows exactly how big it is. Over the millennia, the cave heavens and paradises have been sending people to fight, but they have not been able to kill the Black Ink clan to the last. That shows just how powerful the Black Ink clan is. In the Black Ink battlefield, there are a total of 108 great passes. Each cave heaven or paradise is responsible for one of them. Each pass is a self-sufficient fortress, but they are all closely linked. Reliance on the 108 Great Passes Grand Formation has allowed the cave heavens and paradises to keep the Black Ink clan at bay. Otherwise, they would have rushed into the no-return pass and invaded the 3,000 worlds long ago. If you really end up there, remember to rush to the nearest Great Pass. You have the world spring protecting your small universe, so it is impervious to external forces. Our allies on the other side certainly do not know your identity, but as long as you show them your world spring, they will not treat you as a Black Ink disciple. No matter which cave heaven or paradise guards territory you arrive at, as long as you can enter one of the great passes, you'll be safe." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Junior will remember." After a moment of silence, he asked, "But just in case, can Senior give me some kind of faith token?" Lu Mu waved his hand and said, "Faith tokens are useless on that battlefield. Those from the cave heavens and paradises can be corrupted by the Black Ink strength at any moment, so the only way to confirm one's identity is to inspect their small universe. Faith tokens can't be trusted." Qin Yu then said, "Originally, we intended to offer you some of our strength in the form of protective techniques, but considering that the other side may be the Black Ink battlefield, doing so would only expose your identity, thus, you can only rely on yourself." When Yang Kai went into the cage and confronted the Black Ink Royal Lord, he was blessed by 5 Eighth Order ancestors. He relied on that protection to defend himself from the Black Ink Royal Lord's opening attack. However, for this trip, if the other side was indeed the Black Ink battlefield, such protective techniques would only put him in more danger as Yang Kai would not be able to hide his identity. Martial Peak, Chapter 4911, Good Fortune. Yang Kai once used the Black Ink strength within his small universe to trick Langya Paradise's Black Ink disciples into believing he was one of them. If the other end of the Void Corridor was really the Black Ink battlefield, then there was a high chance that he would encounter the Black Ink clan or Black Ink disciples. In that case, this disguise would provide a large degree of security. Outside the Void Corridor, many ancestors spoke to Yang Kai, sharing with him what they knew about the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai took note of everything. However, as Lu Mu had said before, they did not have personal experience in the Black Ink battlefield, and all the information was passed back from beyond the no-return pass. Although this information could likely be attained as long as Yang Kai paid attention once he entered the Black Ink battlefield, knowing ahead of time was still helpful. A few days had passed. The rate of dissipation of the ancient sealing power in the Void Corridor seemed to have accelerated again. Emosha said, "We can't wait any longer, let's start sealing it as soon as possible." Yang Kai nodded, "Seniors, please wait just a moment longer." Saying so, he turned around and walked towards Voidland and High Heaven Palace's group. His wives stood at the forefront of the group, each looking at him with intense expressions. Their eyes were full of worry and reluctance. When he got close to them, Yang Kai smiled faintly at them but did not try to comfort them. Any words of comfort at this time would only be self-deception. Everyone knew and understood the dangers of this trip. Yu Meng stood forward and her crimson lips began to quiver. There was much she wanted to say, but she held herself back. In the end, she simply said, "Be careful in everything you do." Yang Kai nodded and replied with a smile, "I will." He suddenly looked beyond the crowd and towards the depths of void, where several rays of light could vaguely be seen coming towards them in a hurry. Yang Kai heaved a long sigh of relief that the ones he wanted to see had arrived at the last moment. The leader of the group was Lan Yurua, who had left Black Territory and returned to the Star Boundary a few months ago. Perhaps due to pushing herself to her limit, even though Lan Yurua was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she still looked slightly pale and exhausted. "Greetings, Proprietress." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said. Lan Yurua glared at him, then at the void corridor before asking in a dark tone, "Do you really have to do this?" Yang Kai said helplessly, "It can't be helped. There is no other way." Lan Yurua pursed her lips and did not answer. She also knew that the workings of fate could not be changed by an individual's power. Since the cave heavens and paradises had already agreed to this, they could only follow the plan. Yang Kai then looked at those behind her. There was the fatty Chen Tian, Yun Xinghua, He He, and Hua Qingxi. All of them were brought over from the Star Boundary by the Proprietress. When their eyes met, they hastily saluted. Yang Kai nodded lightly and called out one by one, "Mao Zhi, Gongqing, Zhouya, Huigu, He He, Chen Tianfei, Yun Xinghua. Subordinates are here," the 7 of them announced. In the past, due to various circumstances, all of you had to leave your names on the loyalty list. I know some of you have complaints against me and are not resigned to your positions, but it matters not now. You've worked hard all these years, and your efforts and sacrifices have allowed High Heaven Palace and Void Land to grow to their current heights. All of you have contributed greatly to the sect. It is unknown if life or death awaits me, so today, I will set you free. You are free to stay or to go, but I hope that when we meet again in the future, we can still chat and share a drink with no animosities for one another." Saying so, Yang Kai took out the loyalty list, took the Xieji horn, forced out a drop of blood essence and dipped it. He then scratched their names from the list. Fresh blood seeped into the loyalty list, and the names on the pages gradually faded and disappeared. The 7 people whose names were on the loyalty list suddenly felt a sense of relief. They inexplicably had a feeling of freedom from bondage. Mao Zhi frowned slightly and looked at Yang Kai with conflicted emotions. Of all the people who had signed the loyalty list, he was the one who was most unconvinced by Yang Kai. He had endured his humiliation in order to one day advance to the 7th Order and free himself from the loyalty list. He had heard that by reaching the 7th Order, he would become free from the restrictions of the loyalty list. However, he did not know if that was true or not. Regardless, he still worked hard towards that goal over the years. He had never imagined that Yang Kai would take the initiative to dissolve the master-servant relationship between them. This made him slightly surprised and relieved. In the days leading up to today, he was not unaware that Yang Kai was going to seal the void corridor, nor was he unaware of what may happen to Yang Kai once that happened. Gongqing, Zhouya, and his lives were connected to Yang Kai's, so if anything happened to the latter, they would also suffer. Now that the constraints of the loyalty list had been lifted though, he no longer had to worry about their life or death because of Yang Kai's problems. However, Mao Zhi was not as happy as he imagined he would be. Looking back on the years in Voidland and High Heaven Palace, it was no exaggeration to say it was an extremely easy and comfortable life. They had all the resources and status they could have wanted. He had not advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm simply because he had not felt a turning point. Now that he was free, even if he left High Heaven Palace and Voidland, what other place could provide such a favorable environment for cultivation? If Yang Kai could make this decision at the last moment, it was obvious that he had been thinking about this matter. This also hinted at the dangers of this trip. Even Yang Kai was unsure if he could survive. Sect Master, since we have entered Voidland, we will not be duplicitous. Sect Master may rest assured and go. We will guard the sect. You need not worry about anything here, Mao Zhi said and cupped his fist. Gongqing and Zhouya also said, "Sect Master, please rest assured." Fatty Chen was far less dignified as snot and tears dripped from his face as he loudly proclaimed, "Sect Master, whether there is a loyalty list or not, this Chen Tianfei is a man of Voidland in life, and will be a ghost of Voidland in death. I swear to never do anything to betray the sect. If I break my word, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. With me, Chen Tianfei, as its guardian, the sect will never be in danger." Mao Zhe couldn't help glancing sideways with a disgusted look on his face, thinking this ass-kisser had always been like this. What can he do as a mere fourth-order master? How dare he boast so shamelessly? When Yun Xinghua and He saw the others making their declarations, they also quickly expressed their loyalty to the sect. Honestly, they had lived a good life in Voidland all these years, and it was impossible for any other sect to provide them with so many resources for cultivation. They would not leave even if they were driven away at this time. Huigu was not so melodramatic, but his loyalty was unquestionable as he asked, "Sect Master, why don't I accompany you so I may offer whatever assistance I can?" Yang Kai, however, waved his hand and said, "This is a dangerous endeavor, and even the first step of entering the Void Corridor will not be safe. I am not sure what will happen, and if I take you with me, it will only serve to distract me." Huigu had nothing else to say when he heard this. If he was going to be a burden, then it was better not to go. The 7 of them were removed from the loyalty list. Luan Baifeng and Exin Peng had long been set free from its constraints. The latter naturally did not need to express their appreciation for the gesture. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi and said, "Head manager, I'll have to trouble you with the management of the sect." Hua Qingxi squeezed out a smile and said, "Sect master may rest assured, when you return one day, I will hand you back a sect that is 1,000 times better than the current one." Halfway through the journey, she had heard Lan Yurua talk about some things and was clear about the dangers Yang Kai would be facing. It could be said that this was definitely the biggest risk Yang Kai had ever had to take. This was not a task that could be accomplished by simply being careful. Even the slightest mistake would result in death. No one would depend on luck for something as important as this. Yu Ru Meng suddenly grit her teeth and said, "You'd better survive. If you dare to die, I will take all my sisters and remarry. I mean what I say." "Good." Yang Kai nodded sincerely, not knowing whether he was promising to survive or acknowledging that he approved of the remarriage. What should be said had been said. All things had been taken care of and he had no more worries left. Yang Kai took a few steps back, looked out at Voidland and High Heaven Palace's members, put on a solemn expression, cupped his fist, and declared, "Everyone, this is goodbye." His eyes swept over the faces of Yu Ru Meng and the others as if he wanted to engrave them into his heart. After saying that, he turned around and dashed towards the Void Corridor. The women suppressed their emotions so that Yang Kai would not worry. However, the moment he turned around, all of them could not hold back anymore and began to shed tears. However, none of them made a sound and continued to suppress their voices. Yu Ru Meng clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her skin and blood began to seep out along her fingers. In front of the Void Corridor, Yang Kai nodded to the 8th Order ancestors and said, "Junior is ready." All the 8th Orders cupped their fists in a solemn salute. The burden of maintaining the peace of the 3,000 worlds was placed on the back of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Junior, which made all of them feel ashamed. However, they all knew that only Yang Kai could seal the Void Corridor. Fortunately, he understood the importance of the situation and did not object in any way. The 3,000 worlds was lucky to have such a son. "May good fortune and longevity accompany you," Lu Mu shouted in a deep voice. "May good fortune and longevity accompany you." The chant came from the mouths of the cave heavens and paradise's masters and resounded throughout the void. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turned around, and boldly rushed into the Void Corridor without hesitation or looking back. The Void Corridor opened up and swallowed Yang Kai's figure. Not long after, space churned at the entrance of the Void Corridor. A black hole emerged and looked as if it could swallow everything for as far as the eye could see, but within half an hour, everything had disappeared. Many ancestors released their divine senses to inspect the region carefully before exchanging glances and nodding. Even with their cultivation, they could not detect anything at the spot where the void corridor once stood. In other words, the entrance of the void corridor had been completely sealed. Unless someone like Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, chanced upon it and forced it open again, no one would ever be able to find this entrance. However, the cave heavens and paradises did not dare to be careless. After a short deliberation, they decided to designate Black Territory as a restricted area and seal all territory gates leading to it. No one from the 3,000 worlds could enter without permission, and at least one 8th Order ancestor would be dispatched to monitor the situation at all times to guard against any potential problems. It would be a similar setup to the chaotic dead territory where an 8th Order ancestor and a team of high-rank masters would be stationed at the territory gate, monitoring the movement of the burning light and serene glimmer. Martial Peak, Chapter 49:12. What is this place? This matter did not take much effort. There were as many masters in the cave heavens and paradises as there were clouds in the sky. Therefore, they only needed to dispatch an 8th Order ancestor along with some 7th Order masters to take turns on duty. After a short discussion, everybody agreed on a plan. There were suppressed weeping sounds coming from the people of Voidland High Heaven Palace, which annoyed Lan Yurua greatly and caused her to snap, "Why are you all crying? He's not dead yet. If you really want to help him, then you should hurry back and cultivate hard." Yu Meng seemed to realize something. "Big sister, do you mean?" Lan Yurua might be their senior, but she had always regarded Yang Kai as a little brother. Hence, it was normal for Yu Meng to address her as Big Sister, based on Yang Kai's status. Lan Yurua nodded. If he returns safely from this trip, then it can only mean that he did not enter the Black Ink battlefield. If so, he will be safe and sound and nothing will change. On the other hand, if he fails to return, then it can only mean that he entered the Black Ink battlefield after all. If you have the time to cry, then you might as well use that time to cultivate hard and advance to the 7th Order as soon as possible. When that happens, I'll bring you all to the Black Ink battlefield to look for him. As soon as she made the statement, several pairs of eyes immediately brightened. The people from Voidland and High Heaven Palace were basically made up of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Great Emperors and Yang Kai's wives had all advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, so the limit of their future achievements was the 8th Order. Although 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were generally considered strong, they were actually the weakest of soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield. Only those who had advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm had enough strength to defend themselves. A single statement from Lan Yurua was enough for them to suppress their depressed feelings and redirect their attention towards a new goal. Yuhi took out a bunch of space rings and handed them to Hua Qingxi. "Head manager, young master handed these to me previously and asked me to pass them to you." Hua Qingxi took the space rings and investigated them with her divine sense, a look of astonishment appearing on her face in the next instant. That couldn't be helped though, as all of these space rings contained yin and yang element materials. Furthermore, the yellow crystals and blue crystals were piled up like mountains in the space rings, all of which were of excellent quality. Some crystals were even the size of small mountains all on their own. These materials could be said to be invaluable. The sect would have more than enough cultivation resources thanks to these materials, which would greatly shorten the cultivation time of its disciples. Hua Qingxi was vaguely aware of the source of these yellow and blue crystals. She had also heard about Yang Kai's unique methods against the Black Ink clan from Lan Yurua, so she couldn't help feeling worried and asked, if Sect Master left all of these materials behind, then what would happen to him if he encountered someone from the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield? Without these resources, Yang Kai would not have any means to activate his primary weapon, the purifying light. He whispered, "Young master told me that he only left half behind. He has taken the other half with him." Upon hearing those words, Hua Qingxi nodded her head with a sense of reassurance. Nevertheless, she was also extremely shocked inside. These space rings were literally filled to the brim with resources, and the number of yellow and blue crystals inside them were practically incalculable. And this merely half the total amount? Just how many benefits did Sect Master gain in the chaotic dead territory? Composing herself, she stored the space rings away carefully. She was High Heaven Palace's head manager and was responsible for the overall distribution of its resources, therefore it was best if she kept these space rings in her possession. Lan Yu Ru'a led everybody over to bid their farewells to the ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises before setting out. The other party did not stop them from leaving. By venturing deep into the void corridor to reseal it, Yang Kai had already made the greatest contribution possible, so there was no need for Voidland and High Heaven Palace to remain involved in this matter anymore. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters led by Lu Mu told the leaving party to inform them clearly if they had any need of help in the future. They promised that they would ask their disciples and subordinates to cooperate as much as possible. Lan Yu Ru'a thanked the ancestors and departed with the others following behind her. Thanks to the promises of the ancestors, both High Heaven Palace and Voidland would be able to maintain a stable and independent position in the future. There was no need to worry about being pushed aside or excluded. After all, Yang Kai had only just made a huge contribution to the safety of the 3,000 worlds. If his sect was oppressed after that, it would be too dishonorable. Inside the void corridor, space principles surged around Yang Kai as he guided the void turbulence around him to exert a sealing effect. In order to explain his plan to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors earlier, he had specially used a small tube of bamboo to demonstrate. The power of the ancient seal that used to fill the void corridor was gradually fading away. Therefore, what he needed to do now was refill the spot where the ancient seal had disappeared in order to conceal the existence of the void corridor. This was an extremely energy-consuming task since Yang Kai had to mobilize space principles at all times. Moreover, sealing the path behind him meant that he could no longer turn back. He could only forge forward and continuously seal the route ahead. The void corridor was filled with chaos and darkness, with neither light nor sound. Even Yang Kai's perception became quite hazy. Under such conditions, he could only wield his power instinctually and rely on the dispersion of the ancient seal ahead of him to estimate his progress. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai was forced to stop and rest from time to time as he did not dare to exhaust himself completely. Nobody could say whether or not he might encounter any dangers in the next moment, so he had to maintain a necessary level of strength to deal with any unknowns. Everywhere he passed, his power flooded the void corridor and sealed it up tight. One would either need to use brute force or have similar attainments in the Tao of space to break this seal. Yang Kai did not know how long he spent inside the void corridor as the flow of time became blurry in a place like this. Due to the dissipation of the ancient seal, the void turbulence also became extremely dangerous and crashed towards him from all directions at all times. If Yang Kai had faced this situation in the past, he might not have been able to resolve it. It was fortunate that his current attainments in the Tao of space were extraordinary. According to the division of the Tao he created, Yang Kai had reached the 8th level, summiting the peak, which was a level far beyond what most people could reach in any Tao. All of a sudden, Yang Kai noticed that there was an invisible force behind him blocking his way. This discovery calmed him down. In his haste, he had finally caught up. He knew that the invisible force behind him was the power of the ancient seal, which could only mean that his speculation at the beginning was not wrong, and the opportunity to conceal the other end of the void corridor was completely in his grasp. If he was lucky, no one on the other end of the void corridor would ever know it existed. The power of the ancient seal continued to dissipate, and as a result, Yang Kai found himself stuck between two walls in the void corridor. One of those walls was the ancient seal, and the other wall was the seal formed from his own space principles. While the wall behind him dissipated continuously, he only needed to retreat along the path of the dissipating wall and plug up the path behind him with his own sealing power. There would come a day when the power of the ancient seal completely dissipated, and at that moment, Yang Kai would simultaneously seal the void corridor's entrance once more. As the days passed, Yang Kai kept up the boring and repetitive actions of maintaining the seal. Every time the ancient seal dissipated, he took a step forward and the cycle continued. This situation went on for a long time, and it wasn't until a certain moment that Yang Kai suddenly realized that something was different about the environment behind him. A small ray of light had abruptly emerged in the originally dark void corridor. The light seemed to be blocked by something, so it could not enter the void corridor completely and was thus a little hazy. What's more, Yang Kai could vaguely sense the aura of another world coming from where the light originated. His expression couldn't help brightening. He knew that he was probably nearing the other end of the void corridor. The light and the aura from the other world were the best evidence. Therefore, he immediately cheered up and focused his mind in anticipation. There was no saying what kind of situation lay on the other side of the void corridor. There were speculations that he might emerge on the black ink battlefield, and it was time to learn if that was true. It was a lie to say that Yang Kai was not nervous. If it turned out to be the black ink battlefield, then he would never be able to return to the 3,000 worlds for the rest of his life. His heart was filled with anxiety and a primal fear that stemmed from stepping into the unknown. Be that as it may, the movements of his hands never stopped as hand seals changed constantly, and space principles surged around him. With every step backward that he took, the sealing power continued to fill the void corridor. Meanwhile, the light became brighter and brighter while the aura from the new world became clearer and clearer. At a certain moment, the power of the ancient seal disappeared without any warning. Yang Kai, who was clinging close to the retreating ancient seal, immediately slipped out of the void corridor, and his divine sense swiftly spread out to monitor his surroundings. This was a world filled with abundant vitality. There were towering trees soaring into the skies with trunks that spanned the width of several grown men in the surroundings. World energy was incredibly rich, and the world principles were perfect. There were also bushes by the side, as well as a spirit fruit tree growing vigorously nearby. Several bright red spirit fruits hung from the tree and released a tantalizing aroma while looking deliciously sweet. Yang Kai could not recognize the fruit, but even so, he could tell that it was of good quality at a glance. It was most likely very beneficial to Open Heaven Realm Masters. What is this place? He frowned. The black ink battlefield filled with black ink strength that he had imagined was a place where the environment was harsh and violence was rampant, nothing like where he currently stood. Could it be that the void corridor does not connect to the black ink battlefield? As soon as that idea entered his head, Yang Kai became overjoyed. It's fine as long as it's not the black ink battlefield. That means I can still find a way to home. If I entered the black ink battlefield, then I would have lost all hope of ever returning. There was no time to pick the spirit fruit though, as Yang Kai had higher priorities. He hurriedly began to seal the void corridor. The entrance was a potential danger, so he had to seal and conceal it as soon as possible to ensure the safety of black territory. Fortunately, this was not difficult as he had been sealing the path behind him all this time, so he was already accustomed to these actions. The black hole-like entrance of the void corridor was thus quickly closed. Just as it seemed like the entrance of the void corridor was about to disappear entirely, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. There was a powerful aura approaching swiftly from the edge of his perception. Judging by the energy fluctuations coming from that person, this newcomer was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai scowled, and the movement of his hands sped up even more. A short while later, the entrance to the void corridor finally became completely sealed and vanished from sight. Yang Kai had only just finished his task when the sound of something cutting through the air entered his ears. A figure landed lightly at a spot only a few dozen meters away from him and quietly observed him a moment later. Turning to look in that direction, Yang Kai saw that the person who just arrived was a spirited old man. The old man's figure was thin, and he was dressed in a loose robe. Just by looking at his external appearance, Yang Kai could not figure out his origins. However, he was probably from one of the cave heavens or paradises since he was in the 7th order. The old man stared at Yang Kai, then glanced around the surroundings with a suspicious look. Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that even though he finished sealing the void corridor in time, there were obvious fluctuations from the existence of the void corridor itself. The energy fluctuations must have been detected by this old man. It was just that the entrance had completely vanished out of sight at this moment, so the old man did not understand what had happened here. In fact, Yang Kai had the feeling that the energy fluctuations coming from the void corridor were what attracted this old man here in the first place. Martial Peak, Chapter 49:13, The Weakest Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. This was something Yang Kai had been worrying about all along. There was bound to be some movement when the entrance to the void corridor on this side was revealed. His initial concern was that the Black Ink clan might discover the void corridor. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan would be able to invade Black territory through the void corridor. If that was truly the case, then the existence of the no-return pass would become meaningless, and the countless years of dedication and sacrifice of the cave heavens and paradises would also become worthless. It was precisely because he was worried about this issue that Yang Kai took the risk to come and seal the path himself. He even went so far as to cut off his return path. Looking at the current situation, it was a good thing that he had gone ahead with his actions. Otherwise, people were bound to investigate the situation once the entrance to the void corridor appeared. What puzzled him right now was the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him. Just where did this person come from? And where was this place? After pondering for a moment, he cupped his fist and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm old man raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai. The look in his eyes was as tranquil as an ancient well. He seemed to be a person of few words. It might also be that he was too proud to speak to a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator like Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart pounded in response as a vague feeling of unease gripped him. In truth, he had deliberately revealed his name to verify something. Nowadays, Yang Kai could no longer consider himself to be a nameless nobody in the 3,000 worlds. Whether it was his identity as the Lord of Void Land, Great Emperor of the Star Boundary, or his various actions in the Black Prison, it was enough for his name to be circulated around all the cave heavens and paradises. If the other party was a master from one of the cave heavens or paradises, then it would make no sense for him to have never heard of Yang Kai's name before. However, judging by the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm old man's reaction, it was clear that he had never heard of Yang Kai until now. The old man's gaze turned towards the fruits next as he said lightly, "These profound Een spirit fruits are mine. Do you have any objections?" Yang Kai couldn't even recognize those spirit fruits, so how could he object to anything? Nevertheless, looking at the old man's attitude, he had the feeling that these so-called profound Een spirit fruits were very beneficial to Open Heaven Realm masters. Still, Yang Kai immediately cupped his fist. "Treasures belong to those who are capable of taking them. Please help yourself, Senior." The old man nodded lightly, satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. Moving to stand in front of the spirit fruit tree in a flash, he stretched out his hand and picked the profound Een spirit fruits before placing them into a wooden box that he had prepared in advance. Yang Kai obviously noticed the joy that flashed across the old man's eyes. Thus, he became even more convinced that the profound Een spirit fruits were indeed very valuable to the old man. Just as he was about to ask some questions to learn more information about his situation, though, a sudden change occurred. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm old man turned around and suddenly slammed his palm towards Yang Kai without any warning. The world force around this palm surged violently, and murderous intent burst out as though he wanted to kill Yang Kai on the spot. Yang Kai was startled. He never imagined that the other party would try to kill him after picking the fruits. Was this old man trying to silence the witness to the crime by killing him lest he expose this matter later? Fortunately, despite his shock, Yang Kai was not defenseless. He had come to this place all on his own, so he had not relaxed his vigilance for even a moment. Faced with this sudden palm strike, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. He hastily mobilized the power of his small universe and launched a counterattack. There was a huge explosion. When their world forces collided, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying backwards. Meanwhile, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm old man staggered unsteadily. A soft cry of surprise leaked from the old man's mouth. Although it was only one exchange, he could sense that Yang Kai was special. Logically speaking, after being struck by the sudden ambush of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master like himself, A Sixth Order junior should be heavily injured if not dead. On the contrary, the brat in front of him seemed to be unaffected. That was absolutely unbelievable. Even Yang Kai was surprised at this outcome. His opponent might be stronger than him, but he couldn't shake the vague feeling that something was wrong. There was no time for him to think about anything else, though, as the Seventh Order old man was already chasing after him like a shadow. As the old man approached, he formed a seal with his hands. A mysterious light shot out from his palm the next moment and blasted towards Yang Kai. Before the light got too close, though, it suddenly transformed into a large light barrier and blocked off all routes where Yang Kai could dodge. Yang Kai gave a furious roar and drew on the power of his small universe. Summoning the Azure Dragon Spear, he swept out with his supreme limitless spear art. His spear shot out like a dragon and transformed into spear shadows that covered the entire sky. The light barrier shattered while Yang Kai's figure drew back. At the same time, the Seventh Order old man closed in as the bewilderment on his face grew stronger and stronger. He was shocked by the strength Yang Kai displayed, but he did not pause his attacks. Summoning a long sword into his hand, the old man slashed out with a frigid sword light. Thousands of sword waves erupted outward around him. Amidst the clashing sounds, world force collided endlessly. The two figures became entangled in battle and smashed up the world around them, leaving devastation in their wake everywhere they went. Halfway through the battle, Yang Kai raised his brow and finally realized what was wrong. This old man was indeed in the Seventh Order, but he was far weaker than any Seventh Order master Yang Kai had ever met before. It could be said that Yang Kai had never met such a weak Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master. The aura from the old man's body clearly indicated he was a Seventh Order master, but be that as it may, the power he exerted was only slightly stronger than what a Sixth Order master could muster. It was far from the standard of a Seventh Order master. His intention to kill Yang Kai was as clear as day, and the fact that he had launched a sudden sneak attack was the best proof. That was why Yang Kai believed that the old man was not holding back his strength. In other words, he was going all out. What's going on? Yang Kai could not understand, but he vaguely guessed that the other party was injured and could not exert his true strength. Nevertheless, he was secretly grateful. It was a fortunate situation for him, otherwise it would have been difficult for him to resist. Yang Kai was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all, and although he could be considered invincible among Sixth Order masters, it was still tough for him to fight a Seventh Order master. He would only be qualified for a frontal confrontation with a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master if he transformed into his Grand Dragon form. During the confrontation, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm old man couldn't help growing anxious when he saw that he could not defeat Yang Kai even after so long. Pitch-black aura slowly seeped out from his body, and even his eyes were gradually overtaken by darkness. When Yang Kai looked up and their eyes met, he felt his heart sinking all of a sudden. A black ink disciple. The pitch-black aura and eyes filled with darkness were the most obvious features of a black ink disciple. Besides, Yang Kai had encountered more than one black ink disciple in the past, so this kind of appearance was not unfamiliar to him. When he deliberately announced his name as a test earlier, the other party's complete lack of reaction had given Yang Kai an ominous feeling. Be that as it may, he had held onto a glimmer of hope. He hoped that the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm old man was not from any cave heaven or paradise but from one of the second-class great forces like those high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters in the Shattered Heaven, which would explain why the old man had never heard his name. Judging from the current situation, though, that was not the case. This Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm old man was a black ink disciple. Yang Kai could not help clenching his teeth. A black ink disciple could not be identified from their external appearance alone. If this intense battle had not forced the other party to actively expose himself, Yang Kai would have had no means to determine the identity of the other party. Black ink strength could not increase the power of an Open Heaven Realm master, it would only change their nature. However, the black ink strength could allow an Open Heaven Realm master to break through their limitations and advance infinitely in their cultivation. Everything Yang Kai saw and heard in Black Territory had taught him that there were disadvantages to that kind of unlimited advancement though. Not everybody could withstand the pressure during the breakthrough. There were some Black Ink disciples in Black Territory that had exploded and died when breaking through their original limitations. Some also experienced changes in their appearance, their bodies becoming misshapen or covered in large cysts and welts. There were no free advantages in the world. If one wanted to enjoy an advantage, then they would need to pay a price. Unfortunately, average people were ignorant, and the ability of the Black Ink's strength to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm was extremely attractive. That was why the cave heavens and paradises had always kept information regarding the Black Ink clan a secret, lest there were people who could not resist the temptation and took risks to seek them out. This seventh order open heaven realm old man might have revealed the Black Ink's strength in his rage, but his strength had not increased in the slightest. On the contrary, Yang Kai gradually figured out the old man's background. If the other party had been in his prime, Yang Kai would have needed to use his dragon transformation to stand a fighting chance against him. Now that the old man's strength was clearly reduced though, there was no need for such trouble. Another fierce collision occurred, and when both parties were thrown backwards by the explosive impact, Yang Kai raised his spear with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. Then he slowly threw his fist forward. Yang Kai's swing seemed harmless and even a bit comical, but the expression of the seventh order open heaven realm old man changed drastically under this punch. The old man's figure suffered an enormous shock, and he spat out fresh blood as a result. Cow punch. Strictly speaking, Black Ink disciples were simply open heaven realm masters corrupted by the Black Ink strength. The power that they wielded was still the same power from their small universe. How could Yang Kai fail to grasp this opportunity after fighting the old man for so long? Tracing the opponent's world force back to his small universe, Yang Kai's cow punch secret technique achieved success in one hit. In the first place, it was a secret technique meant for the weak to defeat the strong, so as long as Yang Kai had enough time to prepare, even an 8th order open heaven realm master would suffer tremendously after being struck by this blow. The old man's small universe was instantly turned upside down, and his world force failed to flow smoothly. A burst of stars appeared in his vision, and at that moment, the horror in his heart could not have been any stronger. He initially thought that his opponent was just a 6th order master that he could easily kill, but who could have known that this 6th order junior would have such extraordinary combat power? It would have been nothing if that was all, but this little bastard even used some strange secret technique that could bombard his small universe directly. Such a secret technique was completely unprecedented. Just as the old man's small universe was shaking and he could not access his strength, Yang Kai dashed over and stood right in front of him. An ominous feeling immediately flooded the old man's heart as he barely managed to raise his palm and slam it out at his opponent. It was impossible for this attack to harm Yang Kai in any way as there was no power behind it. Yang Kai effortlessly blocked the palm strike, and in the next moment, his hands shone with a blue and yellow light. Pressing his palms together in front of him, a pure and unblemished purifying light enveloped the 7th order old man. Having confirmed the other party's identity as a Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai naturally had his own means of dealing with the old man. On the other hand, the old man reacted as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets and his face twisted in pain. As the pitch-black aura in his body dissipated away though, the pain gradually subsided. Yang Kai had fought a Black Ink royal lord in the Black Prison, and at that time, many 7th order masters had been corrupted by the Black Ink strength. He had relied on the purifying light to restore order from chaos and rescue them. Hence, Yang Kai was just performing a familiar action at this point. A short while later, the Black Ink strength stopped leaking from the old man's body. He slowly opened his eyes and studied Yang Kai with a puzzled glance. Shock, however, was the greatest emotion he felt at this moment. "Senior," Yang Kai called out lightly. Only then did the old man seem to wake from his daze. He anxiously gasped for breath and said, "Let's go. We can't stay here." The two of them had battled for quite a long time just now, so there was no saying whether the commotion had spread to the surroundings. Staying here would only attract others to come and investigate the situation. Yang Kai had many doubts in his heart, but now was clearly not the time to ask questions. Nodding his head, he quickly followed behind the old man and hurried into the distance. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-14, Conversation. Not long after the pair departed, several figures arrived from different directions. It was obvious that they had been attracted by the fluctuations of the battle just now. After investigating the messy battlefield though, all the people who came turned to glance at the profound in-spirit fruits tree. Then, they dispersed and disappeared without a trace a short while later. There was a karst cave hidden deep inside the belly of a certain mountain. The seventh order old man guided Yang Kai to this place, and once they entered the cave, he quickly set up various barriers to isolate it. Only then did he sit down cross-legged, silently circulate his secret technique, and adjust his breathing. Yang Kai had so many questions that he didn't know where to start asking. However, looking at the old man's actions, he could only wait patiently. He had not held back when he used his cow punch during their battle earlier. With such a violent force slamming into the old man's small universe, it was only natural that he was feeling quite unsteady. A long while passed before the old man exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. Yang Kai sat upright beside the old man, looking concerned. "Senior, are you seriously wounded?" He was the one who injured the other party after all, so he felt a little apologetic. It was just that the situation at the time had left him with no other choice. The other party had tried to kill him, so he could not be expected to sit still and wait for death. The old man did not answer and countered with another question instead. "Are you not a black ink disciple?" The young man in front of him could even dispel and purify the black ink strength in his small universe. Such an ability was simply sensational. With this ability, it should naturally be impossible for him to become corrupted by the Black Ink clan and degenerate into a Black Ink disciple. Yang Kai shook his head in response. "No." The old man looked astonished. "If you're not a Black Ink disciple, then how did you appear here?" The story is long and complicated. This junior will explain later, but I have a few questions for you first, senior. Yang Kai looked at the old man. The old man nodded. "Speak." Yang Kai asked, "Is this the Black Ink battlefield?" The old man furrowed his brow lightly and stared at Yang Kai puzzledly, as if asking, "You're standing right here, how can you not know where you are?" After pondering quietly for a moment though, he answered the question anyway, "Yes and no." "What do you mean, yes and no?" Yang Kai was perplexed by the answer. Luckily, the old man explained, "This place is a sealed world within the Black Ink battlefield. Once you exit the sealed world, you will arrive at the real Black Ink battlefield." Yang Kai was greatly astonished. "A sealed world? There's a sealed world in the Black Ink battlefield?" The old man stared at Yang Kai, his confusion growing larger. The Black Ink battlefield is incredibly vast. There are countless sealed worlds here. His expression seemed to say, "What's so surprising about that?" Yang Kai fell silent in contemplation. Nevertheless, he finally understood why the scenery he saw when he stepped out from the void corridor was so different from his expectations. It turned out that he had directly entered a sealed world. Only once he left this sealed world could he be considered to have arrived in the Black Ink battlefield. Has this sealed world always existed? Or was it only discovered recently by accident? Yang Kai asked again. "Several months ago, the entrance of this sealed world appeared. Only then did we discover this place," the old man answered. "Several months ago coincided with the death of the Black Ink Royal Lord." Yang Kai did not know the connection between these two incidents, but he was certain that they were somehow related to each other. In any case, this situation gave him some peace of mind. His greatest concern was that the Black Ink clan would discover the entrance to the Void Corridor. It would now seem that the ancient great experts had prepared in advance. This sealed world might be related to the methods of the ancient great expert who set up the super array in Black Territory. After all, concealing the entrance to the Void Corridor inside a sealed world would certainly provide an extra layer of security. Yang Kai thought for a moment before asking another question. Based on what you said earlier, it doesn't sound like you're the only one who entered this sealed world. The old man nodded. Of course. There are many treasures in the sealed world scattered throughout the Black Ink battlefield. These treasures are essentially worthless to the Black Ink clan, but they are valuable to Black Ink disciples. That is why many Black Ink disciples will scramble to enter a sealed world as soon as one appears. Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, secretly rejoicing that this 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was on the weaker side. It would have been difficult for him to cope otherwise. After considering all this, he asked yet another question. Senior, were you injured previously? How else could a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master be defeated and spun around in circles by him so easily? The old man gave Yang Kai a deep look before he shook his head. I'm not injured per se. It's just that this old master's small universe is incomplete. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before comprehending the meaning behind the old man's words. The reason for having an incomplete small universe was that he had sacrificed a portion of it. There was only one situation in which a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would willingly make such a sacrifice, when they were being corroded by the Black Ink strength. During the battle against the Black Ink Royal Lord, many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had been corroded by the Black Ink strength. For some, Yang Kai had managed to dispel the Black Ink strength in time, but for others, they had no choice but to sacrifice a part of their small universe to save themselves. That was the only way to prevent themselves from completely being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. This old man had clearly undergone a similar situation before, which was why his small universe was incomplete and why his strength as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master seemed so feeble. For the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who cultivated for tens of thousands of years, sacrificing a part of their small universe required great courage and determination. While fighting the Black Ink Royal Lord, Yang Kai had witnessed the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises sacrificing pieces of their small universes with his own eyes, an act which greatly impacted him. If such situations had happened in Black territory, then similar situations would certainly be commonplace in the Black Ink battlefield. Please forgive me, Senior. This junior has only just arrived here, so there are many things that I don't understand. Yang Kai cupped his fist. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly at those words. Just arrived here? Which cave heaven or paradise do you belong to? Yang Kai shook his head. This junior does not come from any cave heaven or paradise. I did not enter the Black Ink battlefield through the no-return pass either. He knew what the old man had been suspicious about this point, so he took the initiative to point out these facts. The old man's expression changed drastically after listening to Yang Kai's reply. There's another way to enter the Black Ink battlefield aside from the no-return pass? The no-return pass was the last line of defense against the Black Ink clan. As long as they steadfastly defended the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan would never step foot into the 3,000 worlds. That was the belief held by all the cave heavens and paradises. That was also the reason why they had been struggling desperately for so many years. However, Yang Kai claimed that he had not entered this place through the no-return pass, so how could the old man not be shocked? If somebody could enter this place through another path, then the Black Ink clan could use that very same path to invade the 3,000 worlds. That was something that would break the stalemate that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. There's no need to worry, Senior. I've already sealed the path that connects to this place. That is why I'm here in the first place. Yang Kai waved his hand to reassure the old man, knowing that the other party had more doubts than him right now. After collecting his thoughts, he asked, Senior, can you please allow me to check your small universe? Yang Kai had used the purifying light on the old man earlier, so logically speaking, the Black Ink strength should have been removed completely. Even so, when it came to such matters, he could not feel at ease unless he checked the other party's small universe. The secrets he needed to divulge were of immense importance, so it was better to err on the side of caution. The old man undoubtedly understood Yang Kai's consideration, hence, he nodded and took the initiative to open the portal to his small universe without any hesitation. Go ahead. In the 3,000 worlds, it was a great humiliation for someone to have their small universe inspected. On the black ink battlefield, however, it was a common practice. It could be said that all the open heaven realm masters in the black ink battlefield would go through this process after every battle. This was a special custom created by the unique environment here. Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony, as now was not the time to be courteous to one another. His divine sense plunged into the small universe for an investigation. After a while, he retracted his divine senses. "Forgive my rudeness." There were no remnants of the black ink strength left in the old man's small universe, and just as he mentioned earlier, the old man's small universe was indeed incomplete. There were clearly parts which were missing, which caused the world force in his small universe to flow in an awkward manner. That was also the reason why he could not exert the full strength of a 7th order open heaven realm master. On the other hand, the old man showed no inclination to check Yang Kai's small universe. He seemed to have absolute trust in Yang Kai's purifying light. "I'm sure you have many questions, Senior, but it is a long story. Please allow this junior to slowly explain the situation to you." "But please tell me in detail." Yang Kai nodded in response. First, he clarified his identity and background. Whether it was his identity as Voidland's Lord, High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, or a Star Boundary Great Emperor, all of these names were very unfamiliar to the old man. After that, he explained about the black ink disciples in Langya Paradise. It was only then that the old man's expression changed slightly, but he listened quietly and did not interrupt Yang Kai. When Yang Kai mentioned the black ink royal lord in black territory, the old man's expression changed drastically. Although the masters from the various cave heavens and paradises in the 3,000 worlds attached great importance to the black ink royal lord, none of them had fought on the black ink battlefield before. On the other hand, as somebody who constantly walked along the edge of life and death on the black ink battlefield, the strength of a black ink royal lord was well known to the old man and was a huge deterrent. If the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises did not make a move, who could possibly be the opponent of a Black Ink Royal Lord? Fortunately, that Black Ink Royal Lord had been trapped for countless years, so her strength had declined tremendously. The Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises went all out in battle and paid a huge price, but their efforts eventually resulted in the death of the Royal Lord. Upon hearing the outcome of the battle, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai told the story lightly, but the old man could imagine the dangers and brutality of that battle. The Cave Heavens and Paradises must have lost countless elites in that fight. After the Black Ink Royal Lord died, a void corridor appeared at the spot where she perished. Yang Kai sighed softly. Nobody knew where the void corridor would lead, but based on the Royal Lord's behavior before her death, we were certain that there was nothing good waiting for us at the other side. The destination would most likely be related to the Black Ink clan, so we presumed that it would be the Black Ink battlefield. If that were truly the case, then the 3,000 worlds would be in danger. This junior's cultivation might be meager, but I am proficient in the Tao of Space, which was why I volunteered to enter the Void Corridor and seal it again. The task of sealing the Void Corridor brought me to this place. Truthfully, I had only just finished my task when I ran into you, Senior. At this point, Yang Kai could be considered to have finished explaining his origins. The old man's expression fluctuated many times while he was listening to Yang Kai's story. It was an extremely exciting and colorful narration, but he was relieved after listening to its end. It was a blessing among all the misfortune for a talented individual like this young man to have appeared in the 3,000 worlds. His proficiency in the Tao of Space allowed him to seal the Void Corridor in a timely and effective manner, so the consequences had not been dire. No wonder this old master sensed space principle fluctuations just now. It turned out it was because of the Void Corridor. The old man seemed to have figured out the answer to one of his own questions. Yang Kai queried, "From the standpoint of a Black Ink disciple, did you not suspect anything, Senior?" The old man replied, "I had my doubts, but this old master was distracted by the profound spirit fruits at the time, so I couldn't be bothered to investigate the issue. You did well." After the Void Corridor was sealed, This old master could not find any flaws. I believe that the other black ink disciples will not find anything either even if they passed by that place.